began. The Feathered Dynasty, the Carey Dynasty, various sacred cultivation grounds, sects, thousand-year-old cultivation families, and the solitary cultivators who intruded into the secret realm. More and more cultivators joined the fray. In no time, rivers of blood flowed. It didn't stop there. Apart from human cultivators, innumerable beasts also emerged from all corners of the secret realm, converging towards the center of the spirit energy tide. There were Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and nascent soul beasts. Even a small portion had reached the half-step transformation realm. Leading these beasts was none other than the offspring of the Cole, Eric, holding the ruler's measure. This was something no one had anticipated. Instantly, what began as a struggle between human cultivators turned into a full-scale battle between humans and demons. At the heart of the spirit energy tide, Russell, Cassidy, and Eben were unaware of the chaos outside. This area wasn't just restricted by barriers on the surface. The underground caverns were equally covered with numerous restrictions, all interconnected. As soon as one restriction was triggered, they exploded in rapid succession. Thus, with the passing of time, the violent spirit energy tide intensified rather than subsiding. Russell gazed at the dense spirit energy, feeling regretful. I've already reached half-step nascent soul. Unless I can form a nascent soul, my cultivation cannot advance further. To waste so much spirit energy is truly a pity, such a shame. Hearing his words, Cassidy felt a pang of envy from where she stood nearby, casting an envious glance at Russell. Through the spirit energy tide, Russell had achieved great gains, advancing his cultivation to late-stage half-step nascent soul. But she, poor and pitiful, merely benefited from Eben's protection and missed out on the chance to cultivate using the tide. Thus, Russell's words came as a sharp sting to her. As the Cynthia of Piao Miao's sacred land, however, Cassidy quickly regained her composure. Having survived countless dangers after falling into that underground space, she considered it fortunate to still be alive. Breaking through in cultivation and seizing opportunities were now far beyond her expectations. Just then, Cassidy saw Russell pull out a puppet-like black figure from his storage bag. Is that an alternate body? Cassidy recognized the black figure instantly. It was the same alternate body Russell had brought with him during his first appearance at the Feathered Dynasty outpost. Using it, he had once 破解了傀儡宗少宗主魁恒天的本命傀儡. Corrected version. Cassidy recognized the black figure instantly. It was the same alternate body Russell had brought with him during his first appearance at the Feathered Dynasty outpost. Using it, he had once 破解过傀儡宗少宗主魁恒天的本命傀儡. Further polished for fluency in English. Cassidy instantly recognized the black figure. It was the same alternate body Russell had brought along when he first appeared at the Feathered Dynasty's outpost. With its help, he had once cracked the life-bound puppet of Puppet Master Sex Cole, Zack. Note: I replaced the Chinese phrase 破解了傀儡宗少宗主魁恒天的本命傀儡 with a fluent English expression that retains the original meaning, cracked the life-bound puppet of Puppet Master Sex Cole, Zack. Using it, he had once cracked the life-bound puppet of Zack, the young lord of the puppet sect. Cassidy stared at Russell, wondering what he intended to do with the alternate body. Next, she saw Russell casually set up a spirit gathering array, took out some materials from his storage bag, and began refining the alternate body anew. Russell was actually helping the alternate body enhance its power? Stunned, Cassidy looked up at the face on the tree trunk. Eben showed no sign of stopping him and instead watched Russell's actions with keen interest. Suddenly, Cassidy felt like crying. Compared to Russell, her treatment was vastly different. First, Russell cultivated using the spirit energy tide, and now he was aiding his alternate body to gain strength. Eben didn't seem to care at all about her. If she dared show any discontent, she would be cast out immediately. As the esteemed Cynthia of Piao Miao's sacred land, she should have been the center of attention wherever she went. Now, she found herself in this humiliating situation. Comparison truly killed one's spirit. Russell merely wanted to try enhancing the alternate body's power, given its initial strength was minimal compared to his needs. Only if it could reach late-stage nascent soul, or even half-step transformation would it be of substantial help. To his surprise, it worked. With the aid of the spirit energy tide and the materials gifted by the Perry, the alternate body's strength rapidly increased, visibly climbing from early nascent soul, mid-nascent soul, to late nascent soul. Without any hindrance, it broke through 3 stages effortlessly. Only when it reached late-stage nascent soul did Russell feel a slight resistance. But the powerful spirit energy tide allowed him to force through easily. Finally, the alternate body advanced to the half-step transformation realm. This actually succeeded? Russell looked at the alternate body in astonishment. From late nascent soul to half-step transformation, no insight was needed. Only sheer force powered by the spirit energy tide was enough. Such an occurrence was unheard of. Why should this be strange? Eben interjected, his voice calm. In the previous era, even in ancient times, there were no inherent barriers between cultivation realms. Only later, due to changes in heaven and earth, did human cultivators impose self-imposed restrictions. Russell gasped, no barriers, so one could continuously transcend multiple realms? Yes, Eben confirmed, looking at Russell seriously. Have you ever seen powerful life forms that directly transcended to immortality from birth? Russell opened his mouth, only to feel a chill run down his spine. Such beings existed? Hashtag chapter 295, a familiar aura. Russell was indeed startled by Eben's words. According to Eben, not only in the previous era but even as far back as the ancient era, some special life forms did not need to cultivate. They were born as immortals. Immortals? In today's cultivation world, the term existed only in legends and ancient texts passed down from various dynasties and sacred cultivation sites. Russell was not familiar with the Feathers dynasty, but both the Carey dynasty and the Profound Saint sect indeed had many legends about immortals. In fact, the Birch of the Profound Saint sect, the supreme powerhouse suspected to have reached the soul transformation realm, possessed a divine artifact. All this information was obtained by Russell through various channels during his time as the Cooper of the Profound Saint sect. Whether it was true or not remained unverified. Thinking about these matters, Russell suddenly recalled the Perry's warning to him earlier. Perhaps those legends were not entirely false. The Birch might have truly stepped into the soul transformation realm, and he might indeed possess a divine artifact. Regardless, the concept of immortality was too distant and intangible for the current cultivation world, possibly unattainable in one's lifetime. Yet now, Eben told Russell that what many cultivators spent their entire lives striving to achieve was something these special life forms attained at birth in the ancient era, meaning they surpassed countless cultivators the moment they were born. Russell fell silent immediately. Memories from the Eve Dragon's blood involuntarily surfaced in his mind. In the previous era, demon beasts were the dominant force, the main characters. Human cultivators were merely prey for demon beasts. Perhaps in the ancient era, those special life forms were like the demon clans of the previous era, the true rulers. However, as time passed, they were all lost to the sands of history. Realizing this, Russell's eyes suddenly sparkled. Indeed, whether it was those special life forms or the demon clans, though they once ruled an era, the current era's main players are human cultivators. Human cultivators may be weak, but through cultivation, they can stand at the pinnacle, becoming supreme powerhouses. Russell looked up at Eben, nodded slightly and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Glenn." Eben was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. "I didn't really say much. You don't need to take it to heart." Russell nodded and resumed his seated meditation, re-entering cultivation using the spiritual energy tide. However, his spiritual energy was already saturated, and his cultivation level had hit a bottleneck at half-step nascent soul. Unless he could form a nascent soul, no matter how powerful the spiritual energy tide was, he couldn't break through. The same went for his alternate body, which was also stuck at half-step soul transformation. Unable to advance any further, Russell decided to stop cultivating and instead focused on alchemy and array studies. His expertise in arrays was already at the 8th rank, but his alchemy skills were still at 5th rank. Due to Eben's presence, Russell needed to assist him in refining a great medicinal drug for humans, so he started studying alchemy. In the secret realm of the Caleb, there was never a shortage of alchemical ingredients. What was lacking were formulas. At this moment, Russell recalled the bottle of spirit essence pills he had acquired from alchemist Farrell. Without hesitation, he took out the pills. Using his unparalleled ability to reverse engineer formulas, he carefully deduced the formula for the spirit essence pills step by step. Then, he gathered the materials and began refining the pills. Initially, the success rate was low, producing only 4th traced or lower grade spirit essence pills. But as time passed, Russell became increasingly proficient in refining spirit essence pills. Not only did his success rate improve, but he also managed to produce 5th traced, 6th traced, and even 7th traced spirit essence pills. It should be noted that the bottle of spirit essence pills Russell received from Farrell was only 6th traced, a result of Farrell's lifelong efforts. Yet Russell had surpassed Farrell in just a short time. Throughout Russell's refinement process, Eben did not interrupt but silently watched. Despite this, Russell knew that Eben had already thoroughly observed his techniques. While other alchemists might have been furious over this, Russell didn't care at all. After successfully refining the 7th traced spirit essence pill, Russell did not hesitate to consume it, then quietly observed the changes in his spirit. Indeed, despite his cultivation level stagnating, his spirit began to undergo subtle yet strengthening changes. This discovery delighted Russell. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he found the opportunity to form a nascent soul, breaking through his bottleneck and becoming a true nascent soul cultivator. Apart from Eben, Cassidy had been watching Russell eagerly, filled with envy. What was originally a calamity, the spiritual energy tide, had turned into an enormous blessing and fortune for Russell, particularly in terms of cultivation. As the Cynthia of the ethereal sanctuary, Cassidy noticed the slight changes in Russell's spirit. Her face displayed unprecedented envy, yearning to sit down and cultivate like Russell, using the spiritual energy tide. However, seeing Eben's expressionless face, she dismissed the thought entirely. Russell could cultivate, but she could not. Otherwise, she would be instantly thrown out, meeting a grim death. This highlighted the disparity between people. Even as the Cynthia of a sanctuary, Cassidy was no exception. Time passed. After several days, the spiritual energy tide finally calmed down. Russell stopped cultivating as he sensed some strong, very familiar auras approaching. Human cultivators. He furrowed his brow, muttering, "So, human cultivators broke through the spiritual energy tide blockade and entered this realm? They are here for the lotus too?" Russell's gaze turned towards the lotus at the center of the lake. Since Eben saw the lotus, it had become his domain, off limits to anyone, be it human cultivators or demon beasts. Therefore, if these human cultivators came to snatch it, they would be dead meat. Though fellow humans, Russell didn't care. Compared to human cultivators who wanted his life, Eben was far more reliable. Moreover, with his newly strengthened spirit, he detected a familiar aura. It was Hilton from the demon realm, the Garfield of the Feathers dynasty, and Rocky from the Carey dynasty. They had come too, intending to seize the lotus. They've arrived well. Russell's eyes flashed with intense killing intent, almost tangible. It's time to settle our debts. Chapter 296, Replica Immortal Artifact. It wasn't just Russell, but Eben and Cassidy also noticed the arriving cultivators and demon beasts. Cassidy's face lit up as she recognized some familiar auras. She sensed the Garfield of the Feathered dynasty along with other guardians from the ethereal sanctuary. This time, those who entered the Kermit's secret realm from the ethereal sanctuary included not only Cassidy and the deceased guardians but also other disciples, Ronnies, and guardians, several of whom had already stepped into the semi-deified realm. And the ethereal sanctuary was just one cultivation sanctuary within the Feathered dynasty. If it was this impressive, then the Feathered dynasty itself must be even more so. Cassidy knew that the Garfield had brought out the dynasty's immortal artifact to control its luck in order to gain the inheritance of the celestial dragon. Thinking of the immortal artifact, Cassidy cast a subtle glance at Russell, her heart filled with slight worry. After much deliberation, she mustered her courage and approached Russell. On her way, the face on the towering ancient tree trunk turned to look at her, a glance that nearly frightened her to death. Given this person's terrifying abilities, he could kill her instantly with just a glance. Without hesitation, Cassidy explained immediately, "I mean no harm. I merely wish to warn Russell that among the cultivators rushing here are his enemies. They possess something that can threaten your life." Her heart hung in suspense after finishing her sentence. If Eben didn't listen and killed her outright, she wouldn't know where to cry. Fortunately, Cassidy's concerns were unfounded. Eben merely glanced at her before quickly turning away. Russell also came back to his senses and asked Cassidy, "What do you mean? Do you know something?" He had heard what Cassidy said earlier. Whether it was the conflicts with the Feathered Dynasty outpost, Puppet Sect, Demonic Prince Alexei, or with the haze of the Carey Dynasty, Rocky, Cassidy had been an involved party and witness. For her to say this meant she knew something important. A trump card that threatens my life? Russell's expression darkened. Alexei's methods, whether using the Imperial Demon Ruler or the 9 strikes of the coal, had all been forced out by him. All that remained was Alexei's unrevealed talent. However, Alexei's cultivation was only at the early Yuaniing stage. Even if he used his innate skill, Russell wouldn't fear it. Cassidy surely understood this. Then there was Rocky, the haze of the Carey Dynasty. With his draconic blood combat body combined with the Imperial Dragon Chi, Rocky was powerful enough. During their battle, if Rocky had had a trump card, considering his animosity towards Russell, he would have used it already. So it couldn't be Rocky either. That left the Garfield of the Feathered Dynasty. Thinking of the Garfield reminded Russell of his little tricks, eliciting a cold smile. Without delay, Cassidy laid out everything, including the use of the immortal artifact by the Garfield. An immortal artifact that controls the Imperial Dynasty's luck? Russell's expression grew grave. At his current level, even without invoking the dragon lineage's legacy and despite being only a semi-deified clone, he held no fear against other semi-deified realm cultivators. However, he feared other methods. Edgard the immortal artifact in Cassidy's hands. This situation is troublesome. Russell had initially planned for revenge, but now hesitated. Suddenly, Eben, who had remained silent, spoke up, "Humph, immortal artifacts are nothing more than a hollow name." Russell's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked, "Please enlighten me, Senior." Eben explained, "This world is merely one of countless cultivation worlds, above which exists the immortal realm where immortals and immortal artifacts dwell. A true immortal artifact possesses the power to overwhelm the universe, able to incinerate skies and boil seas. Once activated, it could easily destroy such a small world. But only in the immortal realm, supported by its immortal essence, can an immortal artifact achieve its full potential. In other places, like this small world, even a genuine immortal artifact would have its power greatly reduced due to various restrictions and seals. So, it's impossible to unleash the true power of an immortal artifact here." Russell asked, "According to Glenn, do I need to worry about this immortal artifact?" Eben shook his head and looked at Russell, saying, "No. The power of an immortal artifact is too overwhelming. Even a trace of its force is beyond your capacity to resist. Despite your formidable physique, you'd be crushed instantly." Russell didn't understand and asked, "So, what should I do according to you, Glenn?" Eben replied, "My point is that while the immortal artifact is indeed powerful, its usage comes with many taboos. In this small world, deification is the limit. No cultivator can activate an immortal artifact here. Even a mere trace of its power requires a cost that ordinary..." Almost instantly, Russell felt his scalp tingle. ###Chapter 297. The Edgarf and Death Sword. Russell, upon hearing Eben's words, momentarily thought he had misheard. The wooden sword in his hand, although not a replica of a divine weapon, was superior to such replicas. What did that mean? Did it imply that Russell could resist the imitation divine weapon brought by the Yuhua dynasty just by holding this wooden sword? If that were true, then didn't it mean that Eben's true form, the ancient celestial tree, rivaled a real divine weapon? A single branch was equivalent to a replica divine weapon. Therefore, it made sense that the entire ancient tree could rival a genuine divine weapon. In Russell's eyes, Eben had been just a newly transformed special life form. But now, Russell realized he might have been wrong, terribly wrong. Though Eben had only recently taken shape and was incomplete, his identity was anything but simple. Russell even suspected that Eben belonged to an ancient era of special life forms, with his realm suppressed for certain reasons. The thought sent chills down his spine. Eben seemed to sense Russell's wild speculations and looked at him with a faint smile. Russell hastily reined in his thoughts, not daring to be rash. "Take it," Eben said, handing the wooden sword to Russell in a matter-of-fact tone. "I may not be able to take care of you once those human cultivators and beasts arrive. I sensed several familiar presences among them. They belong to this secret realm, just like me. Since I managed to transform and walk out of the restriction, they should be able to as well. If a conflict does erupt, I may not be able to protect you. Your knowledge and refinement of the great human medicine are valuable to me. Whatever happens, don't die." Russell felt a creeping fear. If Eben could feel familiar presences from within this secret realm, wouldn't their strength be equally terrifying? Now it seemed everyone had underestimated this censoring dragon's secret realm. Whether or not it held the legacy of censoring dragons, it certainly harbored something profoundly formidable. Without hesitation, Russell accepted the wooden sword from Eben. His words instilled terror, but only this sword that equated to a replica divine weapon gave Russell a semblance of safety. "Pity, there isn't enough time. Otherwise, I could teach you a sword technique," Eben sighed. Hearing this, Russell hurriedly responded, "Denver, I learn new things quickly. We may be short on time, but I'm confident I can master it." He initially believed that, bolstered by his breakthrough to half-step nascent soul, Combined with his half-step transcendent incarnation and other methods like the 5th rank green lotus flame and the 9th rank fire formation banner, he would not fear anyone, even without using the draconic heritage powers. But now, he admitted he was wrong. This secret realm concealed other terrifying entities besides Eben. And from Eben's tone, it was evident they were not friendly and might break into conflict or even fight on sight. Russell suddenly felt that his trump cards weren't sufficient. Eben offering to teach him a sword technique was too good an opportunity to miss. He wanted to ask for more if he dared. Eben looked at him, hesitating for a few seconds before extending his untransformed finger and pointing at Russell. I've only seen that one person use this technique once. Now, I will impart it to you. Whether you can comprehend it depends on your fortune. Remember, this technique is called the Edgarf and Death Sword. As Eben spoke, Russell's mind seemed to explode with unfamiliar images. In these scenes, a white-robed cultivator stood facing away, holding a long sword and gently swinging it towards the distant horizon. Almost instantly, the world reversed. A fierce sword light erupted, splitting the sky in two, followed by severing several figures that appeared from behind it. Though these figures faced Russell, their faces were obscured by some mysterious force, making it impossible to discern their features. Yet, the aura emanating from them was as deep and impenetrable as the abyss. Compared to them, Russell felt like an insignificant ant. Even with the draconic heritage, he couldn't hold his head high, much less qualified to face them directly. Russell thought only the original owner of the ancestral dragon blood could stand against them. Yet these terrifying beings were cut down by the white-robed cultivator with a single stroke. Suddenly, a voice rang in Russell's ear. This sword is called the Edgarf and Death Sword. When the sword strikes, life and death are decided. You, or your opponent. Russell's eyes widened. This was the sword technique Denver Eben spoke of? And the white-robed cultivator seemed aware of his presence. How was that possible? It was just fragments of memory? Just as this thought surfaced, Russell snapped out of the memory fragments, drenched in sweat as if immersed in water. Cassidy asked anxiously, "Are you okay? You were entranced just now, unable to be awakened. Are you all right?" Russell shivered upon hearing Cassidy's words and quickly asked, "What did you say? Entranced? How long was I in that state?" "At least 3 hours," Cassidy replied earnestly. 3 hours. Russell murmured, "How is that possible?" "Impossible." Within those memory fragments, only moments passed, yet 3 hours had elapsed in reality. What exactly did he experience? Was it real? Before Russell could ponder further, Eben's voice interrupted. "The spirit energy tide is about to cease. You don't have much time left. Whether you can comprehend the Edgarf and Death Sword affects your survival. In this regard, I cannot help you." Russell's heart raced. Taking a deep breath, he responded, "I understand." He sat down cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking back into the memory fragments. Once again, he saw the white-robed cultivator wielding the long sword, cutting through the distant sky with the Edgarf and Death Sword. Time was limited. This was the fastest way to grasp the essence of the sword. 3 hours later, Russell emerged from the memory fragments, his eyes flashing with intensity as he gripped the wooden sword tightly. With one stroke, a sharp sword light exploded, tearing through the already waning spirit energy tide. Seeing this, Cassidy gasped in shock. Eben nodded approvingly. "Looks like you indeed learned fast." Chapter 298. Enemies Meet. Eben looked at Russell, his tone serious. "Although I've been in this secret realm since birth and only recently attained my human form, the memories I inherited can trace back very far, even to ancient times. In those memories, there are countless geniuses and world-class prodigies. But speaking of insight, you would certainly rank among the top." Eben's words were completely genuine. He didn't expect that besides Russell's clear sense of justice, he would give him another pleasant surprise. In ancient times, the heavenly aura was far denser than it is now, hence giving rise to an innumerable number of geniuses. Even compared to them, Russell's insight was top-notch. Of course, this is limited to human cultivators, Eben added with a smile. In his experience, Russell belonged to the pinnacle among humans, but compared to demon races or some peculiar life forms, he was still quite far behind. Russell understood Eben's meaning well. He remembered Eben's previous words clearly. In ancient times, there existed certain special life forms who could step into the immortal realm immediately after birth, true-born immortals. After being transformed by Eve Dragon Blood, Russell believed his talent had improved significantly. Whether in spirit cultivation, physical cultivation, alchemy, or array Dao, he stood at the forefront of the cultivation world. But compared to those peculiar life forms, he was still far behind. He respectfully clasped his hands and bowed to Eben, saying, "Glenn, you flatter me." Eben smiled faintly. "Since you've already mastered the Edgar Fan Death Sword technique so quickly, I won't need to pay too much attention to you from now on." After finishing, Eben turned his gaze towards the almost concluded aura tide, and warned again, "The aura tide is about to end, be cautious." Almost as if his words invoked a response from nature. The moment Eben finished speaking, the prolonged aura tide instantly came to an end. It felt like rain clearing up and clouds dispersing. Once the restrictions disappeared, Russell's view broadened significantly. He found himself in an ancient ruined relic surrounded by damaged buildings, pillars, houses, palaces. It seemed that there used to be cultivators in this secret realm long ago, but they vanished over time, leaving behind only these ruins. Edgarfing his gaze, Russell saw verdant mountains and flowing rivers, a typical scene of an immortal place. However, the continuously gathering cultivators and terrifying numbers of demons disrupted everything. With either the protection of Eben or due to the wooden sword, besides several familiar auras, he detected nothing alarming from the mass of cultivators and demons around. For example, Prince Rocky of the Carey dynasty, the Garfield of the Feathered dynasty, Hassan, the Demon Prince offspring of Demon territory, and the Phalon Arley of the Supreme Extreme sect. Apart from them, Russell sensed two particularly unique auras. What is that? His brows furrowed almost instantly. These two unique auras resembled Eben, neither belonging to human cultivators nor demons, but something between both, a special kind of life form. They were rushing towards this direction at high speed. Seems like you sensed it too? Eben's voice suddenly echoed in Russell's ear. Following the origin of the two auras, Eben continued, I'm talking about them. They might be too powerful for me to protect you once they arrive. Be careful. This was the second warning from Eben. Russell's nerves tightened, replying seriously, I will. Pausing for a moment, he asked, could Glenn return the power of divine consciousness to me? Eben possessed a 9th grade natural grand array, which hindered the divine consciousness of any cultivator near him. Because it was a natural array, outsiders couldn't control it. However, as the central eye of the array, Eben could use it freely. Seeing the power of the array, he chose to seal it within himself. Hearing Russell's plea, Eben smiled slightly. Certainly, this is also a force of human cultivators. Immediately, Russell felt the obstruction on his divine consciousness vanish. With a delighted expression, he bowed respectfully to Eben. Thank you, Glenn. At this point, Cassidy approached awkwardly, asking, Glenn, could you return the power of divine consciousness to me too? As Eben mentioned earlier, divine consciousness was a crucial power of human cultivators. At the same level, cultivators with stronger divine consciousness had an overwhelming advantage over those weaker. Even as the Cynthia of Piao sacred land with bronze ancient realm for protection, Cassidy lost at least half her strength without divine consciousness. Seeing Russell regain his power, she also attempted to request. However, Eben seemed not to hear Cassidy, his gaze fixed on the direction of the two unique auras, showing no expression on his face. Cassidy felt even more awkward. Russell glanced at her and said earnestly, among those approaching cultivators, there are path defenders of Piao sacred land. Find an opportunity to leave and join them. So many cultivators and demons gathering must be for the lotus flower. If a fight breaks out, I cannot afford to take care of you. Cassidy's face paled. She knew Russell was right, but she was unwilling. As the esteemed Cynthia of Piao sacred land, she was now reduced to needing protection. It was very hard for her to accept, but both Russell and Eben had their own matters to attend to and couldn't look after her. To survive Kermit's secret realm, this seemed to be the only way. I understand, she nodded heavily, then began searching for the path defenders of Piao sacred land. Just as the three were conversing, the most powerful group of cultivators and demons finally arrived at the ruins. Prince Rocky of the Carey dynasty, Hampton, North King, the Garfield and Anderson of Feathered dynasty, Arley and various path defenders of Supreme Extreme sect, Hassan the demon prince of Demon territory and 2 path defenders, along with some powerful scattered cultivators, all gathered instantly. Their eyes scanned over Russell, Eben, and Cassidy before settling on the lotus flower, revealing unprecedented greed. And Russell noticed Rocky at almost the same moment. With no hesitation, he raised his sword and attacked. Translation notes. Maintain character names as provided, e.g., Russell, Eben. Kept the original tone and style of the text. Ensured fluency and coherence in English while adhering to paragraph structure. Hashtag chapter 299. Extraordinarily envious. Before the arrival of many human cultivators and beast creatures, only Russell, Eben, and Cassidy were present in the ruins. Eben had not yet successfully transformed his shape. Apart from a face resembling that of a human child, he bore little resemblance to humans. He looked more like a tree. Facing such an entity, the gathered cultivators and beast creatures instinctively grew wary. Russell had also changed his appearance, so they did not recognize him either, maintaining their caution. Only Cassidy was somewhat familiar, though it took some effort for anyone to identify her. That's the Pamela Cassidy from the ethereal sanctuary? How is she here? This place should be the core of the spirit energy tide. To have survived such a calamity like spirit energy surge, it's unbelievable. Has she already obtained the legacy within the Kermit's secret realm? What if she is after all the Pamela of the ethereal sanctuary, with Tao protectors undoubtedly accompanying her? Would you dare to try snatching it? I'm just saying, nothing more. Do you really believe that yourself? As for the other two beside Cassidy, who are they? No, there's only one person. The other merely has a human face. He's not human but a beast creature. A beast creature? Yes, indeed. Not like regular beast creatures, it belongs to a special type of life form. Truly fitting of the Kermit's secret realm, to have such entities. These are treasures, true treasures. If one can refine it, they can instantly soar to greatness. This first group of cultivators who converged here could be considered the most powerful among those who entered the Kermit's secret realm. Among them were naturally discerning individuals. Some immediately saw through Eben's true identity, a demon. In ancient text from a previous era, or even the primeval age, demons were recorded as a special kind of life form, different from both heavenly materials and beast races from the beast domain. Despite this, each one was precious, even more potent than natural treasures. Any cultivator who captured and refined one would experience an explosive increase in cultivation, soaring rapidly to prominence. Upon discovering Eben's true identity, all cultivators and beast creatures from the Carey dynasty, Feathered Transformation dynasty, Imperial Extremity sect, Beast domain, and others, stared at Eben with glowing eyes. Not only did this ruin contain a lotus flower, but also a demon. 2 grand opportunities presented at once. Truly fitting of the Kermit's secret realm. The trip here was well worth it. They must fight to obtain these treasures, no matter the cost. Everyone made up their minds in an instant. Russell, upon realizing Eben's identity, was briefly taken aback, but he quickly recovered. His mind held no ill intentions. After all, Eben had saved him twice. Russell owed Eben 2 favors. He could not bring himself to betray such a debt. However, the 2 other entities with unique auras were a different story. Eben was a demon, and the other 2 must be demons as well. Russell would not attack Eben, but he could deal with them. But before anything else, Russell had a vendetta to settle. More cultivators and beast creatures gathered, yet none dared make a move. Only Russell, holding a wooden sword in hand, advanced directly towards the crowd, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone froze. Who is that person? He came with that demon. Could he be a demon too? No, he's not a demon but a human. Don't forget, Pamela Cassidy from the Ethereal Sanctuary was also with that demon. Could she be a demon as well? What does he plan to do? It seems his target is the direction of the Carey dynasty. Does he have a grudge against the Carey dynasty? There will be quite a show now. The enemies of the Carey dynasty are truly numerous. Whose fault is it? They brought this upon themselves. That cursed prince of the Carey dynasty, who knows why the Holy Emperor chose him? Don't talk, let's watch. Both cultivators and beast creatures perked up, showing interest. Especially Arvid from the beast domain and the Garfield of the feathered transformation dynasty. Although more cultivators and beast creatures were gathering, it was clear that the Carey dynasty was the strongest in strength, whether it was Prince Rocky, Harry, or Connor, all of whom were extraordinarily powerful. One person could match 3 semi-transcendent experts effortlessly. In comparison, Arvid and the Garfield were somewhat less impressive. Therefore, when they saw Russell making a move, their faces revealed a mix of schadenfreude and resignation. This man's cultivation was too weak, barely golden core late stage, even having glimpsed the opportunity to break through to nascent soul and becoming semi-nascent soul. However, facing Rocky, a peerless genius capable of matching a semi-transcendent expert, he was bound to lose. If only Russell were here. Thinking of Russell, Arvid and the Garfield brightened. The recent spirit energy tide had almost swept across the entire Kermit's secret realm. If Russell had entered, he would surely come here. He was likely on his way now. If he arrived, there would certainly be another confrontation with Rocky. This time, could Rocky escape? Presumptuous. Rocky noticed Russell, his face darkening as he roared. A mere ant dares to vie with the moonlight, courting death. Even before finishing his sentence, an overwhelmingly powerful pressure erupted, intertwined with the force of dragon blood war body and imperial dragon chi. He attacked with full force. Seeing this, everyone shook their heads, admiring this man's courage but lamenting his lack of strength. When would Russell arrive? Behind Rocky, Harry, Connor, and the rest of the Carey dynasty's Tao protectors frowned, but relaxed once they saw Rocky's move. Their gazes shifted from Russell to Eben and the lotus flower. In their eyes, Russell was already a dead man. Few aside from Russell, Arvid, and a few others believed anyone could survive Rocky's hands. Just as the violent pressure akin to that of an ancient divine mountain descended, ready to crush Russell, an unexpected turn occurred. Russell did not hesitate, summoning his extraordinary manifestation. In the next second, a semi-transcendent aura exploded, sweeping through like a storm. Rocky's pressure was indeed formidable, but before the transformed extraordinarily manifestation, it was insufficient. With a single effortless strike, it was torn apart. Chapter 300, Grim. In everyone's eyes, the aura of suppression from Rocky now included the strength of the dragon blood combat body and imperial dragon chi. It was immensely powerful, almost not weaker than that of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. And Russell was merely a late-stage Mac. No, he should be considered half-step nascent soul. His cultivation had already reached the necessary level. What he lacked was just forming the nascent soul. Once he successfully formed it, he could step into the early-stage nascent soul realm and instantly become a grand nascent soul cultivator. But that was as far as it went. There was no way he could resist Rocky's pressure. His death was inevitable. However, reality turned out to be different. Under the gaze of many cultivators and demon beasts, Russell unleashed the power of his extraordinary incarnation. That formidable half-step transformation god cultivation suddenly erupted, instantly stirring up an overwhelming spiritual energy storm. Fortunately, the relic's prohibitions had already been triggered. Otherwise, just from Russell's rash attack, the entire relic site would once again experience a surge of spiritual energy. Rumbling. The overwhelming spiritual energy storm actually turned the tables, tearing apart Rocky's pressure and crushing towards him. Whether human cultivators or demon beasts, all drew in cold breaths upon seeing this. This half-step nascent soul cultivator actually possessed a half-step transformation god incarnation. No wonder he dared to act against the haze of the Carey dynasty. He indeed had such strength and the means for it, but he still couldn't possibly win. Seeing his own pressure torn apart, Rocky's face darkened like water. First Russell, then this one in front of him. 2 times in a row his authority had been trampled on. If he didn't kill him today, Rocky would face countless opposition even after ascending to the position of Holy Emperor in the future. Therefore, he must die. Just as he was about to use a decisive move to kill Russell, suddenly, a voice rang out. "Your Highness, let me handle it." A figure suddenly dashed forward from behind, rushing toward Russell and his extraordinary incarnation. In his palm, a small golden sword hovered. Russell immediately recognized the sword. It was the myriad sword sect's supreme treasure, and his killing intent surged. With a thought, he urged his extraordinary incarnation to strike. Almost instantly, the aura engulfed in the overwhelming spiritual energy storm burst forth once again. "Humph, it's just a mere incarnation. Watch me cut him down with one stroke." That person sneered, and the golden little sword in his palm abruptly erupted. In the next second, an extremely sharp sword beam shot upward as if attempting to slice open the space above the relic site. Then, the sword beam struck the extraordinary incarnation heavily. Violent chi swept through. Amidst the spiritual energy storm, it appeared as though countless sword beams emerged, coalescing into a vortex of sword beams that locked onto Russell. SSSSS. One sword to sever a half-step transformation god incarnation? Who is this person? So strong? It seems to be a sword cultivator from the Carey dynasty. But that golden sword in his hand, why does it seem so familiar? I find it familiar too. Ah, I remember. Isn't this the myriad sword sect's heritage treasure? The myriad sword sect's heritage treasure. Isn't it supposed to be kept by Emil? Why is it in the hands of a Carey Dynasty sword cultivator? Could it be that? Sure, don't talk anymore, lest you invite disaster. Many cultivators from the Carey Dynasty also recognized the golden sword in that person's hand. Some of them immediately recalled when outside the secret realm, the myriad sword sect's heir, Emil, had stood behind Rocky. At that time, everyone guessed that Emil had come along with Rocky. But now, when that golden sword appeared of him before, the Christopher of the Feathered Dynasty, the Imperial Tutor, Arlesi from the Yellow Supreme Sect, and others also speculated about Russell's identity, especially the Christopher, the Imperial Tutor, and Arlesi. For some reason, when they saw that incarnation, Russell's image instantly appeared in their minds. Russell also has an extraordinary incarnation. Given the hatred between Russell and Rocky, if Russell saw Rocky, he would certainly act without hesitation. But Russell's extraordinary incarnation was only at the early stage nascent soul realm. This one had clearly broken through to the half-step transformation god realm. If Russell advanced his extraordinary incarnation from early stage nascent soul, leaping 3 substages into half-step transformation god after entering the secret realm, such an advancement was something the Christopher, the Imperial Tutor, and Arlesi found utterly unbelievable. If there was such an opportunity, wouldn't it be better to use it to enhance one's own cultivation? The 3 exchanged glances, confusion welling up in their hearts. Could this person not be Russell? Meanwhile, that heaven-shattering sword beam, after tearing apart the sword chi vortex, its momentum undiminished, directly slashed towards that Carey Dynasty sword cultivator. Cut. The sword cultivator's face no longer held any confidence or arrogance from earlier. It was filled with horror. He unleashed all his spiritual energy, fully driving the golden sword to instantly form the strongest sword intent, clashing with Russell's sword beam. It was like using an egg to hit a rock. The sword intent formed by the golden sword shattered instantly before Russell's sword beam. No! The sword cultivator screamed in terror, directly locked by the sword beam. In the next second, he was torn into fragments. Russell's newly learned Edgarth and Death Sword revealed its grim nature on its first use. Chapter 301. Your Highness, save me. The fierce sword aura exploded outward. It locked onto the Sun Dynasty's sword cultivator, holding the golden miniature sword, enveloping him in a nearly overwhelming manner. No! That sword cultivator let out an angry roar filled with frustration, unleashing all his power into the golden sword in his hand. Russell's true cultivation was only at the half-step Eve stage. Yet he was a great cultivator at the late Eve stage, confident that even when facing a half-step Dao stage powerhouse, he could still fight a decisive battle and wouldn't be instantly defeated. Although Russell had a clone rivaling the half-step Dao realm, it was merely a puppet without consciousness. With Russell's cultivation level, it was difficult to bring out its maximum potential. Therefore, in that sword cultivator's eyes, the outcome should have been reversed. He should be the one overwhelming Russell. But why did it end up this way? He felt very aggrieved. From the sword aura Russell unleashed, he sensed a tremendous threat. It would endanger his life. I've just entered the celestial dragon mystic realm, about to gain the inheritance of the paramount powerful one. How can I die now? I won't lose. I absolutely will not. That sword cultivator pushed the golden sword in his hand to its limits. His spiritual energy surged like a breached river, recklessly exploding into the golden sword. In the next second, an even more intense and violent burst of golden sword aura erupted. This sword stroke was the strongest the sword cultivator could muster, enough to kill an ordinary late Eve stage great cultivator. His eyes were bloodshot, glaring directly at Russell as he roared, "Gray!" The words had barely left his lips when the golden sword aura slashed toward the sword intent locking onto him. The 2 sword auras collided, and suddenly it seemed as if a huge storm composed of blade light was swirling, spreading out in all directions. Everything in its path was shattered. What an intense clash of sword auras. The Sun Dynasty's sword cultivator is understandable. His cultivation is late Eve stage, plus he holds the supreme treasure of the myriad sword sect. It makes sense that he can unleash such a sword aura. But how about that other person? If I didn't misidentify, it seems he's holding a wooden sword? You didn't misidentify. It's indeed a wooden sword. Using the strength of a half-step Eve with a wooden sword to unleash a stroke powerful enough to kill a late Eve stage great cultivator. How is that possible? Retreat, quickly retreat. The sword aura storm is coming. If you don't retreat soon, you'll be engulfed and disintegrated. Seeing the storm that destroyed everything, the faces of all the cultivators changed drastically as they retreated one after another. Everyone looked at Russell with unprecedented shock, momentarily losing their ability to think. Russell's cultivation was a full rank lower than the Sun Dynasty's sword cultivator. Yet, with a wooden sword, he could stand toe-to-toe with him. How could this be? Where did this sword genius come from? Why has no one heard of him before? The human cultivators entering the celestial dragon mystic realm mostly came from the Yuhua dynasty and the Carey dynasty. Yet none of them had seen or heard of Russell before. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. Is this the grand era of cultivation? Every random emergence is an earth-shattering transcendent genius. Perhaps in the future, there will be more and more such geniuses. That's right. Don't forget, among the 10 combat bodies, only the number 1 ranked Dragon Blood combat body has appeared. The others are still hidden. They might emerge soon and gather together for a world-shaking battle. Speaking of which, someone remembered Russell, who single-handedly ushered in this grand era of cultivation. I wonder how he is doing. The haze of the Carey dynasty has appeared. If he enters the celestial dragon mystic realm, he will definitely come. If so, there'll be good drama. With another sword genius who harbors enmity against the Carey dynasty's crown prince, will they join forces? While the cultivators gossiped over the devastating storm, sudden changes occurred in the next moment. Rip. A crisp sound echoed. The Sun Dynasty's sword cultivator's most powerful stroke, fueled by all his spiritual energy, was instantly torn apart by Russell's previous sword aura. SSSSS. Upon witnessing this, whether human cultivators or beast cultivators all drew in a cold breath. No. The Sun Dynasty's sword cultivator looked shocked and despairing. His strongest strike was ineffective, and he was defeated instantly. Now he was a spent force with no means of resistance. Just having entered the celestial dragon mystic realm, he was about to obtain the supreme inheritance and ascend rapidly, but now, he would die. Such an outcome was unbearable for anyone. Suddenly, the sword cultivator turned and screamed towards Rocky. The haze of the Carey dynasty. Your Highness, save me. Rocky, the haze of the Carey dynasty, was grim-faced, seemingly about to drip with water. A late Eve stage great cultivator and a sword cultivator specializing in offense couldn't prevail? Why? Who was this person? Why attack him? Rocky searched through all his memories but couldn't recall offending such a genius. That incomparably sharp killing intent even made Rocky assume for a moment that this person was Russell. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. Russell's strongest asset was not sword aura but the robust physique granted by the dragon blood combat body. If this person had such formidable sword mastery, he would have acted outside the mystic realm instead of waiting until now. So this person definitely wasn't Russell. But if not Russell, then who was he? Regardless of who he was, killing a Sun Dynasty cultivator in front of Rocky was unacceptable. Daring to kill my people? You're courting death. Rocky's face was stern, unrestrained by murderous intent. In the next second, he slowly extended his palm toward the sword cultivator's position. Almost instantaneously, the dragon blood combat body and imperial dragon aura abruptly erupted, coiling around his arm, instantly covering it with a layer of golden dragon scales. Then it rapidly grew and extended, covering the sky in an instant. It transformed into a giant hand, tearing ferociously through the sword aura released by Russell. Rocky had only one goal, to rescue the Sun Dynasty's sword cultivator. Chapter 302. Second confrontation. Faced with Russell's lethal strike, the solar cultivator of the Carey dynasty was ultimately overpowered. Despite the difference in their realms and his possession of the golden sword, a treasure of the myriad sword sect, he could not match Russell. With no other choice, Rocky, the haze of the Carey dynasty, had to intervene. If he stood idly by as this solar cultivator was slain before everyone's eyes, no one would respect him once he ascended the throne. Though some already disagreed with him, Rocky still aimed to salvage the situation. He attacked with full force, the imperial dragon aura combined with his dragon blood warrior body. Only a cultivator who had reached the nascent soul realm could withstand such power. Anyone else would surely die. Upon witnessing this, both distant cultivators and demons felt a chill run down their spines. Rocky has finally made his move. Humph, if he hadn't acted, the Carey dynasty's sword cultivator might have died. It would be a disgrace for the next holy emperor if an Essence Chi late-stage cultivator died right before everyone's eyes. Who is that man? Why is he so powerful? Regardless of who he is, forcing the Carey dynasty's haze to intervene just by one sword attack. Even if he loses in the end, his name will resound loudly from now on. It's uncertain whether he can withstand Rocky's assault. Very hard, unless he reaches the nascent soul realm and wields this heavenly swordsmanship, which could unleash strength akin to the half-step transcendence realm. But at present, he's only at half-step nascent soul, too weak. If it were me, I'd retreat immediately and search for opportunities within the mystic realm to advance my cultivation. Once reaching the nascent soul realm, then find trouble with the Carey dynasty. Better safe than sorry. Let's see if he chooses this path. First was the Carey dynasty's cultivator, then came Rocky. One relied on powerful cultivation and treasures, while the other leveraged his dragon blood warrior body and imperial dragon aura, all overpowering their opponents through sheer force. Many cultivators far away already disliked Rocky's actions, and now found themselves sympathizing with Russell, growing increasingly worried about him. Just as they fretted, Rocky's hand, formed by dragon blood and imperial dragon aura, finally arrived, crushing Russell's sword chi in a single squeeze. To everyone, Rocky's massive hand, composed of dragon blood and imperial dragon aura, was incredibly strong, comparable to a half-step transcendence realm expert, whereas Russell's sword chi had been weakened by the Carey dynasty's cultivator and stood no chance against Rocky. Even Rocky thought so, confident he could easily subdue Russell. Indeed, under Rocky's hand covered in golden scales, Russell's sword chi crumbled instantly. Seeing this, Russell sighed. My cultivation is indeed too weak. Among those watching from afar were some discerning experts who analyzed the situation correctly. Had Russell advanced to the nascent soul realm, his sword chi would have directly killed the Carey dynasty's cultivator without giving them any chance to retaliate. Heh, what insignificant ant dares block my path? Rocky, seeing the disintegrating sword chi, coldly remarked, if you wish to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Human cultivators and demons watched this unfold, shaking their heads. To them, Russell was about to lose. If Rocky tore apart the sword chi effortlessly, he would launch a fierce assault, capturing or killing Russell, leaving no room for resistance. Perhaps only Russell himself could change this outcome. Though there were few in the crowd capable of standing up to Rocky, like the Christopher of the Feathered Dynasty and Master Glacier, or Hildred, the demon prince from the Beast Realm, would they intervene? Unknown to all, the Christopher and Hildred were pondering this very question. Russell's demonstrated battle spirit with a wooden sword against the Carey dynasty's cultivator, even threatening Rocky, was undeniable. Bringing him into their fold would be a significant asset, capable of restraining Rocky. However, intervening openly would mean confronting Rocky face to face. Was it worth it? Both the Christopher and Hildred valued their interests above all, weighing the pros and cons of saving Russell. Simultaneously, they stared intently at Russell, curious how he would act in such dire straits. If he could demonstrate greater value, perhaps he wouldn't be unwelcome. Even distant cultivators and demons kept their eyes on Russell, including Cassidy and Eben. The former was tense, while the latter remained calm, as if predicting something. Suddenly, Russell moved. With his wooden sword, he slashed upward at the descending massive hand. Almost instantly, the heavens seemed to shatter. Russell's sword struck Rocky's hand, composed of dragon blood and imperial dragon aura, causing it to burst into fragments. This This can't be possible. Rocky, staring at the shattered hand, gasped in disbelief. His bloodshot eyes fixated on Russell as he roared, "Who are you?" The Christopher of the Feathered Dynasty and Hildred from the Beast Realm also watched in shock. They had considered countless scenarios but never imagined Russell could counterattack and destroy the hand. How could it be? This was the combined power of dragon blood and imperial dragon aura. Not just Rocky, even the Christopher and Hildred found it unbelievable. Chapter 303. A single sword strike, heaven and earth shocked. The previously noisy scenes suddenly fell silent. The haze of the Carey Dynasty Rocky, the Garfield of the Feathersun Dynasty, the Demon Prince Hassan from the Demon Realm, Arlie the Phalon of Huangji Sect, the Imperial Tutor, a group of guardians, distant cultivators, and demons, all stared at Russell with eyes filled with disbelief. How was it possible? The sky-covering hand formed by the Dragon Blood Warrior body and Imperial Dragon Aura had actually been destroyed by Russell's single sword strike. It must be remembered that the Dragon Blood Warrior body was the premier among the top 10 warrior bodies, while the Imperial Dragon Aura was an overwhelmingly powerful force capable of subduing an entire dynasty. Yet, their combined might crumbled so easily. At this moment, countless cultivators lost their ability to think coherently. Their minds were preoccupied only by Russell's sword strike, and the dazzling sword light it emitted. What kind of sword technique was this? Who was this person, and where did he come from? What grievances did he have with Rocky? Subconsciously, every cultivator was harboring these thoughts. Only the Garfield and Hassan felt unprecedented regret. Why hadn't they made a move just now? Even pretending to approach Russell could have shown goodwill. Such a genius in swordsmanship, if truly recruited, would certainly become a knight. Identities truly mattered little. That chance which rightfully belonged to the Greyvine sage Gates Cooper Russell, he dared to snatch. The supreme treasures in the hands of inheritors from 10,000 Sword Sect, Dao Sect, Heavenly Evolution Sacred Land, and Universal Sacred Land. He dared to seize too, even presenting them without reservation to the Carey Dynasty's sword cultivator. Such a despotic style surely didn't care about others' identities. Perhaps in Rocky's mind, even if he had indeed wronged this person, he probably had already forgotten. After the shock wore off, expressions of malicious delight appeared on the faces of the Garfield, Hassan, Arlie, and others. Just entering the Dawn Dragon's secret realm and witnessing such a spectacular drama was worth the trip. Even Hampton and North King felt dissatisfaction creeping into their hearts. First Russell, now this sword genius. How many people had Rocky offended? Such a person was supposed to be the next Holy Emperor of the Carey Dynasty? Hampton and North King felt the old Holy Emperor's position deserved better. In the crowd, only Cassidy, who knew the truth, showed a peculiar expression. She seemed to guess what Russell intended. Was he going to disgrace the Carey Dynasty's crown prince? Indeed, he dared. You're asking for death. Rocky's face was starkly different, covered in frost, his throat emitting a beast-like roar. Unchecked killing intent almost congealed into a solid form around him. Russell watched him, laughing wryly. What, do you really want to kill me? You've wanted to kill me for a long time, but each attempt has failed. Back when I was weak, you couldn't kill me. Now that I'm strong, can you still? Rocky felt as though he were going mad. Russell kept provoking him, repeatedly claiming Rocky wanted to kill him. However, scouring all his memories, Rocky had no recollection of this person, nor any grievance against him. Had he truly forgotten? Suddenly, even Rocky entertained such thoughts. But the idea was dismissed immediately after surfacing. Regardless of who the person was, he would be killed. You say I can't kill you? Rocky sneered coldly. Let me show you the true power of this crown prince. Today, you won't escape. As he spoke, a tumultuous surge of spiritual energy within him, coupled with the violent blood aura brought by the Dragon Clan's blood essence, erupted almost simultaneously, along with the Imperial Dragon aura. Instantly, behind Rocky, there appeared 100 Zhang-long dragon-shaped shadow. The entire secret realm seemed drawn to this force, vast torrents of spirit energy gathering to form spirit storms, continuously converging into the dragon-shaped phantom. In a short while, the phantom swelled and became incredibly real. A golden colossal dragon. Roar. With the sound of a dragon's howl, the golden dragon phantom moved, carrying the overwhelming pressure capable of destroying heaven and earth, surging down upon Russell. Witnessing such a terrifying scene, whether human cultivators or demons, faces paled instantly. Though already far away, they began retreating with all their strength. Even the Garfield of the Feathersun Dynasty, Demon Prince Hassan, Arlie, the Imperial Tutor, and others could not help but retreat quickly. Concern for Russell's life and death no longer mattered. Not even their own lives mattered anymore. Cassidy, who had just calmed down, was once again filled with anxiety. Russell, however, gazed intently at the approaching golden dragon, a slight smile playing on his lips. Closing his eyes, he began imagining the scene from his shattered memories, the white-clothed sword cultivator cleaving the heavens. Earlier, Russell had destroyed the massive hand using this visualization method. Now, he imagined again, placing himself as the white-clad sword cultivator and envisioning the golden dragon as the fearsome figure above the heavens. Then, he slowly raised his wooden sword, delivering a single, decisive strike. A single sword strike shocked heaven and earth. Chapter 304, Identity. When Eben taught Russell the Edgarf and Death Sword technique, Russell's mind suddenly gained memories that were not his own. A white-robed sword cultivator wielded a long sword and casually swung it once. Suddenly, the heavens changed color. The entire sky was pierced by that single sword strike, revealing countless figures resembling heavenly deities. Their auras were vast, like abysses. Yet, facing the white-robed sword cultivator's sword, these deity-like figures shattered instantly. Back then, Russell understood. The technique Eben imparted could sever gods and extinguish immortals. Previously, Russell had been able to sever Hayes Rocky's celestial blocking hand of the Solar Dynasty thanks to visualizing this white-robed sword cultivator. Now, Russell once again visualized Although Rocky wasn't those abyss-like deity figures, Russell still envisioned him as a god. He saw himself as the white-robed sword cultivator. One sword out, the deities retreated. As Russell slowly raised the wooden sword in his hand, almost instantly, a shocking sword intent shot into the sky, dispersing the clouds above, sweeping through the entire Kermit secret realm. The spectacular effect rivaled the previous spirit chi tide. Rocky of the Solar Dynasty had condensed a dragon blood warrior body and imperial dragon aura, manifesting a magnificent golden dragon silhouette. But compared to Russell's impact, it was inferior. It was like comparing a firefly to the moon, the heavens to the earth. An unbridgeable chasm lay between them. Seeing this, a rare smile appeared on Eben's withered face. Though he had just transformed, his mind carried a massive amount of inherited memories, having witnessed countless geniuses, prideful elites, and peerless fiends. Previously, he thought there was a vast gap between Russell and those geniuses, prideful elites, and peerless fiends. Now, Eben admitted he had underestimated Russell. Compared to them, Russell was not at all inferior because he was a fiend incarnate. To comprehend the Edgarf and Death Sword technique to such a level in such a short time, Eben nodded, murmuring, "In terms of innate talent, among the geniuses I've seen, you would certainly rank in the top 3. Russell, I truly haven't misjudged you. I hope you can promote this sword technique and live up to the reputation of that white-robed sword cultivator." Not only he but also Cassidy felt relieved. She glanced at Eben, intending to speak, but words failed her. Then, she slowly retreated. She had no choice. While Russell and Hayes Rocky clashed, the protectors who entered the Kermit's secret realm from the Piao Miao Holy Land took advantage of the opportunity to quietly surround Cassidy. They seemed to think Cassidy was controlled by Eben, so they appeared serious, their spiritual power taut and ready to burst forth, possibly rescuing Cassidy from Eben's grasp. If they did that, they would die, potentially dragging Cassidy along. So, Cassidy had to leave. At all costs, she couldn't let the Piao Miao Holy Land's protectors encounter Eben. Only by doing this could she and her protectors be saved. Eben noticed Cassidy's actions, but didn't care. In the entire Kermit secret realm, only Russell drew his attention. If not for Russell, he would have already consumed Cassidy. No one else saw this scene besides Eben. All present, whether human cultivators or beasts, were fixated on Russell's sword intent, astonished, their eyes filled with disbelief. How is this sword intent possible? Can a half-step core formation cultivator release such a sword intent? The previous sword chi already surprised everyone. Now, an even stronger sword intent? How powerful is this person's sword path talent? Who is he? Why have we never heard of him? Could he be a protector of the Myriad Sword sect? Entering the Kermit secret realm, the Solar Dynasty and Feather Transformation Dynasty only have the Myriad Sword sect cultivating sword arts. But if he's a protector of the Myriad Sword sect, why would he stand by while Hayes Rocky captured Emil and seized the sect's treasure? The only explanation is that he just arrived and didn't see what happened. So, that's why he attacked Hayes Rocky and got so angry when he saw the Solar Dynasty swordsman holding the sect's treasure. What a formidable sword intent, worthy of a sword path cultivation sect. But why have we never heard of him? Everyone was shocked. Some speculated Russell must be a protector of the Myriad Sword sect. After all, despite countless forces entering the Kermit secret realm, the only cultivation holy land for sword paths was the Myriad Sword sect. Only they had such powerful sword path geniuses. Moreover, Russell's hostility toward the Solar Dynasty reinforced this guess. Jimieo Zhe of Feather Transformation Dynasty and the Demon Prince Eric regretted more deeply. If they had known the outcome, they should have helped Russell, binding him to their side, then using his strength to gain more benefits or even seize the Supreme Strongman's inheritance. But alas, they missed their chance. Neither Russell's sword intent nor Rocky's golden dragon could be interfered with. They could only wait until the battle ended. But by then, it might be too late. At the back of the crowd, Emil, Abdullah, Ron, Barkley, and their respective protectors finally arrived. Hearing the discussions around them, their faces showed confusion. Especially Emil. He turned abruptly, asking the protector of the Myriad Sword sect, "Does the Myriad Sword sect have such a sword path genius?" The protector shook his head. "I don't know." Emil froze. What does don't know mean? It might mean yes or it might mean no. Hashtag chapter 305, combined efforts. Gazing at the sword intent that seemed capable of rending the sky, Emil felt a fleeting illusion arise in his heart. Could this person really be the path protector of the 10,000 Sword sect? As a cultivation sanctuary on par with the Profound Sage sect within the Solar Dynasty and specializing in the sword path, it possessed an exceptionally powerful foundation. Although Emil was the true disciple and future sect leader of the Profound Sage sect, he hadn't ascended to the position of sect leader yet, so he couldn't fully grasp the depth of the 10,000 Sword sect strength. To truly know these secrets, he would have to become the sect leader himself. Yet, in the very next second, another doubt surfaced in Emil's mind. If this person were genuinely the path protector of the 10,000 Sword sect, why didn't he intervene when they were outside the secret realm? Great, he only act because it benefited him? Not just Emil but also Sean, Drew, Brant, and several others had peculiar expressions on their faces as they glanced back and forth between Russell and Emil. On the other side, Cassidy returned to her group of path protectors from the ethereal sanctuary. "Lady Cynthia, do you know that person?" The path protectors pointed at Russell, eager for answers. Who is he? What's his relationship with Lady Cynthia? And who is that demon? The Christopher of the Yuhua dynasty, the royal master, and Arlie from the Emperor Karmaluzong also saw Cassidy. They immediately surrounded her. The Christopher asked first, "Cynthia Piao Miao, do you know the identity of that great demon?" Almost everyone stared intently at Cassidy with burning curiosity. Russell's talent in swordsmanship was undeniable, and the demon, despite unknown origins, had proven formidable by remaining unscathed amidst the calamitous surge of spirit chi. Recruiting either of them could shift the balance of power among the present factions, securing more benefits or even gaining the legacy of an unrivaled powerhouse. Cassidy understood their thoughts well. After a brief moment of contemplation, she firmly shook her head. I don't know who he is, nor am I aware of his identity. Our encounter was purely coincidental. As for that great demon, all I know is that he is extremely terrifying. Do not provoke him unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it will bring ruinous disaster. Upon hearing Cassidy's words, whether it was the Christopher, the Royal Master, Arlie, or the Ethereal Sanctuary's Path Protectors, all were momentarily stunned. Despite Cassidy's calm expression, they could tell she was lying. Why was she lying? Was it out of fear, or due to some restriction placed upon her? After exchanging glances, they decided not to press further but shifted their attention back to Russell and Rocky. Regardless of Russell's identity, as long as he did not join any other factions, it would suffice. The Christopher began devising plans. At the same time, the Hayes Rocky, the Terrence, Northern King, and a host of late-stage nascent soul cultivators mistakenly believed Russell to be the path protector of the 10,000 Sword Sect. First, there was the hostility and killing intent he displayed. Second, his resolute decision to kill the swordsman upon sight. These 2 points almost confirmed Russell's identity. While the Western and Northern Kings remained silent outwardly, their dissatisfaction with Rocky reached its peak. If not for Rocky's actions on the border, forcibly attacking the 10,000 Sword Sect's successor and seizing their inheritance treasure, how would such a talented swordsman be provoked? Even Rocky felt a twinge of regret. Witnessing the increasingly potent sword intent, he shouted aloud, "Sir, we merely have some misunderstandings. Why don't we cease hostilities and resolve our misunderstandings?" His voice, imbued with powerful spiritual energy, echoed throughout the area. Upon hearing this, human cultivators and beast demons alike showed shock. The Hayes of the Solar Dynasty, the future Saint Emperor, renowned for his domineering nature, was actually softening. However, seeing the seemingly divine-slaying sword intent, they understood Rocky's intention. Facing such a fearsome sword intent, even someone as strong as him might struggle to withstand it completely. After all, this was the Kermit's secret realm. All humans here were seeking inheritances. To engage in a destructive battle now would lead to their disqualification without a chance for redemption. Everyone's gaze fell upon Russell, eagerly awaiting his next move. The Christopher, Arlie, Hassan, and others exchanged glances. Naturally, they preferred Russell to clash with Rocky, eliminating 2 formidable competitors. Russell did not disappoint. Ignoring Rocky's peace offering, he continued to accumulate sword intent. Very well, Rocky snarled. Terrence, Northern King, and all the Ronnies of the Solar Dynasty, lend me your assistance. Initially stunned, the Western and Northern Kings then rejoiced, particularly the Terrence, who had entered the Kermit's secret realm bound by an oath to assist the princes of the Solar Dynasty 3 times. Having already used 2 opportunities, this was his last chance before his obligation to the old Saint Emperor ended, granting him complete freedom. Edgarquise, the Northern King harbored similar motivations, also bound by a promise to the old Saint Emperor. With mutual understanding, both instantly unleashed their power. Violent spiritual energy surged into the Golden Dragon Phantom. The other late-stage, nascent soul cultivators joined without hesitation. In an instant, the power of the Golden Dragon increased 3-fold. Rocky glared at Russell, sneering, "This is the consequence of defying me. Regardless of who you are, you will die today." Such audacious words left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 306, The Deity's Retreat. He. So this is the offspring of a human Xander? Alwyn, the prince's progeny from the demon realm, chuckled sarcastically. Today has certainly been enlightening. No sooner had he spoken when the surrounding demon races instantly wore mocking smiles. Ha ha ha, bullying the young with age and the few with many. This is how human cultivators behave, and these are the heirs of the Xanders. Prince Alwyn speaks truthfully. Today has indeed broadened our horizons. I never imagined that among human cultivators, there could be such shameless individuals. I've long heard that human cultivators are despicable, excelling in treachery and internal strife. Indeed, it is as I feared today. The most disgraceful part is that this imperial heir doesn't feel ashamed but takes pride in it, claiming it's for the dignity of the Carey dynasty and the authority of the Xander. Bah! Relying on the entire dynasties might to pressure someone. Let's see if he can win. If he loses, I would have committed suicide to atone. At that moment, not only did the cultivators of the Carey dynasty feel utterly humiliated, but even those from the Yuhua dynasty, who weren't on good terms with them, felt the shame deeply. Saying such shameful words before the demons, it was humiliating for all human cultivators. Rocky's cultivation, enhanced by the Dragon Blood Battle Body and Imperial Dragon Chi, nearly reached the half-step spirit transformation realm, almost a major level above Russell's half-step nascent soul cultivation. In such circumstances, Rocky attacking Russell was already an overwhelming force. Yet, Rocky also relied on the power of the Terrence, Northern King, and other high-level nascent soul cultivators of the Carey dynasty. Asserting this was the outcome of defying his will. To be honest, it was purely due to the disparity in strength. Otherwise, many cultivators present would have chosen to help Russell, simply to uphold honor and eliminate this corrupt element within the human cultivator community. At that moment, Alwyn's voice rang out again. "Do you need my assistance, fellow Taoist? Though you are a human cultivator and I come from the demon realm, no worries. There's no need to bear a mental burden. In truth, I merely can't stand such shameless people. For such individuals, I typically eliminate everyone I encounter." Alwyn's words were clearly directed at Russell. Then, with a teasing look, he stared at Rocky, the Hayes of the Carey dynasty. Many human cultivators couldn't bear to listen any longer, repeatedly wanting to act but being restrained. They knew their limits well. The conflict between Russell and the Carey dynasty was far beyond their intervention capabilities. Acting rashly meant certain death. In an instant, countless gazes fell upon the Christopher of the Yuhua dynasty, especially those from the Yuhua dynasty factions and wandering cultivators. Startled initially, the Garfield then rejoiced, stepping forward with determination and said, "Fellow Taoist, as a human, I truly cannot tolerate Rocky's behavior. Please allow me to assist you. He had been waiting for an opportunity to win over Russell and bind him to the Yuhua dynasty. Unfortunately, such chances had been sparse. However, now, this golden opportunity presented itself directly before him. How could the Garfield miss it? His statement garnered support from countless cultivators. Yet, Russell merely glanced at him. With a sudden movement, his wooden sword slashed out. That accumulated sword intent from his visualization of the white-robed sword immortal exploded forth, slicing toward the golden dragon-shaped shadow Rocky had formed using the collective power of the entire Carey dynasty. Despite external disruptions, for Rocky, it made no difference. From start to finish, his mind held one thought: to kill Russell. Anyone obstructing his path should die. This was true previously with Russell, and it remained true now with this sword cultivator. Humph, do you think you can oppose the entire Carey dynasty alone? Rocky sneered. Utter folly. Just as he finished speaking, the golden dragon-shaped shadow erupted, expanding several times its size, winding and coiling to a length exceeding 1,000 zhong, nearly spanning the entire mystic realm. Gray. As Rocky pointed, the next second, a massive dragon roar sounded. Roar. With the roar, the golden dragon-shaped shadow seemed to come alive, crushing towards Russell's sword intent. Almost instantly, both human and demon cultivators held their breaths. If sheer momentum alone were considered, the golden dragon-shaped shadow, infused with the combined spirit energy of Rocky, the Terrence, Northern King, and numerous late-stage nascent soul cultivators, dwarfed Russell's sword intent by immeasurable degrees. After all, Russell stood alone, while Rocky had the full backing of the Carey dynasty. Not to mention, the golden dragon-shaped shadow spanned over 1,000 zhong, whereas Russell's sword intent, though vast and seemingly connecting heaven and earth, still fell short. The comparison was stark and clear. Supporters of Russell turned pale. Was Russell about to lose? Those with similar thoughts included Alwyn, the Garfield of the Yuhua dynasty, Arlie, the Bailey, and others. Alwyn and the Garfield sighed inwardly. What a splendid opportunity. Unfortunately, Russell refused it. Cassidy's heart clenched again. Conversely, Russell's face remained calm, a faint smile playing on his lips, as if fully confident. In this moment, he seemed to completely embody the memory of the white-robed sword immortal, glancing calmly at Rocky, and said, "This sword makes deities retreat." His voice wasn't loud, especially during such a decisive clash. Logically, no one should have heard Russell's words. But somehow, every human and demon cultivator present heard Russell's voice resonate in their minds. Even Rocky, the Terrence, the Northern King, and other high-level nascent soul cultivators heard it. As they watched Russell's sword intent clash with the golden dragon-shaped shadow, their faces changed drastically. It was as if replicating a scene from the fragmented memories. When the sword intent met the golden dragon-shaped shadow, the latter shattered instantly. Not only that, even the entire realm fractured. Unrivaled sharp sword chi locked onto everyone from the Carey dynasty, Rocky, the Terrence, Northern King, and others. Then, just like the white-robed sword immortal slaying the celestial deity shadows, they were eradicated by the sword intent. No. Rocky lost all confidence, filled only with boundless terror, shouting desperately. But after only one word, he was engulfed by the sword intent. Silence reigned over the scene, absolute and profound. Chapter 307. Anomaly. In everyone's eyes, the sword intent unleashed by Russell virtually crushed and annihilated the golden dragon-shaped phantom with overwhelming force. No. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. They condensed the spirit energy of several cultivators from the Carey dynasty, including the likes of Harry and Connor who are at the half-step transcendent realm. How could they lose? Why? Why did this happen? Who exactly is this person, and why is he so powerful? It's over. Everything is lost. Provoking such a terrifying sword cultivator will not only result in no gains from the Kermit's secret realm, but also invite revenge on the Carey dynasty when he leaves. If it involves the dynasty, we will all be sinners. What do we do now? Run, Your Highness Hayes. This youth cannot be resisted. Flee immediately, leave the Kermit's secret realm, return to the Carey dynasty, and seek help from the Xander. Yes, the Xander must have a solution. As the golden dragon-shaped phantom disappeared, the experts of the Carey dynasty scattered like beaten dogs. Especially Harry and Connor, seeing the situation wasn't favorable, they quickly withdrew and left the range of the sword intent. They had come here, following Rocky into the Kermit's secret realm, all because of their oaths to the old Xander of the Carey dynasty, agreeing to assist the young prince 3 times. Now that the vow was fulfilled, there was no longer any binding constraint. Wouldn't staying mean waiting for death? Having recklessly provoked such an opponent for the Carey dynasty, both Harry and Connor wished they could slap Rocky to death for privately aiding him, a feat almost impossible now. Both didn't look back as they fled directly. It was the group of late-stage nascent soul grand cultivators accompanying Rocky who were uncles of the Carey dynasty, belonging to Rocky's faction. Therefore, when they realized they couldn't resist, unlike Harry and Connor, they didn't turn and flee. Instead, they resolutely used their flesh and blood to shield Rocky, blocking Russell's fatal strike. Simultaneously, they shouted for Rocky to escape quickly. Keep the Green Hills, no fear of lacking firewood. As long as they could leave the Kermit's secret realm, return to the Carey dynasty, and find the Xander, there would be a way to resolve the crisis. Because the Carey dynasty still had hidden assets. Those were the dynasty's final means. Unless the dynasty faced a life or death crisis, these resources could not be mobilized. In their view, if Russell sought revenge on the Carey dynasty, it would indeed be a life or death crisis. Though Rocky bore the Imperial Dragon Chi, he hadn't truly ascended to the position of Xander, thus those final measures were out of his reach. Seeing those late-stage nascent soul grand cultivators swallowed by the sword intent, Rocky clearly understood his dire situation. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. Whether it was his dragon blood warrior body, the Imperial Dragon Chi, or his internal spirit energy, everything was pushed to its limit. At this moment, Rocky held nothing back, unleashing all his power, wanting only to leave this place. This scene was highly ironic. With Rocky's strength, he was nearly invincible among the younger generation. Unless it was one of the other 10 warrior bodies or similar monsters, few in the entire cultivation world could match him at the same level. He believed this wholeheartedly, especially after awakening his dragon blood warrior body and inheriting the imperial dragon chi. However, his journey in the Kermit's secret realm had been obstructed twice. Firstly by Russell, who nearly finished him off. Now, by this unknown sword cultivator, who destroyed the golden dragon-shaped phantom created by the combined forces of the entire Carey dynasty with Justful. Many cultivators and demon beasts were scared stiff. With such a supreme sword cultivator present, crushing the Carey dynasty single-handedly, what kind of contention could there be in the secret realm? Was any contention needed? Alwyn, the demon royal scion, and the Christopher of the Yuhua dynasty, besides being terrified, had extremely dark faces. They originally intended to recruit Russell into their camp, binding him with mutual interests, but now they realized they couldn't control him at all. One misstep, and they might suffer the same fate as the Carey dynasty. If even Rocky of the Carey dynasty couldn't match Russell, how could they contend? Just as the cultivators and demon beasts were shocked, Alwyn and the Christopher were gripped with fear. In their line of sight in the sky, Russell raised his wooden sword again, slashing toward Rocky. Another burst of sword intent erupted. Compared to the earlier shocking sword intent, this one was noticeably weaker, but it was still beyond Rocky's ability to withstand. Alwyn and the Christopher sighed inwardly. Rocky can't block this blow. Not only they, others felt the same. Even Rocky showed a look of despair, screaming, I am the sacred son of the Carey dynasty, the next Xander. Do you dare kill me? Harry Connor, didn't you promise to aid me? Hurry, help me escape. Rocky's desperate cry echoed in all directions. But the nascent soul cultivators he brought were dead, and Harry and Connor were nowhere to be seen. Rocky was utterly distraught, increasingly bright, beginning to flash continuously. It burst forth like a pillar of light, illuminating the entire Kermit's secret realm. But in the next second, it converged rapidly into a figure clad in red robes, slowly walking towards Eben. Although she appeared to be a young human girl, her exquisitely beautiful face and ice-cold eyes lacked any human emotion. Her identity was becoming evident. She was also a demon. Not a beast from the demon realm, but a demon that transformed from a special life form. The red-robed girl walked barefoot, with an ethereal crimson glow surrounding her body. With every step, a streak of light lingered in midair, as if the void itself was bleeding. Meanwhile, something extraordinary was happening on the ground. This area was originally a ruin covered with desolation due to various restraints, making it barren and lifeless. But now, after the red-robed girl appeared, changes happened on the ground as well. Grass began sprouting where there was once barren earth, blooming into beautiful flowers almost instantly. From a distance, it looked breathtakingly beautiful. Next, a crack formed on the ground, from which emerged a chubby figure. He looked like a human child, chubby and cute. However, his hair consisted of blossoming flowers. Clearly, this child was also a demon. After Eben, two powerful demons appeared again, both more bizarre than the last. Russell, Rocky, Garfield, Fulton, Arlie, Cassidy, Emil, Sean, Drew, Brant, and other human cultivators, as well as Crosby's beast companions. Although their bodies were immobilized and the surrounding time and space slowed down, their consciousness could still move. So they saw clearly the transformations above and below them. Their scalps tingled with fear. One Eben was already unsettling enough. Now two more demons had appeared. Were they also drawn by the lotus flower? What kind of treasure was this lotus that had attracted three demons at once? Furthermore, why did the Kermit's secret realm harbor so many peculiar life forms? Could there be even more hiding in the shadows? Now that these three demons have appeared, would they fight over the lotus? Such terrifying entities would surely cause a devastating battle. Would innocent bystanders be crushed in the conflict, like ants being stepped on, killing them all? Various thoughts raced through the minds of the human cultivators. That was all they could do. Their spirits sank, filled with dread and anxiety. Russell felt deeply frustrated. His mortal enemy was right before him, nearly within reach to be slain. But at this critical moment, an anomaly emerged. The same thing happened outside the Kermit's secret realm, and it was happening again inside. Two opportunities, nearly succeeding in killing Rocky. Yet both failed. Russell couldn't help but wonder, is it true that fate protects Rocky? Rocky carries the imperial dragon chi, gathering the fortune of the entire solar dynasty, protected by some unseen force. Without breaking this power, he cannot be killed. Back when Russell was still a Cooper of the Shin Saint sect, he read about the doctrine of destiny in some ancient texts left by the sect. At that time, he found these ideas too abstract and instinctively dismissed them. But seeing now, while intangible, destiny does exist to some extent. Russell couldn't help but believe it. He sighed inwardly, ultimately, I'm still too weak. Twice. Whether using the dragon lineage or the Edgar Fandeath sword, he almost succeeded. Unless he could use both powers simultaneously, there would be no chance to kill Rocky. Then, Russell's divine sense swept over Eben, the red-robed girl, and the chubby child. Earlier, Eben mentioned that there were several special life forms with the same aura as him in this secret realm. The red-robed girl and the chubby child must have arrived long ago but stayed hidden. Their sudden appearance now was certainly not for the lotus flower. Almost instantly, Russell thought, was the legacy of the Kermit's secret realm about to manifest? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Only this explanation made sense. If the red-robed girl and the chubby child were after the lotus, they would have acted much earlier. Why wait until now? Besides, the lotus has always been in that lake. The red-robed girl and the chubby child must have known. The restrictions in the ruins might hold others back, but definitely not them. Russell remembered how Eben stood firm amidst the spiritual tide. Eben could do this. The red-robed girl and the chubby child could definitely do the same. As if to confirm Russell's suspicions, Eben suddenly reached out, grabbing the fully matured lotus and putting it into his storage bag. But the red-robed girl and the chubby child simply glanced at it and paid no further attention. Seeing this, Russell's pupils abruptly constricted. Indeed, was the legacy of the supreme Kermit demon about to be revealed? Rocky, Crosby, Garfield, Fulton, Cassidy, and the beasts following Crosby also saw this scene, first in surprise, then with rapidly changing expressions. What Russell guessed, they guessed too. ####Chapter 309. The legacy emerges. Rocky, Basim, Arlixi, the Alvin, Cassidy, and others had almost always thought that the two sudden anomalies were targeting that lotus flower. After all, it was too much of a coincidence. They hadn't appeared until the lotus flower matured, with the red-clad girl and the plump child appearing at that exact moment. Hardly anyone believed they weren't there for the lotus. Everyone even speculated that this lotus might be some supreme treasure. Otherwise, why would it draw in three great demons? But now, seeing Eben pick and store the lotus without any reaction from the red-clad girl and the plump child, everyone instantly realized their target wasn't the lotus. If not the lotus, then what? What in the Kermit mystic realm could attract such terrifying entities simultaneously? Almost instantaneously, Rocky, the Garfield, Basim, Arlixi, Cassidy, the Alvin, and others thought of the mystic realm's legacy and the peerless being in the demon domain. Could it be that the Kermit mystic realm's legacy is about to emerge? Though time and space were slowed, excitement surged within them all. In the next second, another anomaly occurred. The entire Kermit mystic realm slowed time and space began to distort, rippling like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake. It seemed something was about to appear beyond this void. Almost everyone had similar thoughts. As the ripples grew larger, a massive palace suddenly emerged in everyone's perception. No, it wasn't a palace but a tomb. A huge black stele stood in the strongest part of the void, behind which was a semicircular structure. This shape could only be a tomb. Could this be the tomb of the peerless powerhouse? Everyone became elated, unleashing all their mental power to lock onto the structure. It became increasingly clear. Russell could even see the inscriptions on the giant stele and the deep, ancient carvings on the semicircular structure, emanating an aura of ancient grandeur. Roar! At that moment, a mighty dragon roar resounded in Russell's mind. The Caleb consciousness reappeared, its hundreds of Zhonglong figure coiling and twisting, scales gleaming menacingly, eyes opening as if piercing through layers of obstacles, looking towards the stele and the structure. From its gaze, Russell saw a mixture of joy and sorrow, like long-separated friends reuniting, where joy turns to sorrow upon hearing one's demise. Such emotions shone through the Caleb's eyes. Russell's heart became strange. Could it be that the Caleb consciousness in his mind knew the peerless being from the demon domain? Were they both supreme beings from the previous era? While he was lost in thought, the increasingly clear black stele and semicircular structure suddenly burst forth with unprecedented suction, pulling everything in, including time and space. Those present, Russell, Rocky, Basim, the Garfield, Cassidy, the Alvin, and even surrounding demonic beasts, were also absorbed, vanishing from the spot. The entire mystic realm returned to its original state, time and space restored. However, all human cultivators and demonic beasts who had entered had vanished, while the legacy. Sadly, all other powers were usable except for the Dragon Clan's legacy. Still no recovery? Russell sighed but regained his composure, taking out the wooden sword gifted by Eben, gripping it firmly, a sharp presence bursting from him. He surveyed his surroundings. If my guess is correct, this should be inside the semicircular structure. Furrowing his brows, he murmured, "Why did it suck us in? Is the demon domain's peerless powerhouse's legacy also here?" Clank, clank, clank. Suddenly, Russell heard sounds of weapons colliding. This is someone fighting? Without hesitation, he flashed away toward the source. Soon, he saw the fighters. One side was someone Russell not only recognized but knew very well. Could it be anyone else but Amberly? She actually managed to get in too? Russell shook his head and looked at the other side. It was Avon with mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, attacking with relentless full power, giving the Amberly no chance. Chapter 310. Encounter. The Amberly's cultivation was only at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Although the demon race, with its formidable physical strength, could match any human cultivator of the same rank and even take on 3 opponents without suffering a disadvantage, this wasn't a battle between peers. Because the cultivation level of the Avon had already broken through to the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, even such a small advancement made an immense difference, a disparity that was almost insurmountable. The battle was akin to being steamrolled. Almost instantly, the Avon suppressed the Amberly, unleashing unparalleled oppressive force like an ancient divine mountain looming over the Amberly's head. Gray! He suddenly bellowed. As his voice rang out, the chaotic spiritual energy abruptly condensed into a colossal hand made of spiritual power, fiercely slamming down towards the Amberly. In this critical moment of life and death, the Amberly naturally would not sit idly by awaiting doom. She activated her innate supernatural ability in a flash. Roar! A massive python's ethereal figure appeared behind the Amberly, roaring furiously at the Avon. Is this a mental attack? The Avon's face revealed a trace of surprise. However, due to the overwhelming disparity in power, his astonishment vanished as quickly as it appeared. The Amberly's pupils constricted as she shrieked, "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible. This is my innate supernatural ability. Why is it useless against you?" The Avon sneered, "Go ask Yama and Hell for an answer to that question." The enormous hand of spiritual power slammed down again. Despair spread across the Amberly's face. Her cultivation was just one minor rank lower than his, yet he was overpowering her completely. How could this be? Why was her luck so bad? Just after being drawn into this place, she encountered such a powerful human cultivator? The Amberly was sure this person was no nobody. Behind him lay a terrifying lineage and a strong background, likely stemming from some sacred cultivation ground. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to achieve such dominance. As these thoughts surged in her mind, an unprecedented sense of regret washed over her. She wished she hadn't been so curious and instead listened to Russell, staying quietly within the core region of the Kermit Mountains where nothing would have happened. If she hadn't poked her nose into matters, left the core area of the Kermit Mountains, or watched Russell's battle with the Haze of the Carey dynasty, or entered the Kermit's secret realm, none of this would have transpired. There were no ifs in this world, no remedies for regrets. The Amberly closed her eyes, awaiting death. Seeing this scene, a sinister smile flashed across the Avon's face. He brought his palm down, but then, a sudden anomaly occurred. It seemed as though a fierce beam of light flashed past, dispersing the hand of spiritual power the Avon had formed with his spiritual energy. Who's there? Enraged, his eyes bloodshot, he turned his gaze toward where the beam had originated. He looked at the Amberly who awaited death with closed eyes, then at the terrified Avon, slowly raising the wooden sword in his hand. The Avon's pupils constricted, and he retreated explosively, bursting into his top speed. But in the next instant, a sword beam erupted. Bang! The Avon was annihilated in a single blow. His physical body shattered, and even his soul didn't escape. Not because he didn't want to, but because he had no chance. One strike, both form and spirit obliterated. The entire process, though seeming long, was actually extremely brief, as if occurring in an instant. The Amberly, using her spiritual senses, observed everything. Instead of easing, her fear intensified. If a Avon with mid-nascent soul cultivation was slain in one stroke, how could she possibly resist? First the Avon, now this killing god. Her luck was truly atrocious. Other than closing her eyes to await death, what else could she do? One breath passed, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After a full 3 breaths, he still hadn't made a move. Unable to hold it any longer, the Amberly opened her eyes, glancing at Russell. She saw him looking at her with an ambiguous expression. Full of confusion and anxiety, she couldn't help but ask, "Glenn, aren't you going to kill me?" Russell smiled and replied, "We have no grudges or enmity. Why should I kill you?" Though his words sounded calm, internally he was surprised. The disguise technique he learned from the Mystic Sage sect, though ingenious, should have been noticed by the Amberly, given her familiarity with Russell's aura. But why couldn't she recognize him? After a moment of contemplation, Russell understood. It wasn't that she couldn't detect him or his aura. It was that she didn't dare think such thoughts. Just as an ordinary person would not dare to raise their head without permission when facing an imperial monarch, for doing so would bring certain death. In the Amberly's eyes, she was like that commoner, while Russell was Jacob of a mortal dynasty. If she offended him, death was inevitable. Even after he claimed they had no enmity, she still didn't dare look up. Hashtag chapter 311, Maze. Another dozen breaths passed. The other side still showed no movement. Unable to resist any longer, the Amberly finally raised her head to look at Russell, humbling herself as much as possible and asked, "Glenn, you really won't kill me?" Hearing her words, Russell couldn't help but laugh wryly. He repeated, "I've already said it. We have no enmity between us. Why would I kill you?" The Amberly wore a puzzled expression of confusion and incomprehension. No enmity? In the cultivation world, the principle has always been, might makes right. Either you kill others, or they kill you. As long as you have. Given what was said, Russell could only nod slowly in agreement. Yes, I do know him. Sure enough, this person indeed knew Russell. Relieved, the Amberly took a deep breath and finally dared to stand up, bowing respectfully to Russell. "Thank you, Glenn, for saving my life." Russell glanced at her and said coolly, "This place is likely the inheritance site of an utmost powerhouse from the demon domain. It's very dangerous. It's too risky for you to walk alone. Follow me closely and don't get lost." With that, he turned and left. In this unfamiliar land, his divine sense wasn't hindered. Leveraging his formidable divine sense, Russell could see everything around him clearly. Apart from him and the Amberly, other cultivators had also been transported here. The entire area looked like a maze. Except for what his divine sense could see, everything else was dark. For some reason, ever since entering this place, Russell had a constant feeling of unease, as if some great danger lurked in the darkness, ready to erupt and consume the human cultivators present. He needed to find the exit and leave as soon as possible. At least, he needed to escape this maze-like unknown area. After hearing Russell's words, the Amberly was first stunned and then overjoyed. Russell's words were spot on. This place was indeed very dangerous. Being a demon core or foundation establishment cultivator in sight. Where did they go? Russell's frown deepened. He felt that the disappearance of those golden core and foundation establishment cultivators must be related to the hidden dangers lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, these human cultivators also saw Russell. When they noticed the wooden sword in his hand, they instantly recognized him. They didn't dare to act rashly, showing extreme respect, even addressing Russell as Glenn. Among them were late-stage nascent soul cultivators, and some had even touched upon the edge of the spirit transformation stage, just half a step away from reaching it. Their cultivation realms surpassed Russell by a significant margin. However, when faced with Russell, they showed great respect. Just moments ago, they had witnessed Russell facing the entire solar dynasty alone with just his sword. Who would dare to act disrespectfully towards such a sword genius? Russell ignored all this, focusing solely on finding a way out of this place. As a result, the number of gathered cultivators kept increasing. Among them were even some demon beasts. The human great nascent soul cultivators merely glanced at them indifferently, but the Amberly felt a deep connection and instantly went forward to inquire about their situation. Upon learning the Amberly's identity, the demon beasts were startled, and when they found out that Russell wanted to protect them, they became so emotional that they almost fell to their knees before Russell. This seemingly endless maze-like area stretched on, and although Russell was on the right path, it felt endlessly long. More cultivators and demon beasts joined, with dozens of demon beasts following obediently behind the Amberly, regarding her as their leader. Although Russell initially promised to protect the Amberly, after the truth spread, it became interpreted as Russell protecting the demon beasts. Upon hearing this, the human cultivators did not dare to make things difficult for these demon beasts, nor did they dare to kill them recklessly. Russell observed everything but remained indifferent. His attitude only reinforced the perception that he was indeed protecting the demon beasts. The human cultivators thus dared not cause any trouble. Note: maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Chapter 312, Baker. Due to various misunderstandings, an unusually strange harmony had developed between the human cultivators and the beasts along the way. Under normal circumstances, even when faced with danger, such a scenario would be impossible unless the two sides were relatively evenly matched, thereby constraining each other. But in reality, the power dynamic was vastly different. The human cultivators were clearly stronger, outnumbering the beasts and comprising about 100 of them, all of whom were powerful cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Among them, several had even reached the demigod transformation realm. It was evident that many of them were guardians from the major cultivation holy lands of the Yuhua dynasty and the Carey dynasty, usually remaining hidden to protect their heirs, sacred daughters, and sons. Now, they had all appeared due to Russell's influence, ignoring the weaker beasts beside them. This scene was undeniably peculiar. However, anyone who had witnessed the earlier battle would not find it so strange. Though there were many human cultivators, if one provoked Russell or harmed the beasts he protected, their combined strength might not withstand his single sword strike. Just outside, Rocky, the Hayes of the Carey dynasty, along with Harry, Connor, and numerous late-stage nascent soul cultivators, coupled with the Imperial Dragon Chi suppressing the Carey dynasty, still failed to block Russell's wooden sword. Thus, this current situation seemed best for everyone. Mutual non-interference until they left the place, then scattering without provoking each other. Unknown how long they had traveled, the group finally arrived at an open area. It was a huge circular arena, vast and dark red, as if drenched in blood. As soon as they entered, everyone was met with a strong, pungent odor. Russell scanned the surroundings, frowning instantly. Although there were several passages around, they resembled the ones they had just walked through. Entering those passages would likely lead them back to where they started, pointing to this very circular arena, a place seemingly designed to draw in cultivators like Russell and beasts like the Kelly, only to leave no exit. A sudden sense of unease gripped Russell's heart. Almost as if to verify his suspicions, figures began emerging from other passages. One by one, human cultivators and beasts gathered in this circular area, increasing in number. Russell detected several familiar presences from the Yuhua dynasty's royal family. They were nascent soul cultivators who had been protecting the Garfield at the outer base of Kermit Mountain Range. Strangely, they appeared separated from the Garfield. Noticing Russell's gaze, they looked back at him. Instantly, their pupils constricted as they recognized Russell, and more specifically, the wooden sword in his hand. Wasn't this the swordsmanship genius who single-handedly confronted the entire Carey dynasty within the secret realm? How did he end up here? The Yuhua cultivators were awestruck but quickly withdrew their gazes, wary of angering Russell, knowing he was fearless against the Carey dynasty, and collectively, they could not resist his single strike. Their priority now was to reunite with the Garfield, not to make enemies with such a genius. If collaboration were possible, that would be ideal. Russell simply glanced once before resuming his search for an exit. Despite searching thoroughly, he found none. The vastness of the circular area was soon filled by the numerous cultivators and beasts. With no apparent exit, murmurs of frustration arose. What is this place? Initially, it was a maze, now an open area. Where is the inheritance of the supreme existence? This seems like some kind of trial. Only by passing the trial can we leave. Trial? What do you mean? Suddenly, countless eyes focused on Achilles among the cultivators. Though young, his cultivation had already reached early nascent soul stage. Flanked by several others who subtly surrounded him, this youth was undoubtedly of noble lineage, an heir from a significant sect, major clan, or thousand-year-old family, a saintly son or daughter level figure. This Gillis was the one who had mentioned the trial. Even Russell turned his attention to him. Atrial? Everyone asked nervously. Grade this mean a battle was imminent? Just then, the Gillis approached Russell. This fellow Taoist, my name is Baker. May I know your esteemed name? Before Russell could respond, the Gillis continued. We being here must be fate. We may even have to fight side by side. What do you think? Baker? Anyone daring to use such a name was surely extraordinary. Russell glanced at him coolly and replied, my surname is Edgarn, given name Sue. Call me Edgarn Sue or Taoist Edgarn. Baker smiled. I'll call you Taoist Edgarn then. He paused mid-sentence, his expression changing abruptly as dark shadows around them suddenly moved, rapidly converging toward them. Chapter 313, Dark Shadows. The youth named Morgan's expression suddenly changed, but soon, he regained his composure and his face became calm. Then, he smiled slightly at Russell. I was just saying that I hoped to fight alongside fellow Taoist Edgarn, but I didn't expect the opportunity to come so quickly. Truly fate. Morgan's expression had returned to its usual state, as if those rapidly approaching dark shadows posed no threat to him. Or perhaps, he had extreme confidence in himself, unafraid of those dark shadows. Regardless, it showed that his identity was far from simple. Russell gave him a deep look without uttering a word, because even before Morgan, Russell had sensed the rapidly approaching dark shadows. And as those dark shadows got closer, Russell felt as though he was instantly being roasted over a fire, becoming unbearably hot. What's happening? Why is this happening? Though Russell's face remained calm, his heart was filled with unprecedented turmoil. Why do my body, my blood, every inch of my flesh, become so overheated as these shadows approach, as if encountering some kind of natural enemy? This sudden change was something Russell had never encountered before. He fully unleashed his divine consciousness, probing those continuously approaching shadows. But he found nothing. Instead, he discovered another peculiar situation. The Amberly and the demonic beasts following behind. Their bodies began to tremble violently as well. Some even revealed their true forms, roaring fiercely towards the direction of the dark shadows. Seeing them like this, Russell immediately connected this to his own changes and urgently asked the Amberly, "What's going on?" The Amberly also didn't look good. His body was already covered with countless snake scales, as if ready to reveal his true form at any moment. Revealing one's true form in battle was something only the demon race did when encountering life-threatening crises. This meant they were about to suffer some kind of crisis, possibly endangering their lives. Were those dark shadows causing it? When the Amberly heard Russell, he shook his head and said, "I don't know, but I feel an extremely evil force from those shadows, like encountering a natural enemy. As that force approaches, I instinctively reveal my true form, unleashing my strongest power to tear apart whatever exists within the darkness." Instinct? Russell picked up on these two words from the Amberly's speech, muttering them repeatedly. Almost instantly, he understood what was happening. The changes in his body, blood, and every inch of his flesh weren't due to him, but because of the primordial dragon blood within him. Due to the transformation by the primordial dragon blood, Russell's body had gained part of the demon race's instincts, hence these reactions. If even the primordial dragon blood reacted this way, the identities of the entities in the dark shadows were becoming clear. The Braden. From the inherited memories of the primordial dragon blood, Russell knew much about the Braden. Apart from the Braden, he couldn't think of any other reason. Yet, the Braden belonged to the previous era, having vanished long ago with its destruction. Why would it appear here? Suddenly, Russell thought of Buck, the Cole of the Bai family. He had also been cursed by the dark genius talent and was near death. Could it be that the power of the Braden was reviving, attempting to once again erupt and annihilate this era? Or could it be that despite still being in the Kermit's secret realm, they had somehow crossed time and space, entering the previous era during the peak of the Braden's outbreak? Of these two hypotheses, Russell leaned more towards the latter for two reasons. Firstly, if the rapidly approaching dark shadows were indeed the Braden, it was terrifying, because this power exceeded the curse in Buck's body. In this era, there was no possibility of such a scale of Braden outbreak. The conditions simply didn't exist. Secondly, Russell recalled the power that froze time and space when he entered that strange structure. If Russell's guess was correct, the origin of that power was the supreme powerhouse from the demon realm. It was rumored that this supreme powerhouse had an innate ability related to time and space. Moreover, he died during the peak of the Braden in the previous era. After deeply gazing at those dark shadows, Morgan looked at the Amberly and said, "Follow me closely, don't run around recklessly. Otherwise, I can't protect you." The Amberly nodded hastily. Yes, Glenn. She wasn't stupid. Being a demon herself and having broken through to the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, she still felt a lethal threat from the darkness. This indicated how terrifying the entities hidden within were. Among those present, besides Russell, no one else could protect her. If she left Russell, she probably wouldn't last 15 minutes. At this moment, more and more people noticed the rapidly approaching dark shadows, their expressions changing drastically. What's this thing? Moving shadows, what's going on? Is this our opponent for this trial? We can leave once we defeat them? There's something in the darkness. Hiss, what is this? Why does it have such an evil aura? Do something. Fast, everyone attack together, or none of us will leave alive. The scene immediately descended into chaos. Both human cultivators and demons attacked almost instantaneously, unleashing their spiritual energy without reservation. Because they saw that when those dark shadows touched the edge of the open area, black figures abruptly emerged. Some were humanoid, others beast-like, completely black as if coated in ink or shadow, charging towards them. Though they resembled humans and beasts in appearance, both the human cultivators and demons knew these were definitely not their kin, because of the evil aura emanating from them and the deep-seated repulsion they felt. Kill. At this point, someone shouted. Instantly, the human cultivators and demons attacked. In this moment, they were no longer enemies, no longer opposing each other, but fighting side by side, only because they shared a common foe. Chapter 3:14. Different paths, unfit for planning together. The approaching dark shadows that had been consuming the maze behind Russell and his group suddenly halted as they reached the circular area. Out of the darkness emerged countless humanoid and beastly figures. No spiritual energy could be sensed from these shadows, yet they wielded spells of human cultivators and innate abilities of beast cultivators. At this point, no explanation was necessary. These creatures must have once been humans or beast cultivators, but after death, they were controlled by this overwhelming evil presence, transforming into their current state. Seemingly to confirm this theory, when the first wave struck, a small resolved the situation. The darkness needed to be dispersed. But how? Russell paused his attack and recalled the labyrinth and this open space they had traversed. He realized that this open area had 8 exits, which explained why the cultivators had navigated through layers of the maze to gather here. I should have thought of this sooner. His eyes flickered as he remembered the array formation notes given by the patriarch of the Bai family. It described an illusionary formation matching what he faced now. So, everything we're experiencing, the maze, this open area, and even these dark shadows are illusions. An illusionary formation that felt so real, nearly indistinguishable from reality, spoke volumes about the creator's mastery, an indisputably 9th-rank array formation master. Finding the solution quickly, Russell deduced that as an array formation, it must have a focal point or array eye. Destroying the array eye would break the illusion and the surrounding shadows. His eyes flashed intensely as he surveyed the area, unleashing his divine sense to locate the array eye. However, he witnessed something disturbing before finding it. A youth named Baker. Baker didn't fight. Instead, several high-ranking nascent soul cultivators guarded him. Not only did Baker refrain from fighting, but neither did those cultivators. Each time shadows approached, they used nearby cultivators or beast cultivators as shields, watching the spectacle mockingly. In their eyes, others' lives were mere jests, inconsequential. Only their survival mattered. As long as they lived, they didn't care if everyone else perished. Instantly, Russell associated Baker with unsavory characters like Prince Rocky of the Carey dynasty and the Cole of the Puppet Clan, Nathaniel. Baker's indifference and amusement mirrored theirs. Baker's approach earlier wasn't genuine but rather because he valued Russell's strength, seeking protection. If the situation grew dangerous and advantageous, he wouldn't hesitate to abandon or betray Russell. Rocky and Nathaniel embodied such behavior, and now, another joined their ranks, Baker. Russell despised such people immensely. Seeming to notice Russell's gaze, Baker met it directly, smiling mildly. "Friend Edgarn, why don't you join us? More hands make light work. In such perilous times, our best bet is to stick together and help each other out. Only then can we leave this place. More hands make light work? Stick together?" Russell scoffed internally, finding the words hypocritical. Yet, they blatantly ignored others' lives, using them as shields. Such duplicitous individuals deserved nothing more than a swift blade. Why would Russell ever associate with them? No thanks. Russell stared coldly at Baker, enunciating each word clearly. Greyfront paths, unfit for planning together. He then turned away, swinging his wooden sword to cut down several shadows. Upon hearing Russell's words, both Baker and the nascent soul cultivators beside him fell silent, a hint of fear emerging in their eyes. They heard disdain in his voice. One of the nascent soul cultivators looked at Baker and asked, "Young master, what should we do?" Russell's displayed strength was evident. With his wooden sword, he faced Prince Edgar, the Terrence, the Northern King, and numerous nascent soul experts without falling behind, even turning the tide against them. Enraging such a formidable opponent could spell disaster. After a brief pause, Baker understood the situation immediately. After hesitating for a few seconds, he commanded, "Let's act together and deal with those shadows." Note: for character names, I kept the Pinyin transliteration consistent with the source text. Names like Russell and Buck are written in Pinyin, while Rocky follows the common practice for Chinese names. Chapter 315. The core of the formation. Upon hearing Baker's words, the several great cultivators at the soul infancy stage first paused in surprise, and then their faces changed dramatically. "Master, Lord of the Manor once said we absolutely cannot leave you by even a half step." "Yes, Master. Who would protect you if we left? This place is extremely mysterious, harboring countless dangers. If anything unfortunate were to happen to you, Master, how could we return and face Lord of the Manor? Please revoke your order, Master." The several great cultivators at the soul infancy stage did not leave Baker nor follow his command to engage those black shadows. It wasn't that they feared it. When they left, the Lord of the Manor had instructed them not to leave Baker's side for even a half step. Otherwise, should any misfortune befall Baker, they would surely die. Heaven and earth are vast, but life is the greatest treasure. To save their lives, they would never leave him by even a step. Others might not know this, but they were very clear about it. Though Baker exhibited signs of being at the initial stage of the soul infancy realm, seeming as though he had advanced to that level, all of that was false. It was all due to the immense quantity of heaven materials and spirit medicines consumed, forcibly boosting his cultivation level on orders from the Lord of the Manor. Speaking of actual combat strength, Baker wouldn't even measure up to a late-stage max. Despite surpassing late-stage max by a major realm, Baker would definitely lose in a life-or-death battle. Once these soul infancy cultivators left, the consequences would be unimaginable. Upon hearing the soul infancy cultivators refuse his suggestion and continue protecting him, Baker's expression suddenly darkened. Under normal circumstances, he might not have cared. After all, within the entire Carey Empire and Feathers Ascension Empire, how many forces could afford to carry around several soul infancy cultivators as guards? Hardly anyone dared provoke him. But times have changed. This wasn't the Qian family within the Feathers Ascension Empire. The Qian family, a 1,000-year-old family practicing cultivation in the Feathers Ascension Empire, commanded respect even from the royal family. Therefore, even if Baker relied heavily on potions and rare materials to boost his cultivation, if he didn't offend the royal family or other cultivation holy lands intentionally, they wouldn't pay him much mind. Of course, the already deceased Zack was an exception. If Baker were still within the Qian family or in the Feathers Ascension Empire, there would have been no problem for him. However, this was the Kermit's secret realm, full of danger. Not to mention the supreme killer who didn't care about the Carey Empire standing before them. Ellis didn't fear the Carey Empire, and thus naturally didn't fear the Feathers Ascension Empire. As for the Qian family, merely a part of the Feathers Ascension Empire, Ellis feared them even less. Should Baker's behavior provoke Ellis, he wouldn't indulge him and would likely execute him with one sword strike. Baker knew this well. Approaching Ellis and offering his friendship was because of this understanding. Edgardle did he know. In just a fleeting moment, his actions displeased Ellis. Baker also felt some regret. Yet his ingrained behavior was hard to change in a short time. He could pretend for a while, but would eventually show his true colors. Looking at Ellis, his gaze shifted, landing on the few soul infancy cultivators beside him. He then sternly said, "Wanting to leave here. Edgarn Su is the key. Can't you understand this simple logic?" One of the soul infancy cultivators responded, "We do understand, but master, your safety is the most crucial concern for us. So please, revoke your order. No matter what, we will not leave your side." The other soul infancy cultivators echoed. With no choice, Baker compromised, saying, "Then help me fend off the black shadows if they attack." The soul infancy cultivators hesitated, glancing at each other. They felt that Baker seemed unusually different today. Lowering his voice, Baker said, "If you want to survive, follow my orders." The soul infancy cultivators had no choice but to comply. Baker's purpose was purely to ingratiate himself with Ellis. Unfortunately, he missed his best chance and would not get another. Ellis would never seek such a person's acquaintance, no matter how much the soul infancy cultivators helped resist the black shadows. Moreover, they no longer had the opportunity either, because Ellis had found the core of the formation. Although Ellis's current array mastery wasn't 9th rank, it was equivalent to it. Otherwise, he couldn't have cracked the 5th rank Grand Array, forcing that fire element flag to function against enemies. It only took Ellis a moment to locate the formation's core. It wasn't in the round open area, but hidden in the surrounding darkness. 8 directions, 8 dark sources. That was the core. Destroy it, and this small-scale dark heavenly Greysaster would dissipate. The currently occurring dark heavenly Greysaster was almost identical to what was recorded in the memories inherited from the Eve Dragon blood, differing only in scale. Hence, Ellis called it a mini dark heavenly Greysaster. Furthermore, Ellis became more convinced that the area they were in was created by the innate power of an unparalleled strong being from the beast realm. A space related to time and space? I must obtain it. Previously, Ellis's mind was solely focused on revenge. Whether it was the decisions made outside the secret realm or confronting Rocky inside. All for revenge. But now, after feeling the power of the inheritance from the ultimate strong being, new thoughts filled his heart. Regardless, he must gain this inheritance. Anyone who dares to obstruct him will be killed with one sword stroke. Thinking this, Ellis turned abruptly to look at the Amberly beside him, instructing, "Be careful. I'll be right back." Before his voice faded, he had already entered the darkness, wooden sword in hand. The black shadows that continuously emerged from the darkness instantly froze. In the next second, they turned and rushed towards Ellis. At the same time, the black shadows in the darkness changed direction, rushing towards Ellis. Though the Amberly was only at the initial stage of soul infancy, her innate talent involved spiritual awareness, so she instantly perceived this. Even if she were dull-witted, she knew what Ellis was about to do at this moment. Stop these black shadows, buy time for Glenn. She ordered the demonic beasts. Finishing her sentence, she took the lead, blocking a black shadow. But the other demonic beasts were stunned. However, in the next second, the demonic beasts who came out with the Amberly attacked. Directly revealing their true forms and unleashing their innate powers, like the Amberly, they blocked the shadows attempting to enter the darkness. The other demonic beasts hesitated for a moment, but soon followed suit. Chapter 316. Victory. The various demonic beasts that had entered the circular arena through the same passage with the Amberly paused only for a brief moment upon hearing his words before decisively lending a hand, assisting Russell in repelling the black shadows lunging toward him. This scene was witnessed by many, including those demonic beasts who had come from other passages. They exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend or imagine such an occurrence. That one day, demonic beasts would actually unite to aid a human cultivator. Logically, this kind of event shouldn't happen. But here it was, unfolding before their eyes. After a short deliberation, the other demonic beasts gathered in the arena swiftly joined in, following the Amberly and the first ones to act, charging toward the black shadows. Until then, the black shadows had dominated the scene. Both human cultivators and demonic beasts were forced to defend themselves. But now, due to Russell's actions, the demonic beasts united for the first time to launch a counterattack. They did so because they understood that leaving this place depended solely on Russell. His bizarre behavior indicated he had found a way to break through. If not now, when? Previously, in the Kermit's secret realm, everyone had clearly seen Russell stand alone against the entire Solar Dynasty with just a sword. To leave a good impression before Russell, this offered no harm and potential benefits. So why hold back? Follow me, attack, strike together, stop these black shadows. Although we don't know what these are, why they appeared, or where we are, I have a premonition that as long as we follow this human cultivator, we can leave here. Kill. Instantly, all the demonic beasts revealed their true forms, their spiritual energy surging wildly. They even used innate abilities and hidden cards. All to buy Russell some place. He might have cursed aloud. The Yuan Ing Great Cultivator acknowledged his fault, but didn't argue back. Just then, his expression hardened with killing intent. Charge with me. His voice echoed, and he charged toward the black shadows. The remaining Yuan Ing Great Cultivators quickly followed. However, compared to others, they clearly didn't go all out. Although they helped block the shadows, their attention stayed on Baker, worried about his safety. To them, Baker's safety came first. Baker noticed this too, turning green with anger. Just as he was about to order the Yuan Ing Great Cultivators to put in more effort, an unexpected change occurred. The black shadows, whether attacked or not, began dispersing on their own. Previously, once a shadow was struck and dissipated, darkness would rush in to reconstitute it instantly. But this time, they dispersed and faded away slowly, without reforming. Moreover, the surrounding darkness around the circular arena rapidly vanished, returning everything to normal within moments. The vast maze and 8 passages were once again visible. Such a scenario meant only one thing. Russell had succeeded. Both human cultivators and demonic beasts, witnessing this, initially froze in astonishment, then burst into joy. They had seen firsthand how formidable the black shadows were, almost endless. Without Russell, they would have surely fallen if forced to battle to the end. Eventually, both human cultivators and demonic beasts would have become part of the shadows. But now, Russell had discovered this was a great array and located its core, which they assisted in destroying. Though their contributions were minor, they had played a part. Waiting to be saved versus taking active steps to save oneself, it made all the difference. How could they not feel jubilant? Watching Russell walk out from afar, both humans and beasts felt genuine admiration. Despite not knowing the specifics of his conflict with the Solar Dynasty, from his clear stance on grudges, it was evident the Solar Dynasty had provoked him first. Their previous analyses seemed almost spot on. In contrast, Baker and the few Yuan Ing Great Cultivators who had just prepared to act felt extremely isolated. Their earlier hesitation had placed them in an awkward position. Hashtag chapter 317. A joke? Baker also felt that sense of isolation. Even the human cultivators and beast cultivators around him were now looking at him with disdain. The slight relief on his face, which had just come from a few great Nirvana stage cultivators taking action, instantly turned dark again. He hated this feeling. It was always he who stood apart, even towering over others in superiority. But now, he was not only isolated, but also looked down upon, deemed contemptible by others. In Baker's view, the root cause of all this was Russell. If not for Russell, the human cultivators and beast cultivators in this circular arena would never have united, let alone act as one against outsiders. Then Baker's tactic of using others as shields would never have been exposed. Even if he hadn't acted, even if he did nothing, he wouldn't have been isolated or despised. All this was due to Russell. Though moments ago, Baker had attempted friendly overtures with a bright smile. His expression remained unchanged, still radiating smiles, but deep inside, he already harbored an intense loathing for Russell. Why could he detect the secret of the shadow and crack it? Why? Russell's divine soul was exceptionally perceptive, immediately sensing the unusual gaze from Baker. Though he wore a smile, his eyes revealed malice similar to what Rocky, Hayes of the Carey dynasty, and Ephraim, Driscoll of the puppet sect, once showed. Almost instantly, Russell walked straight toward Baker, staring intently at him, then said calmly, "I can feel your murderous intent. You really want to kill me, don't you?" Baker's smile froze. The few great Nirvana stage cultivators guarding him suddenly changed their expressions, instantly blocking between Russell and Baker, watching Russell warily. Even the other human cultivators and beast cultivators in the circular arena, upon hearing Russell's words, fell silent, their eyes turning to Baker with a strange glint. An air of danger permeated the scene. Russell had just helped everyone out of a dire situation, and this person dared to harbor murderous thoughts towards Russell? This guy, I know him. He's the Cole of the Qin family from the Yu Hua dynasty's Millennium Cultivation World, a caged golden phoenix. Normally, he flaunts his power, depending on the might of the Qin family head. I didn't expect him to still behave like this after entering the Kermit's secret realm. TSK, I wonder how he's still alive. How else could he survive? Of course, by pushing others in front as shields while hiding behind them, avoiding all dangers, hence surviving till now. Just now, I saw him push a human cultivator towards the black shadow attacking him. Yes, I saw it too. TSK, human cultivators indeed. In times of crisis, they use their own kind of shields. Brother Taoist, please don't misunderstand. Such scum do exist among human cultivators, but they are few. You can't Jersonize based on them. Can you ensure there are no similar scum among the beast clans? That depends on the definition of scum. Beast clans like him, who think of internal conflict even in crises, are rare. The previously quiet circular arena became lively in an instant. Arguments erupted. Human cultivators and beast cultivators, who had just allied against common enemies, now split into two factions due to Baker's despicable behavior. Listening to these harsh comments, Baker's face darkened to an extreme degree, almost dripping with water. But in the next second, his expression returned to normal, his smile reappearing as he said to Russell, "Brother Edgarn, you must have misunderstood. You saved everyone, including me. I can barely thank you enough. How could I possibly harbor murderous thoughts towards you? You must have sensed it wrongly. If this were another time, within the borders of the Yu Hua dynasty, even if Baker had first shown his murderous intent and been discovered, the other party wouldn't dare object. Even if there were objections, he could resolve it by explaining, and everything would end there. After all, the Qin family was a millennium-old cultivation lineage in the Yu Hua dynasty, with a foundation not far inferior to major sects like the Puppet sect, Huangji sect, and Piaomiao Holy Land. Plus, the Qin family head only had one son, so, even if he were truly at fault, the other party wouldn't dare do anything to him. Unfortunately, this was not the Yu Hua dynasty but the Kermit's secret realm. A void space said, "This is a misunderstanding?" Russell cut him off, shaking his head. "Not going to make a move? If you don't make a move, I will." With that, he slowly raised the wooden sword in his hand, holding it horizontally in front of him. Baker couldn't pretend anymore, coldly saying, "Brother Edgarn, if you truly want to kill me and oppose the Qin family, have you considered the consequences?" Upon hearing this, the entire circular arena fell silent, then burst into laughter. The Qin family. In the Yu Hua dynasty, the Qin family indeed held significant influence. But outside the Yu Hua dynasty, it was nothing. Moreover, Russell, who didn't even fear the Yu Hua dynasty or the Carey dynasty, why would he be intimidated by the Qin family? To the human cultivators and beast cultivators, Baker's words sounded like a joke in itself. Chapter 318. Re-encounter. Morgan immediately regained his senses upon seeing the mocking smiles of the human cultivators and beast monsters around him. Russell standing before him was no ordinary person. Even if it were the Garfield of the Yu Hua dynasty, Russell would not give him a second glance. And should the Garfield dare to reveal any murderous intent, Russell would likely strike without hesitation, slaying him with one stroke of his sword. Prince Rocky of the Taiyang dynasty was a prime example. Before entering this unknown area, Russell had almost beheaded Rocky with a single sword stroke. It's important to remember that Rocky was set to be the next holy emperor of the Taiyang dynasty. Although the Garfield held a noble title, he paled in comparison to Rocky. If Russell dared to kill even someone like Rocky, why would he fear a mere Garfield? As for Morgan himself, Russell treated him with even more disdain. Just as the cultivators who recognized Morgan thought, the Qin family, as a 1,000-year-old cultivation family, was powerful, but its influence was confined within the Yu Hua dynasty. Once outside the Yu Hua dynasty, the Qin family could not protect Morgan. Especially not when Morgan had offended a killing god like Russell. Even if the head of the Qin family or Inrani were here, it wouldn't make any difference. Thinking about this, panic finally spread across Morgan's face. He looked at Russell, forcing a smile that was uglier than crying. "Taoist brother Edgarn, everything I said just now is true. I have no intention of harming you. If you don't believe me, I can swear by the heavenly oath." Russell remained unmoved. The heavenly oath did have binding power, but it depended on the person. Russell didn't trust anything Morgan said, nor even the punctuation marks. Without waiting for Morgan to finish speaking, Russell's wooden sword suddenly slashed down. Why waste words on such a character? One swift strike was enough. If the forces behind him objected, they were welcome to seek retribution from Russell. Russell was unafraid. A fierce sword aura exploded, enveloping the space like a cage, locking Morgan in place while blocking all escape routes. Morgan's expression turned cold, his body feeling as if submerged in ice. His eyes reflected unprecedented terror. This was undoubtedly the greatest crisis he had faced since entering the secret realm. At this moment, Morgan felt closer to death than ever, as if one step away from his demise. He bitterly regretted getting too close to Russell. Knowing Russell was a fearless killing machine with supreme strength, why did he insist on pushing forward? Wasn't this courting death? Master, be careful. How dare you harm Master? If a single hair of Master is harmed, our patriarch will not let you off. Neither will the Qian family. Several high-ranking cultivators saw the exploding sword aura and their faces changed abruptly. They all acted immediately. Some tried to help Morgan by blocking the sword aura. Others directly attacked Russell, hoping to distract him. But against overwhelming power, all these actions were futile. To Russell, these cultivators were merely minor distractions, akin to children. Almost instantly, Russell raised his wooden sword and delivered another deadly stroke. This was the stroke of Edgarf and death. Since Morgan used others as shields, those who aided him deserved the same fate. Russell wasted no words, striking with lethal intent from the start. The sword aura swept through again. The several great cultivators barely had time to scream before they were struck down. Their attempts to save Morgan failed utterly. No. Morgan panicked, screaming, I am the Cole of the Qian family. You cannot kill me. Whatever you want, as long as you spare my life, I will give it to you. Killing me, the Qian family will never let you off. Facing imminent death, he dared to threaten? The crowd of cultivators and beast monsters sneered. Russell's expression remained unchanged in response to Morgan's plea for mercy. But in the next moment, something unexpected happened. Just as it did previously in the secret realm, time and space seemed to freeze, becoming unbearably slow. Only the spiritual awareness of the cultivators and beasts could move freely. Everything else became uncontrollable. Even the sword aura Russell had sent towards Morgan was affected. Although he had locked Morgan in place and blocked all escape routes, ready to strike, the sudden change disrupted this plan. Earlier outside, it had been the same. Now it happened again. Russell felt a surge of frustration. Hadn't he already let Rocky go? Was he going to let Morgan slip away as well? Gray. In intense frustration, although Russell's wooden sword didn't move, a burst of sword intent erupted. Stroke of Edgarf and death. To Russell, Morgan's strength was negligible, like an ant. Originally, he hadn't intended to use this stroke. But now, driven by frustration, Russell had to kill this man. A terrifying sword intent erupted. However, it still wasn't enough. The force freezing time and space was far beyond Russell's control. Even the stroke of Edgarf and death couldn't break it. Compared to Russell's frustration, the terror on Morgan's face vanished, replaced by excitement. The thrill of surviving a near-death situation. Expecting certain death, who knew this mysterious force would erupt again, stopping Russell's sword intent and saving Morgan's life. Could he not feel elated? If not for being unable to speak, Morgan might have laughed wildly. Russell's eyes gleamed with intense, tangible killing intent. But in the face of this power that could freeze time and space, no matter how strong or terrifying Russell's intent, it posed no threat to Morgan. In the next second, a terrifying suction force erupted once more. Whether it was Russell, Kelly's, human cultivators, or beast monsters, their consciousnesses fell into a daze, losing the ability to think. In a state of chaos, the next second, they were all pulled into this force, grace appearing completely. With their disappearance, the spacious ground beneath them began to crumble slowly, dispersing into darkness, until the entire area turned black. It was as if nothing had happened. When Russell and the others regained their senses, the scene before them had drastically changed to a desolate ancient battlefield. Ahead stood many familiar figures. Garfield, National Preceptor, Cassidy, Arlie, but Rocky was notably absent. Now, they all looked at Russell and his group with astonished gazes. Chapter 319, The Tower. Rocky had been hanging by a thread earlier. To evade the chase, he had missed out on the opportunities within the Amir's secret realm. Perhaps after this exit from the secret realm, the gap between Hayes, Rocky, and Russell would gradually widen. Even with the fortune of the entire empire backing him, it wouldn't matter. There would come a day when the imperial power would be exhausted. The overall fortune of the empire could only temporarily protect Hayes, Rocky for a short while. What if the empire had other tricks up its sleeve? The empire had accumulated strength over centuries, which could not be overturned in a day or two. Everyone? Grade, you encounter those black shadows earlier? Many people still bore the signs of fear. Everything that happened was still vivid in their minds, leaving them unnerved even now. Even the near-deity transformation realm experts were at a loss against the black shadows, only managing to protect themselves. Many powerful individuals had entered the Amir's secret realm, virtually all at the nascent soul realm. Now, looking around, very few had survived to reach this ancient battlefield. Most, and his expression changed. Subconsciously, he felt his bloodline trembling as an invisible force pulled at him. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his sea of consciousness. Boy, the destiny and fortune within the Amir's secret realm are crucial to you. You must obtain it no matter what. I never thought my old friend had passed away as well. He was generous indeed, leaving supreme opportunity in this land. I hope he rests in peace. But I don't want lesser beings to lay hands on his legacy. In these times, only you deserve such fortune. Only you won't tarnish his reputation, so I command you to seize this opportunity. The Caleb's will spoke up abruptly, its tone somber with a tinge of sorrow, indicating a deep connection between the Caleb and the supreme entity of this secret realm. They must have been lifelong friends. This was the first time Russell heard the Caleb speak such words. In truth, I do covet this fortune, but there are many obstacles ahead. Putting aside the dangers inside the secret realm, just consider the 3 great demons earlier. Do you really think I can gain this fortune from their hands? Isn't that too optimistic? Russell still worried about the 3 great demons. These demons were beyond the near-deity transformation realm, merely a step away from it. They were invincible below the deity transformation realm, as a mere near-nascent soul expert. Challenging them for this fortune was akin to striking a stone with an egg. With me here, there's nothing to worry about. Back when I was at my peak, a single breath could annihilate those 3 demons. They're mere jesters. Peak? Heroes don't talk about their past bravery. Besides, the present Caleb was merely a remnant will, vastly different from its prime. Thus, Russell ignored him, turning his attention to the surrounding tombstones. Suddenly, the space in the air began to distort. A vortex appeared, and 3 figures dropped from the void into the ground. Precisely the 3 great demons. The 3 demons were covered in injuries, their auras weaker than before. Clearly, they had encountered troublesome obstacles. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a predicament. Eben struggled to stand, scanning the crowd until his eyes settled on Russell. I didn't expect you to be so resilient, still alive here. Guess I didn't misjudge you, Eben said, approaching Russell with shaky steps. Their gazes met, calm and steady. Thanks to your branch and sword technique, or who knows if I'd still be alive. The sword of Edgarth and Death was formidable indeed. But the branch wasn't ordinary either. Together they pushed Hayes Rocky into a corner. From Russell's perspective, the sword of Edgarth and Death could become his ultimate trump card, a move feared even by near-deity transformation experts. You're insightful. The level you've grasped is just an entry point, yet you've reached enlightenment. Back then, this move was feared by gods and demons alike. The essence of the sword of Edgarth and Death was deeply embedded in Russell's mind. Though he had barely touched the surface, it had enlightened him profoundly. Furthermore, his current physical body couldn't withstand a deeper understanding of it. While they conversed, the ancient battlefield shook once more. The land transformed, and the surrounding tombstones converged towards the center. In moments, they formed a towering structure that reached the sky, truly majestic. Above, a dragon roar resonated through the clouds, startling everyone. Then a shadow appeared amidst the clouds. It was a dragon coiling midair. Observing the dragon evoked awe in countless hearts. Yet, it vanished swiftly, dissolving into the clouds. This scene confirmed for all present that the Amir's secret realm held secrets related to dragons. The Christopher smiled grimly. Holding his final trump card, he prepared to fully commit to this opportunity. Whoever dared obstruct him would be eliminated without mercy. Chapter 320. Stepping into the nascent soul realm, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth from the top of the tower. The golden radiance cascaded down like a waterfall onto the ancient battlefield. For a moment, everyone felt an inexplicably warm sensation. Wounds that had previously plagued their bodies began healing at a visible speed. At the same time, a vibrant aura filled the land. With a thunderous roar, the door of the tower slowly opened. A wave of air mixed with swirling dust rushed out, carrying with it an ancient and distant atmosphere. Seems like the opportunity lies within this tower. In one fragment of my memories, I learned that only those who dare to challenge this tower can earn the qualification to seize the great destiny. Eben's eyes lit up as he rummaged through his fragmented memories related to the tower. However, the majority of these memories were incomplete, offering scant information about the tower. But one thing was certain. The tower was undoubtedly intertwined with the ultimate opportunity and destiny. What's inside the tower? Russell suddenly asked. I don't know. Are there more trials after passing the tower? I don't know. So, what do you know? I know nothing. 3 questions met with 3 unknowns. Clearly, Eben did not possess much knowledge regarding the tower. It wasn't that he didn't want to respond. Rather, those capable of passing the tower must be on par with him in strength, and he could not steal their memories. It seems I'll have to try it firsthand. Russell clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resolve. Having come this far, no one wanted to miss such an opportunity. Who knows? One of them might be the destined one. The outcome remains undecided. Anyone could be the dark horse. Upon hearing Eben's words, countless people involuntarily took a step forward, all eager to give it a try. Before others could react, a surge of golden light erupted from the entrance of the tower. In an instant, a vortex appeared. The vortex unleashed an incredibly powerful suction force, dragging numerous people forcefully towards it. Suddenly, screams echoed around as people were sucked into the vortex. Russell stood with his hands clasped behind his back, brows furrowed, feet positioned in a bow stance, straining against the powerful suction force but still being dragged along. Finally, his figure disappeared into the vortex. Russell felt a brief blackout, dizziness sweeping over him as his body staggered and crashed heavily onto the ground. Holy crap! When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a spacious room surrounded by walls, with candles flickering on them. At first glance, it exuded a tranquil ambience. Russell looked around but found nothing peculiar. Suddenly, echoes resonated throughout the vast space. Primal dragon blood? You carry an essence of pure origin, and I sense a familiar presence. It seems you've inherited the true teachings of my old friend. Time has changed. Never thought I'd see his trace again. The echoes lingered continuously. Russell's expression shifted slightly. From the tone, he sensed no hostility, even a hint of familiarity, like something innate. But if you wish to attain my blessing, just relying on this isn't enough. Earn it with your own efforts. Young man, it's indeed a pleasure to witness a descendant like you. Only hope you don't repeat our old mistakes. The rise of our human race may be secured. This statement carried a heavy weight of information. The speaker was likely the master of this celestial dragon's secret realm, yet remained unseen, possibly a spirit entity. Great cultivators beyond the core formation realm can detach their consciousness, with stronger ones staying longer outside their body. This highlighted the immense power of the celestial dragon's secret realm's master. Are you ready for the trial? If you cannot withstand it, silently recite, forever in your mind, and I will safely send you out. If you insist on pushing your limits, you might perish inside the tower. The master was straightforward. Suddenly, the echoes resounded again in Russell's sea of consciousness. Don't rush. Let me refine some dragon blood for you, to help you reach the nascent soul realm. This way, The subsequent trials will be easier. Knowing my old friend, the tests he said are not simple. Take out the lotus you claimed earlier, and let me refine some dragon blood for you. Thus, Russell followed instructions. A snow-white lotus suddenly appeared in his hand. As the lotus materialized, the temperature around him dropped, and snowflakes seemed to appear in the air. Glenn, please wait a moment. Russell turned to acknowledge the nearby Amberly. All right, hope you surprise me. Finally, a promising young talent. As the words faded, the lotus was engulfed in flames and turned into ashes, dissipating in a gentle breeze. Russell was dumbfounded. Suddenly, a warm current surged through his limbs and veins, enveloping his body in a tingling sensation. Just as Russell prepared, the violent energy of the dragon blood coursed through his meridians, wreaking havoc in his body. In an instant, he felt his dantian experiencing a rebirth-like sensation, bursting with vitality. At first sight, it was a nascent soul. A spirit embryo resembling an infant appeared in his dantian, gradually growing larger as time passed. Ordinarily, when breaking through to the nascent soul realm, most practitioners' nascent souls would be palm-sized, while prodigies might be a few inches larger. However, Russell was special. Within a mere breath, his nascent soul exceeded normal dimensions, appearing several zhang large. Earlier, he had absorbed countless amounts of primordial qi due to being stuck at a bottleneck. Thus, the qi in his body was far denser than average, proving the solidity of his foundation. Only after the lotus effects were fully dispelled did the true appearance of his nascent soul reveal itself, now dozens of zhang large. Perhaps never before had there been a nascent soul as large as Russell's, symbolizing his exceptional aptitude. Enduring excruciating pain, Russell finally made the final leap into the nascent soul realm. His internal aura floated, but his body teemed with inexhaustible power. He now dared claim that below the core formation realm, none could match him. To Russell, those so-called guardians were mere jesters, and even the imperial advisor of the feathered dynasty might yield if he exerted full power. Chapter 321. The Trial. Realm of the Spirit Embryo. Truly extraordinary. After a long while, Russell opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a turbid breath. The turbid breath spiraled in midair, lingering for quite some time with an inexplicable aura. After so many years of striving, he had finally broken through the shackles that bound him and ascended to the realm of the spirit embryo. Russell felt the raging fluctuations of spiritual energy within him, leaving his mind unable to calm down. Now, if he were to encounter Prince Rocky again, he would crush him effortlessly, even if Carlo and others came to his aid. They would all meet their end. What if he reached the pinnacle right after ascending? Rare, indeed? Even I cannot foresee your destiny. It seems you are not confined to this world alone. In truth, Russell's ascent to the pinnacle of the spirit embryo realm was greatly aided by the opportunities he encountered in the secret realm, accumulating immense spiritual energy within him. May I ask the venerable predecessor's name? Russell asked respectfully, without meeting the other's gaze. Master of the tomb, and ruler of this secret realm. You may call me Lyndon. When the dark calamity descended, I sacrificed my lifespan to confine it, protecting this land. Before reaching my limit, I spent a century crafting this tomb, so my legacy wouldn't be lost. Now, show your best, and I hope you will inherit my mantle. The phantom turned and suddenly dispersed, leaving the vast space silent once more. Lyndon's strength had surpassed the transforming god realm, making him a giant in his time. Yet even he struggled against the dark calamity, needing to burn his own lifespan just to contain it, not fully eliminate it. Such was the magnitude of that disaster. I am ready. Russell stood up, his eyes filled with resolve. From this moment on, for Lyndon's legacy, he would not retreat. In the face of danger, he would press forward. Suddenly, a noise sounded above him. Looking up, he saw a golden light shooting into the sky, forming a pillar in front of him. A powerful spiritual wave radiated outwards. When the light faded, a figure in a gray robe stood in the center. The gray-robed figure emitted an ancient aura, his features hidden in shadow. From the presence alone, Russell knew this figure was no ordinary being. This is the first sacred son of the Amir Sanctuary, Churchill, the guardian of the Trial Tower. He was the first to reach the spirit embryo realm, overpowering half-step transforming god realm experts. He was hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius. He perished in the dark calamity, having already touched the realm beyond the transforming god. The first test is simple. Withstand a single incense stick's duration against him to advance to the next trials. Lyndon's voice echoed once more. A once-in-a-millennium genius? The gray-robed figure likely had no physical body, just a spiritual form. The Amir Sanctuary was founded by Lyndon himself. After the dark calamity, it vanished without a trace, lost to the world. Russell suspected this Amir secret realm was its foundation. Venerable, I mean no disrespect. This legacy is crucial to me, so I must step past you. Russell showed deep respect, addressing the gray-robed figure. Suddenly, the figure bowed, struggling to speak. Though we both just entered the spirit embryo realm, I sense danger from you. You are strong, stronger than I ever was. As fellow human cultivators, I hope you contribute to this era, defending it from disasters. Fight. Churchill stepped forward, his fists raised before him. An intense wave of energy erupted from him, causing Russell to be forced back several steps. Only with his inner strength did he stabilize himself. Facing off against such a formidable opponent soon after entering the spirit embryo realm excited Russell. This battle would help solidify his newfound powers. Russell pulled out a wooden branch, pointing it at Churchill. Their auras matched perfectly. In an instant, Churchill lunged forward, delivering a barrage of punches that struck Russell forcefully, sending him reeling dozens of steps backward. His once pristine sleeves were now tattered. During the brief pause, Russell swung his wooden branch with precision, executing a seamless strike. A Edgar IV death sword technique. With fearless resolve, Russell took a large step forward, unleashing an invincible aura from within. As the sword energy surged, the vast space shook. The energy crisscrossed over Russell, and the strands of hair above his brows danced in the air. Chapter 322. The first among Yuan-ing cultivators. A sword of Edgarf and death. Its momentum is unstoppable. As the sword was slashed out, the sword aura transformed into a wave of energy. The hard scales on his body had blocked nearly 80% of the sword aura, while the remaining 20% was absorbed by his flesh. To the point, the gray-robed man focused his gaze back on Russell and pounced at him once again. Golden Dragon Transformation. As he pounced, the gray-robed man underwent another dramatic transformation. Suddenly, a scaly tail appeared behind him, and the scales covering his body became more densely packed. For some reason, the Perry's figure seemed to have grown slightly larger. The so-called Golden Dragon Transformation was likely a secret cultivation technique specifically designed for those with a Dragon Blood War body. When the scales completely covered his body, Russell felt a surge of danger from him. In an instant, the Perry was already upon him. Russell rapidly retreated several steps, fear spreading across his face as beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead. At the same time, he kept brandishing the wooden branch in his hand, sending out waves of sword aura which struck the Perry's body. However, the Edgarf and Death Sword could only slow down the Perry's advance but could not cause substantial harm. It was clear that even the Haze Rocky, with the Imperial Dragon Chi, could not withstand the might of the Edgarf and Death Sword. Yet this person easily neutralized it. Truly a genius that appears only once every 1,000 years. A well-deserved title as the first Yuan-ing cultivator. If Russell were still at the half-step Yuan-ing stage, he would stand no chance against this Churchill. However, he had already stepped into the Yuan-ing realm, and his Yuan-ing size was historically unmatched. Sword come. The wooden branch was gripped tightly again, pale starlight enveloped it, and his robes billowed in the gentle breeze. Had it not been for certain restrictions preventing him from fully utilizing the Dragon Clan inheritance, he wouldn't have found himself in this deadlock. To break the deadlock, innovation was needed. Previously, Russell had relied too much on the power of the Dragon Clan inheritance, forgetting fundamental principles. That's why during his final battle with Haze Rocky, he needed help from the Caleb's will. Now was the moment to innovate and grow independently. Apart from the Dragon Clan inheritance, he had many areas to improve. With continuous refinement, Russell still had much room for advancement. Only by forcing oneself into a desperate situation can one transcend limitations. At a critical moment, the Perry lunged at him, the blade nearing his forehead. One swift strike could erase Russell. Suddenly, Edgar's surging waves, the sword aura erupted once again. A brilliant golden light enveloped his body, filling the dim room. In an instant, the sword aura swirled around, tightly enveloping him. The moment the Perry touched him, he was forcibly repelled. Retreating dilly, the other party had a deeper understanding of the Tao cultivation path. However, the spirit body lacked independent thought and could only blindly charge forward. I didn't expect that after 1,000 years, someone could defeat my disciple, who was once hailed as the first among all Yuan-ing cultivators. He even overpowered experts at the late-stage transforming spirit realm when he was at the peak of Yuan-ing. Truly, each generation surpasses the last. It's heartening to see such young talents emerging. But mere superficial strength won't do. Insight and character are equally important. A spirit body reappeared in the center of the arena. Lyndon appeared again, his gaze softening when looking at Russell. There was even a radiant smile on his face. I didn't expect you to gain insights during combat. Your comprehension is truly extraordinary. Were the moves you displayed earlier the Edgarf and Death Sword? Lyndon asked suddenly, diverting his gaze from Russell. Respectfully, Ronnie, they were indeed the Edgarf and Death Sword, but I've only scratched the surface, and it was rather embarrassing. Chapter 323, Desert. Gregory crossed his hands behind his back and floated above the ground, appearing almost weightless. His spiritual body dimmed slightly, as if a mere breath could scatter him into dust. The Edgarf and Death Sword technique is indeed an impressive sword skill. When it first appeared, it was unstoppable, slaying gods and Buddhas alike, with no one able to withstand its power. I didn't think there would come a day when I'd see this Edgarf and Death Sword technique again. The younger generation truly commands respect. However, although the technique is magnificent, you've only just crossed the threshold. You have a long way to go yet, but this skill will help you overcome many dangers. The Edgarf and Death Sword technique was powerful enough to be a trump card for the future. You not only survived the incense stick time in the first trial, but also defeated the Guardian. There's no need to participate in the subsequent trials. Your strength is already unquestionable. Below the semi-step spirit transformation realm, you are unmatched. Go straight to the final trial. Passing this test qualifies you to become the heir of the legacy. I saw that very few people managed to last the duration of the incense burning, and even the mighty three-headed demon beasts from the secret realm excelled. By now, quite a few participants had probably been eliminated. Even the successors of the Holy Lands might not withstand the ferocity of the first trial. Actually, Russell's attention was mostly focused on those three-headed demon beasts. These beings were nearly at the spirit transformation realm. Once they obtained the legacy, they would inevitably break through the barrier and reach the spirit transformation realm. When they did so, anyone who entered the trial would suffer. Based on their personalities, these demon beasts would show no mercy. No one would escape then. These three-headed demon beasts were once unclaimed entities. Over countless years, they absorbed celestial energy, otherwise they wouldn't have reached this stage. After gaining intelligence, they now covet the legacy. But don't worry, they can never be the heirs. They are merely unowned entities bound within this space, with minds not yet fully developed. Edgar Eben. He gained abilities by consuming someone else's memories, which aren't really his own. Those towering figures had a wealth of experience that can't be replicated by just absorbing memories. Just because he claimed someone else's memories doesn't mean he can understand them deeply. Suddenly, the surroundings shifted dramatically, with a sudden gust of wind sweeping through. In an instant, Russell found himself standing in a vast desert that stretched endlessly. This tower contains a miniature world, which is my life-bound treasure. Don't be curious about it. Such small worlds are numerous. Of course, the final trial is simple. Just walk out of the desert to gain eligibility for the legacy. Go ahead, Gillis, and hope that we see a new era through you. With that, Gregory's form dissipated once more, fading into the clouds. Russell lifted his eyes and surveyed the endless desert, his gaze heavy with seriousness. Ripples and sounds emerged from the sea of divine consciousness. That old guy still boasts excessively. Don't take everything he says seriously. There's no miniature world inside this pagoda. It's all conjured by his own aura. Grade, you see how his spiritual body dimmed? Everything is a facade. If he doesn't find an heir soon, this legacy will dissipate into history. And you've just arrived at the right moment. Honestly, you lack the qualifications to inherit the legacy. It's simply this rare opportunity that makes you the best candidate. Feels like putting a square peg in a round hole. Frankly, if this Caleb weren't just a remnant will, Russell would drag him out and beat him to vent his frustration. You think you can do better? Then why don't you step up? Sure, hand over control of this body to me. Within 3 years, no one in this realm will be a match for you. Hand it over? You must be kidding. Not a chance. Stay where you belong. After some banter, the Calebs will fell silent. Amidst the vast desert, sand dunes stretched endlessly. Before long, Russell was sweating profusely, breathing heavily, feeling like he was being scorched. Gazing up at the scorching sun, he couldn't help but comment, honestly, this environment is quite realistic. I'm already drenched in sweat. Breathing heavily, he soon felt on the verge of collapse. Surprisingly, his internal spiritual energy was also being drained, and the bones in his limbs started to creak. If he didn't leave this desert soon, he might perish here. Suddenly, Russell felt his consciousness blur, and everything went black as he collapsed. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the familiar place. In the town, Russell was hailed as an unrivaled genius, destined to lead a great era. But suddenly, a voice spat out curses. This disobedient son took the prince's fortune, bringing disaster upon our entire clan. From now on, you are no longer part of the Edgarn family. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with us. Genius? He's just a despicable rat, willing to snatch the prince's fortune. Let's see how long you survive. The prince is here. In the town, clouds billowed up. Once they cleared, a grand procession stood before Russell. At the front was a carriage, and inside sat Hayes Rocky. Russell would recognize him even if he turned to ashes. Every feature of his face was indelibly etched in Russell's mind. It was perhaps Rocky's visage that kept him going until now. The carriage stopped directly in front of Russell. Rocky drew back the curtain, fixing his gaze on him. I want him dead. Rocky pointed at Russell, and immediately, numerous experts surrounded him, leaving no gaps. Russell remained calm, observing the crowd out of the corner of his eye without a trace of fear. Rocky, do you really think I'm still the easily deceived Russell? If Rocky hadn't used treachery back then, and considering Russell's immature mind at the time, he would have fallen for the trap effortlessly. After experiencing death, he had truly been reborn. Chapter 324, Breaking Free from Inner Demons. So what if he were a sacred son for his entire life? He would always be confined within others' schemes, forever unable to truly understand this grand era, restricted to one corner of the world, living a mediocre and unproductive life. But now, he had been reborn anew. He was no longer the saint's son who once received universal adoration, with countless accolades. Russell finally saw through this murky water. In an era of rising heroes, only people like him could stand firm in this world and become those who held the sun and moon and plucked stars. Rocky, I am no longer the pawn you can manipulate at will. For the past grievances, I will repay them 100-fold. Don't rejoice too soon. The tide of fortune shall eventually turn against you. Suddenly, Russell, wielding a wooden sword, emitted a wave of murderous intent. He took a large step forward, slashing down with his sword which forcefully struck the carriage. Sword energy intersected, boundless sword intent surged like a waterfall, forcefully striking the carriage. With a loud boom, the carriage exploded, turning into fragments scattered on the ground. Hayes Rocky's body soared into the sky, hanging in midair, casting a cold glance that carried an irresistible killing intent, landing directly on Russell. The two locked eyes. A heavy atmosphere of hostility erupted. This enmity had reached a point beyond reconciliation. In this grand era, two exceptional geniuses emerged, yet ultimately, only one could emerge victorious. In any case, there would certainly be death. Imperial Dragon Chi enveloped Rocky's body, making it not easy to kill him. Without the Imperial Dragon Chi, Rocky might not have reached this level at such a young age. Frankly speaking, Russell should thank Rocky. If not for Rocky's meticulous scheming, he might never have reached this height. Born in tranquility, he would never have harbored the concept of preparedness amidst peace. You want me dead? First, tell me if you're even worthy. Imperial Dragon Chi erupted from Rocky's body, colliding with the sword energy. On the contrary, Russell's sword chi exuded an invincible aura, swallowing up the Imperial Dragon Chi. An accomplished sword intent. Within these two dynasties, who else could achieve such a feat at this age? Even among the Rani generation's experts, few could have a deeper understanding of the sword Tao than Russell. Moreover, Russell's comprehension of the Edgarf and Deathblade had deepened further. Now, who could stop him? Unless those old monsters hidden in remote mountains reappeared, under the nascent soul realm, none could match him. Blade of Edgarf and Death. Russell raised the wooden branch in his hand and casually slashed down. The sword chi soared towards the sky. The colors of heaven and earth changed abruptly. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered overhead. An invincible aura radiated from Russell, the oppressive force suffocating everyone around. Only Hayes Rocky stood opposing him. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Amidst the fierce wind and heavy rain, no matter how intense the rain was, it couldn't reach Russell, blocked by the overwhelming sword chi. The sword chi transformed into a streak of golden light, flashing through the air, forming an elegant arc, a dazzling spectacle. Behind this dazzling scene lay boundless murderous intent. In an instant, the sword chi engulfed Rocky, dispersing the Imperial Dragon chi surrounding him completely. Finally, Rocky perished in the blazing sword chi. Russell sheathed his wooden branch. To deal with Rocky, one stroke of the blade was enough. This blade possessed the power to shatter heaven and earth and extinguish all living things. Under the nascent soul realm, there was no longer any rival. Indeed, at this moment, Russell wanted to test himself again against Eben. Within the secret realm, Eben was probably the only one who could make him take him seriously, or perhaps the other two great demons. Perhaps, not even these three unowned creatures could withstand Russell's relentless assault. As the fire subsided, Rocky lost all fighting power, lying on the ground like a dead dog, his eyes fixed on Russell. The torrential rain doused the flames. Russell stepped forward, walking up to Rocky, looking down at him with a hint of disdain in his eyes. You are no longer my inner demon. No matter how noble your birth, you will ultimately be trampled under my feet. And your so-called dynasty, I will overturn it single-handedly. With these words, Russell executed Rocky without mercy. After Rocky's death, suddenly, the surrounding space twisted again. Everything encountered just now was an illusion created by spatial manipulation. Accurately speaking, everything was a mirage from Russell's deepest inner thoughts. His deep-seated obsession with Rocky caused this illusion to manifest. All was but an ephemeral shadow. In the next second, Russell reappeared in the dim room, feeling dizzy, nearly stumbling and falling. Congratulations. You've passed the final challenge of this trial. Who would have thought your mental resilience could be so strong? However, bearing such murderous intent, whether it is a blessing or a curse to you remains uncertain. Regardless, this world should no longer suffice to contain your ambitions. Among the younger generation, you are already at the top. Many have already been eliminated from the trial tower. They aren't just slightly inferior to you. Lyndon reappeared before Russell. According to him, they were likely the sacred sons and daughters of the Holy Lands. In the current world, they were indeed remarkable figures. But throughout history, many heroes have emerged. Compared to these heroes, their brilliance paled somewhat. Predecessor, you flatter me. Russell saluted respectfully. While speaking, Lyndon's luster dimmed slightly, his spiritual power not as robust as before. Perhaps soon, the last spirit left by Lyndon would dissipate into nothingness. Before his last wish departed, he must choose a successor to pass down his legacy and carry it forward. Of course, this was also a kindness bestowed upon future generations. Furthermore, considering Russell's lineage, even surpassing Lyndon's in richness, Russell's bloodline was fundamentally dominant. You indeed are suited for my inheritance. Perhaps after you, my legacy will ascend to greater heights, with a future even more promising than mine. But I hope that when this continent faces peril again, you can stand up to shield it from disaster. Though unfair to you, as cultivators, we shouldn't let the land fall into dire straits. In short, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Chapter 325, Inheritance Power. Arnold's words were full of meaning, seemingly hinting at some unspoken secrets. As he spoke, a trace of awkwardness appeared on his face. Perhaps the continent would soon undergo a significant change. It could not remain in perpetual peace forever. After all, this world had been too peaceful for too long, and was now ready for some turmoil. Glenn, what do you mean? Is this world about to fall into dire straits again? Weren't the dark heavenly Gracesters completely eradicated back then? How could they reappear? Is there something that cannot be disclosed? Russell's brows furrowed. He understood well the horrors of the dark heavenly Gracesters, and why they had the power to devastate an entire era. That was truly an era of exceptional talent where countless ancient dragon-blooded beasts ran rampant. Yet they still couldn't stop the onslaught of the dark heavenly Gracesters. To be precise, the dark heavenly Gracesters were only temporarily suppressed. Back then, no one could withstand the dark heavenly Gracesters' invasion, but ultimately, everyone united to seal them away. However, recently, I sensed the fluctuation of the dark heavenly Gracesters. After a millennium of nourishment, the next invasion might be even more ferocious than before. The era needs a towering figure to ward off this disaster. Otherwise, the entire continent will be destroyed. Peace has lasted too long. People have forgotten the calamity caused by the dark heavenly Gracesters. Temporary seal? Let's get back to the topic. The threat of the dark heavenly Gracesters still looms. This makes it clear why events occurred as they did with the Bai family. No wonder the dark heavenly Gracesters would re-emerge. In such an era, there are alarmingly few immortal transformation realm practitioners. All interests in the world are intertwined with cause and effect. Who would willingly sacrifice their interests to be that towering person? When the dark heavenly Gracesters return, those who once enjoyed glory won't likely step up to save the day. But Arnold was certain that Russell would contribute to saving the era. He had never misjudged anyone. From Russell's sharp gaze, he saw a glimmer of hope. Glenn, if I can manage, I will contribute to the era. But I fear I cannot withstand the onslaught of the dark heavenly Gracesters. After all, even the era of exceptional talent perished in the wave of darkness. It's hard to imagine the irreparable damage caused by the past disaster. Even the majestic dragon race vanished. How much more distant must everything feel for Russell, who hasn't even reached the threshold of the immortal transformation realm? You still have time to prepare. Why did I choose you? Even I can't see through your causal connections. You're like a mystery, difficult to understand. The era is coming, and the one who can fend off the dark heavenly Gracesters is likely you. As time passed, Arnold's luster dimmed slightly under the dim light, and Russell noticed his spiritual body gradually dispersing. I won't say more. Next, I will entrust you with my inheritance. I hope you don't let it go to waste and bring it to its fullest potential, completing my regrets from back then. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew past. A golden beam fell from the tower peak, shooting skyward with dazzling brilliance. It was a magnificent sight. The beam then suddenly struck Russell, enveloping him like a waterfall. His body felt an indescribable tingling sensation, and the tension in his muscles relaxed. He felt utterly comfortable. A powerful beam flooded into his sea of consciousness, like a vast ocean of gold surging within his mind. Countless memories, not originally his, intertwined in his head. Russell felt a tearing pain in his skull. In the next second, a translucent figure appeared before him. The figure flashed, and a golden glow illuminated it. The figure transformed, covered in shimmering golden scales, exuding a divine aura, like a god descended. Upon closer look, this person radiated a unique aura, giving off an intimidating presence. This technique is called Golden Dragon Transformation. It's the move you saw during your trial. Given your special bloodline, I created this move myself. When perfected, it allows you to transform into a golden dragon that soars through the world. Of course, even until my death, I merely glimpsed the final threshold. The path after transforming into a golden dragon will be yours to explore. I can only guide you initially. Golden Dragon Transformation? During his battle with Churchill, Russell became interested in this move. After transformation, one's strength significantly increased, enhancing physical prowess to a great extent. With Russell's understanding, he grasped the intricacies of Golden Dragon Transformation just by looking at it, though he had only touched the surface. Taking a deep breath to calm his heart, Russell digested all the newly acquired memories in his sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, stripes appeared on his body, followed by countless scales. His entire body was covered in green scales. The previously unusable inheritance power now flowed smoothly. To test the power of the Golden Dragon Transformation, Russell punched a wall. A thunderous roar echoed as dust clouds rose. When the dust settled, a fist mark was visible on the wall. Earlier, Russell had noticed the wall's peculiar nature. Even the residual force of the life and death sword couldn't leave any scratch. Yet, a simple punch now left a mark. Russell felt an inexhaustible force within him. This was the dominance of the Golden Dragon Transformation. You've only touched the threshold of the Golden Dragon Transformation. When perfected, his body would be covered in golden yellow scales, but for now, his scales were green. Excitedly, Russell realized that Golden Dragon Transformation could become a formidable killing move. If he faced Evan now, the outcome would be unpredictable. Suddenly, his sea of consciousness buzzed again. Just one gift, and you act like you've never seen anything before. Better things are still to come. This Clark wouldn't leave you with just this much inheritance. He was known for his benevolence in our time. Chapter 326, The Secret Realm Shatters. It seemed that even more profound opportunities were yet to come, making the Golden Dragon Transformation seem like just an appetizer. Suddenly, Eduardo raised his hand. Before Russell could recover from the shock, a streak of golden light was injected into Russell's body. The radiance surged within him before merging into his bloodstream. This sensation was slightly different from the previous one. Russell felt an immense surge of spiritual energy coursing through every part of his body. This mysterious force did not dominate his body but instead nurtured him. Kid, this is a special boon I have prepared for you. My spiritual body won't last much longer, so it's better to do something useful. Upon hearing this, Russell internally rejected the idea. It seemed that Eduardo had infused all the spiritual energy contained in his final spiritual body into Russell's body, intending to help him break through to a higher realm. Unfortunately, the process was already in motion and beyond Russell's control. Suddenly, fluctuating spiritual energy surged explosively within him. The mysterious spiritual energy began blending with his own slowly. Russell felt the restraints of his current cultivation level loosening. In the next second, a burst of golden light erupted inside him, only to vanish instantly. Middle stage nascent soul realm. Peak middle stage nascent soul realm. Russell's cultivation rapidly ascended. He was only one step away from the grand completion of the nascent soul realm. He gazed at his body, feeling the turbulent spiritual energy within, confirming that he had broken through once again. However, his blood flow remained stable and solid. It appeared that the energy from the spiritual body had thoroughly integrated into Russell's body without any rejection. Suddenly, Eduardo's figure dimmed, looking as if it was about to dissipate. Young friend, the path ahead must be walked by yourself. While imparting the legacy power, I sensed an old friend residing within you. Please tell my old friend that I no longer blame him. After 1,000 years, our grievances have long been resolved, and our friendship remains unshakable. But alas, there will no longer be me in this world. As he spoke, a drop of essence blood suddenly appeared before Russell, floating in midair. Russell's gaze fixated on the drop of essence blood, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If his guess was correct, this essence blood was closely related to the essence blood in his body, likely from the same lineage. This is a green dragon's essence blood. Though not comparable to your own essence blood, it is still sufficient to dominate the mortal world. With your current physical form, you are not yet ready to perfectly refine this essence blood. When you approach the soul formation stage in the future, consume the green dragon's essence blood to ensure you enter the pinnacle state upon initially entering the soul formation stage. Old friend, please look after this Gillis for me. He is at least the inheritor of my legacy, and I will watch over you from beneath the 9 springs. Afterward, this pagoda also belongs to you. Once my spiritual energy dissipates, this realm will collapse, and the sacred land of Caleb will cease to exist. In the coming great era, the dark heavenly calamity will undoubtedly stir. Remember to always be vigilant and never underestimate its power, for it is a supreme existence capable of annihilating an entire age. As he spoke, faint starlight gradually peeled away from Eduardo's body. The previously glowing spiritual body now emitted no light at all. Boy, can you call me master? Master, your kindness will be etched in my heart forever. I will certainly carry on your legacy and ensure it flourishes once more for people to witness the might of the Caleb again. Russell said firmly, truly moved by this favor he could never repay. Now I can leave in peace. Someone will guide you henceforth. This remark was directed toward the green dragon's will within him. After speaking, the spiritual body suddenly turned into countless stars, vanishing into thin air. Inexplicably, Russell sensed a wave of sorrow in his sea of consciousness. He could feel the emotional changes in the sea of consciousness. Glenn? Russell muttered in his sea of consciousness. Teesish, that old stubborn man talking nonsense, but he sure was generous, giving you this pagoda. Just wait and enjoy the benefits. I wanted to borrow this pagoda once, but he wouldn't agree. But don't get complacent. I still have the urge to possess your body. If I see an opportunity, I will take it. Russell had already noticed the change in the green dragon's will. Russell remained silent. Suddenly, at the mountain waste. Not good. The secret realm will collapse without the support of Eduardo's spiritual energy. Just as these words left his lips, Russell was expelled from the pagoda. The pagoda also fell into Russell's possession. Outside the secret realm, a group of people surrounded the area, clearly disheartened for not obtaining the inheritance. Russell transformed into a flash of light, blending into the crowd. Suddenly, someone spotted Russell. It seems someone has obtained the inheritance. All eyes immediately focused on Russell, who could sense a hint of hostility in their gazes. Inside the secret realm, the shaking intensified. Therefore, everyone unanimously decided to leave the secret realm. A spatial rift appeared in the sky above the secret realm. Inside the rift was a vortex with immense suction force. In the next moment, everyone was sucked into the vortex, disappearing from the secret realm of Caleb. Outside the sea overhead, what was once a clear sky had turned into rolling thunderclouds in an instant. Dark purple lightning streaked through the clouds, and a bolt of lightning suddenly struck downward. In a moment, the atmosphere became intensely tense, with a thick smell of gunpowder filling the air above the mountains. All it would take now is one spark to ignite a full-blown battle. You all have quite the appetite. Aren't you afraid of choking yourselves? Just half-step spirit transformation realm. Truly, do you think you can gain any advantage against me? As these words were spoken, the atmosphere shifted. The Guardians were united in their aim to secure the great opportunities within the Kermit's secret realm for their masters. Foremost among them was the Alvin. Amerigo would inevitably rule the Feathered Dynasty. To solidify his power, he needed sufficient support. If they could obtain the legacy of the Kermit's secret realm, wouldn't his rise to power be within reach? Let's see who has the courage. Consider carefully before proceeding. Once we come to blows, don't blame me if I demand retribution door to door later. The consequences will be dire. Russell stood in midair, holding a wooden branch in one hand, his gaze sweeping over the Guardians and finally settling on the Alvin. Honestly, Russell harbored no goodwill towards these fickle Guardians. Most of them were Ronili and had spent their entire lives trying to reach the spirit transformation realm without success. If they lacked great fortune, they would stagnate at the half-step level until the end of their days. Conversely, Russell had been wary of the three great demons observing from the shadows nearby. They, too, coveted the legacy, unwilling to leave empty-handed. Whoever obtained the legacy of the Kermit's secret realm would surely rise rapidly in power. Do not waste any more words. Boy, let me test your sword skills and see if they live up to legend. The Alvin brandished his long sword, his robe fluttering as he eagerly advanced toward Russell. A powerful sword intent erupted from him, golden light bursting forth into the sky. Wherever it passed, the air split with a distinct tearing sound. Russell remained rooted in place, his stance as steady as Mount Tai, seemingly impervious to any assault. At the critical moment, the Alvin appeared directly in front of him, his long sword poised to slice Russell in two. The killing intent locked onto him. He was ruthless, clearly aiming to kill. Suddenly, the situation reversed dramatically. Intersecting sword auras erupted around Russell, accompanied by a faint dragon's roar. The powerful gusts of wind forced the Alvin back several dozen meters. Russell took a large step forward, wielding the wooden branch like a sword, his strike forceful and decisive. A single decisive blow. With unwavering resolve, Russell's expression revealed his determination. The golden aura once again scattered the gloom above the Kermit Mountains, revealing a clear sky. Looking at the Alvin, his face showed hesitation as the sword aura was already upon him, impossible to evade. It would cleave him in two in an instant. Moreover, Russell's understanding of the life-or-death sword technique had deepened further. What difference did it make if he was just a half-step spirit transformation? He still struck with one swift blow. Watching the golden sword aura approach, fear filled the Alvin's eyes, a primal fear. He regretted this decision. Despite Russell's lower realm compared to the Alvin, their strength disparity had become vast. The sword aura collided with his body with a deafening explosion. Flames enveloped the Alvin entirely. The shockwave from the exploding sword aura rocked the Kermit Mountains, startling countless birds and beasts. When the golden glow faded, dark clouds gathered overhead once more, striking thunder crashing down violently, followed by torrential rain. The raging flames were extinguished in an instant. Surveying the damage, half of the Kermit Mountains lay in ruins. Meanwhile, high in the sky, the Alvin's body fell slowly to the ground. Seeing it to greatness. Amerigo, any objections? If not, I'll be leaving. Russell floated down slowly, facing Amerigo, looking down at him from a superior position. His words carried a profound undertone, like an emperor surveying his subjects. Chapter 328, Possessed by an Eve. Don't be too jubilant. Just because you wield a sword, do you think you can break through 10,000 enemies with a single strike? Block calamity and disaster? Oppose the entire Feathers Ascension dynasty? Are you truly prepared for this? Hand over the legacy of Kermit's secret realm, and I can spare your life. Or, when I ascend to the throne in the future, I could appoint you as a national master. The Christopher looked up at the sky. He still did not recognize the person before him as Russell, but instead believed that the sword practitioner in front of him was an up-and-coming prodigy born into an extraordinary era. Heard that Russell is also inside this secret realm. Perhaps he has already seized all the opportunities, so why cling to me alone? Do you intend to make things difficult for me? Russell continued to disguise his identity, remaining as enigmatic and inscrutable as ever. Earlier, those inheriting sanctuaries had assumed he was a fiendish genius of the continent. But this time, Kermit's secret realm produced many talented individuals. Compared to these geniuses who could each stand against 1,000 soldiers, the sanctuary inheritors seemed somewhat inadequate. It seems you are still unwilling to hand over the Kermit legacy. Why was Russell expelled from the sanctuary back then? Because he was rebellious and disobedient. Do you really believe he can outmatch Rocky? What use is fiendish talent? He will still end up working for others. Why has the Carey dynasty stood firm on the continent for centuries? The dynasty's heritage isn't something you worldly people can belittle. And all of Feather's Ascension dynasty should belong to me. The inheritance power should belong to me as well. The Christopher wore a thick smile on half his face, his lips curling upward as he stood with one hand behind his back, seemingly fiddling with something with the other. Indeed, the Carey dynasty's foundation was immeasurable. First was the Imperial Dragon Chi, which was crucial for the dynasty's fate. Prince Rocky merely borrowed the Imperial Dragon Chi without truly grasping its essence. Once he ascends to the throne and controls the Imperial Dragon Chi, his strength would grow proportionally. At that time, who would be the unrivaled genius? Everything would once again be a mystery. And who knew what lay behind the Carey dynasty? It was quite possible that there were Transformation God Realms experts safeguarding the nation. Of course, this was just speculation, but it was a concern lingering in Russell's heart. If there were Transformation God Realm experts protecting the dynasty, confronting them alone would be like walking into a tiger's mouth. Yet, a mere Christopher dared to shout defiance in front of him, which truly irritated Russell. Moreover, even with his guardian of the way's uncertain fate, he still dared to provoke. Looks like you're confident about seizing the legacy from me? Why don't we try? I happen to want to test the might of this inheritance. Russell took another step into the void, causing ripples to surge around him. Rings of white light spread outward from beneath his feet, accompanied by a surge of energy that shattered the clouds floating above. Carey light filtered through the cracks, illuminating the ground. Russell's body was enveloped in radiant light. He lifted a finger and pointed toward the Christopher, locking onto him with lethal intent, ready to erase him at a moment's notice. A garmentless pressure surged forth. In an instant, the vast Kermit mountains were cloaked in oppressive silence. Countless people felt a mountainous weight pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe. Under the pressure, the Christopher struggled to raise his head, casting a fierce gaze at Russell, with a hint of bloodshot in his eyes. Suddenly, the Christopher formed seals with both hands, and star-like brilliance shimmered at his fingertips, dazzling under the sunlight. Next, his body floated in midair, pausing suspended in space. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, emitting a golden glow. His sweeping gaze released golden light that struck Russell. His eyes were like a sharp blade, seeming to see right through Russell. Instinctively, Russell took a step back. He could sense that the aura emanating from the Christopher was rapidly intensifying, an alien presence entering his body. The next moment, a roar echoed across the sky, and a translucent figure appeared behind the Christopher. At first glance, it was encased in a divine light, exuding an awe-inspiring aura, like a deity descended from the heavens. The originally tied-up long hair of the Christopher scattered, resting on his shoulders, transforming his demeanor yet again. It seemed, from that moment on, the physical form of the Christopher was possessed by another entity, giving off an unprecedented feeling. Miscreants! How dare you insult the descendant of the Feather's Ascension dynasty? The Christopher extended a finger, turning the golden light into myriad threads that bound Russell tightly. Russell remained motionless, staring intently at the Christopher with a serious expression. If guessed correctly, the Christopher must have invoked an ancestor from the Feather's Ascension dynasty. The Feather's Ascension dynasty had a history spanning over 100 years, and every generation's emperors were exceptional. Although many achieved their ranks through medicinal pills and external force, there were those who stepped into the Transformation God Realm before the Great Era arrived. After transcending to the Transformation God Realm, they rarely involved themselves in the affairs of the dynasty. After all, Transformation God Realm's beings transcended worldly restraints, being uninvolved in secular matters, which was better for them. Russell could sense a primordial ancient aura from the Christopher, even perceiving a faint threat. Feather's Ascension dynasty. You go too far. Do you want me to offer my face for you to hit? Don't push me too much. Besides, the Lord of the Kermit's secret realm has already entrusted the legacy to me. Isn't it against the rules if you try to seize it now? How does seizing this creation help? With your capabilities, you simply lack the fortune to enjoy it. Caleb Essence Blood was exceedingly tyrannical. To refine it required more than sheer brute strength. Every time Russell refined the dragon blood within his body, he endured inhuman torture. If not for the hatred burning in his heart, he would have been defeated by this essence blood long ago. Blasphemy. Hand over the legacy power. This place belongs under the jurisdiction of the Feather's Ascension dynasty, and whatever gains should be managed by the dynasty. The Christopher took a large step forward. A white surge erupted from his body. It shot straight toward Russell, creating a whirlwind that forcefully pushed Russell back several dozen meters. Chapter 329. A fierce battle unfolds. A flurry of wind and rustling surrounded the area, drawing attention from many who dared not speak up, knowing Amerigo's mercurial temperament. The ancestor attached to Amerigo was indeed formidable, his moves sharp and revealing a deep killing intent in his eyes. With every step, the space before him twisted as if it could tear apart reality at any moment. Russell's veins bulged as an inexhaustible stream of spiritual energy flowed out from his dantian and meridians. With a roar, he forcefully broke free from his restraints and stepped forward to confront Amerigo. At this point, Amerigo's strength was not to be underestimated. Based on Russell's analysis, the ancestor controlling Amerigo was in existence far beyond the soul transformation realm but was limited by Amerigo's frail body, unable to exhibit peak-level power due to these constraints. Hence, Russell did not fear him. This kid seems to have employed a special secret technique to let a divine consciousness temporarily take over his body. From my perspective, this person should have been at the lower end of the soul transformation realm during their lifetime. When I was at my peak, I was a true master whose mere wave could exterminate such mediocre characters. The voice of Hayden's will echoed again in Russell's mind. This body can barely support 1/10 of his former strength. There's nothing to fear. If you're afraid, I can shield you. With just a thought, I could obliterate an entire dynasty. Though Hayden's words were somewhat exaggerated, Russell knew that in life, Hayden had been a formidable warrior but not quite powerful enough to alter the world with a flick of his hand. Rest assured, dealing with such mediocrity doesn't warrant your intervention. I'm more than capable on my own. Ignoring Hayden's remarks, Russell launched a punch directly towards Amerigo's face to gauge his opponent's true strength. Now, Russell understood why Amerigo had acted so arrogantly. Indeed, he had some means, holding hidden cards up his sleeve. Amerigo's depth of scheming far surpassed Rocky's. While Rocky showed some talent, his lack of patience made him easily predictable. A thunderous boom erupted as Russell's punch struck the cliffside, while Amerigo effortlessly dodged, suddenly appearing behind Russell. Even Russell hadn't sensed it. In an instant, Amerigo slashed towards Russell, a gust of air hitting Russell, who was hurled into the mountain, causing dust and debris to fly everywhere. Everyone held their breath, revealing serious expressions. They had witnessed Russell overpower Rocky, but this was the first time seeing Russell in trouble. Indeed, the ancestor within Amerigo possessed some skill. As the dust settled, Russell stood atop the mountain, unscathed except for a bit of dust. Basking in sunlight, a chilling smile graced his face. You've got some skills. With those words, Russell, wielding a wooden branch, charged forward recklessly. Driven by Amerigo's challenge, Russell's comprehension of the sword of Edgarth and death deepened. After reaching the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, combined with the inheritance power, Russell's combat prowess became unpredictable. Eager to test his limits, he chose to clash head-on with Amerigo, believing only adversity could sharpen his abilities and fully unlock his potential. Holding the wooden branch, Russell unleashed the power of the sword of Edgarth and death, striking Amerigo forcefully. Immediately, fiery light soared skyward as dazzling sword techniques hurtled towards Amerigo, emitting ear-piercing whistles. However, just before impact, the sword chi was repelled, dissipating instantly. Russell felt a bit shocked, growing more cautious. Despite being no match, he still retained the ability to escape. Though Amerigo wasn't as weak as before, he couldn't stop Russell's retreat. How about that? If you don't show anything more impressive, you might lose. With your strength, you can't safeguard the Kermit realm's inheritance. Hand it over, and I'll spare you. Amerigo gloated, unaware Russell was already charging back, his sword aura stronger. Sky-reaching sword chi enveloped Amerigo, creating an impenetrable web. However, Amerigo calmly deflected the continuous attacks. Clearly, the sword of Edgarth and death posed no real threat. But Russell had other tricks up his sleeve. Golden Dragon Transformation. Russell roared, his body covered in layers of scales, glowing brilliantly and exuding heightened power. Amerigo's expression turned serious. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed dramatically. Russell, standing wide-legged, shot forward like an arrow, unhesitant. Dragon Blood Warrior? Amerigo muttered, realizing what the Kermit realm's inheritance must be. 3 supreme Dragon Blood Warriors emerged in this era, unprecedented before. This fueled Amerigo's inner desires. Dragon Essence blood was crucial for them. Acquiring even a drop would propel Amerigo's talents rapidly, bringing immense fortune to the future Yuhua dynasty. The rise of a supreme warrior could sustain the dynasty's legacy. Chapter 330, Thunderous Fury. The predecessors of the Yuhua dynasty had fought hard to secure opportunities for the Garfield, but unfortunately, his physical strength was limited, and he could not fully unleash his ultimate power. Otherwise, the battle wouldn't have been at such a deadlock. Russell's body was covered in green scales, and a powerful aura enveloped him entirely. At this moment, he could fully harness the dragon blood within him, looking down upon all creation. In a daze, Russell charged towards the Garfield on the other side of the sky. No matter what, he wouldn't let the opponent leave unscathed. Even if this was the territory of the Yuhua dynasty, even if the former emperor appeared, he wouldn't give them any quarter. The other party had touched his sore spot. Previously, Rocky had gone to great lengths to scheme against Russell to gain the legacy, ultimately framing him and making him an outcast. That scene would not be repeated. Russell would make everyone who dared to harbor malicious intentions pay the price. In an instant, their bodies collided, producing dazzling sparks, and the entire Kermit mountain range shook. The sky seemed about to tear apart, beginning to twist. Soon enough, the Garfield found himself at a disadvantage. As time passed, he gradually became physically exhausted, with bloodshot eyes and a progressively pale face. In the next second, the Garfield launched a desperate punch, creating some distance between them. I can't engage in a prolonged battle. This descendant's body is truly weak. If he had even a tenth of his peak strength, it wouldn't be so difficult. I must finish this quickly. The Garfield wore a grave expression. Suddenly, the sky darkened again, and boundless thunderclouds gathered across the clear sky. These clouds enveloped the entire Kermit mountain range, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Edgartning flashed in the sky, engulfed in fire and enveloped by white mist. Witnessing this, everyone was horrified. Honestly, few believed Russell could withstand the thunderous fury. Hovering mid-air, the Garfield stood with one hand behind his back, his face deathly pale. His breathing had become rapid after unleashing the thunderous fury, which had cost him most of his spiritual energy. If this move didn't eliminate Russell, his body wouldn't hold up either, leading to his defeat. In the past, even those who had perfected the spirit transformation realm would step aside when faced with thunderous fury. Though less potent now, it's still not to be underestimated. A mere core formation cultivator dares to act recklessly before me, truly asking for death. The Garfield was full of confidence. In the past, he relied solely on this move for success. Suddenly, drizzle began to fall from the sky, followed by heavy rain. Initially, the mountain range was engulfed in fire. As the rain fell, the landscape reappeared. Once lush and vibrant, it was now devastated, full of craters and scars. Animal corpses littered the ground, victims of the thunderous fury's aftershocks. Many human cultivators present hadn't escaped either, with some fainting due to sheer terror. The entire Kermit mountain range remained shrouded in a stifling silence. Countless eyes scanned the sky, searching for Russell's figure, but all they saw were thick clouds. It seems this dominant sword cultivator has perished under. Looking up, no one could see any figure, but everyone was certain that the voice belonged to Russell. In an instant, a shadow flashed across the grayish sky. Everyone became alert and looked around warily. Abruptly, a gust of wind swirled behind the Garfield, giving him an inexplicable chill. He felt someone standing rigidly behind him, leaving him no chance to react. Without a doubt, it was Russell. Russell placed his hand on the Garfield's shoulder, leaned close, and softly said, "Your thunderous power lacked some fire just now. A bit more force, and it might have injured me." As he spoke, a surge of spiritual energy not belonging to the Garfield flooded into his body. The Garfield's complexion changed dramatically, revealing panic and a hint of fear in his eyes. Only then did he realize the vast gap in strength between them, far beyond what he expected. Next, the Garfield's body was struck forcefully, sending him flying toward a nearby mountain range, crashing heavily into the mountainside. The black shadow rushed forward again, delivering punches like torrential rain amidst roars of dragons echoing from the mountainside, reverberating through the sky and earth. Each punch transformed into a dragon shape, landing solidly on the mountainside. In a moment, the entire mountainside turned to ash. A whole mountain range snapped in two, shocking everyone who watched, as none anticipated Russell still had such a hidden move, surviving unscathed under the might of the thunderous power, which everyone had witnessed firsthand. Even half-step Huashan cultivators couldn't guarantee survival under such power. Moreover, Russell showed no signs of injury at all. Clearly, below the Huashan realm, Russell was nearly invincible, a supreme talent heralding a new era. Therefore, many had already given up their initial plans to contest for the Kermit inheritance. No one wanted to risk their lives for such an opportunity. Besides, they doubted that all cultivators together could match Russell. Under these circumstances, people began leaving the Kermit Mountains, and soon, both kingdoms would be stirred by waves of change. An unknown swordsman emerged, overpowering the top talents of the two kingdoms, seizing the inheritance with overwhelming dominance. Many had unknowingly become stepping stones for him. Dust settled over the ruins. The Garfield lay in a pool of blood, his face deathly pale, his breath weak, nearly dying, possibly just a single blow away from ending his life. The ancestor's spirit that possessed him had dissipated, adding severe physical strain, making it hard for him to endure the immense pressure. Apart from physical pain, he suffered from backlash in his sea of consciousness. The sudden would confront the Carey dynasty alone, witnessing its foundation and understanding how it stood for centuries. Simultaneously, he would seize the Imperial Dragon Chi. Because the Imperial Dragon Chi was one of the auxiliary ingredients for the human-grade elixir, albeit optional. If added, it would significantly enhance the elixir's efficacy. Moreover, Russell's flesh could absorb the Imperial Dragon Chi. With the Imperial Dragon Chi infused into his body, his physical state would reach a peak, enabling him to refine the dragon blood within his body again. "I won't kill you. But remember, be a wise ruler, unlike Hayes Rocky. And someday, I will end his life, ensuring such brutal men do not harm the world." With that, Russell waved his sleeve and turned away. The Garfield lay like a dead dog, staring at Russell's departing figure, relief flashing in his eyes. He managed to escape with his life. Just moments ago, when Russell gazed at him, the Garfield truly felt as if he had narrowly escaped death. Chapter 332. Wooing the Three Great Demons. Many of the spectators from the Holy Lands began to leave, and even the Guardians did not dare to meet Russell's gaze. After witnessing the fate of the Feathered Dynasty, almost everyone had abandoned any thoughts of obtaining the inheritance within the Kermit mystic realm. Moreover, with their backgrounds, they were not destined for such supreme inheritance. It would only invite disaster. At this moment, Russell's figure appeared in midair once again. He gazed at half of the Kermit mountain range, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Previously, Gregory had established his own sect deep within the mountains. Seeing the devastation before him, everything was indeed changed. From now on, the secrets of the Kermit Holy Land would be buried forever within these mountains. Perhaps, future generations would forget the once renowned Kermit Holy Land. But Russell was determined not to let Gregory's legacy fade away. With his own strength, he would carry forward Gregory's inheritance, making it renowned across the entire continent. Or perhaps, one day he would pass down this inheritance. Suddenly, Russell flipped his hand, and a small tower appeared in his palm. The small tower emitted a dazzling glow, shining brightly against the cloudless sky of the Kermit mountain range like a brilliant star. This tower could also be considered one of Russell's trump cards. Though its mysteries were unclear, as a treasured item of Gregory, it was certainly no ordinary object. Just as Russell was about to leave this troublesome place, someone suddenly appeared and blocked his path. Upon closer inspection, it was the Three Great Demons. "Why? You want to snatch the inheritance opportunity too? Aren't you afraid it might choke you? I fear you lack the fortune to enjoy it." Russell stood unfazed, hands behind his back, towering above the sky like an imposing mountain peak. In his previous half-step in Hydra stage, he wasn't a match for the Three Great Demons, but circumstances had changed, and the outcome was unpredictable. "Edgardal friend, I have no interest in this inheritance. Besides, Kermit chose you. This opportunity belongs solely to you. It just means we are out of luck." Eben stepped back, signaling his withdrawal from competing for the inheritance. Turning around, Eben added, "Thanks to you, we managed to escape that desolate place. And remember, you promised me the human great medicine. I hope you will honor your word. Although you've transformed, I can still obliterate you with all my strength." Eben remained enigmatic. Despite being masterless, he possessed countless memories. Absorbing the inheritance within those memories would eventually make him a towering powerhouse. He could weigh his options clearly. Challenging Russell over the inheritance would only lead to mutual destruction. Instead, the human great medicine could enlighten him further. Thank you. Russell bowed respectfully. Confronting the three demons together was indeed pressuring. Actually, Russell had benefited much from Eben. First the wooden branch, then the sword of Edgarth and Death Scroll. Both complemented each other, helping Russell eliminate many troubles. The other two demons seemed unwilling to back down, blocking Russell's path. For them, the Kermit inheritance was still within easy reach. Boy, hand over the inheritance, and we'll spare your life. The red-clothed woman and the child both giggled menacingly, echoing through the heavens, causing involuntary shivers. Russell stood resolute, with no intention of retreating. If worst came to worst, he still had the tower as his trump card, enough to subdue these two demons. Previously, the Bradley had mentioned that the three great demons were masterless, and this tower could suppress them, rendering them powerless. To avoid unnecessary trouble, the tower had been hidden in his sleeve. In times of danger, he would reveal it. Do you know, according to my understanding, you two great demons should be masterless, born from some inanimate object, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to reach your current level. Russell's words shocked the three great demons momentarily. There are countless opportunities in the world. Why fixate on the inheritance within the Kermit mystic realm? What does not belong to you will never belong to you. You lack the fortune. Do you understand? Russell continued to embellish his argument. The two demons' thoughts shifted subtly, their expressions changing minutely. A thought suddenly struck Russell. One day, he would embark on a path of vengeance against the entire Carey dynasty. But currently, he fought alone, without support. Toppling the Carey dynasty required more than just him. The three great demons could be useful allies. Thus, Russell reigned in his aura, smiling as he said, "Have you heard of the human great medicine? With it, I can help you both reach the soul transformation realm." Russell extended an olive branch, hoping to bring the three great demons under his command. Human great medicine? Hearing those words, the other two demons were intrigued. Earlier, Eben had explained the concept to them, yet they remained cautious, aware of the treacherous nature of human cultivators, who often betrayed others. Russell noticed their hesitation and swiftly revealed the tower. It glowed enticingly, casting light upon the other two demons, emitting a stifling aura. The two demons looked fearful, their wild auras revealing themselves. With this tower, capturing you two would be effortless. I'm discussing terms because there must be a balance of benefits. If you agree, you will surely reach the soul transformation realm, but you must pledge allegiance to me. Russell laid down the conditions. Although masterless, they had developed independent consciousness and reasoning abilities. Their first instinct was to refuse. Sacrificing freedom for a mere human great medicine seemed unworthy. Standing aside, Eben rubbed his chin, an unusual expression crossing his face, seemingly enticed. ##### Chapter 333. Who knows if he shall rise again? During the trials within the secret realm, Eben could never fathom the mysteries surrounding Russell from that time onward. Having lived through millennia of frost and snow between heaven and earth, no one below the deity transformation realm could remain hidden from his perceptive gaze. Yet, Russell was like a mist, enigmatic and beyond comprehension. Eben had witnessed countless prodigies rising to prominence. In terms of talent, Russell ranked among the best. In terms of fortune, he stood out as 1 in 10,000. Both these attributes complemented each other, ensuring Russell's rise would be unstoppable. The tallest tree catches the most wind. Yet Russell had managed to emerge despite numerous obstacles, standing tall through countless trials, achieving his present level of cultivation. In short, in the vast expanse of the world, there would certainly be a place for him. Perhaps this land might not even contain such a great presence as him. For centuries, the legends of immortals had vanished from the world. Eben saw hope in Russell, although faint, but ultimately unknowable. After all, he was a free soul born between heaven and earth, bound by physical limitations, making it nearly impossible to transcend the constraints of immortality. Being chosen as Lyndon's successor already showcased Russell's immense talent. Back then, during an era brimming with talents, countless people vied fiercely to become disciples under Amir. Over 1,000 years, Lyndon had only taken one disciple. That disciple became a peerless powerhouse, one step away from transcending heavenly punishment and entering the immortal realm. Unfortunately, natural disasters and human calamities were too sudden. However, perhaps with Russell as his olive branch, one might achieve a leap forward into immortality. I agree. On the condition that you have no right to command me, but I will certainly come to your aid when you are in danger. Consider me a pillar of support behind you, and in return, you must share future opportunities on the path ahead. Eben clarified his stance, aligning perfectly with Russell's thoughts. The other two great demons also felt moved. They exchanged glances, understanding each other's intentions. In the next moment, the other two great demons expressed their thoughts, firmly standing behind Russell. Thus, a small independent group was formed. Behind Russell now stood 3 top-notch warriors. In both dynasties, as long as the ancient beings hidden deep in the mountains did not intervene, none could challenge them. They possessed the power to overthrow entire dynasties. Since they had been open and honest, Russell decided to shed his disguise, revealing his true self. In fact, I am the Russell they speak of, the Russell who opposes the Solar Dynasty. Upon hearing this, the 3 great demons showed little change in expression. They didn't know much about the current state of affairs, having spent half their lives within the secret realm, isolated from the outside world. I have unresolved grievances with the Solar Dynasty, and one day, I will make their royal family pay with blood. I also hope you can assist me in this endeavor. Russell laid bare his ultimate intention. The expressions of the 3 great demons finally shifted slightly. It's just a dynasty. How strong can it be? Centuries ago, dynasties were under the control of holy sites, merely puppets without autonomy. A millennium ago, Holy sites were at their peak while dynasties declined, powerless, reduced to mere shells. After the Great Cataclysm, the world was reshuffled, giving dynasties a chance to break free from holy site control. Now, holy sites lacked their former might and had to defer to the whims of dynasties. Take Xianshang's sect, for example, where the patriarch conspired with Prince Rocky to frame the sect's top genius just to curry favor with the dynasty and maintain its position as the premier sect of the Solar Dynasty. Do not underestimate the dynasty. It has centuries of accumulated strength, and who knows what hidden cards they might have. There might even be a deity transformation realm expert guarding the dynasty. At this remark, the haughty expressions of the two great demons subsided. With a deity transformation realm expert present, any invasion would be doomed. Being invincible below the deity transformation realm meant nothing against a true deity transformation realm expert. The gap between realms was insurmountable, far beyond what talent could bridge. Many remained stuck at half-step deity transformation for life, dying without advancing. Such scenarios were common in the continent, especially among protectors who placed their hopes on young geniuses after realizing their own inability to advance. For a holy site to rise again, it needed fresh blood. A single expert comparable to the deity transformation realm could rival a dynasty. This was why everyone vied fiercely for Amir's legacy. Subsequently, Russell recounted everything that had happened to him. As he concluded, the three great demons displayed clear anger, their faces grim and teeth bared, wishing to tear Prince Rocky limb from limb. This further soured their opinion of humanity and entrenched their resolve to avenge Russell, ensuring those who wronged him did not escape punishment. Russell, we'll help you. Seeing you are a man of honor, we wish to aid you in punishing evildoers. Although we aren't deity transformation realm experts, no one below that realm can stand against us. The childlike figure stepped forward, having lowered his guard towards Russell, feeling an inexplicable kinship despite Russell being human. The other two great demons also clenched their fists, eager to fight. I want to give them a taste of something before obliterating the dynasty. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared in Russell's eyes. He had harbored plans for revenge all along. Previously, he lacked the strength to challenge the entire dynasty. Going alone would have been akin to courting death. But times had changed. Russell had entered the core formation realm, ranking among the continent's elite. In truth, his real strength rivaled that of a half-step deity transformation expert. How many deity transformation experts existed within the dynasty? Translation complete. Please review, and let me know if you need any revisions or adjustments. Hashtag chapter 334. Retaliating against the mystical saint sect. Apart from the path protectors, it was extremely rare to find someone with half-step soul transformation realm strength. In this great era, prodigies and geniuses had gathered in abundance, with countless extraordinary figures emerging. It would be one of the most chaotic times. Who would truly be the tiger climbing the mountain? Everything remained uncertain. A sudden thought rooted itself deeply in Russell's mind. Years of relentless struggle, fueled by his undying hatred, had brought him to this point. Had he died at the mystical saint sect back then, perhaps Prince Rocky's path to the throne would have been smooth. But how could Russell let that happen? Retaliate against the Carey dynasty? This became the only thought occupying his mind. Attacking the imperial family head-on was too risky. There might even be a soul transformation realm powerhouse present, leading to total annihilation. However, the mystical saint sect was different. The sect had taken root within the dynasty solely due to the support of the former emperor. Overall, its history wasn't long, nor did it possess the terrifying depth of the dynasty. Thus, Russell's first impulse was to settle old scores with the mystical saint sect. After all, the Bjorn had been the biggest accomplice. If not for the Bjorn colluding with Prince Rocky, protecting each other, Russell wouldn't have been branded with an irreversible crime. This stigma had become deeply ingrained within everyone in the dynasty. But Russell didn't care about what others thought. Those opinions were insignificant. Only overwhelming strength could silence them. One day, standing atop the continent, who could block his path? Who would dare criticize him behind his back? Retaliate against the mystical saint sect? Do you have any objections? Besides, there might be ingredients for refining a great demon body in the mystical saint sect's treasure vault. And as far as I know, the Bjorn is merely a half-step soul transformation realm cultivator, which isn't much of a match for you. Previously, Russell had witnessed the Bjorn's formidable power, leaving a profound impression on him. However, circumstances had changed. Russell now possessed the strength to surpass him. Retaliating against the mystical saint sect was just around the corner. It's fine. In the future, we will always stand by your side. The three great demons spoke with fervent passion. They empathized with Russell's situation, almost putting themselves in his shoes. If not for Russell's strong will, he might have already perished along the way, becoming nothing more than a forgotten figure. Let's go. Zoran back. As Russell finished speaking, a rustling sound came from within the Kermit mountain range below. Who's there? Russell's expression turned vigilant as a domineering aura swept out, descending toward the ground. For a moment, the wind stirred and noise erupted, causing countless birds and beasts to scurry out. Suddenly, a figure emerged, gazing upward. Russell dispersed the clouds in the sky, allowing sunlight to fall upon the mountains. At the same time, he clearly saw the person. It was the Amberly. He breathed a sigh of relief. I'll accompany you to retaliate against the mystical saint sect. Don't leave me behind. We agreed to share both hardships and prosperity. With a wave of her hand, the Amberly also soared into the air, her robes fluttering in the wind. Russell was already satisfied with the Amberly's intention. After all, this matter involved life and death, yet she still stood up for him. However, with her current strength being in the lower stages of the nascent soul realm, she wouldn't be of much help. I appreciate your intentions, but this battle concerns life and death. You should stay aside. No matter how Russell tried to dissuade her, it was in vain. Earlier, he had told her not to enter the secret realm, but she ignored him. His words seemed like mere formalities and couldn't sway her resolve. But no one could harm her in front of Russell. Thus, the group headed straight for the territory of the Carey dynasty. Meanwhile, within the Carey dynasty, Prince Rocky returned to the royal court, covered in injuries. The former emperor summoned a healer to treat him. The entire court strongly advised against installing him as the next emperor, given his notorious deeds. If Rocky ascended to the throne, unimaginable events might occur, potentially destroying the dynasty. Staking the entire dynasty was bound to result in total failure. Wong. Do you remember Russell? He now possesses the strength to rival any hero. In my opinion, the installation of the new emperor must be reconsidered carefully. Yes. From my perspective, Prince Rocky lacks experience, and rushing to a decision will push the entire dynasty into disaster. We've heard that the inheritance of the Kermit's secret realm was claimed by an unknown sword cultivator. Shouldn't we try to recruit him? Given time, he might become a formidable figure. Whispers echoed within the small chamber. Sitting on the imperial throne, Jacob frowned with a stern face, remaining silent. Moments later, he stood up. Lars, choose an auspicious day. I plan to transfer all the imperial dragon Shi to Ji, the true gem of our dynasty, a millennium rarity with dragon blood warrior physique. Only he can lead the dynasty to prosperity. The matter of the sword cultivator can be set aside for now. He doesn't pose an immediate threat. Grace missed. With a wave of his hand, Jacob adjourned the court. Numerous ministers' faces darkened. Ever since Rocky became prince, unrest plagued the court. What if he failed despite having imperial dragon chi? It only proved Rocky's inadequacy. The dynasty is declining. We must prepare accordingly. Sooner or later, it will affect us. As these words fell, the ministers left. Above the dynasty, the once radiant night sky dimmed slightly. Hundreds of miles away, at the mystical Saint sect, everyone was asleep, unaware of the impending danger. Russell appeared above the mystical Saint sect, looking down, focusing on the main peak, the residence of the Bjorn. A murderous intent surged in Russell's eyes. The next moment, a golden light gathered in his hand, hurtling directly toward the main peak. Instantly, the main peak was enveloped in flames. The rising fire spread outward, awakening the sleeping disciples. Chapter 335, The Grace-Butte of Xinqiang Sect. An explosion echoed through the sky, dark clouds spreading over the heavens, tinged with faint firelight amidst them. A single glance revealed that the main peak was already in ruins. Many disciples residing on the main peak had unknowingly met their doom, and those who rushed to the scene gathered at the foot of the mountain, staring up at the flames atop the summit. Suddenly, a figure appeared mid-air. At first glance, it was none other than the sect leader of Xinqiang Sect, Fagin. His clothes were dusted with ashes and crumpled, his brows furrowed, a stern look scanning the surroundings. He then focused on the three towering demons before him. Russell had been hiding earlier, and as the ultimate trump card, he naturally made his appearance last, giving Fagin an unexpected surprise. Three fellow Taoists, where has Xinqiang Sect wronged you to warrant such indiscriminate killing in the dead of night? Could it be a mistake? Or is this deliberate? Fagin sensed danger from the three demons and took several steps back to ensure his safety. In a battle of experts, every move could be fatal, allowing no room for carelessness. Xinqiang Sect's territory now belongs to us. Tell your subpar disciples to vacate the premises, or else don't blame us for showing no mercy. We wouldn't mind wiping out all of Xinqiang Sect. What do you think? Eben stood prominently in the air, his gaze locking onto Fagin, sparking brilliant tension between them. With a single glance, Fagin confirmed that the opponent was fully prepared, and as their eyes met, he felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. Those at the half-step alchemy stage were among the elite of this world, but could the three before him surpass even this stage? And being within the boundaries of the Solar Dynasty, did they not fear its suppression? It seems you're well prepared, but Xinqiang Sect has rooted itself in the great world for centuries with secrets undisclosed. So what if someone is above the half-step alchemy stage? If you dare to attack Xinqiang Sect, prepare for the consequences. Fagin hovered mid-air. Below, countless disciples stared intently at him, symbolizing faith and representation as the sect leader. If he faltered, how could the rest follow? In times of peril, unity and courage were essential. Moments later, several more figures appeared in the air. Other peak leaders. However, compared to the three demons, they were only at the nascent soul realm. Sect leader? Why such commotion? Who are these three? Ajay stepped forward, pointing at the nearby demons. Being the head of the disciplinary peak, he too was a representative figure. Fagin's expression remained serious, coldly instructing those behind him. Quickly go to the rear mountains to summon the birch. Otherwise, Xinqiang Sect will not escape this calamity today. The Ranis also realized the gravity of the situation. One figure sped off towards the rear mountains. Russell, watching from afar, wore a disdainful expression. Just as he suspected, Xinqiang Sect indeed had a hidden card. He had heard of the birch's reputation before, but due to a deathly closed meditation, he had yet to meet him. Everyone, let me challenge you. Want to destroy Xinqiang Sect? Do you have the capability? With a grand wave of his hand, a myriad of stars shone behind him, a gust of wind sweeping the surrounding flora into motion. His robes billowed, his features exuding nobility. Suddenly, countless beams of light shot from the sect grounds, connecting with the starry sky, illuminating the gloomy heavens. The quiet night was disrupted. Countless eyes lifted skyward, expressions turning serious. The beams converged upon Fagin, entering his body's meridians, coursing through him. Seconds later, a numbing sensation swept through his organs. It was evident that Fagin's aura was rising, and soon the beams were entirely absorbed, his skin glowing brilliantly. Seems he has absorbed the sect's years-long accumulated chi. Otherwise, his power wouldn't have surged so dramatically. But this is external force, never truly his own. No matter what, he can't harness the sect's full potential. Eben muttered, piercing through Fagin's facade with a single glance. Threads of light intertwined around Fagin, imbuing him with an indescribable aura. Sect fortune, the primordial spiritual energy left by past sect leaders, had always been sealed within the sect, only to be used in dire emergencies. Using it meant the sect faced life and death stakes. Though called sect fortune, it essentially borrowed ancestral power, requiring immense physical strength. If one couldn't endure it, certain death awaited. But Fagin needed to display dominance and steeled himself to advance. Suddenly, the earth rumbled, shaking the entire sect. Sand and stones scattered. Fagin advanced, overwhelming momentum following, yet his face remained composed. While at the half-step alchemy stage, after absorbing the sect fortune, his realm was now inscrutable, deep, and boundless. However, the three demons had seen much adversity and wouldn't easily admit defeat over minor setbacks. Despite being overshadowed in momentum, the power gap between them and Fagin remained unknown. At present, Fagin seemed half-enlightened. He had reached beyond the half-step alchemy stage, achieving its peak. Let me offer one final warning. 3 of you, Xinqing sect isn't a place for intruders. Leave now, and I can guarantee your safety. I won't hold a grudge either. Fagin didn't wish to entangle with the demons, knowing mutual destruction would result. Peaceful resolution was preferable. He had made concessions and displayed his might, hoping to deter the demons with this show of strength. Chapter 336, defeated Ajay in one move. Meanwhile, the three-headed demon still stood with its hands behind its back, floating mid-air, staring at the sea of people below the mountain. Suddenly, Eben raised his hand and slashed downward. The next second, a golden beam surged down at a visible speed. A thunderous boom resounded. Flames shot up to the sky. The flames on the main peak grew even denser. Instantly, screams echoed as many cultivators were engulfed by the fire. Many died instantly, even some Ranis at the nascent soul realm were injured by the aftershocks. In mid-air, Dawson's pupils suddenly widened, staring at Eben with disbelief, his eyes slightly bloodshot, and fists clenching tightly. Knowing there's a tiger on the mountain, you still dare to come. Dawson lunged forward, standing directly in front of Eben. The tension between them thickened the air, making it clear him would not escape. Even if it meant destroying the entire sect, Russell no longer cared for Xinqing sect. If they hadn't pursued him relentlessly, he might have shown mercy. Ajay, I've returned. Russell suddenly appeared in front of Ajay. Mutual glares were exchanged. Shock flashed in Ajay's eyes, followed by panic. Reflecting on recent events, could this be Russell's scheme? Truthfully, Ajay lacked confidence, aware of Russell's talent. During their last encounter, he was already outmatched. Russell, you traitor. You dared to lead people to attack the sect? Have you lost all humanity? Killing innocents like dogs and pigs. You should have been eliminated while young. Leaving you is the sect's greatest misfortune. Ajay spoke arrogantly. Though outmatched, he relied on Xinqing sect's backing. Could Russell really kill him here? So long since we met, your mouth remains foul. Soon, you won't get the chance to speak. Today, you die. Suddenly, Russell flickered and vanished. Ajay frantically searched, unable to sense Russell's presence. Panic gripped him. He knew he was no match now. A gentle breeze swept past, and under moonlight, a shadow loomed. Looking for me, whispered a voice near his ear. Boom. A punch struck Ajay's back, sending him crashing into the cliffside. Dust settled, revealing Ajay embedded in the hardships. Their first thought was to abandon the sect. They could even betray their allies and perform treacherous acts. Many disciples felt disheartened as well. How many of them had ever witnessed such a large-scale conflict? They all thought that the Xinqing sect was on its last legs. With the patriarch defeated, how could there be any chance of turning the tide? The Xinqing sect maintained its position as the top sacred ground of the dynasty primarily because of its intimate relationship with the imperial family and the prolonged peace which concealed its true strength. At this moment, the dust above the mountain gate began to settle. Fagin stood amidst the dust, only slightly dirty from the battle, his clothes only slightly wrinkled. Previously, it seemed that the sect's protective aura had deflected many of the powerful attacks for him. Otherwise, with just his physical body, he would have been unable to withstand such intense assaults. However, Fagin wouldn't last much longer either. Prolonged combat would only be disadvantageous for him. He needed to find a breakthrough and end this stalemate. And at present, Russell presented that breakthrough. In his eyes, Russell was still the destitute youth he once was. What did monstrous talent matter when age dictated otherwise? Russell could not possibly have the strength to challenge him within such a short time. Perhaps given enough time, Russell might surpass him, but definitely not now. Throughout history, Fagin had never heard of a genius so outstanding. In an instant, Fagin appeared before Russell, blocking AJ's path. He intended to capture Russell and use his life to threaten the other 3 demons, forcing them back to secure the entire Xinqing sect. Though this decision seemed despicable, it was the only way out of the predicament. However, Fagin couldn't predict that Russell would be the toughest opponent. Let me deal with him. You don't need to interfere. We will resolve our own grievances. Only the person who tied the knot can untie it. Russell appeared determined to confront Fagin head-on. Their long-standing grudges were about to erupt like a volcano after years of dormancy. Previously, Russell lacked the ability to face Fagin directly, but having made a comeback, he was no longer the same. Once they engaged, the outcome was uncertain. Fagin reaching the rank of patriarch also attested to his exceptional talent back then. If not for his natural prowess, he wouldn't have risen so high. He was indeed a supreme genius among the older generation. But newer generations brought new waves, and against such brilliant successors, Fagin wasn't necessarily the stronger. Without the accumulated power of the sect's protective aura, Fagin wouldn't stand a chance against Russell. To defeat Fagin, one must first strip away the sect's protective aura from him. Russell stepped forward, their auras colliding, creating a colorful display. Wretch, do you realize the magnitude of your sins? Not only did you covet the heirloom of Giselbert, but now you've committed treachery against your master. Someone like you should be struck by lightning. I shall end your sinful existence. Today, no one can stop me. Russell, you are doomed. Fagin spoke with moral authority, but he was hypocritical. On the surface, he seemed upright, but behind closed doors, he was cunning and ruthless. For his own benefit, he would sacrifice the entire sect. Initially, Fagin held a significant place in Russell's heart. However, after the disgraceful events, his respect plummeted. What does righteousness mean? In the public eye, he might appear righteous. But back when Prince Rocky stole my opportunity, didn't you remain indifferent, becoming his accomplice to cover up the truth? Besides, I have no ties to the Xinqiang sect anymore. Since being expelled, our connection was severed. Where is this talk of betraying my teacher coming from? Don't mischaracterize me. I can't bear it. Actually, I promise to return every grudge 100-fold. Today, I'll make you feel just how desperate I was. A look of fury flashed across Russell's face. Recalling those past events stirred a burning rage within him, distorting the surrounding space. Meanwhile, the three demons in the sky knew better than to interfere with Russell. If he found himself in peril, they would act. But with Russell's current strength, even they weren't certain they could match him, let alone someone like Fagin. The surrounding environment grew tense. Russell, holding a wooden branch, faced Fagin and swung his sword. A decisive strike. The sword rose into the air, a beam of sword energy piercing the clouds, shattering the surrounding atmosphere. As Russell's arm descended, a thunderous boom echoed. An endless torrent of sword chi struck Fagin, each strand incredibly sharp, filled with tyrannical energy. Moments later, the sword chi dissipated. Fagin still stood, seemingly unharmed, but the sect's protective aura around him dimmed slightly. It wouldn't take long for it to completely dissipate. Fagin felt a wave of fear. Had it not been for the protective aura, he might not have withstood that sword technique. In such a short time, he hadn't expected Russell to advance to this level. A significant gap now existed between them. Before long, Russell would surpass him, perhaps even far exceed him. It was only a matter of time. Kill intent surged in Fagin's heart, bloodshot veins appearing in his eyes. He feared that if he allowed Russell to continue growing, the entire Xinqiang sect would be destroyed, and he would meet his end at Russell's hands. Therefore, if he didn't kill Russell now, there would be no chance later. Chapter 338. Unveiling all cards. A prodigious genius comparable to an entire era, Russell's radiance far outshone all the geniuses of his time. He was like a single individual capable of rivaling an entire generation. However, excellence invites jealousy, and towering talent draws fierce winds. Russell's achievements were too grand. Even the entire Solar Dynasty would spare no effort to eliminate him, fearing future repercussions. How many impossible feats had been witnessed through him? A once worthless cripple, Russell had risen again to stand atop the continent. A story so unbelievable yet undeniably true. Expelling you from the sect back then was indeed the greatest loss for Xinqiang men. I made a grave misjudgment. But if I don't eliminate you now, your existence will surely cause irreparable harm to Xinqiang men. I won't fail. You are doomed. With that said, the sect's fortune rose up around him. Fagin's body floated in midair, sleeves fluttering, exuding an indescribable grace. Above the heavens, suddenly, a torrent of golden light descended from the sky, cleaving toward the ground. Boom. The light struck Fagin, turning his entire body a radiant gold as if he were a statue cast in pure gold. Russell stood with hands behind his back, also floating in midair. Despite facing such overwhelming power, his expression remained unchanged, his heart as calm as water. As a teacher, you're unworthy. To establish a sect, you're unfit. Eradicating me entirely? You really dare to think it? Those events still vividly lingered in Russell's mind. He could never forget their despicable faces. After falling from grace, he became a despised figure in the eyes of countless people, constantly marginalized. If not for the activation of his dragon blood, he couldn't believe where he'd be now, perhaps dead in some corner of the world. As he finished speaking, in an instant, a colossal palm descended from the sky, moving visibly fast toward Russell. Russell looked up, watching the giant palm approach closer and closer. The golden glow shone brightly on his face, reflecting his resilient demeanor. Golden dragon transformation. Russell roared, brows furrowing as a wave of energy surged from his body like a mountain collapsing or a sea surging. The energy swept out, instantly enveloping half the sect in flying sand and stones, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Any novice touching this battle's aftermath might die on the spot. The energy clung to Russell, and the next moment, layer upon layer of green scales appeared on his body, his eyes filled with determined ruthlessness. The scales glowed faintly white, a light that vanished almost instantly. Honestly, if Russell hadn't restrained his inner ruthlessness, he would likely have gone mad already. His pent-up rage, like a volcano about to erupt, finally found its release. Boom. The giant palm struck Russell's body. Immediately, a thick cloud of dust enveloped the area, obscuring nearly half the sacred grounds of the sect. Upon seeing this, the disciples cheered loudly, applause echoing throughout the sanctuary. However, the golden aura around Fagin didn't dissipate. His brows knitted tightly, and his features twisted as he scanned the scene below. He couldn't afford to relax. The powerful spiritual energy lingering in the air was proof that Russell must still be alive. Soon, the dust settled, revealing a shadowy figure standing amidst the smoke. On closer inspection, it was none other than Russell. The aura around him had blocked the initial golden glow, and the green scales on his body now shone even brighter, drawing attention with their faint white glow. Fagin gasped, realizing that his move had barely scratched Russell. As he focused on Russell again, cold sweat trickled down his back. In a daze, Russell had already launched an attack. Do you still think I'm the same weakling under your thumb? Never underestimate anyone. Without finishing his words, Russell appeared before his opponent, staring intently at him. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful punch that landed directly on Fagin's abdomen. The overwhelming sect fortune dissipated immediately, and Fagin was sent flying backward, smashing into the mountain slope. Half the mountain disintegrated in an explosion of debris. All disciples watched in disbelief, their revered leader suffering at the hands of a junior, especially one whom they had expelled years ago. Indeed, new waves push forward while old ones recede. Time changes everything. Hee. I underestimated you back then. I should have eliminated you when I had the chance. On the mountain slope, Fagin stood up again, his presence as imposing as ever. Suddenly, Fagin appeared before Russell, and within seconds, both bodies collided with a burst of dazzling sparks. The firelight soared skyward, occasionally illuminating the previously gray sky. Their combat frequency was incredibly fast, blurring every detail for those watching from the mountainside. The tremors shook the mountain as each clash created fiery flashes that engulfed half the sacred grounds, leading to the tragic death of several disciples caught in the aftermath. This battle would make it difficult for Xianshangmin to retain its status as the top sect in the Solar Dynasty. But killing Russell would win favor with Hayes Rocky, ensuring Fagin's advancement. However, during the fight, Fagin realized he had severely underestimated Russell. He felt an inexhaustible power pressing down on him, which he clearly owed to the sect's fortune bolstering him. Without it, he wouldn't stand a chance against Russell. Continuing the fight would only deplete the sect's fortune, leading to certain defeat. Thus, he must risk everything. If he failed, the entire sect would be destroyed. Russell, our enmity was just between the two of us. Don't drag others into this. Chapter 339, Supreme Denver. It appeared that Fagin was still someone who valued trust and integrity, but everything was only on the surface. However, Russell would not give his opponent even the slightest bit of face. He would settle all new and old grudges with those who had wronged him in the past. Enough nonsense. Russell furrowed his brow, and suddenly a wooden branch appeared from within his sleeve. He lifted the branch and pointed it at Fagin in front of him. A sword aura surged out from within him, sweeping through the air, and he radiated an unstoppable force. Fagin coldly snorted, his smile deepening. Suddenly, he flipped his hand, revealing a brown pill in his palm. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. In the next moment, a tremendous surge of spiritual power burst forth from the pill, flowing through his meridians. His Danteon energy was dense, almost matching the presence emanating from Russell. Russell's frown deepened, his expression unchanging. But in the blink of an eye, Fagin's features contorted into a grimace, revealing sharp fangs and bloodshot eyes. A gentle breeze swept past, blowing away his bangs and causing his tied-up hair to fall loose. At this moment, Fagin seemed to have descended into a path of darkness. Russell clenched his fists and took a step forward, his invincible aura surging. The wooden branch in his hand trembled. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed. A mighty sword chi erupted, transforming into a golden dragon coiling behind Russell. Faint dragon roars could be heard. On the mountainside, the gray mist that had been swirling dissipated, and from the heavens, a beam of golden light fell, dispelling the overcast sky. Death or Edgar's sword. Russell raised the wooden branch and slashed forward. The sword aura surged out, directly ahead. The golden dragon behind Russell lunged forward, charging straight towards Fagin. Between Fagin's brows, a murderous aura gathered. Abruptly, a faint purple mist condensed between his hands, forming a giant sphere that rapidly expanded and hurtled toward Russell. In the next instant, the golden dragon opened its mouth and forcibly swallowed the purple mist. A bolt of lightning flashed through its body, and the purple mist swirled within. In an instant, the mist was forcibly devoured by the golden dragon, which continued its unstoppable charge toward Fagin. With a thunderous boom, flames erupted, and the sword aura enveloped Fagin's entire body. The golden dragon exploded, filling the sky with golden stars, illuminating the once gloomy heavens. Russell took a step forward, waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the flames. On the mountainside, Fagin was embedded in the rocks. Russell approached him coldly. At this point, Fagin's spiritual energy had completely dissipated, leaving him as helpless as a commoner, devoid of any fighting strength. Even his clan's fortune had vanished. He was now like a fish in a jar. I am no longer the Russell you can trample on at will. Fagin, you should pay for your mistakes. If you hadn't expelled me from the sect, I might never have achieved what I have today. Ultimately, I should thank you. But, you still must die. Not just you, but even Hayes Rocky cannot escape their inevitable fate. I will overthrow the entire Carey dynasty with my own strength. You go first. Soon, Hayes Rocky will join you. With that, Russell placed his hand on Fagin's forehead. Fagin's face twisted in agony as the aftereffects of the pill caused excruciating pain. Moreover, the pill's power had failed to harm Russell in the slightest. What a bitter loss. Russell, you do indeed represent a great era. I underestimated you. But how can one person fight against the entire Carey dynasty? That's absurd. In the next second, Fagin closed his eyes, submitting to his fate. Suddenly, several figures appeared in the sky. Who said he stands alone? The Carey dynasty? Just a dynasty that rose to prominence later on. 3 great demons appeared behind Russell, standing tall with unwavering resolve. Upon hearing these words, Russell felt a strange warmth. He didn't expect these 3 great demons, with whom he had limited interaction, to stand by his side. As the words sank in, thunder rumbled overhead, and a bolt struck the sacred grounds of the sect, its shockwave spreading like spider webs. When the lightning subsided, a figure appeared on the sacred grounds, a hunched Ronnie man. The Ronnie had a kind expression, his gaze fixed directly on Russell. Cease this. With a wave of his hand, countless threads of golden silk spread across the heavens, tightly wrapping around Fagin. Russell turned and focused on the Ronnie. The Supreme Denver of Xianshang sect. What a rare guest. Do you also wish to intervene? My grudge with Fagin must reach a conclusion. Russell could sense an intimidating aura emanating from the Supreme Denver, suggesting he had likely entered the transforming god realm. However, this was merely Russell's guess. Suddenly, Eben walked beside Russell and whispered, This man is extraordinary. Edgarly, a transforming god realm expert, but his internal spiritual energy feels unstable, suggesting he used external means to enter this realm. In short, he's a pseudo-transforming god realm, yet his strength far surpasses the nascent soul stage. Pseudo-transforming god realm? Hearing this, Russell felt a pang of unease and took a step back. If this Ronnie attacked, Russell would not be a match without revealing his trump cards. Simply put, this Ronnie could kill them with a mere gesture. Russell, it is Xiansheng sect who wronged you. Had I not been in seclusion in the forbidden area, none of this would have happened. Can you spare me some face and forgive the grudge? Your talent is extraordinary. One day you will step onto a greater stage. Why dwell on trivial matters? The Supreme Denver seemed determined to protect Xiansheng sect, deflecting all responsibility from Fagin. Chapter 340, The Pagoda's Appearance. Everything unfolded as Russell had expected. The mutual shielding within the Xiansheng sect was something he had long been accustomed to. At the time, even if the Birch knew about this matter, he would still prioritize the greater good, sacrificing Russell for the sake of the entire Xiansheng sect. To put it plainly, the talent Russell displayed back then wasn't enough to shock the world. After all, within the Carey dynasty, there were countless sects and holy lands, along with innumerable saintly disciples. As long as resources were invested in a disciple, anyone could become a so-called genius. However, the Xiansheng sect indeed missed out on an opportunity that could have dazzled the entire era. The Birch did not feel regret over this loss. He had witnessed too many geniuses. Those who could stand atop the continent were few and far between. Many geniuses would falter halfway through their journey. You talk nonsense and preach great truths, yet you do the most heartless things. Selling out the sect's disciples. To curry favor with the dynasty, you can even sacrifice the lives of the sect's disciples. Is this what the first holy land within the dynasty looks like? Truly laughable. Fortunately, I am no longer part of the Xiansheng sect. If you dare to block me, Clark, do you think I won't eliminate you too? Just a pile of old bones. Why don't you enjoy your twilight years? What benefit does stirring up trouble bring you? Russell raised his hand, pointing at the Birch standing in front of him, shouting angrily. Throughout the Holy Land, almost every disciple heard his curses. In contrast, the Birch wore a Buddha-like smile, his face beaming with an unsettling grin. Since the founding of the Xiansheng sect, I have been its disciple. I've witnessed its rise and fall. How can I watch centuries of hard work crumble? Edgarl 1. You cannot shake the status of the Carey dynasty. Why should the Xiansheng sect care about the dynasty's face? They can obliterate the Xiansheng sect whenever they want. The Birch did not make a move but stood with his hands behind his back, blocking the entrance of the sect with an air of supreme authority, as if no one could break through his defense. As the saying goes, one man holds the pass, 10,000 cannot get by. Edgarl 1. Over the past few hundred years, I have seen countless geniuses emerge, but none of them match you. Given time, if you endure just a little, you might one day overthrow the entire dynasty. Why act recklessly now? The Birch could sense a dangerous aura emanating from Russell. He was certain that if he attacked, not only would he gain nothing, but he might place himself in peril. Having lived his whole life and finally reaching the pseudo-transformed god realm in his twilight years, he didn't want to meet his end here. Of course, as long as he stood in front of the sect, no one could advance any further. Birch, since you insist on protecting the Xiansheng sect, don't blame me for being impolite. I will kill Fagin, without room for negotiation. Russell took a step forward, and suddenly, the branch in his hand trembled. An invincible sword aura erupted from his body. Edgarf and Death Sword. Instantly, a golden light flashed in his eyes. Facing such a powerful opponent for the first time, an unprecedented fighting spirit surged within him. A faint golden glow emanated from his body, floating in midair, transforming into a massive golden dragon. The golden dragon coiled above the Xiansheng sect, emitting a dragon roar that made the entire Holy Land tremble. With a single sword stroke, the golden dragon charged directly at the Birch. The Birch waved his sleeve, sending a gust of wind from all directions, dispersing the golden dragon forcefully. Everyone present stared in disbelief. That very same sword stroke had defeated Fagin earlier. Yet, this time it couldn't even come close to the Birch, showcasing his unfathomable strength. However, the Birch did not retaliate. Instead, he shielded the entire sect. Step back. With your current strength, you are not my match. Why waste time? The Birch sighed helplessly, his robe billowing once more as a gentle breeze trapped Russell. Three great demons rushed forward, blocking Russell's path. However, they were also powerless against the Birch. Russell abruptly broke free from the bindings. Suddenly, a torrent of golden light burst from behind him, cascading like a waterfall. A small tower slowly appeared above Russell's head. In a moment, a massive tower, rivaling a small mountain, appeared behind Russell. Edgard shimmered from the top of the tower. Gray. Russell pointed at the Birch again, his momentum unwavering, even intensifying. The pagoda descended from the sky, pressing the Birch firmly under the foot of the mountain gate. Golden light enveloped him. For a moment, the Birch couldn't move a muscle, his body trembling. He clenched his teeth tightly, looking up at the pagoda with a glint of fear in his eyes. Could it be an immortal artifact? The Birch struggled to utter these words. The terrifying suppression from the pagoda left him unable to mobilize his internal chi or even his bloodline power. There was no room for resistance. An immortal cultivator could only create an immortal artifact by nurturing it with their own essence. The power of an immortal artifact far surpassed ordinary weapons. This pagoda was Linden's life-bound spiritual weapon, capable of unleashing astonishing power, incomparable to common artifacts. Russell lowered his hand, pressing down forcefully, causing the pagoda's light to bloom again, pinning the Birch under the mountain gate. The entire mountain shook. The three great demons' faces revealed astonishment as they gazed at the pagoda, drawing in cold breaths. Fortunately, they hadn't acted against Russell, or their fates would have been worse than the Birch's. With my current spiritual power, I can only sustain the pagoda for a short while. For now, I can only suppress the birch temporarily. Russell turned to the three great demons, meeting their eyes, and understood each other instantly. Go and raid the Xinqing sect's treasure vault, leaving nothing for this despicable sect. That's exactly what I love doing. After what happened back then, the Xinqing sect should pay something. As soon as he finished speaking, the three great demons flew into the Xinqing sect to raid its treasure vault. A few hundred years old, this sect likely had considerable reserves. Chapter 341. Fagin is dead. Russell's figure once again appeared before Fagin. Fagin's face turned ashen, his expression pale like wax, and when his eyes met Russell's gaze, cold sweat trickled down his back, his body hairs stood on end, and a chill coursed through him. Fagin, the game is over. I'm curious to see what other cards you have up your sleeve. Your fate was sealed long ago. Before long, Rocky will join you in the netherworld. As the words fell from his lips, a surge of murderous intent erupted from Russell, locking onto Fagin instantly. Then he raised his hand and pressed it atop Fagin's head. Suddenly, a dark force burst forth from Russell's hand, coursing along his wrist and into Fagin's skull. In the next moment, dark force permeated Fagin's entire being, causing his whole body to tremble uncontrollably, his pupils bulging out, and a glint of fear visible in his eyes. Fagin stared desperately at the entrance of the Xianshang sect. He had sacrificed everything for the sect's sacred land. Yet now he had also become its victim. This was destiny, and none could escape its judgment. After a breath, all was settled. Fagin slowly closed his eyes and collapsed heavily against the hillside. No trace of life remained in his body. Russell felt no remorse as he looked at Fagin. Such a man was a menace to the world. It would be better for him to descend directly to the deepest hell. Finally, Russell had personally resolved this grievous issue. All the hardships he endured on his journey finally making sense. Now, the debts between him and the Xianshang sect were settled. From now on, whether the Xianshang sect lived or died was of no concern to him. Henceforth, it would no longer be the top sect within the Carey dynasty. Others would surely take its place. Its previous arrogance would inevitably lead to joint suppression by other forces. Just as Fagin's body hit the ground, another figure appeared in the sky. Graceable. Hearing this familiar voice, Russell turned his head and focused his gaze upwards. For a moment, his eyes welled with indescribable emotion. Master, I have returned. I seek justice for the injustices of the past. Finally, the wrongs were righted. People had always known Russell's story, but the dynasty's power prevented anyone from revealing the truth. Edgar Schwantong's figure landed beside Russell. His hands instinctively rested on Russell's shoulders, a golden light flashing in his eyes as he inspected him. Times have changed. I didn't expect you to surpass me already. Truly, you live up to my expectations as my disciple. One day, you will become the pinnacle powerhouse of the continent. But until then, do not rashly challenge Prince Rocky. You are not yet a match for the dynasty. Edgar Xiantong well understood the situation and the dynasty's methods. He held nothing but admiration for this disciple. Long ago, he knew Russell would be a monstrous genius who would lead an era. Master, in the future, you should stay here in the Xianshang sect. It is relatively peaceful compared to the outside world. Once I overthrow the entire dynasty, I will naturally come looking for you. The bond between them was unspoken yet unmistakable. Back then, when Russell faced universal condemnation, only Edgar Xiantong stood by him, supporting him without hesitation. A day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father, their bond could never be severed. Because of his master, Russell planned to spare the entire Xianshang sect. After all, if he destroyed the sect, the entire mountain shaking with it. Boom. The pagoda spun backward and returned to Russell's hand. Then another figure appeared in the air. Looking closely, the birch's clothes were tattered, his hair disheveled, giving off a deranged appearance. Looking towards the sect's holy land, he saw devastation in the body of Fagin. Sighing helplessly, he murmured, "Everything happens for a reason." Though resigned, the birch harbored no ill will, his expression still kind, remaining inscrutable. Honestly, the birch's depth was considerable. Had Fagin possessed such depth, he wouldn't have met this fate. It was simply retribution for his actions. Young one, Fagin is dead, and the rest of the sect are innocent. There's no need to destroy the Xianshang sect. Consider past kindnesses and spare the Xianshang sect. The birch's tone carried a hint of threat. Of course, he could not stand idly by and watch the sect be destroyed. If Russell made a move, he would do everything to protect the sacred land, preserving centuries of history. Hashtag chapter 342. Seizing the aura. Russell was naturally a man who knew how to read the situation. After countless provocations that pushed the birch to his limits, he could no longer tolerate it. Once the conflict erupted, it would be a catastrophe for Russell. With his pseudo-deity transformation strength, who in the room could withstand his wrath? If the birch wished, he could easily kill Russell on the spot, though it would come at a cost. The treasure pagoda retreated back into Russell's sleeve. At this moment, Russell soared into the air again, locking eyes with the birch. A heavy tension filled the air. I have no grievances with the others, so there's no need for unnecessary hostility. But, the sect's aura, I want to take it all. Does the birch have any objections? Upon hearing these words, the air grew still once more, and the corners of the birch's eyes twitched uncontrollably. The matter was crucial, and it momentarily left him dazed, a strange glint appearing in his eyes. The accumulated aura of a century-long sect was vital to its survival. If all of it were taken, it would be an irrevocable blow to the Xinqing sect. But if they wanted to get rid of Russell, the plague of their existence, they might have to relinquish this aura. Otherwise, who knew what other trouble Russell might stir up if he stayed? This attack had already thrown the entire Holy Land into chaos, leaving a lasting impression on many sect members. After this battle, Russell's reputation would spread throughout the entire dynasty. Take it, but swear to heaven that you will leave Xinqing sect a way out. A great era is coming, and I do not wish to see Xianxing sect perish in the tide of time. After all, Xianxing sect was also your starting point. The birch waved his robe. The light on his face dimmed slightly, his expression profound as the invincible aura around him dissipated. Currently, Xianxing sect was far from its former peak, and the birch seemed almost ineffective. Confronted by a mere junior, he found himself powerless. Now, even the sect's aura was about to be taken. Once the aura dissipated, the rich spiritual energy in the air of the Holy Land would likely fade away too. Xianxing sect. How about we make a deal? Let my master be the head of the sect. Thereafter, whenever Xianxing sect is in danger, I will lend a hand to protect the sect. After some thought, Russell focused his gaze on Edgar Xianong. In fact, years ago, Edgar Xianong was a genius comparable to the best of the continent, but after certain events, his meridians were damaged, confining him to the nascent soul stage for life. Even the greatest opportunities couldn't change his foundation. For a while, Edgar Xianong fell into despair. When Russell appeared, Edgar Xianong saw unprecedented hope in him, wishing for Russell to continue his own path of cultivation. He wanted Russell to accomplish what he could not. This was also why Edgar Xianong cared deeply for Russell, leading to a deep bond between master and disciple. Russell recalled when he was expelled from the sect. Edgar Xianong defied the entire sect and even considered leaving. If Edgar Xianong had the power, he could have become a grandmaster, making the path of Xianxing sect broader. Perhaps soon, the sect would return to its glory days or surpass them. The birch turned his gaze to Edgar Xianong, remembering this disciple vaguely but not paying much attention before. Agreed. Just don't betray your word and honor your promise. After this, I will leave and no longer interfere with secular matters. After centuries, the birch was nearing the end of his lifespan, having stagnated at the pseudo-deity transformation stage without progress. Without a breakthrough, he would likely pass soon. Of course, this was also why he didn't confront Russell. Any action now would exhaust his remaining lifespan. Seal it with a vow. May 4 horses find it hard to retract my words. As he finished speaking, the birch smiled profoundly, then vanished into thin air. Russell watched his retreating figure, taking a deep breath. Seize the aura. In an instant, Russell shifted his gaze towards the rear mountain. Rear mountain. Formerly, this was the forbidden zone of the sect, accessible only to the sect leader and the senior Rani. Even Edgar Xianong had never centuries, surely had extraordinary measures. Suddenly, a sound rippled through Russell's sea of consciousness. Chapter 343. The might of the physical body. The spiritual energy here is truly abundant. It seems that previously, the Xianxing sect had also produced an expert at the soul transformation stage. However, seeing its current decline, it must have fallen from grace. Yves would probably be so enraged by this sight that steam would come out of their 7 orifices. They deserve their fate. To please the royal dynasty's forces for the sake of the sect's interests, they framed disciples within the sect. The more they do this, the more brazen the royal dynasty's forces will become. Thousands of years ago, the royal dynasty's power was merely a puppet, virtually non-existent. The voice of the Bradley echoed in Russell's sea of consciousness. The dense spiritual energy here had also awakened him. Russell sat cross-legged on the ground, feeling the surging spiritual energy enveloping him, and couldn't help but close his eyes. Starlight from all directions had already surrounded his body. This is the sect's fortune formed by the convergence of generations of Geno's innate spiritual energy. Russell, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seize all this sect's fortune, and when you advance to the soul transformation stage later, it will be like breaking through effortlessly. Of course, this is also a key ingredient for the great elixir of the human body. Afterward, Russell's advancement to the soul transformation realm would only be a matter of time. Dare to ask, whose talent across the entire continent can match his? Prince Rocky? He is just a genius propped up by external forces. Without the royal dynasty's backing, he might not even be better than an inner disciple of the Xianxing sect. Moreover, what use is the imperial dragon chi if it ultimately belongs to an external force? Talent has its limits, and so does Prince Rocky's future path. With his arrogant personality, he will likely be confined to this small world for the rest of his life, always remaining a non-entity on the grand stage. Heroes across the land are rising. Led by Russell, the brilliance he currently exudes is enough to overshadow any other geniuses. Russell gave a soft acknowledgement. For some reason, the Bradley no longer acted as stubbornly as before. Its tone had become much gentler. Since leaving the Kermit's secret realm, the Bradley's character had changed dramatically, even beginning to patiently guide Russell, probably due to Bogdan's words. Suddenly, Russell flipped his hands over his head, striking a palm into the air above. The palm strike carried immense power, emitting a low whistling sound that made the entire mountain forest tremble. At a glance, starlight gathered above his head, coalescing into a giant star. The star fell onto the mountaintop, shining brilliantly and illuminating the entire peak with an extraordinary radiance. In the next second, Russell suddenly opened his eyes, looking up at the star above his head, then rapidly forming seals with both hands. A wave of chi surged outwards from his body. A loud boom resounded through the sky. Above Russell's head, a spatial rift appeared, forcefully creating a vortex. Inside the vortex, an irresistible suction force emerged, swallowing the star above his head directly. The star flowed into Russell's body. Golden light shone in his 5 organs and 6 viscera, accompanied by intense agitation. At the moment the star entered his body, Russell's expression contorted. His muscles felt compressed as if his physical body were about to tear apart. Remove all the Dantian power inside your body and try to experience this chaotic spiritual energy as much as possible. Suddenly, the Bradley added another comment in Russell's mind. Upon hearing these words, Russell immediately withdrew all the Dantian power within his body, controlling the unstable spiritual energy inside. After a long while, silence once again engulfed the back mountain. A gentle breeze brushed against Russell's face, relaxing his previously furrowed brows. Within the vast forest, only the faint sound of his breathing could be heard. Russell clearly felt the sex fortune subtly transforming his physical body. The sex fortune had completely merged with every bone in his body, enhancing his strength incrementally. By the time the sex fortune dissipated, golden light burst forth from Russell's bones, giving him an extraordinary aura. Russell's physical body had reached an astonishing level. Once he activated the golden dragon transformation again, his physical strength would be indestructible. If he encountered Dawson again, Russell could likely crush him with just his fists. Next moment, Russell exhaled a breath of turbid air, took a deep breath, and slowly closed his eyes. The previously fluctuating Dantian power stabilized. Suddenly, Russell lifted his wrist, and azure scales instantly covered his arm, visible muscles protruding from the skin surface. Then, Russell punched forward, the punch sending a tangible wave of force smashing into the distant mountain slope. The mountain slope exploded instantly. To note, this was just the power of Russell's physical body. Just the might of his physical body alone could create such a shocking momentum. His strength had likely soared to an immeasurable degree. Perhaps even Russell himself didn't know the limit of his current strength. With solid basic skills, he might be able to continue refining dragon blood, but given his rapid progress, doing so could make his cultivation foundation unstable, potentially affecting his base. Russell's future is limitless, and he cannot seek short-term benefits that might affect his future cultivation path. That would be picking up sesame seeds, but losing watermelons. Boy, I won't say much, but you have the best luck. Back in my days, even after years of adventuring, I never gained as many opportunities as you did in a short time. All I can say is that you've occupied the heaven and earth's fortune, but it's also part of your strength. However, this sex fortune has only been absorbed into your body. You haven't fully grasped all of it yet. Afterward, when you refine the great elixir of the human body, you will fully master this sex fortune. What the sex fortune did was merely merge into Russell's bones, refining his physical body strength. Russell's prospects are indeed boundless. At this moment, Russell stood up from the open ground, gazing around. He clearly sensed that the spiritual energy in the back mountain had become much thinner, no longer having the vibrant feel it once did. The starlight in the back mountain also dissipated. The surrounding forest had a sense of death, and the Xianshang sect had truly suffered significant losses this time. It might take some time before it could return to its prime state. Hashtag chapter 344. Delving deeper into the Braden, Russell stood on one foot, his body becoming weightless as he effortlessly floated into the air. In the next moment, he vanished and reappeared at the open ground outside the sect's entrance. After the fierce battle, Xianshang sect was in shambles. Craters pockmarked the ground, and bloodstains occasionally marred the scene. Each disciple who saw Russell could barely conceal a flicker of fear in their eyes. His imposing presence had indelibly etched itself into every heart. Naturally, after learning the long-buried truth about what happened years ago, the disciples found Russell's actions justifiable. His story had become a legend in everyone's heart. To challenge an entire dynasty single-handedly, to confront Xianshang's sect alone, turning the tide and slaying the sect leader, forcing the Birch to relinquish control over the sect. Few in the continent's history could match such feats. Moreover, Russell's displayed talents had already begun to threaten many established strong figures. The waves behind the river pushed forward the preceding ones. Each generation brought forth its share of exceptional talents. Russell was indeed the most remarkable talent of this great era. When he reappeared outside the outer sect again, the three mighty demons had been waiting for a long time. Edgar Xiantong also stood before the mountain gate, gazing at Russell with approving eyes. Soon, his disciple would carry his unfulfilled aspirations from years ago onto a broader stage, spreading fame across the continent. Graceable, do as you will. Your master will always support you silently from behind. Although I cannot shield you from all obstacles now, I will always be your haven. One day, above the Carey dynasty, an unprecedented world-shattering battle would erupt, a battle that would decide the fate of the Carey dynasty. However, judging by the current situation, the Carey dynasty must have some means to counterattack. News of what happened at Xianshang sect would soon spread throughout the dynasty. With Russell's formidable return, someone like Hayes Rocky, who brooks no sand in his eyes, would not let him have a peaceful day. The empire was already experiencing undercurrents of unrest. From here on out, storms would brew within the empire. Established power structures that had been set for centuries were due for a shake-up. Master, take care of yourself. After we part ways today, it might be some time before we meet again. The next time we meet, I will return in glory, adorned with honor. As I always say, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Never look down upon the young and poor. Russell bowed deeply, his eyes filled with respect. Without Edgar Xuantong's patronage back then, he might still be an obscure outer sect disciple in Xianshang sect, achieving nothing significant. Gratitude weighed heavily on his heart. Tears shimmered in Edgar Xuantong's eyes, but he did not speak or try to hold him back. Instead, he turned around, facing away from Russell, fearing that another glance would make him too reluctant to let go. Seeing Russell grow through the years, Edgar Xiantong realized his disciple's destiny transcended this small realm. Capable people were destined for great things. With these words spoken, Russell soared into the sky, the three mighty demons quickly following behind. Based solely on today's display of talent, the mighty demons were thoroughly devoted. They saw hope in Russell. As beings without masters, they were limited, their ultimate boundary being the semi-divine realm. Breaking through to the divine transformation realm would require extraordinary luck and destiny converging in one body. Essentially, they could only advance to the divine transformation realm through external forces. A person destined for great achievements did not dwell on trivial matters. Following Russell was an unprecedented opportunity. To become top-tier experts in the mortal world, they willingly followed him. I need to retrieve something, Russell spoke, flying straight toward the depths of the sect's holy land. He finally landed beneath a tall tower. Its gates were wide open, emitting a wave of scholarly fragrance. The three mighty demons stopped at the tower's entrance, looking up at it. This place must be Xian Shang Sect's library. Years ago, Russell had been confined here for punishment, reading thousands of books. Just as it is said, books contain golden houses. From these books, Russell learned much. The books in the Xian Shang Sect library came from every corner of the continent. Not only did they encompass countless martial arts legacies, but they also recorded the continent's history. Stepping into the treasure vault. Since the last time he entered the library, an unknown amount of time had passed. Back then, he was the revered Cooper. Now, he was a world-renowned genius. A cold draft greeted him as he stepped inside. Turning, he walked toward the tower, where the first floor mainly housed various martial arts scrolls. Previously, Russell might have envied these scrolls, but now they seemed commonplace to him. Just the sword manual of Edgarf and Death was worth far more than the entire collection combined. Ascending the tower, Russell began searching on his own, sweeping his gaze around repeatedly. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on a dusty book in an inconspicuous corner. Brushing off the dust with his hand, Russell revealed its original form. Braden. Just those 4 characters were striking enough. Suddenly, a voice resounded in Russell's mind. It seems that few remember the devastation caused by the Braden of old. There is no sense of vigilance during times of peace. If not for the self-sacrifice of our ancestors, the continent would be a living hell now. What Lin Dinshuo said isn't unfounded. One day, the Braden might descend again. Who will stand up to prevent the disaster when it comes? Who would have thought that 1,000 years later, the continent would still be destroyed by the Braden? This age is full of intrigue and corruption. Who will step forward as the savior? Back then, even great cultivators at the divine transformation realm were powerless against the Braden. It came fiercely, an unprecedented calamity against which the cultivators had no defense. Only after understanding the nature of the Braden did they manage to suppress it for a millennium. Please note that the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested. Hashtag chapter 345, Rocky's Peril. Russell did not pay attention to the Caleb's will, but instead continued reading the book in his hands intently, unwilling to miss any piece of valuable information. The impact of the Dark Cataclysm back then was well known to everyone. During the Kermit's Secret Realm incident, Russell had already promised Gregory that when the Dark Cataclysm descended, and if he had the ability, he would protect the entire world. Each word in the book was an overwhelming force of the disaster. It was like an unstoppable torrent, pulling everyone in without giving them a chance to think. Now, the seal on the Dark Cataclysm shows signs of weakening again. 1,000 years have passed quietly, and while its power has diminished, escaping from its confinement is still no problem. The Bai family serves as a warning. The events concerning the Bai family were like a wake-up call to the world, reminding everyone that the Dark Cataclysm would reappear soon. However, few people paid attention to this seemingly insignificant matter. After thoroughly reading the book, Russell became deeply concerned. No one could survive the Dark Cataclysm. Suddenly, a new resolve filled his heart. Killing Hayes Rocky seemed trivial now. No matter what, Rocky's death was inevitable. Now, Russell only wanted to prolong his life for a few days before making his existence worse than death. The hatred over the theft of his essence blood burned fiercely within him. Due to Rocky's words, Russell had endured untold insults. In comparison, the Dark Cataclysm concerned the lives of everyone on the continent. If not for the joint efforts of great cultivators back then, they might have barely contained the Dark Cataclysm's invasion. At that time, even Transcendence Realm cultivators died en masse. How many Transcendence Realm cultivators exist on the continent today? How many would be willing to stand up in times of crisis? Having spent half a lifetime cultivating, losing their physical bodies would render all their efforts futile. Moreover, who wants to be the first to step forward in these uncertain times? Transcendence Realm cultivators can detach their spirit from their bodies, achieving immortality. But the Dark Cataclysm can destroy both body and spirit. When faced with an army, one prepares defenses. When facing floods, one builds dikes. The Dark Cataclysm is a hidden threat. Confronting the Dark Cataclysm now would cost Russell his life if he lacked strength. Without power, everything is meaningless. The stronger one is, the greater the responsibility. Russell felt the burden on his shoulders as heavy as a mountain. Yet, this unseen pressure presented a rare opportunity. The looming danger of the Dark Cataclysm acted like an unseen hand, constantly pushing Russell forward. After a while, Russell left the treasure pavilion alone. Seeing his grave expression, the 3 great demons did not ask questions but followed silently behind him. Where should we go next? Eben asked first. After escaping from the secret realm, he was eager to experience the beauty of the mundane world. In the continent, half-step transcendence cultivators were considered top-tier experts, and not every sect or holy land had several half-step transcendence guardians. Moreover, there were distinctions among half-step transcendence cultivators. Previously, the imperial preceptor of the Feathered Dynasty was an upper-tier expert, whereas the 3 great demons were peak half-step transcendents. Now, the key was to refine the human-grade elixir. Without it, the 3 great demons' realms would remain stagnant. After they reached the Transcendence realm, they would have the best chance to strike back against the Solar Dynasty. Russell wasn't reckless. He knew rushing into the dynasty recklessly would only cost his life. The royal dragon Chi of the Solar Dynasty alone could suppress them all. Standing atop a mountain peak, gazing into the distance, a golden light flashed in his eyes. 100 miles away, in the imperial sanctuary of the dynasty. After countless officials dismissed from court, the palace was mostly dark except for Rocky's quarters, which remained brightly lit, with faint noises audible. Suddenly, a piercing scream broke the prolonged silence. Looking inside the room, the spacious chamber was crowded with people, mostly officials in robes bustling around the bed. Russell, I'll tear you limb from limb. Upon closer inspection, the person lying on the bed was Hayes Rocky, drenched in sweat and covered in blood. The king stood beside him, clutching the sheets, his eyes brimming with concern. After all, Rocky was his most favored child, and seeing him suffer made him feel guilty. Russell, That name echoed in his mind countless times, and he wished he could flay Russell alive himself. The court physician wiped the sweat from his forehead and panted heavily. Your Majesty, the prince's injuries have affected his meridians and may impair his cultivation path. We are incompetent and cannot treat the prince's injuries. The sword attack earlier was powerful. Had it not been for the royal dragon chi protecting him, Rocky might have been instantly killed. Bryson waved his hand and slapped the physician across the face, pointing at him angrily. What kind of mediocre doctor are you? Unable to cure such minor ailments? What use are you to the Solar Dynasty? If you cannot heal the prince, bring your heads to me. With those words, the physicians trembled, bowing low and hurriedly retreating to continue working around Rocky. Chapter 346, Stripping the Imperial Dragon Chi. Among those present, many dignitaries of the dynasty observed this scene and couldn't help but harbor grievances. However, they dared not voice a single word of dissent in the face of Jacob's fury. Any opposition to Yusef's wishes might result in their entire family being exterminated. This favoritism had led to the current crown prince, Rocky. Once Rocky took control of the dynasty, it would undoubtedly bring immense suffering to the people, with many officials likely to meet tragic fates. Rocky's first act upon ascension would be to purge those who did not obey him. The civil and military officials could foresee the future of the dynasty under such a tyrannical rule, an era of extreme hardship. The foundation of the entire dynasty might well be squandered by Prince Rocky. Sighs echoed incessantly. The civil and military officials turned away, unwilling to witness this distressing scene any longer. Your Majesty. Now there might still be a way, but I'm unsure if I should speak. At this moment, a man in black emerged from beside Jacob and whispered hoarsely into his ear, sounding feeble and powerless. He was entirely wrapped in black cloth, making it impossible to see his face. Speak. Bryson focused his gaze on the man in black, an urgent expression in his eyes. Previously, back when Jacob was not in power, during his travels, he encountered this mysterious man in black. After some negotiations, the man in black claimed he could assist Jacob to ascend the throne. They struck a deal, and within 3 years, with the man in black's guidance, Jacob indeed ascended to the throne. Out of the 10 princes at that time, this emperor was merely an ordinary one with little hope for the throne. However, after the interference of the man in black, several gifted princes suddenly perished, paving the way for him to become emperor. Thus, Jacob had absolute trust in the words of the man in black. Earlier, only half of the Imperial Dragon Chi was given to the haze. He has not fully mastered it. If we transfer the remaining half of the Imperial Dragon Chi back into the haze's body, he will definitely rise from the ashes, becoming even stronger than before. At that time, who could stand against the haze? He will be the shining star of this era, and no one can stop his rise. Upon mentioning the Imperial Dragon Chi, Jacob's expression noticeably changed, and his brows furrowed. But, he hesitated. Suddenly, the man in black interrupted. What but? You don't need to worry. I can assist the haze in fully refining the Imperial Dragon Chi, but whether he can withstand it depends on his own fate. The moment these words were spoken, the spacious room fell silent. Bryson glanced at Rocky, lying in agony on the bed, feeling more reluctant than ever. Just as he was about to make a decision, Rocky extended his trembling hand towards him, his face pale. Father, I don't want my talents to be exhausted. There are still boundless opportunities ahead. I want to become a peerless genius. Please help me. Afterwards, I will surely become the greatest in the world and personally eliminate those arrogant ones. These simple words completely changed Jacob's inner resolve. With a wave of his hand, his expression became resolute, indicating he had met at such a young age. Almost none. After Jacob spoke sternly, everyone around backed off, abandoning any further attempts to persuade him. Bryson's mind had been clouded by the man in black's words, rendering him deaf to other advice. In the next moment, his seal-forming speed increased dramatically, leaving afterimages, as a faint golden light emerged from his body and enveloped Rocky. Soon, the golden light merged with Rocky, and his injuries visibly healed. Within moments, Rocky's wounds were completely healed. Not only that, but his aura also skyrocketed, his complexion improved, and his breathing stabilized. Conversely, Jacob's spiritual energy began depleting rapidly, his face turning pale and beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. His vision blurred, and eventually, once all the Imperial Dragon Chi was stripped away, he collapsed and fainted. A group of physicians rushed to his side, frantically circling around him. At this moment, the man in black stepped forward again. He's just exhausted, nothing serious. Take him to bed and prepare some restorative herbs for him. Losing the Imperial Dragon Chi has gravely weakened him, and he needs to recover. With that said, the man in black approached Rocky. A massive surge of spiritual energy flowed into Rocky's meridians. Without dispersing this energy, his meridians might burst. Thus, the man in black placed his hand on Rocky's head, channeling energy from his dantian into Rocky's body, calming the previously violent spiritual energy. Chapter 347, The Hopeless Sea. Elsewhere, Russell, after leaving the profound sage sect, headed straight for the bordering sea without stopping along the way. He continued until dawn. Only then did his figure appear by the sea. In fact, this continent is an island surrounded by the sea on all sides. In every direction lies the boundless expanse of the ocean, stretching endlessly beyond sight. Once upon a time, a core formation realm expert attempted to cross this sea to discover what lay beyond it. However, after 3 days and 3 nights of travel, all he found was more endless vastness. He moved further away from the mainland with increasingly sparse spiritual energy. Without support from spiritual energy, the core formation expert had no choice but to return in disappointment. However, beyond the sea, countless fierce sea beasts reside. But these beasts pose no threat to those within the land. There's never been any real danger between them, so they have long lived in harmony without interfering with each other. Consequently, no one knows the full extent of the power that exists within the sea. The critical ingredient in the human body elixir comes precisely from one of these sea beasts. Russell gazed at the sea with a hint of caution in his eyes. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind again. Boy, the area beyond the sea is extremely dangerous. Even I wouldn't dare venture too deep into it. We used to call this region the Hopeless Sea because its end could not be seen. It remains an unsolved mystery to this day. I advise you to be cautious. Don't die in the hopeless sea. Think about the hopes and expectations carried on your shoulders. The voice of the Calebs will continue to echo in Russell's mind. He bore immense responsibility and must not fall in the hopeless sea. 3 great demons closely followed him, barely a step behind. Later, you will assist me. If anything goes wrong, retreat at full speed, without worrying about anyone else. With that said, Russell took a step forward, undeterred by the unknown before him. His goal was a sea beast within the hopeless sea called the Chiyu whale. The essence blood of the Chiyu whale is an essential component of the human body elixir. According to legends, a great cultivator once fought the Chiyu whale, a battle that shook the entire sea. Although the cultivator ultimately slew the Chiyu whale, he couldn't escape the hopeless sea. The noise from the battle drew countless sea beasts, and despite his efforts, the cultivator perished in the hopeless sea. Thus, the hopeless sea became known as a forbidden zone. Sea beasts often gather in groups of hundreds or thousands. One disturbance can set off a chain reaction, attracting countless more. Deep within the hopeless sea, there are even core formation realm sea beasts. Only when Russell stepped into the sea did he truly understand its vastness. Death here would mean leaving no trace. These sea beasts were ruthless, eating humans down to the bone. Come out. Standing atop the water, Russell roared furiously, sending out waves of spirit energy that rippled outwards. The surrounding sea erupted with monstrous waves, reaching skyward in an instant. The hopeless sea was no longer calm. Splashes drenched Russell's clothes. Above, dark clouds gathered, shrouding the sea under a gloomy sky. Flashes of lightning flickered through the darkness, creating a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Russell's face grew grim, focusing intensely on the scene unfolding before him. A thunderous boom shattered the stillness. A bolt of lightning struck the sea, causing massive waves to surge. Amidst the turmoil, a colossal whale emerged, breaking through the surface. From afar, it appeared like a giant, spanning hundreds of feet. Its body was entirely red, covered in spines, with glowing red eyes emanating deadly aura. Chiyu whale! Russell exclaimed, swiftly retreating several dozen steps. The Chiyu whale opened its massive maw, large enough to engulf a small mountain. Watching it, Russell inhaled sharply, then rushed forward silently. Edgar for Death Sword Technique. Drawing his wooden sword, Russell slashed towards the Chiyu whale, but his attack was repelled effortlessly. Witnessing this, the 3 great demons unleashed their powers, launching countless flames into the sky. Yet they couldn't harm the Chiyu whale either. Realizing the challenge, Russell knew he had to give it everything. The commotion had already drawn attention from nearby forces on land, many rushing over to witness the rare spectacle. Someone dared to enter the hopeless sea. They must be fearless, hoping not to provoke the sea beasts. But from the looks of it, they seem well prepared and quite powerful. Seeking death. How many have died here, and how few managed to escape? Outside the hopeless sea, spectators gathered, keeping a safe distance to avoid being caught in the fray. Meanwhile, Russell felt increasing pressure, estimating the Chiyu whale's strength to be comparable to the birch of the profound sage sect. Being a demonic beast, it held a significant advantage. We only need its essence blood. We don't need to kill it. Russell was clear about their objective. Besides, with their current abilities, they couldn't defeat the Chiyu whale, and attracting more sea beasts could lead to disaster. But Russell had his trump card, giving him a 50% chance of surviving. The 3 great demons, however, weren't so certain. Nevertheless, Russell wasn't someone who would abandon allies. Facing challenges head-on would help him find a way out, and possibly turn adversity into opportunity. Chapter 348. Extracting the essence blood. Finding life in the most desperate of situations. Rebuilding his physical body amidst raging flames, constantly pushing himself to his limits. This is Russell's path to enlightenment. Throughout his journey, he has countless times turned danger into safety. If not for his indomitable will far beyond that of ordinary people, he likely wouldn't have made it this far, perhaps long dead within the mystical saint sect. One can only say, heaven does not wish for him to perish. Returning to the main point, on the sea of hopelessness, Chiyu whale twisted its massive body, sending water splashing in all directions. In the next second, a roar erupted. The sound was deafening. It echoed across the sea, causing pain in the eardrums. Ripples surged on the surface as well. Russell casually raised his hand to block the overwhelming pressure rushing towards him. By contrast, the 3 great demons were not so fortunate. They were directly thrown back by the sonic waves, flying off into the high skies. Honestly, just from that moment of engagement, it was clear they were not in the same league. If Chiyu whale could transform into human form, probably no one present would leave alive, including the spectators on the shore. Each and every one would be doomed. We must resolve this quickly. Prolonged combat disadvantages us. Once our spiritual energy is depleted, Chiyu whale will counterattack, leaving none of us able to escape unscathed. Russell analyzed the intense battle situation before him. The main problem was knowing where to start. Otherwise, he wouldn't be at such a loss. In any case, it had to be a swift resolution. Outside the sea of hopelessness, distant echoes could still be heard, causing Russell's expression to suddenly change. The Chiyu whale's earlier call might attract many sea beasts. Sea beasts generally travel in groups. If all were as powerful as Chiyu whale, Russell and company would surely meet their end here. Even the surrounding towns might be devastated because of this disaster. Boy, what are you standing around here for? Do you really plan to wait for reinforcements for this dumb whale? By then, you'll have no way out. Even I once had to tread carefully with the sea beasts in the sea of hopelessness. This area hides endless peril and gives you no chance to react. If you want to die, don't drag me along. The Bradley screamed in Russell's sea of consciousness, echoing continuously. Russell remained unmoved. Facing the dire situation, he merely furrowed his brows. He had to carve his own path, a path of unwavering advancement. Whoever dared to stand in his way, he would smash through with sheer brute force, creating an unprecedented path. A surge of unprecedented fighting spirit ignited within Russell. Suddenly, golden light flashed. From the high skies, faint dragon roars could be heard. Abruptly, a golden dragon pierced through the clouds, coiling in the air, watching all creatures below. Momentarily, the sea surface became inexplicably calm. Chiyu whale paused midair, its pupils contracting sharply, revealing a hint of fear in its eyes. The previous dragon roar seemed to have instilled a bloodline-based absolute suppression, causing dread to surge from deep within. At this moment, seizing the opportunity, Russell took a step forward, and behind him appeared a radiance. After the light dissipated, a towering pagoda stood behind him. Stars hung shimmering on the pagoda. With a grand wave of his hand, Russell pointed at Chiyu whale. Simultaneously, the golden dragon flew out, swiftly spiraling towards Chiyu whale. Soaring in the sky, the dragon's every movement traced graceful arcs in the air, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. A thunderous boom resounded. The sea stirred up huge waves. Tidal surges crashed in from all sides, submerging the surrounding islands. Above, lightning struck down. The sea of hopelessness lost its tranquility, spreading turmoil for miles around, attracting numerous strong onlookers. The pagoda enlarged, pressing down on Chiyu whale's head, forcefully pinning it to the sea surface. The golden dragon also struck Chiyu whale's body. Visible tears appeared on its skin, spilling blood that colored the sea red. The pungent smell of blood spread. Bystanders were stunned. Few on the continent could harm Chiyu whale. Seeing this extraordinary battle for the first time, many began guessing who dared challenge the sea of hopelessness. From afar, they could only vaguely make out figures, unable to discern faces, but sensing the dangerous aura emanating from Russell. Certainly, even late-stage soul formation cultivators dared not approach. The aftermath of such a battle could severely injure or even kill them. Chiyu whale thrashed desperately, using every trick to break free from the pagoda's restraint. But the seals on the pagoda were too formidable, rendering Chiyu whale helpless, unable to break free. Seizing the gap, Russell lifted his hand and forcefully extracted the essence blood from Chiyu whale's body. Next moment, Chiyu whale let out another ear-splitting roar, shattering the clouds above. Essence blood is crucial to demonic beasts. It embodies their entire life's essence. Removing this amount of essence blood would significantly reduce Chiyu whale's strength. Recovering to peak might take over a century, and this abrupt extraction would damage its foundation. The essence blood gathered in Russell's hand. He could distinctly feel the powerful spiritual energy pulsating within it. This energy left Russell somewhat astonished. Indeed, these beasts of the Sea of Hopelessness were formidable. After all, this vast sea harbors more than just this one beast. Russell gazed at the boundless sea before him, feeling an urge to conquer it someday, at least to uncover its hidden mysteries. The Sea of Hopelessness, a forbidden zone set by generations on the mainland. No one has ever truly witnessed its true appearance. Why does this sea breed so many sea beasts? Compared to them, landbound cultivators seem like mere ants. Chapter 349. Going their separate ways. The deafening roar of the Chiyu whale echoed across dozens of miles, refusing to dissipate for a long time. The sonic waves it emitted stirred up violent gales. A sudden, unstoppable gust swept through the area, enveloping this expanse of sea. Beyond the maritime boundary, restless sounds grew more frequent. Russell expanded his divine sense over tens of miles and faintly sensed powerful auras converging from all directions toward him. Within half an hour at most, Russell would be surrounded by countless sea beasts. Having already obtained the essence blood, it was inadvisable to stay here any longer. Even a slight mistake could cost him his life. Furthermore, the pagoda couldn't hold the Chiyu whale indefinitely. Actually, the pagoda had many functions, but as merely an inconspicuous great cultivator at the nascent soul stage, Russell couldn't activate any of its other features. Perhaps even great cultivators at the deity transformation stage couldn't fully master this pagoda. It was filled with mysteries that even Caleb's will envied back then. Russell still couldn't gauge the depth of this Caleb's will. Yet from its personal descriptions, one could infer that it once towered over contemporaries. In a moment, 3 great demons broke through layer upon layer of dark clouds and returned to Russell's side. They focused their gaze on Russell's palm. Chiyu whale's essence blood? Eben exclaimed in surprise. Russell managed to obtain the Chiyu whale's essence blood so quickly? To think they exhausted all means yet failed to breach the beast's physical form. Suddenly, the 3 great demons shifted their gazes to the Chiyu whale, fixing their eyes on its bloody wound. Instantly, the 3 great demons were dumbstruck. What power could have wounded this Chiyu whale? A newfound respect arose within them, along with an involuntary intake of breath. To be honest, through countless memories, they'd witnessed numerous prodigies who displayed exceptional talent. However, few existed who could fight cross-realm battles at the nascent soul stage. Throughout history, hardly anyone at the nascent soul stage dared challenge great cultivators at the pseudo-deity transformation stage. Thus, one could see how Russell's talent could astound the world. Fortunately, they hadn't turned against Russell in the Kermit's secret realm. Challenging such a world-changing powerhouse was unimaginably dangerous. Why are you still standing there dazed? Hurry up and leave. Soon it might be too late to go. Russell shouted angrily at the 3 great demons behind him before flying towards the mainland without looking back. Regaining their senses, the 3 great demons gazed at the boundless sea, hearing unusual noises coming from all directions, and cold sweat broke out on their backs. In the next second, they flew towards the mainland without hesitation. A few breaths later, the pagoda subduing the Chiyu whale suddenly vanished. The Chiyu whale thrashed wildly, causing massive waves on the sea surface, venting its fury. The surging waves flooded areas tens of miles into the mainland, and torrents of rain poured down from the sky again. On this day, the boundless sea was no longer peaceful. No one dared to set foot near it. Having obtained the Chiyu whale's essence blood, Russell and company rushed towards the central region of Yusefdom that night. This adventure was indeed perilous, just a little slower, and they might have been intercepted. Regardless, these few people risked life and limb this time. However, the essence blood of the Chiyu whale was only one of the main ingredients for the grand medicine. Atop an unknown mountain peak, Russell divided the Chiyu whale's essence blood into 4 parts and injected them into the 3 great demons' bodies. The grand medicine primarily used the human body as a vessel, requiring the aggregation of all main ingredients, processed with alchemy techniques, to create the medicine. Given Russell's current skills, refining the grand medicine shouldn't be problematic, but collecting all the ingredients would be tricky. Everyone. The immediate priority is to gather the ingredients, facing the entire kingdom. Countless experts might lie behind Yusefdom, making our current strength equivalent to courting danger. But after completing the grand medicine, your strength will increase significantly. Then, looking across the world, what need will there be to fear anyone? Deep within Russell's eyes, a wild and arrogant glint shone. But he wasn't an impulsive person. Before making any rash moves, he sought certainty in everything. The 3 great demons nodded, their expressions calm. They understood that obediently following Russell would yield countless benefits. I'm going to the 10,000 Sword Sect. Ahead lies Kariset Mountain Range, filled with various rare beasts and countless herbs. Whether you can find the remaining ingredients for the grand medicine depends on your own fortune. Russell pointed at the undulating mountains ahead. Kariset Mountain Range. This range was the oldest on the continent, seemingly endless. It separated 2 major kingdoms. The number of fearsome beasts within it was astounding. Until today, no one had conquered this mountain range, which also served as a training ground for disciples of various sections. Good luck might lead to unexpected opportunities here. Above Kariset Mountain Range, sinister dark clouds perpetually gathered, adding a mysterious veil over the mountains. The other 3 great demons gazed at the Kariset Mountain Range, sifting through fragmented memories in their minds. Though incomplete, they vaguely recalled that this mountain range had once been the resting place of countless great cultivators. They didn't know why so many cultivators perished here. Certain terrifying elements seemed to prevent further memory retrieval. Suffice to say, these mountains were bizarre. Russell gave them a list of required ingredients. I'll come find you later. Leaving those words, Russell strode away, disappearing into the sky. The 3 great demons stared at his retreating figure. Their resolve strengthened. Gazing at the Kariset Mountain Range before them, they embarked on their journey again, their hearts filling with courage as they walked a clear path. From that point on, the continent's landscape drastically changed because of these few individuals. Chapter 350. Arrival at Myriad Sword Sect. Myriad Sword Sect. Within the Empire, the Myriad Sword Sect still holds considerable influence. Currently, the Profound Saint Sect has been forced to relinquish its position as the top Holy Land, making way for the Myriad Sword Sect and other holy forces. Not long ago, news of the Profound Saint Sect incident spread throughout the entire dynasty, causing widespread unease. Everyone knew about the connection between Russell and Hayes Rocky. With the death of Fagin, it was only a matter of time before all eyes would turn toward Rocky. On this land of the Empire, a shocking battle was bound to erupt one day. Upon learning about this, Hayes Rocky had already sent people to investigate Russell's whereabouts, determined to dig him out from any hiding place. Otherwise, he couldn't quell his hatred. Outside the Myriad Sword Sect, Russell stood on a mountain peak, gazing at the scenery of Sword Gate, taking everything in at a glance. In fact, within the dynasty, the Myriad Sword Sect has the most ancient history. Even before the rise of the Carey dynasty, the sect had already existed on this land. However, with the passage of time, the Myriad Sword Sect became increasingly desolate due to the lack of exceptionally talented individuals. Therefore, it was no longer as brilliant as it once was. Yet its heritage remained intact. Even the imperial powers were unwilling to offend the Myriad Sword Sect, who knew what surprising trump cards it might still hold. In an instant, Russell's figure flashed and vanished from the mountaintop. The next second, he appeared before the entrance of the Myriad Sword Sect. The sudden appearance startled the guards at the gate, who then quickly surrounded Russell upon regaining their composure. Notify your sect leader that Russell is here to pay a visit. At the mention of Russell's name, the outer disciples sucked in a sharp breath, their eyes fixated on him in disbelief. Russell? Recently, he rose to prominence at an astonishing speed, displaying unparalleled talent by facing various geniuses alone. Not only was he blessed with a millennium-rare dragon blood battle body, but he also single-handedly stormed the Profound Saint Sect, killing the ruling patriarch right before the Supreme Denvers. This feat alone was enough to astonish every young practitioner on the continent. Of course, Russell had become someone they admired, even becoming a goal for many. However, now that he was in the limelight and wanted by the dynasty, admitting him without caution could invite disaster or misinterpretation from the imperial forces, potentially branding them as rebels. After all, too many eyes might be watching. Russell! The outer disciples exclaimed in surprise, and hurriedly went to inform the inner disciples. For such a significant event, they had no authority to make decisions. After some time, the outer disciples returned with a letter. Upon opening it, their expressions turned serious, and they immediately parted to let Russell in. As they watched Russell walk away, there was reverence mixed in their gazes. Indeed, worthy of the Myriad Sword Sect, Russell could sense numerous surging sword auras emanating from all directions. The Myriad Sword Sect was predominantly composed of sword cultivators, once the premier sword cultivation sect in the world. However, achieving sword intent was notoriously difficult, leading to the decline of the sect due to a lack of standout successors. Emil, the Cooper of the Myriad Sword Sect, was a natural-born sword cultivator with deep understanding of the Tao of Sword, but even he lacked the talent to comprehend the legacy left by the predecessors of the sect. Such was the current state of the Myriad Sword sect. One outstanding genius could reverse their situation and even break free from the Empire's constraints. And this time, Russell had specifically come for the legacy of the Myriad Sword sect. Before the Great Hall of the Holy Land, the Lars of the Myriad Sword sect had been waiting. Face to face with Russell, he sensed danger from the icy gaze of the Rani. However, Russell still had confidence in handling the situation. Lars, I have come to discuss important matters. Russell clasped his hands respectfully, addressing the Ronili man before him deferentially, without any hostility. Since he had come seeking help, courtesy was necessary. Besides, this Lars of the Myriad Sword sect was not a two-faced person. He wouldn't betray others like Fagin did for temporary peace. Speak. This Clark is listening. The Lars had no airs. He understood that Russell was already at the same level as himself, perhaps even surpassing him. Cutting straight to the point, Russell explained. I've heard that the Myriad Sword sect is the premier sword cultivation sect, with a sword valley containing countless ancestral swords. I wish to obtain a sword to protect myself. I wonder if the senior can agree? A massive mountain stood within the sect, filled with various swords from the ancestors. Legend had it that the peak held a sword belonging to the founding ancestor of the Myriad Sword sect. This time, Russell aimed for this very sword. The Lars found himself in a dilemma. Since Russell wasn't part of the sect, accepting him might cause dissatisfaction among the disciples. Suddenly, he thought of a pretext. You don't understand swords. Using one would be useless. The dragon blood battle body was renowned for physical prowess, and the Lars had never heard of Russell being skilled with swords. Suddenly, Russell drew out a wooden branch, releasing an unprecedented sword aura from his body. The sword intent permeated the vast hall, enveloping it with Russell's overwhelming presence. For a moment, even the Lars sitting on the dais felt somewhat bewildered. That imposing sword intent instilled genuine fear within him. Edgar Fandeth strike. Russell swung his sword, sending the sword intent skyward, where it exploded, radiating bright flames into the heavens. Inside the sacred grounds, countless people noticed this, drawing many to the great hall. Everyone gazed at the sword intent radiating from Russell, completely mesmerized. Chapter 351, Sword Valley. Russell's name resounded far and wide on this very soil, renowned for his dragon blood battle body in 2 dynasties. No one had ever heard that Russell was also a sword cultivator, and from the imposing sword aura emanating from him, he appeared to be an accomplished master in sword Dao. The sword aura radiating from his body was enough to surpass all present sword cultivators, even surpassing the Adair. It was evident. Russell's attainments in sword Dao had reached unfathomable depths. That casual slash just now contained sword intent incomprehensible to ordinary people. The talent Russell displayed even far surpassed Emil. To be honest, act into a new era. Recalling the rumors about Russell, could such an outstanding genius really need to peek at others' fortuitous destinies? From Russell's deeds alone, these rumors were debunked. It could only be said that the profound sage sect lacked ambition. If such an outstanding genius belonged to the 10,000 sword sect, the Adair would have no qualms about opposing the dynasty's forces and protecting him under any pressure. Adair, what do you think? With my ability and talent, can I enter the Sword Valley to take a sword? Russell reiterated his request, simultaneously restraining the sword aura in his body and putting the wooden branch back into his sleeve. The previous display of sword aura was intentional, showing his means directly was naturally more persuasive than any reason. Who within the sword sect could match Russell's profound understanding of sword intent? The Sword Valley belongs to the 10,000 sword sect. Although I am the head of the sect, matters of this magnitude are beyond my authority. However, if you join the 10,000 sword sect, forget about entering the Sword Valley. Even passing down the entire inheritance of the 10,000 swords sect to you wouldn't be a problem. But alas, you do not belong to our sect. The Adair side. Clearly, he had an intention to recruit him, wanting to bring him into his fold. Such a genius representing a grand era could only be a friend, not an enemy. I'm sorry, I cannot join the 10,000 sword sect. However, I can promise that if the 10,000 sword sect faces difficulties in the future, I can help shield the sect from calamity, though I will followed by a wave of pressure. Russell stood rooted to the spot, yet he still felt as if a 1,000-pound mountain pressed down on him. This person was very strong. His strength even exceeded that of the birch he met at the profound sage sect. Had he been set up? Russell gritted his teeth, a sudden flash of killing intent in his eyes. The next second, the boundless sword aura suddenly dissipated. The peak returned to calm once more. I am already aware of this. Let him go. Inside the Sword Valley lies a destiny that should belong to him. Edgardal friend, after obtaining the inheritance, come back to the rear mountain. I have something to say to you. As the words faded, silence returned inside the wooden hut. The Adair was amazed. The Glen Clifford actually changed the rules set by the sect for an outsider. It seemed the Glen Clifford held Russell in high regard, but the Adair could only follow orders. Under his guidance, Russell arrived at the so-called Sword Valley. Above the Sword Valley, dark clouds gathered, while elsewhere the sky remained clear and sunny. Russell observed the Sword Valley from below, clearly feeling the rising sword intent. This sword intent came from all directions, belonging to different people's sword auras. These sword owners had already passed away, leaving their swords planted on the sect's gate to preserve the lineage of the sword sect. Even after all this time, the sword auras remained, indicating each sword owner had reached a terrifying realm. Sword aura required cultivation and nourishment. Each sword had its own story. Russell's gaze fell upon the sword at the summit. Faintly visible was the sword intent from the sword there, condensed into substance. Feeling that sword aura, Russell felt a deep-seated fear. How powerful was the founder of the 10,000 sword sect? From the aura emitted by the sword, he felt a palpable tremor. Yet this aura also spurred his fighting spirit. Chapter 352, The Path Up the Mountain. An endless surge of fighting spirit erupted from deep within his bloodline. Looking at Russell's aura now, it had undergone a monumental change. Sword chi clung to the surface of his body, giving off an almost invincible vibe at first glance. In the mysterious silence, Russell could hear echoes reverberating from the valley above, seemingly calling to him. The echoes grew stronger, fueling his curiosity. On the mountain peak, how powerful was that sword? Just glancing in its direction sent chills down his spine. Ahead is Sword Valley. Remember, do not touch the sword on the mountain peak. It belongs to the founder of the Myriad Swords sect. Earlier, someone tried to seize this sword and ended up in a state of eternal doom. Across the entire world, there probably isn't anyone left capable of grasping it. The Bray also gazed toward the peak, a look of reverence flashing across his eyes. He too had once climbed this Sword Valley, full of lofty ambitions, believing himself to be a rare genius in sword cultivation. But upon seeing that sword, he realized he was merely an average person among countless others, lacking even the courage to approach it. The reason the Myriad Sword sect has stood here unshaken for so long is primarily due to the sword legacy left by the founding ancestor. Simply put, successive generations have been relying on the founder's inheritance, ultimately leading to their downfall. Continuing on this path, one day, the Myriad Sword sect will fall into ruin. Russell nodded. Just as he was about to embark on his journey, a clamorous voice resounded in his sea of consciousness again. Boy, you must obtain the sword atop the mountain. Its power shakes the heavens. I estimate that its former owner had strength comparable to mine during his lifetime. Securing this sword will give you an advantage in your future path of vengeance. But I see the sword surrounded by undying sword chi, likely making it a formidable challenge. It all depends on your own fate. This time, I cannot help you. Continued forward. I'm not interested in your sword. The sword chi emitted by this sword was extraordinary, suggesting its previous owner was a supreme master. But Russell's target was the founder's sword atop the mountain. Other swords barely caught his attention. Suddenly, multiple swords blocked his path, yet he ignored them and kept moving towards the peak. With a boom, all the swords in the valley let out a resonant sound. Sword chi tore through the sky, creating piercing whistling noises. Almost every sword in the valley gathered around Russell, forming a ring around him. He continued to bypass these swords without attempting to claim them. Endless swords hung suspended in the air, their combined sword chi shooting straight into the sky, the condensed white light shining like a star. This phenomenon drew the attention of many inner sect disciples. Outside the mountain gate, crowds gathered miles away to witness the scene. They all knew what Sword Valley signified. To cause such an earth-shaking phenomenon, could it be that another supreme genius was emerging in the Myriad Sword sect? Everyone within the sect paused their activities to observe the spectacle. The first time I've heard of such a rare genius in the Myriad Sword sect, one who can make so many swords choose him as their master. Even the former Cooper couldn't create such an impact. We haven't heard of any such sword genius before. Could it be a new inner court disciple? Less talk, just watch. If this genius survives the Sword Valley, the sect will pour endless resources into him, and the balance within the Myriad Sword sect will shift. There's a rule in the Myriad Sword sect. Only inner court disciples can enter Sword Valley. Those who make it are often exceptional swordsmen chosen for myriad talents. Bear in mind, in this era, few people practice swordsmanship, and those who can manifest sword intent are rare. Returning to the subject, sword chi in the valley grew even fiercer, never waning. Countless flying swords followed behind Russell, a sight described only as magnificent. At the foot of the mountain, the Bray saw this scene and was utterly stunned, his eyes wide, scrutinizing the phenomenon atop the mountain, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. Even as an exceptional swordsman, when he climbed Sword Valley, the phenomena were far less impressive compared to Russell. The difference between them was clear. Russell truly was a prodigy, worthy of being called a genuine supreme swordsman. In that moment, the Bray felt inadequate. Unfortunately, this millennium-rare sword genius did not belong to the Myriad Sword sect, a true loss of a great talent. Chapter 353, The Founding Eve Sword. It seems this Gillis truly intends to go for the Founding Eve Sword. If he can indeed pull it out, he will undoubtedly become the foremost power on the continent, destroying the Solardzing opportunities or even glancing at the sword at the summit. Because everyone knew they were not the one-in-a-million individual, nor did they have the ability to move the Eve Sword. Thus they wouldn't waste their one chance for the Eve Sword. When a figure appeared at the peak, the entire sect shouted out. The clamor was deafening. Echoing in the clouds high above, it lingered without dispersing. For 100 years, Russell was the first to reach the summit. Naturally, he was also the first person to have all the valley's swords choose him as their master. Such a scene had never been seen for a century, and it was the first time since the founding of the sect that such an event occurred. Could this person really draw out the founding Eve Sword? Once the Eve Sword appears, the 10,000 Sword sect will certainly become the premier force on the continent, even making the dynasties bow down to us. Huh, is the Eve Sword really that easy to move? Think back over the past 100 years, who has been able to move this sword? I think this person is merely overestimating himself. Just watch. If someone can move the Eve Sword, we too will enjoy its benefits. Afterwards, no one will dare to offend the disciples of the 10,000 Sword sect. At the foot of the mountain, people started discussing one after another. The DeAndre's expression turned increasingly surprised and disbelieving at the sight. Initially, he thought Russell was merely going to take a sword for protection, but looking at his current trajectory, he was heading straight for the Eve Sword. If he truly obtained the Eve Sword, it would likely cause a stir across the entire continent, and all factions would begin currying favor with the 10,000 Sword sect. Everyone understood what it meant if the Eve Sword was drawn out. It signified the emergence of an extraordinary genius. This boy will surely become great in the future, but excellence invites envy. No one can bind him anymore. Pity about the Eve Sword. I didn't think after 1,000 years it would be taken by an outsider. Truly laughable. Too bad. The 10,000 Sword sect cannot retain this great being. It's unclear whether this is a blessing or a curse for us. The DeAndre sighed helplessly. He regarded the Eve Sword as a treasure. It was the cornerstone of the 10,000 Swords sect, but it was the Vinny's command, and he had no authority to disobey it. Suddenly, focus returned to the mountaintop. Sword chi surged from all directions. As Russell stepped onto the summit, the swords behind him trembled fiercely and stopped abruptly, no longer daring to advance further. This was their reverence for the Eve sword. Russell remained unperturbed, enduring the immense pressure, and took the final step, standing before the Eve sword. The Eve sword made no sound but radiated an extraordinary pressure. Russell reached out and gripped the Eve sword. At that moment, the heavens darkened. Gales swept through. Powerful winds howled around him, forming the peaceful valley into a chaotic battleground. The residual waves of sword chi spreading out could instantly kill someone at the nascent soul stage. Unearthly phenomena unfolded. Continuous sword slashes echoed throughout the valley, sharp sword chi interwoven with white light, creating heart-stopping scenes. Countless streams of sword chi attacked Russell's body. Numerous visible injuries appeared on his body, his clothes turning ragged, and bloody wounds covering him as he quickly became drenched in blood. Pain numbed his senses. His facial features contorted in agony, his eyebrows forming a straight line, and his breathing becoming faint. At the bottom of the valley, the DeAndre clenched his fists, heart racing as he watched the scene unfold. While he did not wish for an outsider to obtain the Eve sword, he did not want this genius representing a new era to die in the 10,000 Swords sect either. Whether he obtained the Eve sword or not, he could still become a top-tier genius in this world. However, things did not go as hoped. The DeAndre dared not climb the mountain either. If he got close to the sword chi, he would be instantly torn apart, leaving not a trace behind. Chapter 354. Myriad swords resound together. At this moment, no one could save Russell. Only his own fate and karma could decide his outcome. Whether he would be remembered in glory or buried in the earth depended on this very instant. If he succeeded in drawing the founding master's sword, he would be inscribed in the continent's history as a genius who led an era. Should he die by the sword's energy, he might merely be a fleeting figure in history, soon forgotten by the world, overshadowed by even more astounding geniasts. Meanwhile, Russell still gripped the founding master's sword tightly with both hands, enduring the fierce sword energy surging within him. The intense pain had numbed his senses. For a moment, his mind grew hazy, his vision blurred, and he felt dizzy. Yet, he remained standing resolutely, showing no sign of collapsing. Honestly, if not for his indomitable willpower, Russell could never have come this far, nor achieved such brilliance. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Russell's sea of consciousness. Boy, your physical body can't withstand this sword energy. Withdraw immediately, or you will be destroyed, along with your consciousness. Do not stake your future on this gamble. Many people's hopes rest on your shoulders. You cannot fall here. Leave quickly. If you die, I will also cease to exist. Don't drag me down with you. The voice of the Bradley continued to reverberate in Russell's ears. If Russell perished, the Bradley would also vanish. Yet, Russell showed no signs of letting go. His body remained motionless. Blood had long dyed the entire mountaintop red. The merciless sword energy continued to wreak havoc on his body, each new wave slicing into him, leaving behind gaping wounds that oozed blood. Just then, the Bradley's voice jolted Russell out of his daze. He opened his eyes again, a flash of determination shining through. I can't fall here. Rocky is not dead yet. How can I precede him in death? I must go all the way, becoming the one who holds the sun and moon, plucking the stars from the sky. Suddenly, a roar erupted from Russell as veins bulged across his body. A surge of unprecedented power welled up from deep within his dantian. The founding master's sword began to loosen slightly. Immediately after, a dragon's roar resonated across the mountain peak. Behind Russell, a golden dragon shadow appeared momentarily before vanishing. Edgarth and Death Sword Chi. After destruction comes rebirth. In this moment, Russell experienced another epiphany. His mastery of the Edgarth and Death Sword technique advanced further. As he spoke, an unprecedented wave of sword energy enveloped him completely. The sword chi swirled around him, forcefully blocking the sword chi emanating from the founding master's sword. Two currents of sword energy stood at odds atop the mountain peak. The dramatic turn of events left the disciples of Myriad Sword sect awestruck, their eyes wide with disbelief. From the base of the mountain, Russell had obtained an incomplete version missing later sections. Now, the complete manual lay before him. Could it be that the owner of the founding master's sword had a profound connection with the Edgarth and Death Sword technique? Or perhaps, the owner of the founding master's sword had created the Edgarth and Death Sword technique. Recalling the old Geno's words about an opportunity awaiting him within the Sword Valley, could this be it? Russell felt inexplicably excited. Amidst his excitement, the founding master's sword trembled in his grip, seemingly trying to escape. Wanna run? Russell snorted. Having gone through so much effort to obtain the sword, how could he let it go? In the next instant, Russell swiftly drew the founding master's sword back, making a cut on his arm without hesitation. Blood flowed directly onto the sword's blade. The founding master's sword was an unclaimed weapon. To take possession of this sentient sword, it needed to acknowledge Russell as its master. Otherwise, it would never belong to him. As the blood flowed into the blade, it radiated blinding light like a waterfall, spreading in all directions. Russell's eyes widened in surprise. The blood was fusing with the founding master's sword. Radiant light filled everyone's eyes. They stood there dumbfounded. Thousands of years later, someone had finally drawn the founding master's sword and tamed it. Henceforth, Myriad Sword sect's rise was inevitable. The entire sect erupted in celebration. The release of the founding master's sword caught the attention of powerful experts from all sides. Its reemergence would shake the balance of power within the realm, especially the dynasty, which now felt threatened by Myriad Sword sect's resurgence. Recalling the time when the founding master was alive, who could threaten Myriad Sword sect's position? Back then, even a casual slash from the founding master would send shockwaves through the realm, forcing every faction to tread cautiously. Chapter 355, Drawing the Founding Eve Sword. At the foot of Sword Valley Mountain, a tear suddenly appeared in the corner of Chris's eye. After 1,000 years, a junior could finally draw the Founding Eve Sword. This also meant that the glory of the Founding Eve would once again descend upon the mortal world. Although he was an outsider insignificant to the sect, being able to witness the glory of the Founding Eve was enough for him as the Chris. At least within his lifetime, someone had drawn the Founding Eve Sword. The mission of successive patriarchs was to find someone who could draw the Founding Eve Sword. The re-emergence of the Founding Eve Sword. This also bolstered the reputation of the Myriad Sword sect. Hundreds of miles away, at the Imperial Sanctuary, Hayes Rocky and the current Emperor were floating mid-air, gazing intently at this scene. Bryson's complexion remained ghastly pale. It would take 100 days to heal from such severe injuries, and it looked like he wouldn't recover his full vitality anytime soon, nor would he return to his peak condition. Of course, all hopes now rested on his son, Rocky. Upon arrival, Rocky had demonstrated earth-shattering talent, and with this talent, he would eventually lead the entire dynasty towards prosperity and strength. Centuries of essence and blood had formed the Imperial Dragon Chi. Just this Imperial Dragon Chi alone destined Hayes Rocky's future path to be extraordinary. Look at that direction. Could it be the Myriad Sword sect? With this momentum, could it be that an exceptional sword has emerged? The ripple effects from the Myriad Swords sect even reached into the realm of the dynasty. To make such a spectacle, it must be the re-emergence of the Founding Eve Sword. Who would have thought that the Myriad Sword sect would produce someone capable of moving the Founding Eve Sword? A shadow of apprehension flashed across Hayes Rocky's eyes. He had heard about the awe-inspiring power of the Founding Eve from others, a peerless powerhouse who ruled an entire era. Presently, in this grand era, prodigies arose one after another. First the dragon-blooded Marshal Body Russell, then the mysterious swordsman from the Kermit's secret realm, and now the peerless genius who drew the Founding Eve Sword from the Myriad Sword sect. The emergence of these powerful figures indicated that this era was anything but simple. Compared to these three outstanding geniuses, the glow around Hayes Rocky seemed dimmer. Despite the entire dynasty's support, he still lost to Russell. If given time, this person could threaten the dynasty's status and might openly confront the dynasty. This person cannot be allowed to live. Father, let me go meet this successor of the Founding Eve Sword and eliminate him before he becomes too powerful. At the very least, we can't leave behind any external threats for the dynasty. Hayes Rocky was a ruthless individual, acting entirely out of personal desire. Though he used the dynasty's name, it was all according to his own will. If the Founding Eve Sword successor overshadowed him, where would his face be? He couldn't afford to leave stumbling blocks on his path to greatness. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. In this era filled with geniuses, there would inevitably be casualties. Who could laugh last? Everything remained unpredictable. The current emperor did not stop him, instead standing behind Hayes Rocky with one hand resting behind his back. It seemed he still held sway over the court, but had already transferred most of his power to Rocky. By authority, Hayes Rocky controlled real power and could be considered the new king. However, the civil and military officials of the court still didn't fully submit to his rule, requiring further negotiation. As for this son, he had always indulged him, so when Rocky proposed this idea, he did not intervene. Then, Hayes Rocky left the Imperial Sanctuary and headed straight for the Myriad Sword sect. After refining the Imperial Dragon Chi, his realm and strength reached a brand new milestone. With the Imperial Dragon Chi, he dared say there was no match for him below the spirit transformation stage. He could reign supreme below that realm. Of course, he couldn't wait to face Russell. He wanted to personally obliterate this ant, even tearing him into pieces. Hayes Rocky was ruthless, leaving no survivors among those who had offended him before. Their fates were invariably grim. Back at Myriad Swords Valley, Russell stroked the now stabilized Founding Eve Sword, his eyes filled with affection. The blade and hilt were extremely ordinary, much like any long sword forged by a blacksmith. Yet, upon touching the sword, Russell could faintly feel the sword chi emanating from the Founding Eve Sword. That sword chi was unmatched by anyone in heaven or earth. Even a spirit transformation realm expert would likely fear the power of the Founding Eve Sword. After calming the violent sword chi, Russell exhaled deeply, a long-awaited smile appearing on his face. Honestly, initially, Russell felt as if he was half dead. If not for his clear-mindedness, he might have truly perished within the Myriad Swords sect. You're lucky, kid. But Clark here admires your ability to break through and gain enlightenment amidst such overwhelming sword pressure. Without that breakthrough, you would have been doomed. But don't do something as dangerous next time. Remember, I reside within you. Ask my permission first next time. I don't want to die in some godforsaken place. Oral suddenly remarked. He too felt like he had narrowly escaped death, as the Founding Eve sword pressure had already invaded Russell's sea of consciousness. Had more time passed, Oral's consciousness would have been overwhelmed. We lived through it, didn't we? If not now, when should we risk it? Russell retorted. Subsequently, he stored the Founding Eve sword, for its aura was too striking. Being just an outer sect member, seizing the Myriad Sword sect's Founding Eve sword would certainly invite discontent. At the foot of the mountain, Chris had long been waiting respectfully. Now, his face radiated joy as he approached Russell humbly. Although Russell was not from the Myriad Sword sect, possessing the Founding Eve sword elevated his status above Chris. With the Founding Eve sword in hand, he could command the entire Myriad Sword sect. This was the influence of the Founding Eve, deeply ingrained in every disciple's heart. Many disciples joined the Myriad Sword sect after hearing tales of the Founding Eve. Grain't I hear someone earlier not wanting me to enter the Sword Valley? How come the tone has changed so quickly? Rest assured, I am not someone who goes back on my word. Whenever Wanjian sect is in trouble, I will do my utmost to help. With those words, they left the Sword Valley together. Outside the Sword Valley, it was no longer peaceful. The entire sect was speculating about who pulled out the Eve sword. None of the new members were believed to possess such extraordinary talent. A wave of speculation spread throughout the sect. Perhaps no one guessed it would be Russell. Russell then returned to the rear mountain, standing before a small wooden house. The Bray bowed towards the wooden house, then showed a serious expression and gestured to Russell behind him. Lars. Russell has been brought here. If there's nothing else, I will withdraw first. Everyone is discussing the appearance of the Eve sword, and things are already chaotic. I need to deal with this. The Bray could hardly contain his steps. Go. From inside the small wooden house, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed. As soon as the voice faded, the Bray hurriedly left the rear mountain. Silence once again descended upon the rear mountain. Only Russell's steady breathing could be heard. Russell stared intently at the wooden house before him, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Kid, the Clark in the wooden house isn't simple. He's at least an advanced stage cultivator, but barely entered the soul transformation realm, technically a beginner in the soul transformation stage. But I faintly sense a death aura around him, likely nearing him. He laughed again, walking a few laps with his cane. Only after the old master spoke did Russell respond. Lars, please don't flatter me like this. You are the senior. I just got lucky. Without luck, I wouldn't have tamed the Eve sword. Thank you, Lars, for giving me this rare opportunity. Otherwise, I would never have had a chance with the Eve sword. Russell held immense respect for this soul transformation realm Ronnie. After the Braden, cultivating to the soul transformation realm and the thinning spiritual energy was remarkable. Sadly, since the Braden, few on the continent reached the soul transformation realm. They had long secluded themselves, uninvolved in worldly matters. Intervening would drastically shorten their lifespan and vitality. They understood the secular world thoroughly and avoided getting entangled in it. Humble indeed. The Eve sword belongs to you. Where did you obtain the manual of Edgar Fandeth's sword? In fact, Wanjian sect always had a wish unfulfilled. The Eve didn't leave the Edgar Fandeth sword before dying. If the Edgar Fandeth sword could reappear, Wanjian sect wouldn't be as downtrodden as today. Suddenly, the Grandmaster sighed deeply. It seemed the Edgar Fandeth sword was truly created by the Eve. To create such a monumental sword manual attested to the Eve's supreme power. Millennia later, finally, the Edgar Fandeth sword appears again. My lifelong search wasn't in vain. Hashtag chapter 357. The depth of the dynasty. The threshold for comprehending the Edgarf and Death Sword technique is exceedingly difficult. Ordinary people who have no sensitivity to swordsmanship can never grasp even a fraction of it. Just by comprehending a fraction, one's strength can undergo a tremendous transformation. For example, back in the Amir's secret realm, Russell merely grasped the superficial essence of the Edgarf and Death Sword technique and was able to overpower the Haze Rocky, who possessed Imperial Dragon Chi. This shows just how dominant the Edgarf and Death Sword technique can be. It is undoubtedly one of the finest sword techniques on the continent. It can only be said that everything was serendipitous. Had he not learned the Edgarf and Death Sword technique back then, he would not be at the 10,000 Swords sect today, nor would he have been able to seize the founding Eve sword. Everything happens as it should. Edgardal friend, can I ask you for some help? You can take the founding Eve sword. If it remains here in the 10,000 Swords sect, it will be of no use. Instead, let the brilliance of our ancestor return to the continent once more. You are the only one in the world worthy of this sword. The Vinny had adopted an attitude of respect. Russell furrowed his brows, looking at the Vinny with confusion. How could someone like him, a cultivator who had transcended the transformation stage, need any help from Russell? However, Russell listened attentively without showing any impatience. Denver, please speak. For anything within my capabilities, I will certainly do my best to assist you. Russell did not make rash promises. He wasn't foolishly overconfident. Such a request required careful consideration. The Clark wishes you to leave behind the manual of the Edgarf and Death Sword technique in the 10,000 Swords sect. After all, this is the sect's heritage, passed down for thousands of years. It is time for the Edgarf and Death Sword technique to reappear in the world. Leaving behind the manual will allow future generations of disciples in the 10,000 Swords sect to grow stronger, which holds great significance for the sect. The Vinny's tone carried a hint of pleading, as if seeking Russell's opinion. Of course, he had no intention of forcefully taking anything. After all, the inheritance now belonged to Russell. As in Ronnie, the Vinny also had his dignity and wouldn't resort to actions like those of Haze Rocky. No problem at all. The Edgarf and Death Sword technique originally belongs to the 10,000 Swords sect. I merely borrowed it. The sect has a profound connection to me. Watching its rise brings me immense joy. Russell clasped his hands in salute. Besides, he had already imprinted the manual in his mind. Handing it over wouldn't cause him any loss. Perhaps through the opportunity brought by, this is too much honor. Russell's face changed, rushing forward to support the Vinny and gently lifting him up. He might not fully understand the Vinny's feelings, but he understood the significance of the Edgarf and Death Sword technique to the 10,000 Swords sect. This manual could change the fate of the entire sect. Without Russell's protection, the rise of the 10,000 Swords sect seemed unstoppable. To be honest, I never thought this day would come. Truly, the heavens favor our sect. After inheriting the founding Eve sword, I hope you won't bury the name of our ancestor. With your current talent, within 3 years, you will surpass me. But you must be patient. I've heard that you have blood feuds with the Carey dynasty. Do you know why the Carey dynasty has ruled here for hundreds of years? Russell shook his head, listening intently to the Vinny's words. The Carey dynasty maintains a core of undead guards, composed of powerful figures from various secret realms. All of them have been preserved for over 1,000 years. I've heard that there's a hooded figure within the Carey dynasty, responsible for creating all of this. Besides the undead guards, the Carey dynasty has countless experts, which is why no one dares challenge them. Undead guards? Russell had read about undead guards in books. They were created using necromancy to turn corpses into puppets. The stronger the deceased person was in life, the stronger the undead guard would be. But it was said that the art of creating undead guards had long since vanished. Why had it reappeared? Moreover, these were undead guards from secret realms, suggesting that the Carey dynasty's collection was quite formidable. Hooded figure? Those three words piqued Russell's curiosity. Judging by the situation, Russell still wasn't ready to confront the Carey dynasty directly. The timing wasn't right yet. But don't worry. You possess the Founding Eve sword, so you can mobilize everything within the 10,000 sword sect. At your word, I will go through fire and water for you. The Vinny displayed an unyielding expression. As a transformation stage expert, few could trap him now. Even within the dynasty, no one dared claim they could hold him back, let alone defeat him. It was nearly impossible. The Vinny was a genuine transformation stage expert, not a false one. Glenn, you may not be able to protect yourself. I'll handle the matter with the Carey dynasty on my own. No need to trouble you. Are you underestimating this old bone of mine? Once I master the Edgarf and Death Sword technique, who can stand in my way? Hashtag chapter 358, Rocky's arrival. The Vinny remained spirited as ever. When he reached the pinnacle of the continent, who dared to speak insolently in front of him? After all, he was a grand cultivator at Previously, a faint memory within the Founding Master's sword flowed into Russell's mind. In fact, the Founding Master did not die of natural causes. The truth had never been revealed, but Russell had already uncovered the secret. After the ancient Great Battle, powerful cultivators across the continent sealed themselves to imprison the dark, heavenly calamity beneath the earth for 1,000 years. However, remnants of the dark, heavenly calamity still plagued humanity within the continent. The Founding Master emerged as the top expert of his time and sacrificed himself to eliminate the remaining dark forces until he was critically injured. Upon returning to Myriad Sword Sect, he was on the brink of death. In the end, he established the Sword Valley and embedded the Founding Master's sword, nurtured with his life force, atop the mountain peak, waiting for the next destined soul to retrieve it. Every generation's patriarch hoped someone within the sect could draw out the Founding Master's sword and bring glory back to the sect. Again, it was the dark heavenly calamity. Honestly, until now, Russell was still puzzled by the dark heavenly calamity because he had never truly encountered it. His knowledge of its abilities was limited. Yet, a mere remnant of the dark heavenly calamity could severely wound the Founding Master. It was clear that the sealed darnel step, with the current sparse spiritual chi in the continent, becoming a celestial immortal is unimaginable. But don't lose heart. Anything is possible. However, if you let me control your body, I can definitely help you transcend to the realm of celestial immortality. The Bradleys suddenly interjected. Russell had gained some understanding of the Bradleys' former strength. A peak master of the continent. Half-step celestial immortal. It seemed fate had other plans. Being born in this era, even entering the transformative spirit realm was considered extraordinary talent. As he pondered, suddenly, a ray of rosy light appeared in the sky above Myriad Sword Sect. Amidst the rising light, a colorful cloud hovered over the gate of the sect. Many disciples within the Holy Land looked up at the sky, their gazes fixed in midair. At first glance, this person's silhouette was familiar. It was none other than Prince Rocky of the Carey dynasty. Why was he visiting Myriad Sword Sect? Could it be to see the one who pulled out the Founding Master sword? However, people within Myriad Sword Sect disliked Prince Rocky's demeanor. Everyone knew about his past actions and despised him. We must be cautious. It's said this prince acts ruthlessly without considering consequences. He once envied Russell's talent, seizing what should have been Russell's fortune, and defamed him afterward. Could Rocky be here to snatch the Founding Master sword again? Immediately, a heavy atmosphere filled the Holy Land. Countless people looked at Prince Rocky with disdain. Unfortunately, since Rocky controlled the power of the dynasty, no one dared offend or stop him. Just then, the DeAndre appeared in the air, blocking Rocky's path. Their gazes met, and tension filled the air. Prince, what brings you to Myriad Sword Sect? Your bold entrance seems to disregard our rules and etiquette. Prince Rocky entered the sect's gates without seeking permission from anyone, acting as if he owned the place, showing complete disregard for Myriad Sword Sect's regulations. Russell had sought permission from the guards when he entered, highlighting the difference between them, regardless of having the whole dynasty's support. With Rocky's character, he would ultimately fail to achieve greatness. Chapter 359, No Match for Rocky. I heard that someone from the Myriad Sword Sect finally drew the Founder's Sword. Truly impressive, stirring up so much commotion it even reached the Imperial Holy Land. Indeed worthy of being the Founder's Sword, its emergence has truly shaken the heavens. It seems after this, the Myriad Sword Sect will surely rise again, and might even surpass our Imperial Holy Land. Rocky's tone was laced with heavy provocation, as if challenging the authority of the Myriad Sword Sect through his words. The Imperial Holy Land did not take the already fallen Myriad Sword Sect seriously at all. Unfortunately, this was no longer 1,000 years ago. Back then, even Jacob would not dare look at the Geno of the Myriad Sword Sect directly. Times have changed. Now, the Myriad Sword Sect had declined and been trodden underfoot by the Imperial forces. However, although they had fallen, the Myriad Sword Sect still possessed great depth. After all, the sect had been established for over a millennium, with successive patriarchs leaving behind many treasures. If a conflict erupted with the Imperial Holy Land, preserving the entire sect would not be an issue. However, they would inevitably be suppressed afterward, and all disciples within the sect would suffer as a result. This was why the Myriad Sword Sect was unwilling to escalate matters. The Haze jests. The Myriad Sword Sect pursues the Tao, completely uninterested in worldly disputes. The Ares stood with his hands clasped behind his back. For some reason, he felt uneasy. Facing this Gillis, he dared not meet his eyes. He was a half-step transformation realm cultivator, yet he felt intimidated by a younger generation member. Clearly, there was something profound about Haze Rocky. Foolish. Quickly bring forth the genius who drew the Founder's Sword. This crown prince wishes to see who this prodigy is. This crown prince also wishes to challenge the founder's sword to witness if it lives up to its legendary reputation. Hayes Rocky looked serious, showing no respect for the Aerie before him. Within the sacred grounds of the sect, the disciples clenched their teeth and fists, but could do nothing due to their lack of strength. If they were peak cultivators, they would make this crown prince regret his actions. Obviously, Hayes Rocky acted intentionally. The founder's sword carried immense prestige. Everyone knew that 1,000 years ago, the founder held significant influence in the continent, able to change the world with one sword strike. Thus, Hayes Rocky's intention was clear: to eliminate any potential threats posed by the new master of the founder's sword to avoid undermining the future status of the Imperial Holy Land. How could the Aerie not understand this? Of course, he refused to yield. If he gave in, he would lose respect among the disciples, and the myriad sword sect's reputation would be tarnished forever. Moreover, stepping back would mean submitting to the Imperial Holy Land. Therefore, he could only face the challenge head-on. As the patriarch, during times of crisis, he must set an example by standing firm before everyone else. What did it matter if he faced the Imperial Holy Land? Once the new master of the founder's sword rose, the Imperial Holy Land would surely face disaster. Apologies. Hayes, please return. That genius has just drawn the founder's sword and is currently comprehending its secrets. He cannot be disturbed for some time. In the future, there will naturally be an opportunity to meet him. This was a delaying tactic. The Aerie had no intention of yielding, blocking the entrance with his imposing figure. His actions elevated his status in the eyes of every disciple. Aerie, are you deliberately blocking my way? Is meeting your esteemed holy son really this complicated? Could it be that you dislike me? Or perhaps you harbor rebellious thoughts? Suddenly, Rocky took a step forward, and a powerful wave of energy erupted from beneath his feet, crashing into the Aerie. The Aerie was forced back hundreds of steps, crashing into the mountain gate. Everyone was stunned. The Aerie, a half-step transformation realm powerhouse, was actually overpowered by a junior. Clouds of dust obscured the Aerie's form. A second later, he reappeared from the dust, blocking Rocky once more. Rocky, what are you trying to do? This is not your Imperial Holy Land. Nobody will indulge your bad temper. Don't be too arrogant. Don't think nobody can handle you. If not for the protection of the Empire, you wouldn't amount to anything. Hayes Rocky's actions had enraged the Aerie. With nothing to lose, the Aerie no longer indulged the other party's arrogance. After all, it was Rocky who kept pushing his limits. Why should he indulge him? I've long heard rumors of the myriad sword sect's rebellion. Today's encounter confirms these suspicions. Therefore, I shall deal with this traitor on behalf of the Empire. As he spoke, a brilliant light erupted from Rocky's body, and an overwhelming aura swept across the myriad sword sect, changing the color of the sky above. At a glance, Hayes Rocky had advanced to the half-step transformation realm. In the history of the past few hundred years, such a young half-step transformation realm cultivator was unprecedented. Based on this trend, Hayes Rocky would eventually reach the transformation realm, becoming a true top-tier powerhouse on the continent. However, given his high-profile nature, Rocky would one day face consequences. Half-step transformation realm? It seems the Solar Empire spared no expense in cultivating you. The Aerie's expression grew grim. Rocky possessed treasures of the Solar Empire, making him difficult to defeat. Both being at the half-step transformation realm level, the Aerie could sense danger emanating from Rocky. Frankly speaking, the Aerie was genuinely worried. But for the sake of the sect's honor, he had to confront this challenge. Without giving the Aerie a chance to respond, Rocky launched an attack with intense killing intent, red light shining from his eyes. A thunderous roar echoed as Rocky struck the Aerie with a powerful punch. The Aerie was forcefully driven into the ground. Rocky showed no intention of giving him a moment to breathe. Seemingly intentful battle was about to conclude. Countless people within the holy ground wore grim expressions. The atmosphere grew oppressive. Perhaps this was the fate of the 10,000 Sword sect, but they would never submit to Hayes Rocky. Once relations were severed, they were willing to sever all ties with the Imperial forces forever. As long as the new master of the Eve Sword lived, they would eventually have a chance to turn the tide. Gray. I will find someone to take over the 10,000 Sword sect. Suddenly, Rocky raised his hand. A blood-red glow surged forth from his palm. The light contained boundless killing intent, and the energy it harbored far exceeded the scope of the pseudo-transcendent realm. This move alone was enough to kill the Bray instantly. At this moment, the Bray closed his eyes in resignation. That previous blow had left his internal meridians ruptured, leaving him utterly defenseless, like a dead dog. The Bray took a deep breath, waiting for death to come. But after a long while, he felt no pain. Then, he opened his eyes to see Russell standing before him, blocking Hayes Rocky's ferocious attack. Rocky, isn't this going too far? You really think you're so important? This is the 10,000 Sword sect. I'll give you 3 seconds to leave. If you don't, I guarantee you won't return. Russell pointed at Rocky in the sky. Rocky looked surprised, not expecting Russell to appear at the 10,000 Sword sect, and by the looks of it, there seemed to be an inseparable connection. Inside the holy ground, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. They did not expect Russell to step forward at this critical moment, shielding the 10,000 Swords sect from everything. For a moment, Russell's status in their hearts rose several levels. Two geniuses faced off. Battle imminent. Russell? I didn't expect to find you here at the 10,000 Swords sect. Truly, it couldn't be more convenient. I intended to give you a few more days to live, but now you choose to deliver yourself into my hands. In that case, why don't you both accompany me to the netherworld? As soon as the words were spoken, a mass of dark clouds gathered in the sky. Rocky grinned, a sinister smile hanging on his lips. A streak of white light shone on his face, illuminating his chilling expression. In an instant, Russell also appeared in midair. Their eyes met, and the intensity of their gaze was enough to kill each other 1,000 times over. The enmity between them was indescribable in words. Ultimately, only one of them would survive. Great change was imminent. Such was the law of nature. A mountain cannot house two tigers. Perhaps you are curious who will seize the Eve sword. Let me tell you, it is me. Russell drew out the Eve sword. The moment the Eve sword reappeared, an overwhelming sword aura radiated outward, rising up into the sky. This scene caught everyone's attention, revealing expressions of awe. Never did they imagine that Russell would be the one to claim the Eve sword, and not even a member of the sect. To be honest, this news would shake the entire continent. For a moment, even Rocky, nearby, could not accept it. He stared incredulously at the sword, searching for any flaws. But the sword before him was undoubtedly the Eve sword. Especially the aura emanating from the sword was so powerful that it distorted the surrounding space. Never thought, absolutely never thought the Eve sword would choose you. Russell, honestly, you are a rare genius of this era. In terms of destiny and strength, you are once in a century. But alas, without any backing force, you will ultimately fall to me. Rocky let out a long roar to the heavens. With the entire dynasty supporting him, its resources alone could make him a peerless powerhouse. Without the dynasty, he would probably be just an ordinary person. Rocky, have you forgotten how many times you've lost to me? Even with the dragon blood, you're still no match for me. This is your fate. Regardless, you will always lose to me. One day, I will make the entire dynasty pay for you. Get lost. Russell waved his hand, sending a whirlwind that pushed Rocky dozens of feet backward. Although he had murderous intent for Rocky had gained a deeper understanding of the dragon's essence within him. Although both possessed the dragon blood war body, Rocky's body was far inferior to Russell's. Russell looked up at the soaring golden dragon with a smirk playing on his lips, tinged with disdain. You dare show off before me? A mere puppet. As he spoke, green scales suddenly appeared on Russell's body, forming a natural protective layer. Moments later, a deep dragon roar erupted from him, reverberating through the heavens. In the next instant, the golden dragon in the sky began to dissipate, transforming into a cascade of stars that scattered across the ground. Rocky stood frozen, shocked. He had expected to outshine Russell and defeat him decisively, but instead, he was overpowered almost immediately. This outcome was hard for him to accept, leaving him dazed. Russell would not give him any time to react. In the blink of an eye, Russell leaped upward, surging with unending spiritual energy. Gripping the ancestral sword tightly, he prepared to widen the gap between them. What good was having the support of the dynasty? The gulf between them remained insurmountable. Rocky lacked the talent needed to bridge this gap, and his arrogant and domineering nature sealed his fate, doomed to achieve nothing. Sooner or later, the entire dynasty would fall because of him, only to be replaced by a new one. Aura was even more potent this time. Could it be that Rocky now contains all the Imperial Dragon aura? The Carey dynasty spared no expense, giving everything to this wastrel. The previous emperor would have been enraged if he saw this. This suits my plans perfectly. You stole my cultivation previously. I will take back your Imperial Dragon aura and see how long you can remain so arrogant. Russell chuckled, turning away. Hastily refining the Imperial Dragon aura had left Rocky's foundation unstable. Though he appeared nearly at the half-step Gravinity realm, he lacked the true essence of it. Without the forced advancement by the Imperial Dragon aura, he would still be a mediocre figure. Suddenly, another golden light flashed in the sky. A figure appeared mid-air, catching Rocky. With eyes fixed on Russell, another pseudo-divinity cultivator emerged. The atmosphere grew tense again. Russell, you are truly ungrateful. Mark my words. One day, the Carey dynasty will crush you. Your insignificant life is spared temporarily, nothing more than a worm. The newcomer raged, pointing at Russell, revealing anger. Clearly, this was a new guardian sent by the Carey dynasty. Russell remained composed, hands clasped behind his back. One more word, and I'll make you regret speaking here. A mere pseudo-divinity thinks they can threaten me? Have no idea of your own strength, do you? Be mindful. One day, the continent would continue to be locked in an era dominated by dynasties. Moreover, Russell's demonstrated talents had already shaken the foundations of the dynasty, instilling a sense of impending crisis. Given enough time, with patience and preparation, he could re-emerge as a formidable overlord capable of dismantling the dynasty within a finger snap. In short, the forces of the dynasty now viewed Russell as a thorn in their side. They must remove him at all costs. After driving Rocky away, the holy side of the sect erupted in cheers and applause once more, reverberating throughout the sect. For a moment, it was lively beyond compare. This was the first battle that the Eve sword faced upon its emergence into the world. In this inaugural clash, it showcased overwhelming power and defeated the arrogant and domineering Hayes Rocky in mere moments. That scene in the sky had been etched deeply into every disciple's heart. Russell had become the object of their admiration. In this era, only Russell was worthy of wielding the Eve sword. Initially, there might have been objections, but after witnessing this battle, they now believed in Russell without question. Unfortunately, he was not a member of the 10,000 Sword sect. At this point, the Akash also struggled to rise from the ruins, his chest heaving with internal injuries, his face pale and devoid of color. To lose to someone much younger was a grave blow to his pride. Yet, he never expected Russell to defeat Rocky so decisively. He found this Gillis before him and I've long despised the Solar Dynasty's arrogance. Do they think I'm an easy target? Do they truly believe my 10,000 Swords sect disciples are inferior to the royal lineage? That undervalues our 1,000-year legacy. The 10,000 Swords sect had managed to stand for millennia by exhausting every last card left by its forefathers. Now, it was little more than an empty shell relying on its reputation. But its fame alone was enough to deter other factions. For centuries, the ancestor's name had echoed through the continent, enough to intimidate many. Many believed the 10,000 Swords sect still held cards left by its ancestor, which inspired caution. Hearing the Akasha's words, the disciples of the sect were once again electrified. Countless hands raised high in unison. Defeat the Solar Dynasty. Reclaim the glory of yesteryears. Defeat the Solar Dynasty. Reclaim the glory of yesteryears. Just the appearance of the Eve sword had galvanized them. What did it matter if they became enemies with the Solar Dynasty? They had never feared the dynasty. Had the 10,000 Swords sect not fallen on hard times, the Solar Dynasty would never have gained such power. From now on, I entrust all matters of the sect to you. If the 10,000 Swords sect ever faces danger, I will come to your aid without delay. Russell left a message before striding away. His figure faded into the sky, becoming smaller and smaller until it was nothing but a tiny black dot. At this moment, the Vinny emerged from the back mountain, standing beside the Akash, gazing at Russell's departing silhouette. A peculiar emotion flashed across his eyes. Soon, the heavens and earth will shake because of him. Edgarth is unpredictable. I hope he does not let down the Eve sword's glory. Speaking, the Vinny pulled out a freshly written sword manual. On it, the 4 large characters, Edgarth and Deathstrike, were inscribed. Upon receiving the manual, the Akash's face turned abruptly surprised, his hand trembling uncontrollably. This is the Edgarth and Deathstrike? Years ago, the ancestor relied on this strike to defeat countless extraordinary geniuses. The mere mention of it instilled fear. Unexpectedly, the inheritance of the Edgarth and Deathstrike had been embedded within the Eve sword. Without innate talent, no one could master this move. Now that the 10,000 Sword sect possessed it, their strength would significantly increase. For the coming days, I will seclude myself in the back mountain. Only for urgent matters should you disturb me. The Solar Dynasty will undoubtedly harbor resentment over this. When dire times come, crush this jade to temporarily safeguard the sect. With that said, the Vinny vanished, grasping the essence of the Edgarth and Grandmaster. In summary, Rocky gives off an unreliable vibe, filled with malice and constantly plotting ways to harm others. I can't bear it. Why should that Russell always outshine me? I am the unparalleled genius of this great era. No one can hinder my progress. One day, I'll personally slaughter this Russell, tear his flesh and bones apart, and even defile his sister right before his eyes. Upon hearing this, the faces of the surrounding maids changed drastically. They knew Rocky was capable of every evil deed, but they didn't expect him to plan something as vile as this. Preston in black also chuckled, placing his hand on Rocky. In fact, he had orchestrated the Dragon Blood incident back then, manipulating events behind the scenes. Since he arrived in the Carey dynasty, countless atrocities have occurred. It seems like the Carey dynasty has become his puppet, while Rocky has turned into his pawn. Don't worry, here is a cultivation manual for you. Once you master its essence, eliminating that Russell will be a matter of moments. Being a once-in-a-century genius means nothing. As he spoke, Preston in black pulled out a cultivation manual from his chest. It's called the Black Will Sutra. This manual allows one's spiritual energy to undergo a drastic transformation. Simply put, this manual can cause one's spiritual energy to mutate. He would amount to nothing. But you are all just pawns in my game. When I achieve my great ambitions, you will all be cast aside. Preston in black exuded a murderous aura. A killing intent emerged from his dantian, twisting the air around him. At a glance, Preston in black was clearly a great cultivator above the soul formation stage. Why would a great cultivator above the soul formation stage laboriously serve the dynasty? It seemed there were inscrutable motives at play. Rocky is unreliable and must not hinder my grand ambitions. I can't allow Russell to remain a hidden threat. Sooner or later, it will cause problems. Despite my appreciation for talent, he must die. Preston in black muttered. He raised his hand and whistled. In the next second, a shadow flashed past on the other side of the dynasty. Under the serene night sky, moonlight bathed the roofs of the buildings. After a while, a breeze blew through. Suddenly, a shadow appeared before the man in black. Preston in black glanced at the shadow in front of him. The shadowy figure was deathly pale, with a ghastly white complexion under the moonlight. Its pupils were hollow, resembling a puppet. Perform a task for me. The man in black waved his hand. The shadow bowed. Eliminate the one named Russell. I'll grant you freedom upon completion. Remember, only success is allowed. It seemed that the shouting, we might all die by this beast's hands. If Russell were here, we wouldn't suffer such setbacks. The 3 great demons looked at each other, breathing heavily. Hashtag chapter 364, the king of the Carey-Set mountain range. Suddenly, a shockingly brilliant sword chi flashed across the sky, transforming into a wave of golden brilliance that carved an elegant and dazzling arc through the heavens. The light was blinding and mesmerizing. However, behind this dazzling display lurked boundless killing intent. Here it comes. Russell shouted angrily as his figure lunged forward abruptly. A streak of light flashed from the sky and landed directly beside the 3 great demons. The sword chi slowly descended, crashing heavily onto the Carey-Set mountain range, instantly engulfing the sky in flames. Dark clouds gathered ominously in the air, and the fire dyed a large area of the mountains red. Birds and beasts scattered in all directions in panic. The power of just one strike made the faces of the 3 half-step spirit transformation realm great demons change color. They stared at Russell with incredulity, recognizing that his strength had leaped qualitatively in just a day. Their gazes then settled on the long sword in Russell's hand. Even a single glance allowed them to sense the murderous aura rising from within the sword. Dare not offend within. The commotion just now likely disturbed it. Russell gazed at the mountain range before him, dark clouds swirling around it, exuding an overpowering aura. Simultaneously, he could sense a pair of eyes watching him intently from deep within the mountains. Prudence is a virtue. The fact that the other party did not make a move didn't mean it allowed Russell to remain in the Carey-Set mountain range. Emitting such a terrifying aura was a direct threat to Russell. The deepest parts of the Carey-Set mountain range were also known as a forbidden zone for humans. Historically, even great cultivators who dared to venture deep into the Carey-Set mountain range ended up destroyed body and soul. On that day, a blinding light erupted from the Carey-Set mountain range, engulfing the entire mountain range in its brilliance. The beasts within were agitated by this event, and for years afterward, no one dared set foot in the mountains again. To cross between two kingdoms, one would bypass the Khariset mountain range entirely. Russell didn't want to provoke whatever lay deep within the mountains. After all, there was no need to create unnecessary trouble. Moreover, he had left the pseudo-spirit transformation beast a sliver of hope to maintain a peaceful coexistence. Thus, the three great demons followed Russell's lead and left the Khariset mountain range. Within a day, they collected new, transcending into the spirit transformation realm would become inevitable. The three great demons nodded in unison. This sudden opportunity had been a long-held dream. Unfortunately, due to their nature as unowned beings, crossing into the spirit transformation realm seemed like an insurmountable chasm. If not for encountering Russell, they would never have hoped to achieve such heights or even leave the Kermit's secret realm. All their fortune came from Russell, for which they felt deeply grateful. Regardless of whether they could eventually enter the spirit transformation realm, they had already decided to follow Russell until death. Looking at the vast array of herbs before them, the three great demons couldn't suppress their inner excitement. Brother Edgarn, being able to follow you is already the greatest fortune for us. Whether we can enter the spirit transformation realm, we are well aware. Hashtag chapter 365, refining the great human elixir. Upon hearing these words, Russell nodded, a look of determination flashing across his face. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through, scattering the long hair he had neatly tied on his head. The loose strands fell onto his shoulders, revealing a hint of extraordinary aura between his brows. In the sunlight, one could see his chiseled features more clearly. In the next moment, flames sprang to life in Russell's hands. The fire rapidly enveloped both of his palms, emitting intense heat that warped the surrounding space. Russell then focused his gaze on the pile of herbs before him. With a wave of his hand, a gentle breeze lifted the herbs and placed them into his grasp. Upon touching the flames, the herbs instantly turned to ash, with faint blue light extracted from them, spreading into the air. Russell formed a seal with his hands. His eyes snapped open, revealing a surge of power. He then infused the condensed blue light directly into the bodies of the three great demons one by one. Come! Russell roared, causing the surrounding sand and rocks to tremble violently, the ground itself shaking. The three great demons felt their blood ignite within them, as if thousands of horses were galloping through their veins, accompanied by roaring sounds. In the sky, various strange phenomena appeared. Dark clouds suddenly covered the heavens, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. Russell extinguished the flames in his hands and injected his Danteon energy into the meridians of the three great demons, helping them assimilate the effects of the great human elixir. The moment the blue light entered their bodies, the medicinal effects began to take hold. Faintly, the shadow of a whale appeared behind the three great demons, unmistakably the essence of the Chi-Yu whale they had absorbed earlier. The essence of the Chi-Yu whale was indeed formidable, its malevolent aura instantly enveloping the three great demons. If they couldn't break free from this aura, they would likely fall into mass ancient elixir. Though it wasn't as earth-shaking as described in the ancient texts, it's enough to help these three great demons cross this final, millennium-long obstacle. Indeed, the Calebsville had never refined the great human elixir before, but had only seen its method in ancient books. Hearing this, Russell's face turned slightly embarrassed, his heart racing. If it weren't for the fact that the Calebsville had no physical form, he might have lashed out. You taught me an unverified alchemy method from ancient texts? Weren't you afraid it might have flaws and harm me? Medicine always carried risks. Any slight error might mean death. Fortunately, the great human elixir proved real. Otherwise, he might have harmed the three great demons. Don't say that. An alchemy method recorded in ancient texts can't be without merit. If it hadn't been verified, it wouldn't have been written down. Moreover, did I ever let you down? Back in my prime, my alchemy skills were unmatched under the heavens, capable of discerning the authenticity of methods like the great human elixir. The Calebsville spoke with pride. Once, it had been the strongest in this world, but now things had changed. When it could return to its peak was anyone's guess. I almost believed your nonsense, Russell muttered, ignoring the Caleb's comments, considering it didn't matter unless the entity left his sea of consciousness. Turning back to the matter at hand, Russell refocused on the three great demons. Their fluctuating bloodlines had stabilized, their auras now calm as they absorbed the effects of the elixir. Gradually, subtle changes occurred within them, marking the beginning of a new phase in their existence. They were no longer unclaimed entities, but had gained their own life force. When the elixir's effects fully took hold, they stood up, feeling a newfound, unprecedented strength. Smiles spread across their faces. This last step brought about a qualitative leap in their abilities. Though not yet at the deity transformation stage, they now matched pseudo-deity level strength. Against the demon beast in the Khariset Mountains, they could stand on equal footing. Now, the three great demons ranked among the most powerful in this world, comparable to old monsters within major sects and holy lands. Chapter 366, Refinement Successful. Thereafter, once the three great demons advance to the soul-transcending realm and become great cultivators of that level, they could then mount a decisive attack on the Solar Dynasty and take Rocky's head. Revenge was drawing ever closer. Of course, Russell's strength must not be overlooked either. After refining the human-grade elixir, the three great demons were overjoyed. They were no longer constrained by their physical bodies and could even transcend to the soul-transcending realm, or perhaps even beyond. It all depended on their own destiny and opportunities. This continent had not seen any immortal-like beings for over 1,000 years. Since the Dark Cataclysm disrupted the land's spiritual energy, even the soul-transcending realm had become an unreachable dream. How much more so for the legendary immortal realm? However, the fact that no one has reached the immortal realm does not mean Russell cannot become an immortal. With his stunningly gifted talent, if he lived in the era 1,000 years ago when geniuses emerged in abundance, he would still be a leading figure of his time. At this moment, the three great demons bent low and clasped their fists together as they thanked Russell. Thank you, Brother Edgarn. If not for your bestowed opportunity, we might never have taken this step in our lives. We will follow your orders for anything henceforth. The three great demons also saw the reality clearly. Given Russell's displayed talents, it was destined that he would surely step onto an even higher and broader stage, and he would certainly not confine himself to this continent. Naturally, by following him, they might get a chance to stand on a larger stage as well. Compared to Russell's talent, theirs seemed like night and day. Russell ultimately would reach heights they could never touch. But Russell had important responsibilities. Soon, the Dark Cataclysm might return. By then, he might sacrifice himself to save the world. He had personally promised Gregory that he would contribute to the future of the continent. As a genius who stunned the entire world, countless hopes rested on him. Every step he took only added more weight to his shoulders. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. There may come a time when I need you to share some of these burdens. However, I have countless enemies, and I might find it difficult to even protect myself, let alone you. So, I hope you consider carefully. You don't need to risk your lives for me. After all, each person only lives once, and dying for others is simply too tragic. Russell spoke with conviction. After all, he would face not just the entire Imperial power, but also the imminent Dark Cataclysm. If confronted by the Dark Cataclysm, even Russell might not survive, let alone the three great demons. Brother? Speaking like this seems rather distant. We have already lived for over 1,000 years, long indifferent to life and death, having detached from worldly affairs. Stepping into a higher realm has become our greatest desire. Whatever difficulties we encounter later, we will remain behind you, becoming your unbreakable shield. Hearing the response from the three great demons, a trace of relief appeared on Russell's face, giving him a sense of reassurance. In times of peace, no one thought that the Dark Cataclysm, which wreaked havoc 1,000 years ago, would erupt again. Once the seal is broken, perhaps the entire continent would be engulfed by the Dark Cataclysm. For some reason, every time he thought about the Dark Cataclysm, Russell felt uneasy, as if a giant rock blocked his heart, making it hard to breathe. Because he had fought the Dark Cataclysm and deeply experienced its terrifying power, he knew that without supreme heroes standing up, the continent would inevitably be destroyed. Now, Russell must seize every second. Only by advancing to a higher realm can he finally protect those close to him with his hands. Protect me while I refine the human-grade elixir. Comparing to the two great demons, refining the human-grade elixir for him would be more challenging. His body still contained the sex fortune, and incorporating it into the elixir would significantly increase the difficulty. The other three great demons nodded and stepped back. Russell suddenly gathered a brilliant light between his hands, and flames enveloped his body. In the next moment, the sky filled with flames. The scattered medicinal herbs fell into the flames and were refined into numerous beams of blue light. These blue lights floated toward Russell and merged into his dantian. The medicine quickly took effect within him. Russell closed his eyes, listening to the surroundings while feeling the surge of blood within him. At this moment, his veins burned as if aflame. Sizzling sounds echoed inside his body, and he stared intently at Russell inside the light barrier, hiding a surging murderous intent. Seeing this scene, the three great demons flew up together and stood in front of the black-robed figure. Chapter 367. The Death Servant arrives. Who are you? Please go around. We are guarding the path here, so I ask for your consideration. Given your considerable strength, you too must be one of the greatest experts in this world. We will owe you a favor if you let us pass undisturbed today. Eben dashed forward, clasping his fists together, putting on a friendly demeanor with a slightly flattering tone. Adhering to the principle that it's better not to stir up trouble unnecessarily, he hoped not to disturb Russell, who was in deep cultivation. Interrupting Russell's cultivation could not only ruin all preparations, but might even lead to him losing control, causing catastrophic results. After Eben spoke, a long moment passed without any reaction from the cloaked figure. Move aside. Russell must die today. Anyone who dares to obstruct will face death as well. Step aside now, and perhaps you can save yourselves. If not, I'll obliterate every last one of you. Don't ruin your future over this. It seemed clear the person was prepared and specifically targeting Russell. Despite the threat, the three-headed beast remained unmoving, standing firm in the sky, blocking the cloaked figure. At the same time, its aura burst forth, trying to intimidate the cloaked figure. In a standoff, the cloaked figure showed no sign of moving. He appeared determined to disturb Russell. It seems you're set on this course. We've shown you respect. Don't blame us for our lack of restraint. If you want to reach Russell, you'll have to step over our corpses. Let's see whose fist is harder. The three-headed beast had been worried about lacking sparring partners after its breakthrough. This was an opportunity to gauge its newfound strength. Suddenly, the cloaked figure tore off its robe. The three-headed beast froze, its mouth twitching, and its eyes flickering with a peculiar expression. Visible were countless stitched wounds on the cloaked figure's body, giving off an unsettling sensation as if it were assembled from pieces of flesh. More alarmingly, its face lacked color and pupils, resembling a puppet devoid of independent thought. Based on my previous memory, this person appears to have been turned into a puppet post-mortem. Their consciousness was trapped within the body, serving whoever crafted them, bound in eternal servitude until the crafter's demise, Eben observed accurately. The cloaked figure was a death servant sent by the mysterious black-clothed person from the Carey dynasty. Death servants possessed only consciousness without physical sensations, making them impervious to pain. Destroying their physical bodies wouldn't kill them unless their trapped consciousness was destroyed. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept across the sky. Both sides stood in tense silence high above, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Russell continued cultivating, integrating the great beast into his body, a process unlikely to end soon. Regardless, the three-headed beast couldn't allow the death servant to interfere with Russell, or all efforts would be wasted. You seek death. I shall grant you that. Your bodies aren't bad either. After killing you, I'll bind your consciousnesses, crafting you into puppets, likely useful subordinates. The death servant's gaze swept over the three-headed beast. Abruptly, it released a surge of power, warping the clouds above in a shocking display. Eben's lips twitched. They had never faced such a formidable opponent. From the aura radiating from the Death Servant, it was evident it surpassed the pseudo-soul transformation realm. It must have been a great cultivator at the soul transformation stage, or even among the elite before death. With astonishing speed, the Death Servant transformed into a streak of red light, charging straight at the three-headed beast. A cool breeze blew, and in an instant, the Death Servant appeared before the beast. Situation turning dire. A lethal strike aimed at their vital points emerged. Boom! The Death Servant's punches unleashed bursts of fiery energy, surrounding the three-headed beast in flames, obscuring their situation momentarily. Moments later, the Death Servant retracted its punches, standing still amidst the flames, expression unchanged. Suddenly, the three-headed beast burst through the flames, dust clinging to it, but otherwise unharmed. Charging at the Death Servant, it moved so fast it was nearly invisible, its body glowing eerily. Next moment, the three-headed beast encircled the Death Servant, responding blow for blow. Rain-like punches fell, but the Death Servant didn't dodge. Unfazed, it remained motionless, taking the hits. Do you think you're scratching me? Without strength, don't embarrass yourselves. Graceful. The Death Servant felt no pain. Only harm to its consciousness could affect it, or direct damage to its body. Yet the three-headed beast's punches felt like cotton against the Death Servant. Before the words ended, the Death Servant vanished in front of everyone. Within moments, despite the combined efforts of the three-headed beast, they were placed at a disadvantage, unable to injure the servant. Even in such dire straits, the three-headed beast did not retreat. If it fell, the Death Servant would target Russell next. Unprepared, Russell would have no chance of defense or counterattack. If not killed, the interference could gravely harm his foundation. Currently, Russell was at a critical stage in his refinement, allowing no room for error. Chapter 368, Defeat of the Three Zoran Demon Beast. The Deathbringer appeared once more at the outer perimeter of the Light Dome. Clearly, he did not consider the three-headed demon beast a serious threat. Continuing to tangle with it would only waste time. With the Deathbringer's strength, annihilating the three-headed demon beast was not difficult. It just required a little time. After all, the three-headed demon beast was no mere decoration, possessing power akin to a pseudo-deity transformation realm cultivator. Once Russell finished refining the great medicine, this Deathbringer might be next in line for trouble. Though lacking sentience, the Deathbringer still had discernment. Capture the thief by capturing his leader. Strike at the heart of the snake. Wasting effort on the three-headed demon beast made no sense. He should aim directly at Russell. Once Russell was dead, the Deathbringer's mission would logically end. Above the Light Dome, a red glow gathered in the Deathbringer's palm. Under the red light's reflection, the coldness on his face grew sharper, and faintly, a sinister smile curved on his lips. By killing Russell, he could regain his freedom. To reclaim his destiny, he was willing to take the risk. Life and fortune were decided by heaven. By the time the three-headed demon beast noticed the Deathbringer, it was too late. The red glow from the Deathbringer's hand struck the Light Dome. With a loud boom, the flames enveloped the entire dome. The ground trembled violently, fracturing into countless fine cracks that spread out like spiderwebs in all directions. The three-headed demon beast's face turned pale. It lunged fiercely towards the Deathbringer. Russell had unbreakable ties with them. Out of loyalty alone, they would lay down their lives. But it was too late. By the time they reached the Deathbringer, he had already taken a large step back as if ready to leave. However, three grand cultivators comparable to the pseudo-deity transformation realm blocked his path. Gray. Eben's eyes bled from the strain. Gritting his teeth, he launched a fist at the Deathbringer without reservation. The other two demon beasts followed closely behind, supporting him. No matter how ferocious their attacks, they couldn't harm the Deathbringer, not even touching his robes. A few blind fools? Since you wish to die so much, I'll oblige you. Refining a few more puppets might earn me some merit. Suddenly, a black aura rose around the Deathbringer. The black mist coiled around him, twisting powerfully and distorting the surrounding space. The three-headed demon beast froze, eyes locked onto the black aura. Could it be the Dark Cataclysm? Eben asked cautiously. In his memory, there were snippets about the Dark Cataclysm. This triggered immense fear within him. Perhaps only those who had witnessed the Dark Cataclysm truly understood its horror. After further observation, Eben confirmed it. The aura emanating from the Deathbringer came from the Dark Cataclysm. But hadn't it been sealed away by the continent's top experts? Why had it resurfaced? What secrets lay hidden? Before Eben could ponder further, the Deathbringer attacked. In a flash, the Deathbringer stood before them, while an enormous black hand materialized in midair, reaching toward the three-headed demon beast. Any misstep would result in severe injury. Fortunately, the black hand moved slowly. It smashed into the ground with a deafening roar, creating a massive crater, filled with lingering black mist that spread rapidly across several miles. Any creature touched by the Dark Cataclysm met instant death without struggle. In midair, the three-headed demon beast suffered repeated defeats, unable to confront the Deathbringer directly, let alone fight back. The protective light dome surrounding Russell faced another assault from the Dark Cataclysm. The three-headed demon beast could no longer attend to Russell's safety, as they struggled for their own survival. Faced with the relentless advance of the Dark Cataclysm, they were forced back several miles. The Deathbringer showed no mercy. Suddenly, countless black tentacles sprouted from the ground, lashing out towards the three-headed demon beast. They were trapped between a rock and a hard place, any mistake leading to certain death. Time was running out for the three-headed demon beast. They were ensnared by the black tentacles which quickly enveloped their bodies, draining their life force with each passing moment. In the next second, the tentacles completely engulfed them, plunging the world into silence. If nothing unexpected happened, the three-headed demon beast would meet its doom here. The Dark Cataclysm was terrifying. Even deity transformation realm beings would avoid it. Although this was not the core of the Dark Cataclysm, it remained beyond the three-headed demon beast's capacity to resist. Their auras vanished within moments. The Deathbringer emitted a piercing laugh that echoed through the heavens. Trying to fight me? You need a few hundred more years of cultivation. Before he could finish speaking, his gaze shifted to the light dome now enveloped in black fog. He sensed danger from that direction. Prepared for any contingency, he flew forward to investigate. As he neared the dome, tiny cracks appeared in the previously impenetrable black fog, and a brilliant light pierced through. In the next second, the black fog dissipated entirely, revealing a blinding radiance on the ground, intense heat radiating from it. When the light faded, a sword energy surged forth, heading straight for the Deathbringer. The sword energy was fierce, infused with murderous intent. Chapter 369. Russell vs. Deathbringer. Rumble. Amidst the heavy clouds, a bolt of lightning descended straight towards the Deathbringer. Surrounded from all sides, the Deathbringer couldn't dodge in time and had to face the threat head-on. Dark fog tightly enveloped his body. Sharp sword chi slashed through the sky, creating a graceful, dazzling arc. In the next moment, the sword chi forcefully struck the dark fog, instantly causing flames to erupt into the sky. The lightning also relentlessly struck this place, dispersing the arrogant darkness that once reigned here. After the thunder dispersed, the sky returned to calm, the clouds dissipating as the scorching sun once again bathed the land with its light. Who dares to be so audacious? How dare you disturb my cultivation? Do you truly think you can succeed? You're overestimating yourself. A figure appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Russell. Russell was still alive. Deathbringer's attack earlier didn't seem to pose any threat to him. Not even a speck of dust clung to Russell's body. Observing the aura emanating from Russell, it was clear he had successfully refined the grand medicine of the human body. Upon closer observation, he had stepped into the realm of semi-gravine transformation, becoming a great cultivator capable of handling anything on his own. Suddenly, the tentacles wrapped around the three-headed demon beasts vanished. Due to the substantial loss of life force in a short period, they had already fainted. Fortunately, their foundations weren't damaged, just some loss of vitality, causing them to be in a state of extreme fatigue for some time. They likely wouldn't wake up anytime soon. From now on, Russell would take full responsibility for the battle, determining the fate of the three-headed demon beasts. Darkness Greysaster? Just then, Russell also detected the presence of the Darkness Greysaster. After all, having fought against it before, he knew it well enough to identify it at first glance. It had been a long time since he last encountered the Darkness Greysaster, yet now his deep-seated desire to fight surged once more. Previously, he had promised Gregory that he would personally eliminate the Darkness Greysaster. Though what lay before him were only remnants of the disaster, they could not be underestimated. Considering the current situation, the only ones who might dispatch such powerful assassins to pursue me are likely from the Carey dynasty. Who would have thought the Carey dynasty has allied with the Darkness Greysaster? Since that's the case, the Carey dynasty must be obliterated. But, I'm curious why the Carey dynasty would ally with the Darkness Greysaster. Can you tell me? As the flames dissipated, the Deathbringer reappeared in front of Russell, standing opposite each other with evenly matched auras. To guess the involvement of the Carey dynasty based on clues was somewhat surprising to Deathbringer. If this information were exposed, the Carey dynasty would surely be besieged by various forces, leaving its very existence in question. You'll know when you die. No wonder Master wanted you eradicated. Truly a rare talent unseen in a millennium. With time, you might genuinely threaten Master's position, but your influence is too significant. Before gaining self-preservation capabilities, you need to learn patience. Master? Russell furrowed his brow. It seemed someone within the Carey dynasty had aligned with the Darkness Greysaster. Chances were, Yusef of the Carey dynasty was aware of this matter as well. Violating the law while knowing it. Indeed an aggravating crime. So, let's see if you can. With a flick of his wrist, Russell revealed the Eve sword. As the sword emerged, a surge of sword chi radiated from it, enveloping Russell and forming a natural protective layer around him. He was at the perfected stage of sword intent. Russell could now be hailed as a grandmaster of the way of the sword, the youngest one in history. His voice echoed. Once more, black fog spewed out from the Deathbringer, spreading over half the sky. In the air, the dark fog resembled a gaping maw, trying to engulf Russell. Simultaneously, sword chi like waterfalls flowed from Russell, covering the remaining sky. Each side held half the sky, unwilling to yield to the other. Suddenly, green scales covered Russell's body. The fusion of Golden Dragon transformation and Dragon Blood battle body had made his physical form almost indestructible. At the semi-Gravine transformation realm, his body strength rivaled those at the Gravine transformation stage. Who else in this world could achieve this? Edgarving up to being a genius representing a great era, Russell took charge without hesitation. No wonder Master specified your elimination. You truly harbor many secrets. It seems you cannot be spared. The Deathbringer's expression turned grave, realizing the danger Russell posed. He raised his guard, no longer taking Russell lightly. Deathbringer rapidly formed hand seals. The dark fog behind him condensed, transforming into a spider over 100 meters tall in the blink of an eye. Black fog spurted from the spider's pores. Abruptly, the spider sprayed webbing towards Russell. Russell swiftly dodged the sudden attack. Prior to reaching the semi-Gravine transformation stage, Deathbringer might have stood a chance to kill him. But now, just a step away from Gravine transformation, with his body refined by the grand medicine of the human body, Russell awaited the right time to fully enter the Gravine transformation stage. Few could slay him in this world, and Deathbringer definitely wasn't qualified. While dodging, hundreds of meter-long golden dragon emerged behind Russell. The golden dragon coiled in the air, occasionally exhaling dragon breath, its eyes locked on the spider. Ancient dragons and the Darkness Greysaster were ancient adversaries. They were sworn enemies. Had the Dragon Clan not been overly proud back then, they wouldn't have been destroyed by the Darkness Greysaster. Now, Russell carried the hopes of the Dragon Clan's legacy, aiming to cleanse the shame endured for millennia. With a swift raise of his hand, Russell pointed ahead, and the golden dragon behind him lunged directly at the spider. The spider behind Deathbringer opened its maw, both entities confronting each other, neither willing to yield, matching each other in momentum. Chapter 370. The Secret of the Carey Dynasty. The golden dragon and the black spider clashed again and again in midair, each collision sending shockwaves that reverberated through the heavens. Since entering the half-step soul transformation realm, Russell's conjured golden dragon had grown even more powerful, almost taking on a physical form. It was no longer the mere illusory figure it once was. Though it still couldn't match the dragons that once dominated the chaotic era, it exuded an awe-inspiring presence. With continued refinement of the dragon essence within him, Russell would one day break all limitations and recreate the former glory of the dragons. His ancestral dragon blood might even allow him to single-handedly revive the dragon's former might. In an instant, the two titanic beings in the sky had already exchanged blows over 100 times, yet no decisive victory had emerged. However, the golden dragon had gained the upper hand, due to its superior lineage. The dragons of old wouldn't have achieved their dominance for nothing. The Darkness Disaster entity before him was merely a fragment of its true form. If the main body were present, Russell's current strength would offer little resistance. They weren't comparable at all. Still, Russell believed that one day he would be able to suppress or even eradicate this long-sealed Darkness Disaster entirely, relying on his unyielding resolve. No one could make him bow down. Despite facing relentless persecution and threats from various forces in the past, he had survived and forged himself into a resolute individual, impervious to any obstacles on his path to growth. Suddenly, ripples appeared in Russell's sea of divine consciousness. The Calebs had observed every moment earlier, and upon encountering the Darkness Disaster entity again, changes occurred within his divine sea. A vast wave of murderous intent surged within, something Russell had never experienced before. The Calebs had always seemed harsh but well-meaning. Yet now, it revealed a new side. It seemed there was much history between them and the Darkness Disaster. Indeed, as predicted, the Darkness Disaster has returned. It appears the recent instability in the seal is intensifying. Soon, the Darkness Disaster may break free from the ancient seals and wreak havoc on the continent again. Will those Ronnies from back then intervene? Have they successfully taken control of new bodies? What a pity this fine body won't have enough time to mature before the Darkness Disaster descends. Plans can't keep up with changes. If you had more time, perhaps you could become the one to hold back the Darkness Disaster, but time is running out. The Caleb's voice, hoarse and ancient, rang incessantly. Transmigration of souls? Russell only partially understood, but he sensed that the Caleb's will was looking forward to seeing his future potential. Even in the 1,000 years past, Russell's talent would have been considered unparalleled. Unfortunately, he was born at an inopportune time. In the turbulent era, he had to carve his path through adversity to become the supreme venerated one. If he didn't grow strong, he would become another casualty of the chaos. Thank you for your kind words. Since I promised Eduardo, I will do my utmost to oppose the impending Darkness Disaster. I won't shrink away from the chaos. I will stand at the forefront of the resistance. But for now, dealing with this entity is more urgent. Perhaps we can glean some information about the Darkness Disaster from it. Russell replied, knowing that the Darkness Disaster was too important to waste any useful clues. Back to the matter at hand. The two colossal entities in the sky were still evenly matched, but resolving this entity would clarify everything. So, Russell refocused his attention on the Dark Servant. The Dark Servant also turned its face toward Russell. Their simultaneous eye contact intensified the atmosphere. Do you wish to die? Your wish is granted. Words became redundant. Russell wielded the Lars sword and lunged forward once more. Protected by the sword chi emitted from the Lars sword, ordinary objects couldn't harm him. Even the endless flow of Darkness Disaster couldn't get close. Once the Darkness Disaster lost its effectiveness, Russell took the clear advantage. In a flash, Russell was only a few yards away from the Dark Servant. To ensure success, he planned a swift and decisive strike. He raised the Lars sword again, focusing the sword chi along the blade, causing the air around him to ripple sharply. The sound of breaking wind could be heard, and faintly, the crackling of his bones. Final sword strike. As soon as he spoke, the Lars sword descended, its sword chi enveloping the surroundings and distorting space. The tangible sword chi rained down like a flood onto the Dark Servant. Russell's movements were swift and precise, leaving no room for reaction. The sudden onslaught left the Dark Servant unable to dodge. Moments later, the sword chi struck the Dark Servant fiercely. Sharp sword chi slashed mercilessly across its body, yet it showed no signs of pain, its expression unchanged. Nevertheless, visible slashes appeared on its body, oozing dark, foul-smelling blood. The stench was unbearable. Puppet. Russell realized something was amiss. It seemed the Carey dynasty indeed harbored hidden secrets, capable of controlling puppets of such high caliber. There might be many more such puppets, possibly a significant number. Just thinking of this sent a shiver down Russell's spine. Fortunately, he hadn't recklessly attacked the Carey dynasty, or it would have ended in certain death. While Russell excelled in single combat, he couldn't handle an overwhelming force. The secret of the Carey dynasty was about to be revealed. What did they conceal for so long? Could the Carey dynasty be plotting something sinister? Chapter 371. Re-encountering the cloaked Denver. A man's ambition knows no bounds, just like a snake swallowing an elephant. It seems the Carey dynasty's ultimate goal is to rule the entire continent. Perhaps long before now, they had already planned everything out, only for their schemes to be uncovered by Russell. The development of the Carey dynasty also signifies the future trend of events. After all, it has conspired with the Braden. Once the dynasty reaches its peak, the Braden will run rampant unchecked. The present Wilson exposed this flaw. The sword energy swept across the flesh of the Wilson, ravaging his painless body. In an instant, the Wilson's body was severely damaged. However, his consciousness wasn't threatened, allowing him to continue resisting. Destroying his physical form would cause his consciousness to detach from the flesh, leaving Russell in control. Hence, the sword energy continued to pour down relentlessly from the ancestral sword, destroying the Wilson's body. Faced with the ancestral sword, the Braden clearly felt overmatched and ineffective. Without its usual lethal edge, the Wilson became as powerless as an ordinary person in front of Russell. Killing him would only take a single thought. In midair, the black spider, which had earlier been battling the golden dragon, was now at an absolute disadvantage. Influenced by the Wilson, the Braden enveloping the black spider began turning into faint black smoke, dispersing in this world. Compared to before, the black spider no longer exuded that arrogance. Consequently, the golden dragon lunged with one final fierce assault. Under this relentless attack, the black spider's body gradually turned to ash. With a loud roar, the spider's body shattered into ashes, disappearing into the winds. All hope was lost. The Wilson had exhausted all his tricks. Even his best cards were effortlessly countered by Russell. He could no longer turn the tables. The sword energy had completely eradicated the Braden within him. Suddenly, specks of darkness similar to stars appeared in the Wilson's eyes. These black dots looked like ink drops within his eyeballs. Then his dispersed pupils began to coalesce. Blinking, the Wilson's eyes suddenly contained pupils akin to those of an ordinary human, revealing a glimmer of clarity in them. His physical form was also fragmented, seemingly on the brink of disintegrating. Russell furrowed his brows and then withdrew the surging sword energy, focusing his gaze on the Wilson. Watching the twitching corners of his mouth, it seemed he wanted to speak, but was restrained by some force controlling him. Russell channeled his internal energy directly into the Wilson's body, catching him off guard and breaking the seals within him. Kill me. Hurry, kill me. After several seconds, the Wilson managed to squeeze out a few words, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. It appeared he refused to be manipulated and didn't want to become a slave to the Braden. Russell felt a flicker of sympathy. Since being controlled by the Braden, he had been suffering. Now, only a fragment of his consciousness remained. Who was the mastermind behind all this? Russell eagerly sought crucial information from him. But the Wilson kept mumbling nonsensically, not directly answering. All signs pointed towards the Carey dynasty. Russell just wanted to confirm his suspicions. Before the Wilson could finish speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in midair, staring intently at the Wilson. With a snap of his fingers, the Wilson burst into flames. The blazing fire scorched his body. Tears glistened in the Wilson's eyes as they overflowed. Eventually, both his body and consciousness were incinerated into ashes, vanishing into thin air. Russell looked up, sensing a familiar presence in that figure. As he puzzled, the shadow in the sky drew closer. Seeing the hunched back and familiar aura, Russell identified the man. The same cloaked Ronnie. It had been a long time. This Ronnie seemed more normal now, no longer mad as before. It's been a while. You've grown stronger, living up to my expectations of a talented individual with endless potential. I never thought that after millennia, the Braden would resurface. Recently, I've been tracking its whereabouts and discovered that it isn't just the Carey dynasty colluding with it. This revelation made Russell's hair stand on end. More than one power had allied with the Braden? In other words, the Braden had deeply infiltrated the continent? Even before it fully unsealed itself, the continent was already in turmoil. The cloaked Ronnie lifted a wisp of ash to his nose and sniffed it, his brows knitting tightly. The same scent. It appears the Carey dynasty has been infiltrated by the Braden. This thing is called a Wilson, part of an undead army under the Carey dynasty. They trap fragments of consciousness within dead bodies to create Wilsons. Upon discovering the Carey dynasty's secrets, they sent assassins after me. But with my realm restored, I have since killed them all. To resist the Braden, the Carey dynasty must be destroyed. The cloaked Ronnie had come to forge an alliance with Russell. Despite being a powerful practitioner in the soul transformation realm, fighting a whole dynasty alone was overwhelming. Young Edgarn, great responsibilities still lie on your shoulders. The path ahead is fraught with challenges. There will be turmoil in the world. I hope you can be a beacon of calm in this chaos, leading the continent through this unprecedented disaster. In the coming days, I will clear all obstacles for you. You only need. Russell watched silently, his expression respectful. In these tumultuous times, who else possessed the awareness of the black-robed Ronnie, willing to step forward during crises? Who was willing to forsake personal interests for the sake of the continent? Too long in peace has led humanity into internal strife, sacrificing each other without hesitation to secure power and status. Making contributions in these chaotic times seemed like a joke to them. Great virtue indeed. But relying on myself alone is too far-fetched. The Carey dynasty has accumulated strength over 100 years. Mister, being weak and alone, it seems too risky for you to go solo. How about this? These three are also top experts under the heavens. Let them follow you for mutual support. They are on the verge of breakthroughs, and perhaps training will help them grow. This era truly needs new blood. The continent has become corrupt. Trustworthy people are few and far between, each harboring hidden intentions. Russell pointed to the three giant demons still unconscious on the ground. Honestly speaking, following him would lead them to more dangerous situations. With his current strength, Russell couldn't ensure their safety, let alone his own. The Carey dynasty's relentless pursuit showed no bounds. More experts would come, merely warming up before the real threat emerged. They sensed danger, potential, which would eventually overshadow his own. Now, having absorbed the human great medicinal pills, their foundations were stable, needing only time to reach the soul transformation realm. Don't be modest. If not for your guidance earlier, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. With your expertise, guiding them should suffice. Besides, being protected by a soul transformation realm cultivator is much safer than staying by my side. Indeed, Russell often treaded on the brink of life and death, risking his own life. His approach differed from ordinary people, pushing his body to its limits to find breakthrough possibilities. To be honest, Russell's journey here involved some luck. Had it not been for fortune, he might still be a directionless soul in a small town, never becoming the prodigious genius he was now. Suddenly, the black-robed Ronnie raised his hand, gathering light in his palm. The next second, he channeled it directly into the meridians of the three giant demons. The light merged with their meridians, infusing them with vibrant life energy, like mighty trees growing rapidly. The next moment, the three giant demons awoke, rubbing their eyes and standing up. Their gazes focused on Russell once more, then they suddenly surrounded him protectively. What happened to that puppet? Seeing their reaction, Russell placed a hand on them, softly reassuring them. He recounted everything that happened, explaining his thoughts and entrusting the future of the three giant demons to the black-robed Ronnie. He also openly acknowledged the black-robed Ronnie as his mentor, believing only under his protection could they stay safe temporarily. Previously, the black-robed Ronnie had lost much of his strength due to certain reasons. Now, restored to peak condition and back in the soul transformation realm, he no longer exhibited his former erratic behavior, behaving like a normal person. Chapter 373 Supreme Heavenly Palace. Handing over the three great demons to the Clark in Black was also for their future achievements. Walker then following by Russell's side and always lingering on the brink of life and death, it would be better for them to consolidate and cultivate in obscurity, eventually becoming the mainstay behind Russell. A reluctant expression could be seen on the faces of the three-headed great demons, but farewells were inevitable. In midair, the Clark in Black seemed to suddenly recall an important matter and turned his gaze back towards Russell. The Supreme Immortal Palace is about to open, and at that time, many will seek opportunities to break through to the deity transformation realm. If you're lucky, you might gain some benefits within the Supreme Immortal Palace, but as the three great demons are destined to reach the deity transformation realm, there's no need for them to enter. You, on the other hand, should give it a try. Perhaps inside, you'll find a legacy waiting for you. Boy, your future is boundless. I can see an unprecedented light in you. In time, you'll surely become a towering figure who commands respect. Don't abandon your own prospects. I hope that when we meet again, you will already be a formidable leader standing on your own. After leaving these words, the Clark in Black took the three great demons and departed. Russell felt a sudden sense of melancholy, as if a huge stone blocked his chest, making it hard to breathe. From now on, he would have to fight alone again. The commotion he caused had already caught the attention of the Carey dynasty. The endless pursuit would continue until Russell was dead before they would cease. The best solution at present was to avoid exposing himself as much as possible. Waiting until he became a deity transformation realm cultivator would be the optimal moment for a comeback. Although Russell was only at the half-step deity transformation realm, he already possessed the ability to confront deity transformation realm experts directly. However, the number of deity transformation realm experts within the Carey dynasty was unknown. To be on the safe side, he needed to elevate his cultivation to the deity transformation realm to command the situation. Supreme Immortal Palace? This was undoubtedly the best opportunity right now. Russell had once read records about the Suddenly, he removed his straw hat, revealing his face bathed in sunlight. At first glance, it was Russell. He raised his hand to shield himself from the sudden intensity of the sun. What kind of hellish place is this? Where is the legendary Supreme Immortal Palace? Why hasn't it appeared yet? According to ancient texts, the previous appearance of the Supreme Immortal Palace was in the vastest desert on the continent, where the horizon stretched endlessly, covered in sand and gravel. Russell lifted his head. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful presence rapidly approaching from behind him. A few seconds later, a figure stopped high in the sky, gazing intently at Russell in the desert. At first glance, it was a half-step deity transformation expert, but to Russell, such cultivators were like ants. Fellow Taoist, are you also here for training at the Supreme Heavenly Palace? Russell nodded without responding and continued on his way. He didn't wish to entangle himself with too many people and wanted to seize the opportunities within the Supreme Heavenly Palace as soon as possible. The Supreme Heavenly Palace appeared only once every few hundred years. Opportunities were fleeting. Thus, Rocky, the Haze, would definitely be present. The Supreme Heavenly Palace had sealing prohibitions that even deity transformation realm experts couldn't break. A century ago, a deity transformation realm expert attacked the Supreme Heavenly Palace and was instantly wiped out by its defenses. Given that the Supreme Heavenly Palace was created by immortals, using a deity transformation body to challenge them was like a mantis trying to block a chariot, utterly futile. Since then, no deity transformation realm expert dared to attack the Supreme Heavenly Palace. Without protection, Rocky was like an infant, easy prey. In short, within the Supreme Immortal Palace, there would inevitably be a confrontation between the two. In a flash, the person in the sky disappeared. After a long while, Russell vaguely saw dense clusters of black dots ahead. On the way, he also noticed people passing by from time to time. Clearly, the Supreme Heavenly Palace had attracted many. This would likely be a grand feast, though the number of survivors might be halved. Wearing his straw hat, Russell stood on the outer edge of the crowd, spotting a few familiar figures among them. They were all prodigies from various holy lands, many having reached the half-step deity transformation realm after long absences. In the center of the crowd stood an enormous gate that soared into the sky, exuding a profound reverence. Carved from stone bricks, it bore intricate dragon and phoenix totems, lifelike and emanating an ancient aura that no one dared to desecrate. Every few hundred years, the gate to the Supreme Immortal Palace rose from the desert sands. To enter the Immortal Palace, this was the only path. Countless people stood before the gate, waiting for it to open. Almost everyone's face brimmed with anticipation. Just obtaining a hint of fortune within the Immortal Palace could make one a rising star of the era. Even core formation realm cultivators ventured here with hopes. In the distance, another cluster of people approached the gates of the Immortal Palace, darkening the sky. Chapter 374, Old Foe. At first glance, it was Bloss, with countless demonic beasts trailing behind him. They swept across the sky in a grand spectacle, drawing much attention from onlookers. Everyone. To compete for the supreme opportunity within the Palace of Heaven? You are all unworthy. Why waste your lives? Bloss appeared before everyone, his expression filled with arrogance. He didn't take any of the present geniuses seriously, only showing disdain. In an instant, from a distance, a beam of light streaked directly toward Bloss at lightning speed, leaving no room for reaction. The beam struck Bloss with a thunderous boom. Many were dumbfounded, watching the explosion's fiery aftermath. After the fire subsided, a protective light barrier enveloped Bloss, his face remaining calm like still water. Rocky, do you really think you're the only one growing stronger? Are you afraid of me? If not for the support of the Solar Dynasty, you wouldn't have achieved this. A trash that lost to Russell. Bloss had no intention of backing down due to past grievances in the Kermit's secret realm. Not just him. Within the human race, many still regarded Rocky as an enemy. Back then in the Kermit's secret realm, he had offended quite a few people, becoming a public enemy almost overnight. However, due to the Solar Dynasty's influence, no one dared to provoke Rocky. Gray. Rocky gritted his teeth, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. His figure suddenly flashed, appearing before Bloss in an instant. He looked coldly at Bloss, preparing to strike. Suddenly, a figure blocked Rocky. His Highness. At this moment, the Palace of Heaven is more important. Don't let personal grudges hinder the greater good. The previous emperor instructed us not to put me in a difficult position. We must not antagonize other forces. A cultivation master at the nascent soul realm stood in front of Rocky. He was wise. One couldn't enter the Palace of Heaven at the nascent soul realm, so Rocky had to face the challenges alone, which made him vulnerable. If they attacked as a group, he wouldn't only miss out on benefits, but might even lose his life. Rocky clenched his teeth. In the end, he compromised. Though both were half-step nascent soul cultivators, there was still a gap between them. Rocky had grown immensely. Russell's exploits had spread far and wide. To his peers, he was already a role model, the epitome of their era. In that moment, Rocky seethed with embarrassment. He hadn't expected Russell to appear unexpectedly, leaving him no way to back down. Previously, he had boasted, so now he could only face Russell. Having been defeated multiple times by Russell, Rocky harbored some fear deep inside, though for pride's sake, he refused to concede. With determination, Rocky took a step forward, ignoring those urging caution behind him. Russell, let's settle this inside the Palace of Heaven. Dare you accept? Let's decide our fate today. A mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. One day, one of us must die. Might as well settle it sooner. Indeed, they were the most outstanding geniuses of their time. Russell relied solely on his own resilience, surviving countless life and death moments. Rocky, however, was raised in comfort, born into luxury, bearing the accumulated strength of the Solar Dynasty centuries. The former emperor bestowed treasures and sacrificed much to bestow the imperial dragon aura upon Rocky. Otherwise, Rocky wouldn't have achieved his current status. Yet talent remained critical. Relying only on external aid could never suffice for advancing to the nascent soul realm. Without the opportunity within the Palace of Heaven, breaking through the half-step nascent soul barrier would be near impossible for Rocky. Therefore, the Palace of Heaven was crucial for Rocky. Hence, a nascent soul guardian was dispatched. Once he reached the nascent soul realm, Rocky could become an elite, leading the dynasty to glory. To be honest, the former emperor had long-term vision but lacked thorough consideration. Someday, the dynasty's centuries of accumulation would be ruined by two father-son duos, possibly leading to its downfall. Before that, Russell would expose the dark heavenly Greysaster secrets. Why fight to the death inside the Palace of Heaven? Why not settle it here? Seeing your confidence, why not seize the chance to impress everyone? Chapter 375. Supreme Heavenly Palace opens. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire venue erupted in chaos. Many people joined in, all eager to see how Russell would punish Rocky. If Rocky could be eliminated outside of the Supreme Heavenly Palace, they would naturally lose a competitor for the opportunities within. With Rocky's abilities, obtaining the inheritance inside the palace would be child's play. Now, Rocky was cornered with no way out. Suddenly, the figure behind Rocky stepped forward. It was that Forrest once again. His intervention changed the situation once more and provided Rocky with a way to back down gracefully. Sir, fellow cultivators, why resort to fighting and killing? As human cultivators, we should focus on mutual support and assistance. Why don't those watching the spectacle disperse? The Supreme Heavenly Palace is about to open. There's no need for both sides to be damaged. The expression of the Core Formation Realm Grand Cultivator was amiable, indicating he didn't wish to escalate things with Russell. As a Core Formation Realm Cultivator, he sensed a looming threat from Russell. He immediately recognized this and confirmed that Rocky wouldn't stand a chance against him. Not now, nor in the future. If it weren't for the previous Emperor's arrangement, he wouldn't have become Rocky's protector either. Having owed the Solar Dynasty a favor by protecting Rocky, this was a perfect opportunity to repay it. However, if Russell's actions threatened him, he wouldn't hesitate to act regardless of the Solar Dynasty's prestige. The Solar Dynasty had no power to intimidate a Core Formation Realm Cultivator. What are you yelling here? Do you really think you have a say here? Besides, do you not understand my grievances with Rocky? Do you truly believe your few words can resolve our issues? Russell pointed at the Core Formation Realm Cultivator, angrily rebuking him. In his eyes, anyone associated with the Solar Dynasty wasn't good news, so giving them a pleasant face was unnecessary. If he had the ability, Russell would have already slapped him across the face. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, staring at Russell in disbelief. Honestly, no one expected Russell to openly criticize a Forrest, especially in front of everyone. As a Forrest, when had he ever felt so humiliated? Boy, ridiculous. Enraged, the Core Formation Realm Grand Cultivator suddenly attacked, intending to give Russell a warning while merely trying to threaten him. But the scene abruptly shifted. A whirlwind erupted from behind Russell, swirling sand and dirt into a visible tornado that shot towards the sky. The entire sky darkened momentarily, and onlookers' faces turned grim. The atmosphere was electrified. The ancestral sword reappeared. Russell stood on top of the tornado, holding his long sword, a calm smile on his face. To dare challenge him, even a core formation realm cultivator? Frankly, given more time. Once Russell grew stronger, he could crush this core formation realm cultivator effortlessly. There was an unbridgeable gap between them. Russell was almost unbeatable in his current realm, and even at the core formation stage, the same applied. The sky filled with oppressive sword energy, sharp and formidable. This was the power of the ancestral sword, a single slash causing earth-shaking tremors. Seeing this, the forest clearly decided to back off. He realized he wouldn't gain anything from confronting Russell, and saw no reason to ruin relations with such a prodigious talent over the Solar Dynasty. Just being half-step away from the core formation realm and already posing a threat to a core formation expert, imagine what he could become at higher realms. Thus, the forest took a step back, retracting some of his aura, a clear sign of surrender. A strange smile appeared on Russell's face as he put away the ancestral sword and turned his gaze to Rocky. Rocky, why do you need others to stand up for you? If you have the courage, come out yourself. Russell mocked. Without someone backing him, Rocky would have been attacked by many. Many people had grudges against him, and few found him agreeable. After a long pause, Rocky remained motionless, knowing well that alone, he wasn't Russell's match. But he had learned patience. Wait until we're inside the Supreme Heavenly Palace, and then you'll know what suffering means. The secret treasure given to me by Father will finally come in handy. I'll make sure you never see the light of day again. Rocky clenched his teeth, a chilling look in his eyes. Clearly, he had a plan, a carefully plotted one. Russell chuckled. As people looked at Rocky, disdain filled their gazes. They had seen through him, a coward relying on others' strength. Rocky, I'll wait for you inside the Supreme Heavenly Palace. If you have the guts, come in. We must settle this sooner or later. Why not decide it inside the palace? Otherwise, you'll drag the Solar Dynasty's reputation down. Russell laughed, then disappeared into the air. At the gates of the Heavenly Palace, the heavy silence remained. Suddenly, the sky darkened, thick clouds gathering above, creating an ominous atmosphere. The palace gates trembled, and the ground's dust rose into the air, stirred by gusts of wind. The gates of the Heavenly Palace are about to open. Everyone, get ready. Someone among the crowd shouted. The inheritance within the Supreme Heavenly Palace belongs to me. With its power, I can become the second Russell. In this world, I will certainly find my place. Among the crowd, murmurs echoed. Not far away, Russell wore his straw hat again, lowering the brim, his cold eyes fixed on the Supreme Heavenly Palace gates. If he could advance to the core formation realm through this opportunity, he could return stronger and face the Solar Dynasty head-on. This rare chance, he wouldn't let slip. Hashtag chapter 376. Things remain, people change. The door to the Supreme Celestial Palace opened wide, and a dazzling light suddenly surged forth from within. The blinding radiance reflected in everyone's eyes as countless people directed ardent and longing gazes toward the entrance of the Supreme Celestial Palace. Beyond that grand door lay the place they had always dreamed of reaching. Could this be the turning point for their fates? Timers of the New Age. At this moment, Russell was seen by many as the one who could rise above all others. Given time, Russell was destined to stand atop the continent, overlooking all life with pride. His brilliance had already overshadowed all other geniuses. To him, those so-called prodigies were merely ordinary. To return to the matter at hand, the doors to the Celestial Palace were now open, waiting for those destined to find their fortunes. In the next second, countless figures rushed towards the entrance, disappearing into the glowing portal one after another. Within moments, the crowd had thinned out considerably. Russell gazed intently at the door, then his figure merged with the light, vanishing within. With a loud boom, Russell felt an invisible force squeezing his body, sending waves of tingling sensations throughout him, making his whole body tremble uncontrollably. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself enveloped in a sea of light, surrounded by 1,000 rays of brilliance. A surge of rich spiritual energy immediately flooded his senses, refreshing his mind and body. He seemed to be floating amidst a sky of blue clouds, truly deserving of the name Supreme Celestial Palace. Originally located high above the sky, the palace absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, thus possessing concentrated spiritual energy. Thousands of years ago, it was the most spiritually enriched place on the continent, attracting many who wished to join its ranks. Af hadn't seen an immortal for over 1,000 years. As the spiritual energy waned with each passing era, achieving immortality seemed increasingly impossible. During prosperous times, even soul transformation realm experts were plentiful, but now they were rare gems among millions. Back then, the Supreme Celestial Palace didn't have such renown. It was merely a well-known sanctuary. After a predecessor achieved immortality, enlightenment spread like ripples, bringing blessings to all within the palace. Otherwise, it wouldn't possess such rich spiritual energy in this era of scarcity. It's a pity. Without the Braden, the Supreme Celestial Palace might have nurtured many more outstanding successors. Things remain, but people change. The Caleb's tone was laden with melancholy. Being a contemporary, he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia and sorrow. However, sentimentality had no place now. Why has the continent's spiritual energy diminished? What happened back then? Russell asked a question that had weighed heavily on his heart for some time. These unanswered questions felt like boulders blocking his chest. Until he uncovered the truth, he knew he'd never feel at ease. The Braden was too powerful. Even the greatest of that era couldn't suppress it. Eventually, they sealed it. But that seal came at a cost. While it maintained the balance for millennia by continuously drawing the continent's spiritual energy, the thinning aura now threatens its stability. With the current state of the continent, the seal may soon fail, and remnants of the Braden are already acting openly. This is a warning. Soon, the Braden will return with full force. Chapter 377, Palace Secret Passages. A few words unraveled many of Russell's doubts. No more need to say. When the dark calamity descends, if you still lack the means to protect yourself, I will forcibly take over your body. Perhaps there might be a glimmer of hope in this chaotic world. Do not be anxious about this matter. Meet the challenge as it comes. I don't want to see this impending calamity become an unshakable nightmare for you before it even arrives. The Bradley encouraged him. Compared to seizing a new host, he truly hoped that Russell could grow stronger. Even with a slight chance, he would spare no effort to strive for it. In this grand era, according to the keen eye of the Bradley, only Russell could possibly bear this unprecedented disaster for the continent. Russell did not give a direct response. As his voice faded, his face suddenly showed hesitation and conflict. Bearing a heavy burden, he was responsible for countless lives. It wasn't that Russell deliberately piled all pressure on himself. He also had people he needed to protect. Once the dark calamity arrived, no one could escape its destruction. Only when Russell gained the ability to protect himself could he offer help to those around him. At present, the peerless Celestial Palace was a turning point. Getting back to the main topic, Russell once again cast his gaze around, scrutinizing everything sharply. No subtle movement could escape his eyes. However, as Russell blinked again, a palace sprang up from the ground, appearing before his eyes, starkly prominent. Russell rubbed his eyes, staring incredulously at this scene, his expression deepening. Suddenly appeared palace? Indeed, the Celestial Palace was extraordinary. In just an instant, Russell could confirm that within this palace lay opportunities. Thus, just as he intended to rise and head towards it, numerous figures zipped past overhead, flying straight toward the palace. Meanwhile, it wasn't just Russell who noticed this abrupt appearance. Countless others came rushing upon hearing the news. For a moment, a crowd gathered before the palace, all staring at it with surprised eyes. Of course, after half an hour, none dared to take the first step inside. Opportunities often come with dangers. Though they came seeking fortune, none wanted to risk their lives before securing it. Therefore, they waited for someone to step in first, hoping an unlucky soul would suffer the disaster on their behalf. No one wished to break the deadlock. Soul realm could already levitate, rendering the depth irrelevant to them. Russell's expression changed slightly, confirming the hidden secrets within the palace. Suddenly, he felt the floor beneath his feet loosening. Moments later, intense shaking caused his body to sway precariously. Next second, the ground sank, and Russell dropped into one of the secret passages. Several others, unnoticed, fell with him. After a while, breathing sounds reached Russell's ears. Suddenly, firelight emerged in his hand. "Where are we?" a voice murmured nearby. By the light, Russell could faintly see a few figures beside him, all looking fearfully around. They didn't wish to lose their lives in this forsaken place. At their half-step transformation realm, if unable to reach the transformation realm, they could still be top-notch experts on the continent. But dying within the Celestial Palace would mean one success built on 10,000 failures, even leaving behind unclaimed corpses. Shouts of panic echoed. The enclosed space made people uneasy, and several had already lost composure. But Russell remained calm. Surveying the surroundings by firelight, his expression remained unchanged. Staying calm was critical. A moment's negligence could cost him his life. While carefully investigating, a rapid panting sound reached his ears. Boom, boom. Instantly, firelight suddenly flared up. Following in quick succession, row after row of lights ignited until the entire chamber was illuminated, revealing its true appearance. Russell and the others found themselves in a tightly sealed room with solid walls. To test it, Russell raised his fist and pounded the wall forcefully. Boom. The wall remained unmoved. One must know, Russell's physical prowess was just a breath away from the transformation realm. Yet his full-strength blow couldn't shake the wall. This indicated the wall's formidable solidity. Once the room was lit, many breathed a sigh of relief, easing the earlier suffocating atmosphere. Conversely, Russell remained on high alert, knowing this was still an unknown place where vigilance was essential. Chapter 378. The key to breaking the stalemate. Any slight movement could capture Russell's full attention. He dared not be the slightest bit lax. After all, the Supreme Heavenly Palace was created by immortals, and their methods were not to be underestimated. Even a transcendent spirit realm cultivator would meet the same fate if they mistakenly trespassed here. In an immortal's eyes, all living beings are equal, and even a mere flick of their finger could snuff out life. The gap between the transcendent spirit realm and the immortal realm is insurmountable, with no one daring to challenge an immortal with only transcendent spirit power. From ancient texts, Russell knew that becoming an immortal required the right timing, location, and people, none of which could be lacking. If heaven did not favor one, thunderous punishment would descend upon them during the transcendence attempt, and only those who survived could become true immortals. A millennium ago, someone tried to break the rules of the continent to enter the immortal realm but perished under the thunderous might due to bad luck. Dark clouds spread for hundreds of miles, and the thunder's force could destroy an entire nation in a breath. It was evident that attempting to become an immortal could result in death. As Russell pondered, the wall suddenly trembled, as if something moved within it. He was the only one to notice this peculiar occurrence among everyone present, who were simply sitting on the ground, with no intention of searching for an exit. The secret passage entrance had already been blocked, and despite his best efforts earlier, Russell couldn't budge the wall. There was no going back the way they came. This place was certainly not a dead end. There must be a way out. The purpose of establishing the Supreme Heavenly Palace was to benefit future generations, and only those who could break through the barriers would receive its inheritance. Therefore, there had to be a path forward. Russell's expression subtly changed. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. From within the walls, countless warriors clad in bronze armor surged forth from all directions. The bronze armor gleamed brilliantly under the firelight, immediately drawing everyone's attention. The previously lying cultivators rose to their feet in a frenzy, retreating fearfully while staring at the throng of bronze men. The bronze-armored warriors lacked any sign of life, with pale faces and featureless expressions. They seemed like puppets, devoid of vitality. Russell instinctively asked, "Puppets?" Their actions and appearances were similar to the puppets he had encountered before. Yet, these bronze-armored warriors emitted a spiritual aura, something puppets, being lifeless objects, should not possess. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Russell's mind. The long-silent Hayden will spoke up. "These are not puppets. 1,000 years ago, I heard of an array formed using human flesh and blood," Hayden will continued. "Once this array rises, it can permanently control the bodies of those whose flesh and blood formed it, making them immortal until the array dissipates. Due to its extreme malevolence, this array was later sealed away forever. I never expected to encounter it here in the Supreme Heavenly Palace. Time has passed, and this array is not as formidable as it once was. Otherwise, none of you would have any hope of survival," Hayden will concluded, enlightening Stefan in the process. Understanding dawned on Russell. If he remained fixated on these bronze-armored warriors being puppets, he would inevitably perish under their unceasingness to the onslaught. As long as the array persisted, they would keep receiving reinforcements, ultimately exhausting all the cultivators. Taking advantage of the chaos, Russell hid at the rear, needing to remain calm and find the key to breaking the stalemate. Only he could resolve this situation. Warmth surged through his head as he scanned the surroundings, looking for usable clues. What is the key to breaking the stalemate? All arrays must have an array eye, but where is it? Suddenly, Russell noticed the flames on the walls gradually dying out as the spilled blood extinguished them. Chapter 379, Ancient Battlefield. The dim light in the secret chamber faded slightly at this moment. When the firelight dimmed, Russell suddenly noticed an anomaly. The movements of the bronze-armored figures seemed to slow down. Then, the cultivators' overwhelming attacks began to take effect, creating slight scratches on the bronze-armored figures. Although there was no visible change to the naked eye, Russell kept this observation in mind. This might be the key to breaking the deadlock and a chance to escape the secret chamber. With this thought, Russell decided to give it a try. If the firelight hanging on the walls was indeed the focal point of the formation, extinguishing it would likely immobilize all the bronze-armored figures in an instant. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they could destroy all the bronze-armored figures and thereby completely dismantle the formation. This grand plan formed in Russell's mind, and he prepared to put it into action. He raised his hands, drew a deep breath from his dantian, held it, and his face turned red. In the next second, a burst of turbid air blew out of Russell's mouth, followed by a gust of wind that swept through the secret chamber, extinguishing all the flames. The chamber plunged back into darkness, pitch black with no visibility. Yet the cultivators continued their relentless attacks in the direction they had been aiming at, not pausing for a moment. The dark surroundings caused immediate panic among the cultivators. They did not dare to let up, fearing that the bronze-armored figures would regain momentum and charge forward again, which could mean their death. Russell also found himself in the darkness but remained calm, appearing fully confident and in control. A few moments later, Russell summoned a flame in his hand, lifted it slightly, and hurled it toward the wall. In the next second, the firelight illuminated the previously dark chamber once more. Countless people felt as if they were reborn, yet none dared to stop attacking. Only after Russell shouted did everyone cease their actions. The scene before him was unsettling. On the open ground ahead lay scattered bronze-armored figures, though they resembled puzzles without any traces of blood. Thus, Russell inadvertently dismantled the formation, and the cultivators survived the ordeal. Russell maintained a composed expression. Then, the sea of consciousness echoed once more. The Hayden will praised generously. "Your insight is sharp. I didn't expect you to break the 1,000-year-old formation." Indeed, Russell's success came somewhat by accident. No one anticipated that the firelight on the walls would be the focal point of the formation. They had little time to celebrate surviving the perilous situation within the secret chamber. Ahead still lay countless dangers. Entering the palace meant they had become pawns on the chessboard. To gain control, they must overcome these trials. An invisible force seemed to push them forward. Suddenly, the space around them distorted, and a wave of dizziness overwhelmed Russell. Before he could react, he fainted. Simultaneously, all the surviving cultivators in the secret chamber collapsed one by one. When Russell opened his eyes again, he found himself in an entirely different place. Surrounded by dense foliage stretching endlessly, the sky above was gray and misty. Unusual sounds periodically echoed around him. Russell looked cautiously at his surroundings. The sea of consciousness echoed again. An ancient battlefield. I didn't think the Supreme Heavenly Palace had captured the ancient battlefield. No wonder the scholars and experts of those times never found it. Boy, you've had quite the stroke of luck. The ancient battlefield is full of treasures, and you might obtain your greatest history. Even the Supreme Heavenly Palace, once home to immortals, hadn't figured it out completely. Looking at the gray, hazy environment before him, Russell's vision grew blurry. However, he still radiated confidence, undeterred in his steps. Suddenly, clouds converged high in the sky. Edgard pillars erupted along the borders of the ancient battlefield, encircling the area. Russell, surprised yet vigilant, closely watched the surroundings without letting his guard down. Then, stars swirling in the sky condensed into a figure. At this moment, countless people had gathered in the ancient battlefield. All were brave explorers attempting to penetrate the Supreme Heavenly Palace, now ensnared within this ancient battlefield. It appeared that the battle for opportunities within the ancient battlefield was inevitable. Chapter 380, contending for the top position. A sudden burst of light spread through every corner of the secret realm. The ancient battlefield resembled a vast disk, trapping all trial participants like caged beasts. Unless they could break out, they would surely perish within this battlefield. The spirit in midair surveyed its surroundings. Suddenly, an ethereal voice resonated throughout the ancient battlefield. sounding like sacred hymns that reverberated in everyone's ears, causing everyone to stand at attention with reverence. Russell couldn't help but look up at the sky, his gaze calm, yet his fists were already clenched tightly. Everyone, you have come from ancient war spirits will be born, mostly the souls of warriors who perished here long ago. They have been restrained by the cosmic prohibitions set by the ancient battlefield. However, they remain formidable warriors with indomitable fighting spirit running through their veins. Do you see this list? These numbers represent the kills made. Each time a war spirit is defeated, an essence emerges from its body, beneficial to mortals. Ultimately, the battlefield is filled with treasures. Whether you can uncover them depends on your own fate. The battlefield will be open for 48 hours. Show your prowess freely. As soon as he finished speaking, the artifact spirit's form suddenly transformed into twinkling stars that fell onto the boundless battlefield. Instantly, roars echoed around the battlefield. It seemed that some dormant entity had been awakened, likely the war spirits mentioned by the artifact spirit. Russell held the Eve sword, his gaze still fixed on the list. In the past, the Eve had also come to this ancient battlefield, yet his ranking was merely average, not in the top ranks. Considering that the Eve was once a prominent figure, this highlighted how challenging it was to make it onto the list. Clearly, those whose names were inscribed on it were prodigies of unparalleled talent. Eventually, Russell's gaze settled on the top name. Anatoly? A rather majestic name, indeed fitting. One who holds the top position must be a genius capable of dominating an era. However, Russell had never heard of this person's name or read about him in ancient books. At this moment, the Erek sighed with regret, as if he knew the story of Anatoly. Anatoly, a genius who outshone even the best talents of the entire continent. In his generation, no one could withstand more than 2 breaths against him. Pity, excellence invites envy. Someone framed Anatoly, leading him down the path of darkness. He then committed atrocities, burning and plundering wherever he went. Righteous heroes rose up against him, and the once brilliant genius of an era came to an end because Anatoly practiced dark arts and was never allowed to be recorded in history. At that time, he was hailed as the most likely candidate to achieve immortal realm, a genius that outshone an entire era. His solitary brilliance dimmed the luster of all other contemporaneous geniuses. From this, one could see his extraordinary talent. A genius like Anatoly appears only once in a millennium. If he hadn't fallen, with his means, he might have thwarted the Braden that came later. Unfortunately, human cultivators' intrigues led to his downfall. His rise would indirectly affect the interests of everyone. Even after 1,000 years, human cultivators still struggle with this flaw. The Erek's expression showed regret. Mentioning Anatoly also brought forth a serious expression on its face. With such talent, given time, Anatoly could have surpassed the Erek. It deserved respect. Pity, Russell echoed. However, Russell found himself intrigued by the top position. Ambition burned within him to become the best in the world. Moreover, as the artifact spirit said, securing the top spot would bring great heavenly fortune and substantial rewards. This might be his only chance to enter the supreme battlefield, so he should cherish this rare opportunity. Boy, seems like you're quite interested in the top position, but given your talent, rare throughout history, you can match even the likes of me back in my prime. This blessing will greatly aid your future journey to the soul transformation realm. Just reaching soul transformation realm isn't enough. The Erek's tone lacked any disdain. It had witnessed too much while watching Russell grow. Indeed, Russell's talent and destiny had left it in awe. One day, Russell might truly help it restore its physical body. Russell's resolve grew firmer. He would try to see if he could claim the top position. Oh right. One more thing. The essence extracted from war spirits can also be taken from others. These words enlightened Russell. Thousands of cultivators flooded into the secret realm. Within the ancient battlefield, numerous elites vied night and day to extract essences from war spirits. Intercepting others' harvests turned out to be simpler. With those words lingering, Russell embarked on his journey. Chapter 381. Essence of the Undead. Endless weeds intertwined and grew wildly in the ancient battlefield, while rustling sounds could be heard from time to time. Russell, with bated breath and a tight grip on his fists, glanced behind him. Suddenly, a gentle breeze brushed past his face, sending a chill down his spine. No one could predict what heart-stirring events might unfold in this ancient battlefield. To be revered as a sanctuary for cultivation by future generations was certainly no small feat. Russell felt an intense gaze upon him, giving him an unsettling feeling of being watched. Suddenly, a dark figure darted past him, and another rustling sound echoed through the silent, dim jungle. His eyes scanned the overgrown grass before settling on something directly ahead. Ahead of him, an ethereal spirit hovered in midair, blocking his path. Despite its spectral form, clear scars covered its body, blood splattered across its face, exuding a malevolent aura. There was a faint, lingering smell of blood in the air. This must be one of the undead mentioned by the artifact spirit. Russell involuntarily clenched his fists, radiating a vitality like never before. Suddenly, the undead opened its fangs and lunged at Russell, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind. Russell raised the founding Geno sword with anticipation. He had long awaited a confrontation with these battlefield undead. It would also help him gauge his gap with the supreme ruler Anatoly. For 1,000 years, Anatoly dominated, unmatched by any. Today, from this moment on, Russell aimed to test how much of a gap existed between himself and this legendary prodigy of 1,000 years. Who wasn't a genius capable of astounding their era? Countless heroes bowed in admiration at the sight of Russell. Today, I will point my sword at the pinnacle position, to see how great the difference is between me and this legendary first genius, Russell declared. As he finished speaking, the founding Geno sword slashed downward, its force resembling a waterfall cascading down, striking the undead. The loud noise shattered the surrounding silence. The sword's momentum surged upward, unstoppable, slicing through anything in its path. In the next moment, Russell sheathed his sword. He had used about 5/10 of his strength with that strike, just enough to kill the undead. One must know, even those at the human cultivators were at a disadvantage. When Russell arrived, he saw the severed remains of a human cultivator on the ground. Blood pooled around the body, a scene too gruesome to bear. A group of undead pursued several human cultivators. Fear was evident on each cultivator's face as they fled, glancing nervously over their shoulders. Russell's expression remained calm. Again, he raised the founding Geno sword and unleashed another powerful strike, sending a formidable wave of energy coursing through the air, creating an elegant arc in the sky. The resounding boom echoed through the heavens. The ground trembled. Russell exerted all his strength with this single blow. When the sword's energy descended, more beams of light appeared in mid-air. Russell captured all the light in his palm, integrating it into his body. Immediately, a refreshing sensation flowed through him. Coming to his senses, the human cultivators who were fleeing halted their steps behind him. They seemed to have found hope and gathered around Russell. "Big brother, can you take us along? This place is extremely dangerous. Having more people can provide mutual protection." The awe-inspiring power Russell displayed earlier left an impression on these cultivators. They hoped to latch onto Russell's might, perhaps reaping some benefits. How could Russell not notice their ulterior motives? Turning away, he refused to waste time on them. Besides, their survival or death had no bearing on him. Bringing these people would only slow him down. To claim the top position, Russell needed every second. The voice of Bradley resounded in his mind again. "You're quite heartless, leaving these nascent embryo realm cultivators to their deaths in such perilous conditions. They won't last more than an hour." Walking through the jungle while observing his surroundings, Russell retorted, "I'm not a saint. We're mere strangers passing by. Furthermore, carrying these burdens would only hold me back. Helping them deal with those undead is already more than enough." ####Chapter 382. The benefits of essence. Having spoken, Russell's figure vanished into the darkness, carrying the Eve's sword forward. No wraith dared to come within a single step of him. An ethereal light radiated from the Eve's sword. Over 1,000 years ago, the Eve's sword had once shone brilliantly over this land. Back then, no one could stand against the Eve, a god of slaughter who hacked his way through enemies and ascended the ranks. Unfortunately, future generations saw the rise of more brilliant geniuses who gradually pushed him down the list. But the talent of the Eve remained before all. His stroke of life and death left many heroes awed, age in cannibalistic warfare. Alone, Russell continued walking through the dense jungle. Suddenly, someone appeared before him. Initially, he thought it was a blind wraith, but upon closer inspection, it was a human cultivator. A thick aura of light surrounded him, indicating he had slain many wraiths. Half-transcendent realm? He must be a genius from a prestigious clan. But despite being at the same level, Russell didn't take him seriously. "Why are you blocking my way?" Seeing the other party linger without moving, hostility emanated from him, clearly targeting Russell. Great, he intend to snatch the essence? It seems so. However, Russell was no pushover and wouldn't back down. "Hand over your essence. Leave alive. Otherwise, it's a dead end. Your choice." The person spoke in broken sentences, disdain visible in his eyes. He clearly looked down on Russell. Arrogance among prodigies wasn't beneficial. It might well lead to their downfall. "Maybe, you picked the wrong target. Since that's the case, you stay." Russell smiled, drawing the Eve's sword. He had been worried about the dwindling number of nearby wraiths, but here was a sacrificial lamb arriving right on time. With such a delivery, how could Russell refuse? As he finished speaking, the person spat out a word. "Gray." A red light flashed past his vision. In a daze, Russell was already beside him, the Eve's sword slicing down like lightning, decisive and swift. The sword's power erupted from within him, causing the ground to tremble. Tsunami-like sword energy fell, yet the opponent stood firm, seemingly planning to endure the attack. Looking for death, Russell smiled wider, increasing the force in his hands. The sword struck, the ground cracked and caved in. Meanwhile, the opponent raised a large broadsword, barely holding off the sudden strike, his face contorting in difficulty, an unwinnable situation. Now realizing he'd picked a hard fight, he turned and ran deeper into the forest, unwilling to prolong the battle. However, offending Russell and leaving without losing something was impossible. In a flash, Russell blocked his path again. "Young man, weren't you demanding the essence earlier? Now I give you a choice. Hand over the essence or die." With those words, Russell placed the Eve's sword against his neck, ready to decapitate him in an instant. But Russell didn't kill recklessly, instead offering him a choice. In the end, the man surrendered the essence within his body. One can keep fighting as long as there's breath. Russell was no breaker of promises and let him go. Before leaving, the man said, "Don't get too cocky. My senior brother is also training here in the ancient battlefield. We've lost each other. When I find him, you'll pay debts bestowed upon their physical bodies." Russell walked through dense jungles, witnessing the corpses of human cultivators scattered around. Meanwhile, in the sky, a familiar name appeared on the ranking list. It was none other than Hayes Rocky. It seemed that Rocky had also arrived within the ancient battlefield, undoubtedly a prodigy who stunned the world. Had it not been for the existence of another genius named Russell in the same era, he might have been called the undisputed first. Alas, there was always someone surpassing him, and to outshine Russell, Rocky's talent was still far from enough. He was born in an era brimming with talents. An awe-inspiring battle would certainly unfold within the ancient battlefield, and this confrontation would determine who would be the ultimate figure among the era's elites. The outcome of this battle would affect their destinies. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Rocky also noticed Russell's presence on the rankings. His ambition extended far beyond just making it onto the list. It wasn't enough for him. 3 days later, high above in the clouds, Russell had already reached the top 10, with countless experts challenging him but all failing miserably. Russell's strength was unmatched by anyone of his generation, and the same applied to Rocky. Within the entire secret realm, they were the two greatest winners. There were only 3 hours left until the end of the ancient battlefield. Both of them aimed for the top spot. To achieve this, only one of them could ultimately survive. Thus, Rocky was prepared, hands crossed behind his back, hovering mid-air. He shouted towards the crowd below. "Russell, you insignificant coward, how much longer do you plan to hide? Come out and face me in a decisive battle." His voice reverberated throughout the secret realm. Countless eyes turned skyward, fixed on Rocky. In a single breath, another figure appeared at the opposite horizon. It was Russell. They stood facing each other, exuding indomitable auras that felt like drawn swords. "Rocky, haven't you already been defeated by me multiple times? Could you possibly think you have a chance to turn things around? I spared your life countless times, yet you chose to come knocking. Inside the ancient battlefield, celestial restrictions will ensure you cannot escape this time." A smile graced Russell's lips. Both radiated equally formidable presences, neither willing to yield. A great battle was about to begin. Suddenly, "Enough talk. Let's settle this with a fight." Before the words even settled, a flash of light shot towards Russell. Rocky appeared before him at lightning speed. Russell stepped back, widening the distance between them, his expression suddenly serious. Why did Rocky undergo such a dramatic transformation within such a short period? It didn't take a guess. Everything must be related to the Braden. Only the Braden could elevate Rocky's strength so rapidly to an unnatural level. It appeared the Braden had completely infiltrated the foundation of the Imperial dynasty. Faced with relentless attacks, Russell decided to counterattack. So what if it was the Braden? All this was just external force. It couldn't compare to the achievements Russell had gained through arduous practice. Death-dealing strike. With a roar, Russell wielded the Lars sword, slashing without hesitation, engaging Rocky in battle. Russell held nothing back, unleashing all his power. Although Rocky was a vanquished opponent, he was still formidable. Boom. A strike landed. Suddenly, a black aura surged forth, blocking Russell's earth-shattering strike entirely, seemingly presenting no threat to Rocky. Meanwhile, Rocky remained arrogantly calm. "Braden? It seems your Carey dynasty has some undisclosed secrets." Russell sneered, having seen through Rocky's true nature. The battle resumed. Rocky felt slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Russell to see through his trump card at a glance. Previously, in public, Rocky had been tolerating to avoid revealing the Braden. Revealing his bottom card would definitely draw attention, even though the Braden happened 1,000 years ago. But there might be keen-eyed observers among the crowd. If exposed, it would implicate the entire dynasty. Inside the ancient battlefield, Rocky had prepared to kill all witnesses. "Since you know this secret, you must die." Rocky grinned wickedly. Next, a storm of darkness erupted, fiercely sweeping toward Russell. The situation was grim, but Russell's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he brandished the Lars sword again, emitting an unstoppable sword aura as he clashed with the Braden head-on. Boom. Even the ancient battlefield shook. Numerous spectators looked on fearfully. In their eyes, Rocky was a demonic presence. The Braden is not so formidable after all. Russell smiled, realizing Rocky hadn't fully mastered it. With that thought, eliminating Rocky wouldn't be too difficult. However, Rocky was not only possessed by the Braden, but also bolstered by the Imperial Dragon aura. With these two cards, it was hard for Russell to get close. Thus, the battle became more intense. The Imperial Dragon aura and the Braden intertwined in the air, forming two massive dragons. Far away, Russell, wielding the Lars sword, panted heavily. The Braden remained formidable. No wonder it once brought all heroes of the continent to their knees, yet Russell showed no signs of weakening. "Golden Dragon transformation," Russell murmured. Suddenly, golden scales appeared behind him. These scales changed. Recalling previously, they used to shimmer brightly, but now they were different. Golden scales covered his body, altering his very aura. Now, Russell appeared like a true dragon descending, exuding extraordinary power. Next, a dragon's roar sounded behind him, followed by a beam of light splitting from the sky and striking the ground. A golden dragon emerged from the light, emitting overwhelming pressure across the heavens. This new form marked a turning point in the battle. ##### Chapter 384, Defeating Rocky Again. The sudden glow of the golden dragon dispersed everything before it like dry twigs and decaying grass, filling the air with an overwhelming vitality. At this moment, the golden dragon exuded a majestic dragon aura. With one roar, an entire swath of the sky trembled. The golden dragon was lifelike, almost tangible, and as it thrashed its body slightly, the sky itself twisted and warped. A vast, heaven-shattering pressure burst forth from within him, shocking the world with its power, cascading like a waterfall. At this moment, Russell seemed like an immortal being. Inside the ancient battlefield, which had originally been shrouded in darkness, now basked under clear skies. The light emitted by the golden dragon dispelled the dark clouds that had once filled the heavens. This battle could be hailed as the ultimate showdown between the two most outstanding geniuses of their time. Years of enmity were finally coming to a head today. Who would emerge victorious? It remained uncertain. The intense darkness that had enveloped the area earlier was now scattered, purifying Hayes Rocky's body with radiant light. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone present revealed a look of awe and respect. Indeed, he was worthy of being the most dazzling genius of this era, commanding respect from all who beheld him. Conversely, Rocky had become like a rat on the street, despised by all. Over the years, Rocky had committed countless heinous deeds, taking pride in robbing others of their fates to build his grand ambitions while ruining countless lives. His actions were ruthless, leaving no room for retreat, accumulating many enemies across the continent. Only due to the protection of the Solar Dynasty did these enemies dare not retaliate. In truth, most people wished for Rocky's defeat. A man like him did not deserve to be the foremost figure of this era. If Russell lost, Rocky would run rampant over the entire continent, extending his reach to all factions. The ambitions of the Solar Dynasty were far from simple. By colluding with the Dark Celestial Greysaster, they aimed to dominate the entire continent. Rocky, if you hadn't colluded with the Dark Celestial Greysaster, perhaps I might have left the dynasty a way out. Do you know how many ancestors sacrificed their lives for the peace we enjoy today? Yet, instead of striving forward, you chose to join forces with the Dark Celestial Greysaster, disgracing the entire continent. So, no matter what, your death is inevitable. With those words, Russell rapidly formed seals, a faint golden light spreading from his body. The golden dragon began to stir and lunge towards Rocky in the next instant, slicing through the sky in a magnificent display. Although both were at the half-step Transcendence realm, the aftereffects of their clash rivaled those of true Transcendence realm battles, a spectacle unseen throughout history. Russell, let's see who dies. Rocky also grinned, then urged the two powers within his body to charge at Russell. After his training, he had mastered the Imperial Dragon aura completely, making his strength a profound mystery. Among the many geniuses of the world, only Russell could discern his true abilities. With a thunderous boom, the two energies collided in the sky, producing a radiant explosion of light that stretched endlessly into the horizon. For a moment, the ancient battlefield became as bright as day, visible in everyone's eyes. If the ancient battlefield weren't a miniature world between heaven and earth, the shockwaves would have shattered this small universe long ago. As the white light faded, tranquility returned to the world. The aftermath of their clash had flattened everything within dozens of miles. Countless people gazed up at the sky, seeing no sign of either combatant. Russell? Is that all you've got? Truly, I overestimated you. Finishing his sentence, Rocky reappeared in midair, struggling to stand upright. He was covered in wounds, his clothes tattered, and his energy erratic and unstable. Really? With your broken body, do you think you can withstand me? You're just a clown. As he spoke, a figure suddenly appeared behind Rocky, placing a hand directly on his shoulder. The voice was low and threatening. It was Russell. Despite the intense battle, he appeared unharmed, not a speck of dust on his clothes. Onlookers heaved a sigh of relief. The shockwaves earlier had affected the entire ancient battlefield. Rocky was taken aback. He had thought his attack would seriously injure Russell, but instead, Russell stood as if nothing had happened, seemingly untouched. Finishing his words, Russell raised the ancestral sword. The sword was already positioned at Rocky's throat, ready to strike in an instant. Rocky felt as though he had already stepped into the underworld, a sense of impending doom rising within him. The Dark Celestial Greysaster is forbidden. Why must the Solar Dynasty meddle with it? I will not let you have your way. I will not allow the Solar Dynasty to plunge the continent into the peril of the Dark Celestial Greysaster. I will never allow it. Russell spoke firmly, every word coming from the depths of his heart. With his final words, the ancestral sword descended without hesitation. He did not want to give Rocky even the slightest chance to breathe. Each previous instance where he spared Rocky had led to this tragedy. To resolve everything, he intended to cut off the root cause. As the ancestral sword fell, the sky was once again illuminated with an astonishing brilliance. When the light faded, Rocky still stood there, tightly enveloped by the Imperial Dragon aura. Though he was near his end, Rocky still held several hidden cards. Unveiling them would make it impossible for Russell to kill him. Now, Rocky had no chance to retaliate. He was but a puppet. In the next moment, Russell waved his hand and extracted the essence from Rocky's body. A stream of essence gathered in mid-air. Russell reached out and grasped it, absorbing it directly into his own body. Suddenly, Russell felt an overwhelming surge of vitality. This was the effect of the essence. Russell felt that he was but a step away from the Transcendence realm, having reached the pinnacle of the half-step Transcendence realm. Meanwhile, his ranking on the Heavenly Edgarst kept climbing until it finally settled at second place, just one step behind Anatoly. Please note that this translation has maintained the original paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Chapter 385. War Rex Level Undead. To become the number one on the Heavenly Edgarst, only a thread is missing. However, all the undead in the ancient battlefield have already been wiped out. Is it possible that the ranking will forever be stuck at second place on the Heavenly Edgarst? Honestly, Russell felt somewhat unwilling to accept this. But there was only an hour left before the secret realm ended. How did Darien get to the top of the Heavenly Edgarst? Russell asked himself, his face revealing a trace of awkwardness as he spoke. His gaze then fell back on Rocky once more. The current Rocky looked like a dead dog, with no chance of counterattack. It seemed that the greatest gain from this ancient battlefield would be eliminating Rocky. As he approached Rocky, suddenly, thunder rumbled through the sky. The deafening sound reverberated across the entire expanse of the heavens. Russell's expression became serious as his eyes focused on the sky above. In the next second, a figure materialized in the air. Raising its massive hand, it restored the damaged ancient battlefield. I didn't expect that after so many years, I'd finally encounter such geniuses again. Honestly speaking, if you two hadn't fought each other, both of you had the potential to challenge for the top spot on the Heavenly Edgarst. However, an era can only have one supreme genius. What a pity. In another time, both of you could have dominated your respective regions. It seems that the winner is decided now. Both of you are just one step away from the top spot on the Heavenly Edgarst. As these words fell, ripples spread across the sky, turning the vast expanse into an endless darkness. Russell's expression changed. A strong aura emanated from above, making him feel a sense of awe. What was it? In a daze, suddenly, ripples appeared in the sky, and a vortex emerged. Within the vortex, a figure stepped out. At first glance, the figure seemed ethereal, much like the undead encountered earlier in the battlefield. This is the final war Rex of the ancient battlefield. Defeating him will ensure you claim the top spot on the Heavenly Edgarst. The previous number one, Darien, also fell to this undead. If you defeat this war Rex, you will secure the top position on the Heavenly Edgarst. Russell's expression remained serious. Above him, the undead radiated a dangerous aura. Before Russell could move, the artifact spirit added. This War Rex was once a formidable being in the immortal realm. Although only a remnant soul remains after death, even now, with your strength, there's a vast gap between you and him. Do you want to challenge him? If you succeed, you'll assuredly be number 1 on the heavenly Edgarst. But if you fail, you will be obliterated, and even I won't be able to save you. In fact, the rewards for the second place are also generous. There's no need to strive for the top spot. You will still become a dominant force in this era. Clearly, the artifact spirit's words carried a hint of dissuasion. Yet, Russell showed no fear. Facing the War Rex, he emitted an undaunted presence. Come on. Not achieving the top spot on the heavenly Edgarst would go against my lifelong pursuit of martial excellence. I cannot defy my deepest desires. Russell had made his choice. No matter what, he would push forward relentlessly, and no one would be allowed to hinder his progress. He had no time to worry about Rocky beside him, but wasn't going to let Rocky off easily either. With a wave of his hand, energy coalesced, and golden light erupted from Rocky's body. Russell was stripping away the Imperial Dragon Chi within Rocky. At this moment, a voice echoed in his mind. The accumulated Imperial Dragon Chi from centuries of dynasty reign is a rare and precious resource. Absorbing it would give you a significant advantage in the future. Unfortunately, Rocky's weak physical body can't fully utilize the power of the Imperial Dragon Chi. Russell's movements were swift, giving Rocky no respite. As soon as the Imperial Dragon Chi was completely stripped away, Russell grabbed it firmly, his expression calm. Rocky's face turned ghastly pale. The Imperial Dragon Chi had rooted deep within him, merging with his essence. Removing it was tantamount to taking his life. If not for the protection from the Braden, Rocky would already be half dead. After extracting the Imperial Dragon Chi, Russell took out the treasure pagoda and stored the Chi inside. Refining the Chi now would be suicidal. Facing the War Rex level undead before him, a near-immortal being, Russell dared not be complacent. His face showed utmost seriousness, his fists clenching tightly. Young man, the second place on the heavenly Edgarst is sufficient. There's no need to challenge a War Rex level undead. Darian also fell to this undead. Are you truly set on this path? Even the slightest misstep could result in your death. Before the final battle, the artifact spirit warned him. But Russell's resolve was unshaken. He intended to face the War Rex head-on. Since stepping onto the martial path, he had never regretted any decision. Once he made up his mind, no one could change it, not anyone. Moreover, such a rare opportunity presented itself. How could Russell not seize it? I've made my decision. Let's fight. What Wang Quan Tienda couldn't do doesn't mean I can't. Hashtag chapter 386, striving for the top. Back then, Anatoly strived for supremacy and, as the unrivaled champion of the world, battled the undead with all his might. At that time, he was still on par with the deity transformation realm cultivator. Throughout a millennium, how many people could match a half-step deity transformation realm against a full deity transformation realm? But this era produced two prodigies of such caliber, yet only one survived in the end. Russell turned his head to glance at Rocky behind him. The killing intent in his eyes had not dissipated. It seems I can't kill him this time. Rocky possessed numerous treasures that made it impossible to defeat him in the short term. The current priority was securing the top position, which required defeating an undead Rex within an hour. Thus, Russell had no choice but to make a decision. He abandoned Rocky and turned his gaze toward the undead before him. The opportunity to reach the top was fleeting, while there would be countless chances to deal with Rocky later. Though the Carey dynasty had allied with the Braden, under overwhelming pressure from all cultivators, even they couldn't withstand the public condemnation. Once the training at the Supreme Heavenly Palace concluded, news of the Carey dynasty's alliance with the Braden would spread like wildfire. Righteous cultivators would rally together to attack them. It was clear that the primary motive behind the Carey dynasty's alliance with the Braden was to conquer the entire continent, an action that had already infringed upon the interests of many. Furthermore, the Carey dynasty's authoritarian rule had long been despised by many, making their eventual downfall inevitable. Turning back, Rocky's figure had vanished. He, too, understood the situation and knew that stubbornly pursuing this course would not lead to a favorable outcome. Deep in the jungle, a person, covered in wounds, ran deeper into the battlefield, his steps erratic and frantic. Blood dripped along his path, creating a shocking trail of red. Looking closely, this person was indeed Rocky. His face was deathly pale, devoid of any color, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Simultaneously, he glanced at Russell in the sky, eyes filled with murderous intent. Their enmity had deepened beyond resolution. Russell, one day, I will make you suffer the fate worse than death. We'll see how long you can remain arrogant. When the dynasty rules the entire continent, you will all be my slaves. Rocky sat down and focused on healing his injuries using his Danteon power. As the Danteon energy surged, a cloud of black mist appeared in his meridians. It was the Braden. The Braden was gradually merging with his body, soon to take complete control. Before long, Rocky would become a puppet of the Braden. Although the seal on the Braden hadn't been fully lifted, its influence was already causing chaos across the continent. If not stopped, it would plunge the land into turmoil. Above in the sky, Russell faced the undead. An immortal? He asked, sensing the intimidating aura emanating from the opponent. Indeed, worthy of being an immortal spirit. It was no surprise that Anatoly lost to him 1,000 years ago. Though the immortal lacked a corporeal body and only retained a fraction of his former power, he was still far beyond what a half-step deity transformation realm cultivator could handle. The realms they operated in were vastly different. Immortals had transcended the limits of the current world. Yet, Russell wondered, why was there an immortal spirit in the ancient battlefield? This became a perplexing question for him. Was there a hidden secret about the ancient battlefield? Even the Caleb's will within his sea of consciousness remained ignorant. Now, Russell's strength was nearing that of the Caleb's will. At its peak, the Caleb's will only reached half-step immortal, unable to bridge the gap to true immortality. High above, the spirit tool reappeared. For 1,000 years, you are the first to challenge the undead Rex since Anatoly. In fact, Anatoly barely matched the undead Rex, even after exerting all his on his surroundings. Then, a gentle breeze brushed against Russell's cheek, but something felt off. He sensed eyes watching him from behind, causing his hairs to stand on end. Turning around, the undead had appeared right behind him, just a step away. In an instant, red light gathered in the undead's hand, concealing a violent energy. Chapter 387, Gravine Sense Power. A red light descended, hurtling forcefully toward Russell. At this critical moment, the Eve sword suddenly revealed its power, a vast wave of sword energy enveloping him, exuding an unstoppable force. With a thunderous roar, the red light exploded outward like fireworks, filling the sky with fiery illumination. The flames encased Russell. On the ground, countless spectators held their breath, many secretly hoping that Russell would rise to the top, bringing glory to their era. As the firelight dissipated, Russell remained unmoving in midair, not even a speck of dust touching him. The sword energy from the Eve sword still formed a visible protective layer around him, making it extremely difficult for anyone to get close. Now equipped with means of self-defense, Russell planned his counterattack. Taking the initiative was key to controlling the situation. Moreover, as the underdog, he needed to seize an opportunity to turn the tide. The battle situation changed rapidly. In a flash, Russell lunged forward, his Eve sword crashing down on the immortal soul. The sheer force could have split the heavens, each swing accompanied by the sound of slicing wind. The Eve sword's might was overwhelming, distorting space with each strike. However, no matter what he did, he couldn't harm the immortal soul at all. In a blink, the immortal soul vanished again, leaving Russell grappling with a difficult situation. Without understanding the opponent's tactics, how could he defeat him? In his anxiety, another voice resonated in Russell's mind. You are too hasty. A deity realm expert would never act recklessly. Each move you make is riddled with countless flaws. Considering this soul is an immortal level existence, it can see through your intentions instantly. Do you know why the gap between the nascent soul realm and the deity realm is so immense? A deity realm cultivator can manipulate divine sense power, projecting it around them. This way, every move of the opponent is discernible, which is also why you have so many weaknesses. Experience truly comes with age. The Bradley, being well-versed, pinpointed the crux of the issue and highlighted Russell's shortcomings. Throughout his journey, Russell had avoided many pitfalls thanks to the Bradley's guidance. In essence, the Bradley was Russell's true mentor. Despite their personalities leading to frequent bickering, there was mutual respect and gratitude. Although Russell didn't voice it, he deeply appreciated the help. He would do his best to restore the Bradley's physical form one day as a token of gratitude. The intensity of the battle was clear. The main disparity lay in the realm of cultivation. In fact, your divine sense power already surpasses many deity realm experts. Try to channel your divine sense. In Russell's sea of divine sense, two powerful divine senses resided. Though he was just a half-step deity, his divine sense power was exceptional even among deity realm cultivators. Following this advice, Russell felt enlightened. He calmed himself and began to sense the divine sense power. At the same time, the immortal soul launched another assault. The situation grew dire. However, Russell had already prepared a countermeasure. Behind him, a golden dragon abruptly appeared. Roaring fiercely, the golden dragon burst forth from Russell's body, engaging the immortal soul in a head-on clash. The scene was breathtaking. Under the relentless attack of the immortal soul, the golden dragon soon fell into a disadvantageous position. If the golden dragon were defeated, Russell would be next. Defeat seemed inevitable. This method of stimulating potential was risky. The immortal soul struck decisively, leaving Russell little chance to retaliate. One hit could be fatal. Within a short hour, if Russell couldn't find a weakness in the immortal soul, he would likely rank second on the heavenly Edgarst. He aimed for first. Missing out on the top spot would be more painful than death. Currently, Russell had entered a state of enlightenment, defenseless. Even a nascent soul realm attacker could slay him now. Witnessing this, the crowd gasped in shock. Too daring. Seeking enlightenment in battle. Isn't he courting death? Does he really think the immortal soul is nothing but air? What do you know? Can't you see the current situation? Russell seeks a breakthrough only by doing this. If successful, he will surely reach the top. We should wait and see if the most dazzling genius of our time can surprise us. Above the sky, the golden dragon's body gradually disintegrated, its golden radiance fading, becoming severely damaged. Soon, only a faint silhouette of the golden dragon remained, unable to sustain further. Meanwhile, Russell remained engrossed in his state of enlightenment. In the sea of divine sense, even the Bradley was anxious. How reckless this boy is. He treats his life as if it were nothing. Facing such an opponent is truly terrifying. The Bradley's words carried deeper meaning. As the voice faded, the golden dragon completely dissipated, its body turning into countless light particles that disappeared into the clouds. With the golden dragon gone, Russell undoubtedly faced a dire predicament. The immortal soul focused on Russell, life or death hanging by a thread. It showed no intention of giving Russell any respite, charging straight at him. With a swift motion, Edgard flashed once more. A dazzling flood of light enveloped everyone's sight. No one knew whether Russell lived or died this time. The outcome seemed grim. Would the greatest genius of this era fall here? Would he perish while striving for opportunity and destiny? Would he become a fleeting star? But fate had its own course. Amidst the radiant light, a surge of sword energy pierced upward, dispelling all the brilliance. Chapter 388, The Deal. The sword chi sliced through the air with a force that seemed to cleave bamboo, transforming into countless visible streaks of white light. These streaks spiraled mid-air, forcefully tearing apart the surrounding sword light. Looking up into the clouds, someone emerged from the endless brilliance, step by step. rippling the entire sky. Upon closer inspection, it was Russell. He walked out with an arrogance unmatched by any. A single stroke from his sword cut through the heavens, its aura extending for dozens of miles. An overwhelming pressure surged forth, and wherever the sword chi passed, there were sharp whistling sounds of the wind. The immortal wraith waved his sleeves, dispersing all the golden light in the sky, restoring the original appearance above the clouds. Russell's gaze was calm, focusing intently on the immortal wraith. His state of mind had undergone a drastic transformation, and nothing could obstruct his path forward. Understanding dawned on him, further enhancing Russell's power. Facing the immortal wraith again, the outcome remained uncertain. The mental energy is truly vast. No wonder late-stage soul transformation experts can reverse fortunes and wield cosmic power. Truly inconceivable. Russell's mental sea had undergone a metamorphosis. Having been reborn in enlightenment, he reconstructed his mental sea once more. At this moment, he had grasped the threshold of soul transformation. As he spoke, mental energy radiated outward like a spider web, covering a 10-mile radius. Within this area, every plant and tree came under his keen perception, leaving nowhere for anyone to hide. And neither could the immortal wraith escape his sight. Now, Russell's eyes were like sharp swords, piercing gazes capable of seeing through everything. Suddenly, the immortal wraith vanished once more from the sky. Searching around, there was no trace of him. Do you really think I'm a blockhead, unable to adapt? Do you believe the same trick will always work? I will claim the leadership position. No one can stop my progress. Russell smiled confidently, already perceiving every move of the immortal wraith and sensing his exact location. He swung the Geno's sword at the spot he sensed, unleashing a torrential force, slicing through the air with a deafening roar. The sky seemed torn apart as the sword struck through the heavens. The sword chi resonated through the sky, sweeping across with a mighty force akin to the grandeur of cutting frost over 14 states. A powerful and majestic momentum smashed directly into the clouds. A burst of fire enveloped everything. Russell, assured of victory, sheathed the Geno's sword and crossed his arms behind his back, watching the flames intensely with a sense of having everything under control. Previously, Russell had been in a disadvantageous position, but now the tables had turned dramatically, causing many observers to stare in disbelief. He lived up to his reputation as the most stunning genius, always bringing surprises, overcoming any disadvantage effortlessly. Standing before the immortal figure, he faced adversity head-on and rose above it. Who throughout history could match such bravery and audacity? Compared to Russell, other prodigies paled in comparison. Soon, the flames subsided, revealing a glowing light within the clouds, illuminating the entire sky. Russell's expression remained unchanged. This outcome did not surprise him. He extended his hand, grabbing the radiant essence extracted from the immortal wraith. It was indeed formidable, sending a surge of spiritual energy through him, even stirring his blood as it rolled violently within. I succeeded. As he spoke, the sky rank list changed again. Russell ascended to the top position with an overwhelming force, far surpassing Darien. With unquestionable dominance, who could challenge him? Even the renowned Darien from 1,000 years ago was inferior. Russell was truly the most astounding genius in history. In the mental sea, laughter echoed incessantly. The Bradley laughed sincerely, proud of Russell's achievement. Young man, you've proven me right. You've done it. Now, you are without doubt the greatest prodigy within 1,000 years. Back then, I was also as audacious as you, seeing myself reflected in you. These words came from the heart. The Bradley's greatest wish was to have his legacy carried on, to ensure his teachings were magnified. Before him, Russell would never let down his inheritance. Even if he couldn't reconstruct his physical body, the Caleb could rest in peace. Then, the spirit appeared again, accompanied by a thunderous voice reverberating through the sky. Congratulations on reaching the top rank, a well-deserved honor for a true genius. Since the creation of the ancient battlefield, you are the first to challenge the immortal wraith. This destiny is yours alone. The spirit transformed into human form, waving a hand to send the cultivators back to the supreme heavenly palace. Countless opportunities still lay hidden within the palace, yet to be discovered. The ancient battlefield represented the greatest opportunity within the palace, now claimed by Russell. Many long-awaited chances ultimately fell into Russell's hands. In the vast ancient battlefield, only Russell remained. In fact, the ancient battlefield should belong to the upper realm. It has temporarily remained here due to temporal chaos. Over 1,000 years, you are the first to know this secret. I want to make a deal with you. Instead of bestowing the destined fortune, the spirit wanted to discuss matters with Russell. Russell's face grew serious. He had noticed something unusual. Why were there immortal level wraiths in the battlefield? After all, historically, the mortal realms were extremely rare, often existing in legends. It became clear that the ancient battlefield held many secrets, turning the atmosphere eerie. Russell stared at the spirit intently. Chapter 389. Take me back to the upper realm. A deal? He was only at the half-step transcendence realm. For the ancient battlefield spirit to want to do a deal with him seemed to put too much value on him. Seeing that Russell's reaction remained as calm as water, without any trace of excitement, the artifact spirit added more information. Take me back to the upper realm, away from this place. You possess the demeanor of an immortal. In the future, you will undoubtedly become a dominant force. Even the once great Achilles cannot compare to you. Back to the upper realm? To be honest, when the artifact spirit spoke those words, Russell was genuinely shocked for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Without even mentioning whether he could achieve immortality, the dark cataclysm alone was already causing him immense headaches. Who knew if the entire continent would eventually be destroyed because of it? Do you really believe I can definitely become an immortal? Russell assumed an air of confidence. Since the artifact spirit needed him, this might be a good opportunity to extort something valuable from it. As long as they reached a cooperative agreement, the artifact spirit would surely offer its full assistance. I have witnessed countless prodigies rise to prominence. Even in the upper realm, your talent ranks among the top of those I've seen. If not for the thin essence and barren land in the lower realm, with your talent, you would have long become an immortal. The artifact spirit lavished praise openly. It couldn't afford to let go of Russell now. To the spirit, Russell was like a lifeline, and holding onto him tightly meant escaping this world. To agree isn't impossible, but you need to show some sincerity first. How can you expect a horse to run without feeding it grass? 1,000 years ago, you must have heard of the Dark Cataclysm, right? Just surviving through this crisis is a huge challenge. After speaking, Russell put on an air of arrogance. He clearly wanted to take advantage of this situation to extort something valuable from the artifact spirit. Having controlled the entire ancient battlefield for many years, the spirit must have accumulated no small amount of precious treasures. This time, Russell planned to make it bleed generously. I wouldn't let you return empty-handed. After leaving the ancient battlefield, the former Achilles became a renowned figure, even overpowering several seasoned experts at the peak of the Transcendence realm. And most of his power came from here. If he had shown signs of becoming an immortal back then, I would have recruited him long ago. Unfortunately, he lacked the destiny and spent his entire life without even touching the threshold of immortality. But you are different. From the moment I met you, I couldn't see through you. Among all the prodigies I've encountered, you're the first one to give me this feeling. You're like a massive puzzle, incomprehensible. The artifact spirit didn't hold back with its compliments. Some words were meant to strengthen their relationship. However, flattery held no weight with Russell. Tangible benefits were what mattered more to him. But after talking for so long, why don't you show me something substantial? At least enough to gain my trust. I promise that given the chance, I'll definitely take you back to the upper realm. However, that's only if I reach that point. Standing out invites attacks. Right now, I can't even protect myself, let alone bring you back to the upper realm. Don't set such high expectations for me. Each word of Russell's was strategically placed. The artifact spirit, intending to deliver another long speech, was interrupted and momentarily lost for words. They had already come to a mutual understanding. The relationship between them would deepen as soon as the spirit showed sincerity. You're like a debt collector, making it seem like I owe you something, the spirit said, stumped by Russell's attitude. Now, Russell acted like royalty, demanding the best treatment. Just as he finished speaking, a bright light suddenly enveloped the surroundings. A giant orb appeared over the ancient battlefield. The essence power you absorbed earlier still resides in your Danteon. I will help you refine it. Your body contains Imperial Dragon Chi. I will also refine that for you. This is your chance to attempt breaking through to the Transcendence realm. The artifact spirit's form dissolved and merged into Russell's flesh in the next second. Russell felt a foreign presence appear within his Danteon. The hidden essence within his veins surged, rapidly coursing through his body. In an instant, all the essence integrated into his Danteon, merging seamlessly with his own spiritual energy. Then, a dragon's roar echoed in the sky, and a golden dragon emerged, its scales shimmering on Russell's skin. I never expected you to harbor so many secrets. It seems I underestimated you. Achieving immortality might be an understatement for you. Looks like my bet on you paid off. Since that's the case, I should bestow upon you a rare opportunity, aiding your advancement to the realm of immortality while helping me escape this plight. Only now did the artifact spirit discover Russell's true dragon bloodline in the extremely rare dragon blood combat body. Even in the upper realm, the dragon blood combat body was as rare as a unicorn. No wonder the spirit was astonished. In the sea of consciousness, the Calebs will exclaimed, "Prepare yourself. This artifact spirit intends to share a portion of its accumulated spiritual energy with you. You sure are lucky. I never encountered such a stroke of luck in all my years. What good fortune you found yourself in." Born between heaven and earth, the artifact spirit existed for thousands, possibly tens of thousands of years, absorbing immeasurable heavenly chi. Even a fraction of that could enlighten Russell. Sitting down on the ground, Russell felt the sudden surge of heavenly chi. Suddenly, his veins felt full, almost to the point of bursting. Golden light seeped through his pores, and his skin became unusually smooth. With a crisp crackle, Russell's body emitted a clear sound. Next, a vortex appeared in his Danteon. The vortex aggressively swept up surrounding heavenly chi, greedily absorbing everything around it, distorting space for a moment. The entire ancient battlefield trembled violently. Chapter 390, Deity Transformation Realm. The clear sound that just occurred was precisely the sound of the nascent soul breaking apart. After the destruction of the nascent soul within the sea of Danteon, a spirit body would be reshaped, a process also known as rebirth through nirvana. Only after rebirth through nirvana could one step into the deity transformation realm. At this moment, an earth-shattering change had taken place within Russell's sea of Danteon. The Danteon vortex was absorbing and drawing upon spiritual energy to mold the spirit body. Meanwhile, the essence Russell had previously absorbed came into play now. Endless essences surged from all directions of his tendons and muscles, rushing directly into the Danteon while simultaneously nourishing the spirit body. Observing this, the spirit body expanded without any limits, immediately occupying the entire sea of Danteon. Suddenly, the once boundless sea of Danteon seemed to have hit its bottom, completely dry because of the nourishment it provided for the spirit body. Russell felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness all over him. Previously, in order to step into the deity transformation realm, he had already exhausted all the heaven's spiritual energy within the ancient battlefield, but still felt unsatisfied. The artifact spirit was also stunned by this spectacle. This kid is truly an unfathomable black hole. No wonder he always demanded exorbitantly before. A half-step deity transformation realm cultivator sea of Danteon can compare with the peak of deity transformation realm. This is indeed terrifying, said the knowledgeable artifact spirit who was shocked despite his wide-ranging experience. In helplessness, he extracted another strand of the accumulated heavenly spiritual energy and injected it directly into Russell's body. Is this brat trying to drain me? How ruthless. But I'm curious to see how much it will take to fill up his bottomless pit. At the same time, the dragon chi of imperial virtue transformed into threads like silk, enveloping around Russell's body, creating a mysterious yet indescribable feeling. Since the dragon chi of imperial virtue didn't belong to him, it could never truly integrate with him. If you refuse to submit to me, there's no need to keep you here. Just like your master, you are both stubborn fools. Russell steeled his heart. Although the dragon chi of imperial virtue was a supreme treasure of the heavens, Rocky had already imprinted his mark on it. If Rocky didn't die, overhead, sudden thunder rumbled, and a wandering dragon suddenly appeared among the clouds, roaring loudly as it rolled continuously. Suddenly, the dragon lunged straight toward Russell, crashing violently onto him. Boom. Upon impact, the dragon shattered into countless luminous points that dotted Russell's body like stars, seamlessly merging into his dragon scales. The luster emitted from the scales changed once more, radiating brilliance that was almost suffocating. Only now did Russell possess the genuine might of a dragon. He looked like a real dragon, emanating an extraordinary presence, truly terrifying. Meanwhile, the stubborn dragon chi of imperial virtue dissolved completely, integrating into Russell's body in a different form. With great enlightenment achieved, Russell underwent a significant transformation compared to before. Not only had he entered the deity transformation realm, but his dragon blood warrior body had also advanced significantly. If he faced the immortal souls again, Russell was confident he could defeat them in 3 moves. Outside the supreme heavenly palace, Rocky was dodging and hiding. Now, he resembled a rat on the streets, hunted by everyone. News of his alliance with the Braden spread, prompting countless people to demand his extermination under the banner of righteousness. Consequently, Rocky dared not show his face. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood spurted out of Rocky's mouth, causing his sea of Danteon to churn violently. The dragon chi of imperial virtue? Gracipated? Rocky's face contorted with madness. Clutching his fists tightly, he could no longer sense the existence of the dragon chi. Having engraved his mark on the dragon chi earlier meant it had integrated into his being. Now, with the dragon chi dissolving, Rocky's physical body suffered a severe blow, compounding his injuries. But he stood up resolutely, relentless killing intent burning in his eyes. Damn you, Russell. Why do you always oppose me? Once I leave, I will use the power of the dynasty to suppress and destroy you. Just wait. Your good days are numbered. Rocky's vision darkened as he fainted within the supreme heavenly palace. The Braden inside him surged forth, covering his body without reserve, gradually merging into his Danteon. It wouldn't be long before he fully became a puppet of the Braden. Meanwhile, back in the ancient battlefield, the agitated sky calmed down once more. The surrounding space contained no trace of spiritual energy, all absorbed by Russell. Without spiritual energy to sustain it, the ancient battlefield resumed its original state, the sky twisting and distorting, revealing nothingness. Chapter 391, Supreme Academy. The ancient battlefield had always existed in the void, an unclaimed land beyond the control of any force or world, forming its own independent small universe. Without the support of spiritual energy, the entire continent appeared on the brink of collapse. The Darius reappeared, waving his hand and releasing the accumulated celestial spiritual energy back into every corner of the land. A few moments later, the ancient battlefield returned to its original state. However, the aura surrounding the Darius suddenly became subdued, losing its former dominance. He had truly sacrificed much to provide Ellis with this opportunity. Kid, you really are a bottomless pit. I shouldn't have agreed to your request earlier. Now look at me. Millennia's worth of accumulated spiritual energy has been drained by you. If you don't ascend to the immortal realm soon, I won't let you off easy. And don't disappoint my expectations. You must bring me back to the upper realms again. I have something for you that might come in handy someday. With that said, a stone suddenly condensed before the Darius, falling directly into Ellis's hands. Ellis touched the stone but felt no spiritual energy fluctuations. It looked like a plain, ordinary rock. This is a teleportation stone. No matter where you are, just crush this stone, and you can be teleported back to the ancient battlefield within a breath's time. It serves as a contingency plan for you. This time, it has truly cost me dearly. Next, I will need to hibernate for some time. I hope that when I awaken, you'll already be the master of this world. As he spoke, the body of the Darius gradually faded, disappearing from sight in the next moment. Ellis gazed at the fading form of the Darius, bowing deeply in respect. If not for this gift, Ellis would never have easily advanced to the soul transformation stage. When can I become an immortal? Perhaps there is still a long road ahead. The soul transformation stage was indeed powerful, yet achieving the immortal form remained far out of reach. Ellis hadn't even reached the threshold of immortalhood. All of this was future talk. While deep in thought, the ancient battlefield suddenly shook. The next second, a dizzying sensation flooded Ellis's mind. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself expelled from the ancient battlefield and back within the supreme heavenly palace. Surprisingly, he wasn't expelled from the supreme heavenly palace. It seemed advancing to the soul transformation stage inside the supreme heavenly palace didn't trigger any celestial restrictions, which likely only applied upon entry. Ellis was delighted. With him now in the soul transformation stage, fewer things within the supreme heavenly palace could pose a threat to him, allowing him to vie for opportunities more freely. Previously, the supreme heavenly palace was a venerated sect located at the peak of the continent, containing countless martial treasures. Meanwhile, a towering mountain peak suddenly emerged from the ground. Row after row of buildings sat atop it, which he guessed was likely the old site of the supreme heavenly palace. Ellis's gaze swept over the mountain peak, expression calm. The next moment, his figure vanished. Reappearing at the mountain's midsection, surrounded by mist, it resembled a fairyland. A scene of grandeur far surpassing even the Xian Saint Gate in its prime. At the mid-mountain point stood a massive stone tablet inscribed with 5 large characters, Cloud's Deep Unknown Place. Below the inscription was a small line. Non-sect members are forbidden to enter. Violators will be killed without exception. Ellis hesitated before the stone tablet, contemplating whether to continue ascending the peak. If his guess was correct, something significant would happen up there. Despite the warning, the message intrigued him. After much hesitation, Ellis took a step forward, heading straight for the peak. After a long while, he finally arrived at the summit. Looking down from the peak, all scenery lay bare, evoking a sense of standing at the pinnacle and overlooking lesser peaks. However, Ellis had no leisure time to admire the view. Before him stood rows of houses, his curiosity turning serious. The buildings were neat and orderly, but the surrounding overgrown weeds indicated they hadn't been maintained for a long time, giving the entire sect a desolate feel. These places often contain mechanisms. Besides, which sect leaves important scrolls out in the open? Think multidimensionally. Don't stick to one rigid perspective. You're such a stubborn fool, the Bradley remarked. Ellis considered the suggestion. He began searching the bookshelves thoroughly, examining each section for hidden compartments. Hashtag chapter 392, hidden compartment. The Bradley mocked with biting sarcasm. Russell reflected for a moment and realized there was some truth to the Bradley's words. After all, prestigious sects like the Supreme Heavenly Palace once flourished, coveted by countless people for their legacies. Pity that the once magnificent Supreme Academy has fallen into this state of ruin. This place was a widely revered holy land in its time, housing countless rare texts. Unfortunately, time has changed everything. The guardians at the entrance of the Supreme Academy back then were all at the soul transformation realm. A wave of melancholy memories flooded Russell's mind. In the sea of consciousness, the Bradley was lost in sorrow, but Russell simply ignored him, turning his attention to the bookshelves. Inside the academy, Russell casually picked up a dusty old book, Chronicle of Strange Beasts from the Mountain and Sea. The title was intriguing. When he was in the Mystic Sage sect, Russell had seen similar books before. The Chronicle of Strange Beasts contained rough descriptions of peculiar creatures on the continent, including those from the Desolate Sea. Someone once ventured deep into the Desolate Sea just to complete this chronicle. A large group set out grandly, but only a few returned alive. Perhaps only such seemingly useless books would be left here. Looking at the empty bookshelves, Russell sighed helplessly. Still, he held onto a sliver of hope. What if, as the Bradley suggested, there were hidden compartments within the Supreme Academy? Thus, Russell began searching meticulously, not missing any details. His gaze became focused and scrutinizing, carefully examining every inch. After a long while, he finally found something. His efforts paid off. In the center of the academy stood a desk. On the desk lay a piece of paper. Despite the thousands of years since the Supreme Heavenly Palace fell into disrepair, this paper remained untouched by time, as white as snow. Russell stood in front of the desk, dazed for a moment. He was certain this paper held secrets. But what exactly? Curious, he reached out to touch it, and suddenly, a chill spread through his body. He shivered involuntarily. Then, a memory foreign to him flooded his mind. Prodigy of unparalleled talent. I've also observed your actions in the ancient battlefield. You deserve your first place on the heaven ranking. Each word from the Rani seemed crafted to bridge the gap between them. Russell lowered his guard. Not so talented as you think, Glenn. Everything happened by chance. Compared to the Dunk, I still fall short. The Dunk had ascended to the upper realms, founding the palace which soared above the mortal world due to his name. Even now, his renown continued to reverberate through history. To become a celestial being is the ultimate dream of every martial artist. How modest. Surely you came for the secret texts of the Supreme Academy? Follow me. Treasures coveted by all cannot be left in plain sight. With a wave of his hand, a gentle breeze swept around them. With a boom, a hidden passage appeared before them. Russell looked, and indeed, the Supreme Academy held hidden depths. The Rani led the way forward. Russell walked towards the hidden passage, heart pounding. He couldn't believe his luck. Each encounter seemed fortuitously aligned. Perhaps this was destined. Maybe the opportunity within the Supreme Academy had always awaited him. In the sea of consciousness, the Bradley grumbled. Why do you always get the good fortune? Anywhere you go, opportunities come knocking. Truly enviable. If I had your luck, I might have already broken free and become a celestial. The Bradley was envious. Why did Russell attract such favorable fates wherever he went? It puzzled him. Meanwhile, Russell passed through the hidden passage and entered a compartment. Inside, firelight flickered. As he stepped in, a cool sensation enveloped him, causing another involuntary shiver. Despite being a great cultivator, ordinary cold could not penetrate his body. Haha. This place is constructed from extreme cold ice. Even soul transformation cultivators can be harmed by the cold if not careful. But this ice has miraculous healing properties. Our forefather, when gravely injured, specifically ordered this chamber to be built using extreme cold ice for recovery. Hashtag chapter 393, Supreme Heavenly Book. Later on, this place became a crucial repository for books. No more than 3 people in the entire sect know about it, the Rani explained to Russell. Inside the secluded chamber, countless books were also neatly arranged. The books placed here mostly contained high-tier cultivation techniques. Kid, if you see any cultivation technique or secret manual you like, just take it. No need to hesitate. These techniques have been buried here, losing their luster. In the past, many people knelt at the gate for days just to obtain one cultivation manual. These types of books are certainly only accessible to inner disciple. Refusing would appear petty, so he had no choice but to agree. The Rani felt as if he had fallen into a trap set by Russell without realizing it. The Dark Celestial Greysaster is returning again? We, the Ranis, can't help you much anymore. Take these manuals. At least they can still serve some purpose. Don't let the glory of the Supreme Heavenly Palace fade. Back then, the Supreme Heavenly Palace was among the first to combat the Dark Celestial Greysaster. Had we not taken the lead, it wouldn't have fallen into such disarray. But our ancestor warned us before ascending. Regardless of what happens on the continent, the Supreme Heavenly Palace must always stand at the forefront. to atone for our ancestors' efforts. Once again, the Supreme Heavenly Palace will stand at the front lines. Take the foundation and legacy of the Supreme Academy. You need it more. Speaking with great passion, the Rani recalled the immense sacrifices made by the Supreme Heavenly Palace in fighting the Dark Celestial Greysaster. Russell smirked. He hadn't expected such substantial gains from his words. Hayden's will, silently observing, gave him a thumbs up. He truly admired Russell's cunning. However, there is one manual that belongs only to you. Since our ancestor, no one has succeeded in mastering this technique. With your draconic bloodline, you should give it a try. This technique was created by our ancestor after a lifetime of dedication. It contains his essence and the foundation of his ascension to immortality. Even if you can't master it, understanding its principles will greatly benefit your future cultivation. This statement immediately sharpened Russell's focus, a hint of anticipation appearing in his eyes. A technique created by the founding ancestor was undoubtedly a divine treasure. After all, the founding ancestor had become an immortal. Suddenly, the Rani waved his hand, and a vortex appeared on the table in front of them. From the vortex, a burst of essence emerged, followed by a book that floated in mid-air. The book gently landed in Russell's hands. Holding it felt like holding 1,000 pounds. What many had coveted now lay easily in Russell's grasp. This book is called the Supreme Heavenly Book. I tried to understand it too, but the text is abstruse and beyond comprehension. Since the founding of the sect, no one has managed to understand this book. If you can't either, it's fine. I don't expect much. The Rani's tone was calm. Even the most talented prodigies had failed with this book. Many others had simply given up. Russell nodded, eagerly flipping through the pages. The text was indeed incomprehensible, causing him to frown. Nonetheless, Russell grasped the Jerson function of the book. It allowed the user to absorb the vitality around them, enhancing their combat power. Weak physical bodies might be overwhelmed by the surge of energy. Given the founding ancestor's draconic bloodline, his body was naturally superior, making it possible. Perhaps the draconic bloodline was the key turning point. Russell's expression brightened as he continued reading. If he cultivated the Supreme Heavenly Book to its peak, he could control the vitality of the entire continent, effectively controlling the land itself. Mastering the Supreme Heavenly Book might give him the strength to stop the Dark Celestial Greysaster. With the entire continent's vitality, even at the soul formation stage, Russell could challenge immortals. How does it feel, kid? The Rani asked eagerly. Give me a moment. In an instant, Russell's expression grew serious. He sat cross-legged, placing his hands on his knees. He quickly memorized the cryptic content of the Supreme Heavenly Book, trying to understand its true meaning. After a few moments, Russell's mind was as calm as still water. Chapter 394, The Supreme Heavenly Book's Might. Russell's state of mind was like a tranquil surface, undisturbed by any ripples. He ignored everything around him and stood still as a statue, unmoved even if the heavens were to collapse. At this moment, he had entered a state of self-forgetfulness, fully engrossed in his current endeavor. The Supreme Heavenly Book truly lived up to its name. It was exceedingly powerful. It could reverse the entire continent's life force for its own use. If one were to master this cultivation technique, it could cause mountains to crumble and seas to overturn in an instant. At the same time, Russell repeatedly pondered over this profound technique within his mind. Harnessing the power of life was incredibly simple. However, the real challenge lay in whether one's physical body could withstand the flood-like force of life energy. Should the body fail to bear it, one might be reduced to ashes in an instant. Back then, the founder of the Supreme Heavenly Palace rose above many experts through their unique cultivation technique and became an unparalleled immortal, achieving unparalleled glory beyond the reach of ordinary people. Moreover, they possessed the essence blood of the Eve Dragon, which flowed more purely within Russell's veins now. His physical body had already undergone countless temperings, and, with the Golden Dragon transformation, far exceeded that of typical Greyvine Soul Realm cultivators. Even specialized body cultivators might not surpass Russell in this regard. This was his advantage. Therefore, successfully cultivating the Supreme Heavenly Book was almost certain. As long as no mishaps occurred, he would soon cross the threshold. However, reaching the peak of this technique was anything but guaranteed. The characters in the latter part of the Supreme Heavenly Book were formation, distinctly different from before. In the next second, Russell opened his eyes, a sharp golden light flashing within them. The golden glow pierced out, radiating a piercing brilliance, adding a divine elegance to Russell's demeanor. He slowly stood up, letting out a deep breath, feeling a profound and inexplicable sensation. Suddenly, Russell reached out into the air, causing a deep rumble. A heavy wave of energy erupted, forming a visible vortex high in the clouds above the Supreme Heavenly Palace, engulfing the clouds and absorbing all nearby life energy. At that moment, Russell's face flushed red. Steam billowed from his body, accompanied by a sizzling sound. Edgarf energy pulsated around him as he absorbed the life force from tens of miles around into his Danteon. With a forward punch, an invisible wave shot out and shattered an ice block beside him. The thunderous impact left a distinct fist mark on the ice block, followed by Russell exhaling deeply to disperse the internal life energy. Up above, the vortex also dissipated, along with the surging life energy. Rani standing nearby exclaimed in shock and rushed to Russell. Kid, you're tearing this chamber apart? To waste the ancestors' hard work like this? Looking at the damaged chamber, the Rani seemed pained, as if his heart was bleeding. Russell managed an embarrassed smile, scratching his head, momentarily speechless. The Rani, however, shook his head calmly, saying, considering you have inherited the ancestors' legacy, you can now be considered a direct disciple, and I should call you uncle. However, don't get too cocky. Remember, there are always greater beings out there. Only by proceeding steadily can you avoid wasting your talent. My mission is complete. I've not let down my predecessors. Perhaps, a celestial being will emerge once again. If you ever reach the immortal realm, please convey a message to the ancestor. Although the Supreme Heavenly Palace no longer exists, our will remains unbroken. Our lineage hasn't been extinguished and may yet reappear. The Rani's expression showed a serene smile, as if relieved. Knowing someone after a millennium had carried on the legacy of the Supreme Heavenly Palace meant their spirit endured, with hopes of resurgence. Before Russell could respond, the Rani turned away, his figure slightly hunched. The Braden has returned, too soon. If given time, eliminating it wouldn't be an issue. Unfortunately, there isn't enough time. Nonetheless, the Supreme Heavenly Palace will always be your steadfast support. Even if we cannot help much, it gives you some reassurance. Had it not been for the Braden back then, the Supreme Heavenly Palace wouldn't have declined and faced this fate. Hashtag chapter 395, making it public. The Rani before him also loathed the Dark Cataclysm to the core, but alas, he was already a departed soul, unable to change the overarching situation. At most, he could only offer Russell some assistance. The path ahead still needed Stefan to forge forward with his own hands, creating a brand new world. There would certainly be a place for him in this vast universe. I will not betray your trust. Although I do not know how arduous the journey ahead will be, I will make this polluted and filthy world shine with light once again. To receive support from our ancestors is an honor beyond measure. Russell clasped his fists together, a genuine expression crossing his face. The sincerity the Rani revealed deeply moved him. If it weren't for the fact that he was a deceased soul, Russell would have surely taken him away from here. Go. It seems the Supreme Celestial Palace might close again soon. When you step into the realm of immortals and ascend to the upper realms, come back to the Supreme Celestial Palace after creating your small world. This Clark also needs some rest. I don't know how much longer my spirit body can hold on. I hope to see your future glory someday. Do not forget this old bone when the time comes. With that, the Rani turned and walked towards the pavilion, his glow becoming dimmer until I will personally deal with you. Let's see how long you can keep your arrogance up. This world can only have one protagonist, and that is me. You probably don't know the true power of the Dark Cataclysm. Once the time comes, the entire continent will be wiped out. Rocky's eyes were filled with malice. His mind had become increasingly twisted, willing to pay any price for the Carey dynasty's glory. Above, a blinding light suddenly appeared. An ancient aura spread slowly, enveloping the gloomy Supreme Celestial Palace in radiance. The gates of the Supreme Celestial Palace opened. The trial came to a perfect conclusion. In the next moment, Russell's figure merged into the Celestial Gate, disappearing from the world. A wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. When Russell opened his eyes again, he found himself surrounded by an endless desert. Before he could react, a group of people surrounded him, blocking his way. They all wore peculiar attire, clearly unfriendly. Russell remained calm, scanning his surroundings with a cool gaze, analyzing the situation. Countless cultivators emerged from the Celestial Gate, stopping to watch the scene. At that moment, Prince Rocky also stepped out of the gate, surveying the area despite his battered state. Suddenly, someone rushed out from the crowd and knelt before him. Prince, we arrived too late, but we have trapped Russell. We await your command. He will be dismembered at your order. The leader, clad in armor, clasped his fists, fear etched on his face, evidently terrified of Rocky's status. Rocky grinned, his gaze landing on Russell. Let me greet him. He cannot die so easily. Otherwise, it would be hard to assuage my anger. I want to see him torn to pieces. With that, Rocky limped through the crowd. Within the dynasty, it was predicted that Prince Rocky would expose his hidden moves. So, they had already brought troops to the original site of the Supreme Celestial Palace. Bolstered by this support, Rocky deliberately straightened up, disregarding his injuries, focusing only on eliminating Russell. Graydon, think you'd see this day? Surprised? My people have set up a net outside, just waiting for you to take the bait. What use are the opportunities gained in the Supreme Celestial Palace if you have to give them all up for my advantage? To be honest, Russell, you never had this destiny. Why not live a simple life instead of opposing me? Now you face endless calamity. Rocky mocked, exposing his true nature in the Supreme Celestial Palace. With the dynasty backing him, this was his confidence. Facing the encirclement, Russell's expression remained unchanged, even with a hint of mockery. To him, Rocky looked like a clown. Suddenly, a shout came from nearby. The Carey dynasty has conspired with the Dark Cataclysm. We cannot let them escape. If the Carey dynasty grows stronger, we will have no retreat. This broke the silence, causing commotion among the crowd. Among them were guardians from major sects who had been waiting outside the Supreme Celestial Palace. As the news spread, some people could no longer hold back. To collude with the Dark Cataclysm, what difference is there from being a lackey? We should unite and destroy all forces allied with the Carey dynasty. We cannot let them flourish. Chapter 396, A Single Sword Stroke. The reprimand echoed through the sky, but the voice immediately ceased as the sect's guardian covered the man's mouth and glared at him angrily. Although there was discontent within the Supreme Heavenly Palace earlier, once outside, the situation reversed drastically. Most people sought a peaceful life. Besides, nothing was set in stone yet. No one would willingly provoke the Solar Dynasty. Furthermore, the Solar Dynasty's influence had spread across the continent. Who would court trouble by confronting it? Ultimately, countless people chose not to tangle with the Solar Dynasty further, but instead turned around and left this place of conflict. What was once a bustling crowd now consisted only of the armies belonging to the Solar Dynasty. The army was vast. They surrounded Russell from all sides, leaving no gaps. This time they intended to end his life. Russell also sensed several familiar presences among them. Upon closer inspection, there were a few death servants mixed in with the army. These death servants were mostly at the Soul Transformation realm, showing that the dynasty spared no expense in dispatching formidable forces to punish Russell. At that moment, a Jerson dressed in battle armor, wielding a long saber, stood before him. His fierce demeanor and muscular build clearly marked him as a seasoned veteran. He held the blade against Russell's neck. He could cleave Russell in two in an instant if needed. Your Highness, allow me to eliminate this rebel for you. As a citizen of the Solar Dynasty, he has committed treason and must be executed immediately. All it would take is a word from Rocky for the Jerson to act. I will do it personally. Rocky lunged forward, grabbing the hilt of the sword, his face filled with arrogance. Backed by someone powerful, Rocky was now full of confidence. This time, over a dozen soul transformation cultivators had been mobilized, forming a dense web trapping Russell in this desert. These dozen soul transformation experts could match any of the sects within the Solar Dynasty. It seemed Russell's prospects were dire. In the midst of this crisis, Russell did not panic, but instead revealed a strange smile on his face. Though he seemed like a fish in a pot, to Russell, these were just insignificant minions. Who else isn't at the soul transformation realm? A bunch of ants daring to be insolent before me? The Solar Dynasty thinks too highly of itself. A moment later, a smile appeared on Russell's face. Back at the Supreme Academy, he advanced from the peak of the nascent soul realm to soul transformation. Similarly, though now at the same realm, his strength remained unfathomable. Even Russell wasn't clear about the extent of his power. As soon as he spoke, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him. True Chi shattered the blade pressing against his neck, and then he raised his fist, swinging it directly toward Prince Rocky. In an instant, the fist struck Rocky squarely in the abdomen. With a loud boom, before anyone could react, Rocky was sent flying and crashed onto the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, his face twisted in bitterness. Rocky's injuries worsened, and he probably had only half a life left. With such severe wounds, recovery was out of the question in the short term. Seeing this, the surrounding people surged forward again, closing in on Russell. Outrageous! How dare you attack the prince right under our noses? Do you really think your life is too long? By the way, I nearly forgot to tell you. Not long ago, individuals secretly infiltrated the dynasty. They are believed to be your subordinates and are now imprisoned, awaiting public execution at the city gates of the Solar Dynasty. Rebellion of the Soul Transformation Realm. Once he unleashed his full power, he could threaten even veteran soul transformation cultivators. With a loud boom, in an instant, the sword aura landed on the ground. Flames soared into the sky. The ground sank, and sand within tens of miles instantly rose into the air, obscuring most of the view. As the sand settled, many bodies lay in pools of blood. Just one strike of the sword had killed numerous cultivators nearing the soul transformation realm, and some soul transformation experts were gravely injured. As for the Jerson, his face was covered in blood, his armor cracked and dissolving into pieces, with visible wounds on his body. If he had faced the sword aura head-on, he would likely have suffered serious injuries. Looking up again, Russell's figure had vanished from the sky. What a nuisance. That boy has escaped again. Pursue him immediately. We must ensure he dies in the desert today. We cannot let him grow any stronger. On command, the cultivators who could still stand raced off in the direction Russell had fled. Chapter 397, Raiding the Dynasty. In an instant, Russell had already covered several dozen miles, his figure darting through the air without a moment's pause. On the contrary, his speed only increased. It wasn't that he feared those people. In prolonged combat, Russell could toy with each of them effortlessly and even have them all perish here. However, the 4 people in the Carey dynasty were still in peril, and Russell couldn't afford to waste time. Although raiding the Carey dynasty this time might be somewhat risky, it was not up to him to consider. Moreover, he was not someone who betrayed trust or reneged on commitments. Eben and the others had already decided to follow Russell faithfully, and their lives had been entrusted to him. It was Russell's decision that placed Eben and the others in such danger. Given the sudden turn of events, he could only forge ahead. Several years later, Russell was finally about to raid the Carey dynasty, taking this opportunity to probe into the Carey dynasty's depths and discover the mastermind behind the collusion with the Braden. This would be Russell's first confrontation with the Braden, as well as an unexpected devastating blow to the Carey dynasty. In less than half an hour, Russell had appeared over the territory of the Carey dynasty. The grand palace of the dynasty stretched out before his eyes. This was the root of centuries of heritage within the dynasty. Above the dynasty, the sky was clear, and at this moment, no one knew Russell had arrived. In the next second, murderous intent burst forth from his body, with dense, almost tangible malevolent aura swirling around him. Old dogs of the Carey dynasty, get out here. You're nothing but a bunch of nobodies. If you don't come out now, I'll tear down the entire Carey dynasty. As soon as the words left his mouth, a red glow condensed in Russell's palm. The red light carried a heavy aura of murderous intent, which then directly struck the palace of the Carey dynasty. A loud roar echoed as the entire palace was engulfed in flames. It resembled a magnificent and dazzling fireworks display. Yet Russell remained unperturbed, with flickers of fire in his eyes. At this moment, the entire vast dynasty erupted into chaos, countless people sensing the commotion flying up into the air. However, no one noticed Russell hovering midair. All eyes were on the direction of the palace. Save Jacob! The palace is on fire! Help! Suddenly, a figure emerged from the raging inferno, wearing a dragon robe covered in dust, his face dirty and disheveled. Upon emerging, the Seamus's gaze immediately focused on Russell. Who are you? To dare attack me publicly within the territory of the Carey dynasty? Have you grown weary of life? The Seamus pointed at Russell, angrily rebuking him. At the same time, countless tiny black dots appeared from various directions, all heading towards the dynasty palace. Soon after, they surrounded Russell, blocking his way. Surrounded on all sides, Russell remained calm and collected, still no one able to pose a threat to him under the current circumstances. The Seamus had only heard tales of Russell but never seen him in person. I am Russell, your Carey dynasty's greatest enemy. A few days ago, you captured my close friends. Hand them over, and I'll stop. If you refuse, you will regret your choice, Russell said, pointing at the Seamus. The Seamus radiated an imperial aura, giving off a formidable presence. Yet, Russell showed no fear, meeting the aggressive pressure head-on, his own aura matching that of Jacob. They faced off, neither willing to yield. Upon hearing it was Russell, Jacob let out a derisive laugh, a disdainful look flashing across his face. A brat dared to act so arrogantly before him, directly intruding into the dynasty palace to demand the return of captives? It was as if he considered the Carey dynasty no one's business. Russell, finally, I meet you. You're quite different from what I imagined. I thought you were a man of unyielding spirit, yet the slightest provocation brought you out. Perfect. This time, you will join them in hell. Bryson roared. In the next second, the surrounding crowd suddenly attacked. Most were elite warriors of the dynasty, top-tier experts on the continent and vassals of the dynasty. Russell cast a glance around, unperturbed, grabbed the Eve sword, and swung it without hesitation at the surroundings. The sword chi radiated outward like stars falling into the sea, brilliant and dazzling. The stunning sword chi slashed through the sky, beautiful and everything, linked to the Braden, and serving as the Bailey of the Carey dynasty. Although aligned with the Carey dynasty, he treated it as a puppet, using its power on the continent to achieve his glorious ambitions. Chapter 398, Engagement. Release the hostages, or I will make sure the entire Solar dynasty pays a heavy price. I will not go back on my word. Russell held the Geno sword, his aura resembling an endless river, permeating the sky above the dynasty. Note, the word Tantong was directly translated as heavy to maintain natural fluency in English. In that moment, the sky changed over the dynasty. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and oppressive gloom covered the heavens. The clouds converged above, exuding an asphyxiating pressure. Amidst this darkness, Russell's body radiated a brilliant light, showcasing an indomitable spirit. No one dared to make a move against him. They were all intimidated by his overwhelming presence. Since attaining the soul transformation realm, Russell's capabilities had far surpassed what they once were. Ordinary soul transformation cultivators seemed insignificant compared to him. Bryson turned to look at the trembling guest scholars behind him, anger flashing in his eyes. A bunch of good-for-nothings. As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze shifted back to Russell, murder evident in his eyes, as if preparing for an unprecedented battle. This confrontation in the Imperial City. Since the founding of the Solar Dynasty, no one had ever dared challenge the Imperial City. Russell was the first in a century to do so, and he was determined to bring an end to centuries of dynastic rule. Let's engage. The most outstanding genius of this era? Let's see what you can really do. Suddenly, a radiant beam erupted from the Imperial City, blocking out the sky. An overwhelming surge of Imperial aura enveloped the entire dynasty, shining upon everyone present with a dazzling brilliance. When the light dissipated, Jacob was seen adorned in a golden set of armor. This armor emanated an ancient, profound aura, giving it an unfathomable depth. This armor was a secret treasure passed down by generations of ancestors, containing the blood essence of previous emperors. It was impervious to even the strongest attacks, unparalleled in the world. Even a full-strength strike from a soul transformation realm expert would struggle to breach its defense. Furthermore, Jacob reached into the air, and suddenly, a long spear flew from the heavens, landing directly in his hand. Facing this ostentatious display, Russell was utterly disdainful. Honestly, if Jacob still possessed the Imperial Dragon aura, Russell might have been cautious. Unfortunately, he had already transferred it all to Rocky. Forcing the removal of the Imperial Dragon aura severely damaged the original host's physical constitution. Although Jacob was also in the soul transformation realm, his strength had plummeted to rock bottom. With your current state? Russell couldn't be bothered, as there were still differences between them despite being in the same realm. That should be enough to deal with you. In the next moment, boundless light poured forth from Jacob's body, exuding an air of supreme authority. With a wave of his hand, a burst of radiant light spread across all directions. Imperial seal. River map. Suppress this rebel. Suddenly, a painting appeared in the sky. It depicted grand mountain landscapes, captivating and beautiful beyond measure. With a thunderous roar, a vast purple aura stretched from the eastern sky, spreading over tens of miles and enveloping the entire dynasty. Purple chi from the east? Russell's expression changed slightly. He had indeed underestimated the Mario, who still possessed some formidable means. After all, the dynasty had been rooted in the continent for hundreds of years, naturally acquiring some potent skills to stand firm. Russell gazed at the Tungsha calmly. An ancient Tungsha? Compared to the ancestral dragon essence within him, it was nothing more than a spark of firefly light. Dragon blood war body. Emerge. Russell roared. Suddenly, a dragon shadow appeared behind him. Dragon roars echoed through the heavens, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. A golden dragon reappeared behind Russell, overlooking everything with supreme disdain. The pressure of the ancient dragon lineage spread across the entire dynasty. The golden dragon was the pinnacle of the food chain among all beasts. Before him, the Tungsha trembled, its pupils contracting, fear visible in its eyes. Damn it, how could this be? Seeing that his methods were ineffective, the Mario became furious. Although he still had cards to play, he had already lost, and thoroughly so. Do you still not see the situation clearly? Release the hostages, and I will grant your dynasty a few days of peace. Otherwise, today I will tear this dynasty apart, causing complete destruction. Chapter 399. The arrival of the Elroy. The brilliance of the map of mountains and rivers dissipated, its myriad rays of light falling upon the imperial palace, creating a breathtaking sight that ensnared anyone who dared to gaze at it. The Seamus retracted the map. Despite his impulsive nature, he was astute enough to realize that the Caleb in the hands of the ancestral dragon would be useless. Acting rashly would only result in unnecessary losses, making it unwise. The entire sky was now dominated by the golden dragon behind Russell, an unstoppable force filling the air, beyond any opposition. The Seamus found himself in an irreversible disadvantageous position, with no chance for resistance. A single misstep could lead to his downfall right before his own doorstep. Where are all my soldiers? How dare these traitors invade the capital? Are you going to cower in fear forever? Where is the Hartley? The capital is under attack. Danger is imminent. The Seamus bellowed towards the heavens, a hint of despair in his voice, echoing through the clouds without fading. In truth, he still held cards that could turn the tide, remnants from centuries of dynastic heritage. The ancestors had left many treasures, each capable of astounding heaven and earth, surely enough to intimidate the surroundings. However, revealing these cards could expose him to those close by who might betray him, leaving him vulnerable. Meanwhile, commotion arose around them. From all directions, a dark crowd surged forward, armed and menacing, their eyes filled with malice. They were veterans in heavy armor, seasoned warriors who had built half of the Carey dynasty's power. Without their sacrifices, the Carey dynasty wouldn't have achieved such glory. A disorganized mob, Russell merely glanced, a look of disdain crossing his face, deposed Jacob, and everyone in the dynasty followed his commands blindly. Most terrifying were the thousands of death knights under his command, the true foundation of the dynasty's strength. The Hartley's appearance meant there was no one to contend with. Your Majesty, let you wait. This boy is insignificant, posing no threat to the dynasty, said the Hartley, his voice hoarse and chilling. With a wave of his hand, storms began swirling around. Dark clouds enveloped the sky, and countless figures in black robes emerged from the palace, devoid of color or vitality, identical to the death knights Russell had encountered before. Each exuded an aura beyond the realm of the mortal transformation stage. The situation grew dire as Russell was surrounded from all sides, the risk of falling into eternal ruin increasing. Now or never, he thought, preparing to fight his way out under immense pressure. Kill him. On the Perry's command, the death knights surged forward, releasing awe-inspiring attacks. Next moment, Russell was engulfed in blazing fire. As the flames subsided, a figure burst forth, towering above the sky, looking down upon all below as if they were ants. Though somewhat dusted, Russell stood undefeated. Each death knight's lethal strike posed real danger, and he couldn't afford mistakes. Therefore, he could not hold back. Otherwise, he might die without burial. A fierce battle loomed, but he was determined to save Eben and others. Supreme heavenly scripture. Instantly, vitality within Miles surged into Russell, continuously flowing into his Danteon. Golden dragon transformation. Ancestral dragon bloodline. Dragon blood warrior body. Countless trump cards revealed themselves as golden scales covered Russell, fortifying his resolve. Simultaneously, his body absorbed the surrounding life force, exceeding his physical limits. To break free from this peril, he needed to forge ahead decisively, escaping the Carey dynasty openly while rescuing the hostages in full view. Again, a warning sounded within his consciousness. The blue dragon will shouted. Stop. Are you trying to get killed? So much vitality will only harm you. Don't act recklessly. You have a long road ahead. Don't jeopardize your brilliant future over this. Cease immediately. Note. In this translation, I've maintained pinyin names as provided in the original text and adhered closely to the paragraph structure, ensuring a fluent and coherent narrative flow. #### chapter 400. The fierce battle. The reprimand echoed in Russell's mind, while intermittent sounds reverberated around him. Vitality force surged into his body like a tempest, and now his body was severely overloaded. The spiritual energy in his Danteon had become wild, and every meridian was bursting with uncontrollable power. Boy, sacrificing your life for this minor issue is not worth it. You've just entered the soul transformation realm. You still have many opportunities to seek revenge. Don't let hatred cloud your judgment. Remember your mission. Countless lives depend on you. In the eyes of the Caleb's will, Russell already exuded hope. Today's brilliance foretold that he would become a dominant warlord. Perhaps one day, Russell would be the continent's beacon of hope during dire times. In due course, the Braden would surely break through its seals and return to wreak havoc. Only then would Russell possess the strength to thwart it. Russell's expression remained inscrutable, like an impenetrable fog. If I can't protect them now, how can I safeguard the world later? Never retreat from a battle. If I turn back now, how many more paths will be left for me to take? This battle, regardless of life or death, I will not take a single step backward. Otherwise, it will haunt me forever. When he lifted his gaze again, only murderous intent filled his eyes. He revealed all his trump cards to enhance his physical resilience, allowing his body to withstand the endless flow of vitality force. True to the title of the Supreme Celestial Book, once unleashed, it displayed a terrifying aspect. Russell's strength was like an unfathomable cliff, even beyond his own comprehension. Over the palace, storms gathered as boundless dark clouds surged from all directions. Edgardening and thunder flashed across the sky, their oppressive aura causing fear. The vast sky was suffused with an overwhelming pressure. Many fell under its weight, unable to lift their heads, feeling as if mountains rested on their shoulders. Thunder raged, striking the palace, engulfing it in flames. No one could halt this disaster. It was the greatest calamity the Solar Dynasty had faced in centuries, sending chills down everyone's spine. The surrounding death servants were forced back by Russell's aura, retreating several dozen paces. High above the clouds, Russell stood like a deity, radiating awe-inspiring dignity. Do you wish to fight to the death with me? Hand over the hostages, and I can give the Solar Dynasty a few days of peace. Otherwise, I will dig through every inch of earth to rescue them. With those words, the ground shook, emphasizing his resolve. Russell, facing the gathering alone, had the momentum to crush all opposition. The hooded figure, however, remained defiant, holding the Braden, making him unbeatable within his realm. Truly a rare hero, commendable indeed, but born at the wrong time. Had you submitted to me, you'd have a place of your own in this world. The hooded figure seemed to admire talent, seeing Prince Rocky as nothing but a pawn. Yet, he viewed Russell as a future equal. If Russell could combine with the Braden, another legendary prodigy would grace history, ready to ascend to higher realms. Unfortunately, Russell was rooted in light, forever immune to darkness. Edgar, a lotus untouched by mud. He remained resilient and unbreakable amid chaos. No temptation could sway his unwavering resolve. Barking. The first to perish will be you. Russell pointed at the hooded figure, malice flowing. Vitality force erupted from him, merging with the lightning above, which struck toward the hooded figure. A deafening boom resounded. Edgartning split the sky, casting a dark purple glow on Russell's face, adding an eerie coldness. Suddenly, a death servant stepped forward, shielding the hooded figure. Upon contact with the lightning, it turned to ashes and vanished into the heavens. The hooded figure's eyes flashed in surprise. Perhaps even he didn't expect the lightning's might, as despite being protected by the Braden, the death servant died instantly. Fascinating, the hooded figure remarked, seemingly amused by Russell, never truly considering him an equal opponent. Moments later, death servants attacked from all sides, pushing Russell into peril, aiming to kill him outright. At this critical moment, vitality force surged around him. Russell drew his sword, slicing through the air. Behind him, a dragon roared, forming a golden dragon's shadow. Now Russell possessed a semblance of true dragon essence. His ancestral dragon blood pulsed violently. Every past trial had refined his ancestral dragon blood. Currently, he had assimilated most of it, nearing the pinnacle once reached by the ancestral dragon. Moreover, his Edgarf death sword had reached a new level. This sword embodied the spirit of facing death without fear. A single strike could alter heaven and earth, completing the great Tao. This was the profound realm of the Edgarf death sword. In the past, when the founder battled the Braden, he sacrificed himself for the sake of humanity, cleaving through the void and destroying countless undead entities. On that day, the sky itself was torn apart, though the founder's luck ran out, ending in mutual destruction. While Russell hadn't reached the founder's level, his actions mirrored the founder's bravery, evoking an inexplicable similarity between them. Chapter 401. Mohammed opened the heavenly gate with a sword. 1,000 swords returned to origin. A streak of dawn light broke through the cloud layer, as sudden bursts of golden radiance flashed within the dark clouds. Russell's ancestral sword slowly ascended into mid-air, absorbing boundless and inexhaustible spiritual energy from the surroundings. Above the clouds, an enormous golden sword appeared. Suddenly, every sword on each person present started trembling uncontrollably, eventually lifting off and gathering behind Russell in midair. At a glance, thousands of diverse and varied swords lined up obediently behind him, regardless of their quality. Having reached the perfected stage of sword intent, his cultivation level soared even higher. Russell could now be called a grandmaster of swordsmanship. In this world, few people could surpass his comprehension of sword principles. Standing amidst the clouds, Russell exuded an imperial aura. To him, all living beings were mere wisps of cloud. He was truly holding the sun, moon, and stars in his hands, reaching the peak of the continent's strength. This was the first time the cloaked figure showed any emotion. His expression subtly changed. I can't let this boy continue to grow. His rapid advancement will interfere with my master's resurrection plan. To ensure everything goes smoothly before my master is resurrected, I must eliminate him, or else it will jeopardize my position. The cloaked figure was brimming with murderous intent. With a snap of his fingers, a cluster of servants emerged from the palace, surrounding Russell closely. Russell simply flicked his finger, sending countless swords plunging down. For their corporeal bodies to still possess such strength posthumously was astonishing. Suddenly, Russell's mind resounded with voices once again. Mohammed. How did he become a puppet of Dark Cataclysm? What unspeakable deeds has Dark Cataclysm done to his body? What atrocities? Such acts against heaven and humanity. Russell's mind surged with unprecedented turmoil, his scalp feeling a crushing pain. A wave of sorrow flooded his sea of consciousness. Mohammed? Russell had heard of this name from ancient books. At that time, Mohammed had sacrificed himself by burning his sea of consciousness to seal away Dark Cataclysm. Back then, he was almost at the immortal realm, just a step away from becoming one. But for the safety of the land, he gave up everything. His sacrifice became an example for generations. Hayden will reacted strongly because of this too. No wonder the servant in front of him was so formidable, constructed using Mohammed's soul-transformed body. A loyal hero like him should have eternal rest. Why can't you let him go? Russell pointed at the cloaked figure far away. Even slicing him into pieces wouldn't assuage his hatred. Let him go? If it weren't for this wretch shielding your ungrateful kind, this land would have long been under Dark Cataclysm's control. I will use his body to destroy this world myself, showing him how the land he died protecting has sunk. The cloaked figure laughed sinisterly. His eerie laughter echoed, stirring up Russell's murderous intent. Ultimately, he restrained his emotions. Amidst danger, he couldn't allow anger to dictate his actions. Beating the cloaked figure was impossible right now. The key was rescuing the hostages. There would be time to settle accounts later. Afterward, Russell would personally ensure Mohammed's peace. Taking a deep breath, Russell focused on the Seamus. Catch the thief by catching Yusuf. Hold Jacob hostage to command the vassals. After all, on the surface, the cloaked figure was the national teacher of the Carey dynasty. Threatening the Seamus's life would force him to surrender the hostages. He knew what was important. Seizing the opportunity. While everyone was distracted, Russell vanished in a flash. In an instant, everyone scanned the surroundings searching for Russell. In the next second, Russell reappeared behind the Seamus, placing the ancestral sword at his neck. In a moment, the Seamus's head could roll. Hand over the hostages, or you'll see a new dynasty. Sword chi surrounded the ancestral sword, a terrifying aura lingering over the Seamus who trembled visibly, fear evident in his eyes. Hurry up and hand them over. Be very careful. Don't loosen your grip. Hashtag chapter 402. Relentless pursuit. The body of the Seamus was trembling uncontrollably, his eyes filled with fear. He was a man who valued his life, for he had not yet enjoyed the full extent of his glory and wealth. He did not want to tarnish his lifelong reputation here. It wouldn't be long before news of Stefan's abduction of Jacob spread across the entire continent, becoming a subject of gossip among the people. The cloaked figure beside him gritted his teeth in frustration, anger burning in his eyes. He had planned to use this opportunity to eliminate Russell once and for all, but circumstances had suddenly changed. He could only blame the Seamus for being weak, a pawn that had undermined his plan. With his trump card already revealed, Russell would undoubtedly be more cautious from now on. It would be much harder to assassinate him in the future. Let the hostage go. Clutching his fists tightly, the cloaked figure made this difficult decision. In the Carey dynasty, he held absolute authority, and without his orders, Jacob's plans were nothing but fleeting clouds. However, as the Carey dynasty's emperor, he remained an essential pawn, one who could still play a crucial role in the future. The cloaked figure needed his title to establish control over the world. Therefore, the Seamus must not die. Russell, you may escape today, but can you evade me forever? You should know what will happen if you continue to oppose me. In the future, think carefully about your situation. You are the most remarkable genius I've ever seen. Together, our dual swords can overturn the entire continent. Don't you aspire for power after all these years of cultivation? Join me, and I can fulfill all your desires. The cloaked figure continued trying to recruit Russell. If Russell submitted, his plans would proceed unimpeded. Apart from some reclusive old monsters, no one else could interfere with his designs. Fellow evildoers, I cannot bring myself to do such heinous deeds. I'm afraid I'd be struck by lightning for it. You should reconsider your path. A man of this land, yet you collude with the Braden. Your story will be recorded in history, and you will be known as a sinner by future generations. Russell remained unperturbed. The sword of the Eve Master still pressed against the Seamus's neck. No one could have imagined that a Gillis expelled from Xianshang sect would one day stand above the Carey dynasty. History books? When I rule the continent, history will be written by me. Future generations will see me as the sovereign of this world, obeying every command. Those who disobey can go straight to hell. The cloaked figure had already lost his sanity, taking pride in this twisted ambition. Watching him, Russell shook his head involuntarily. A final showdown between them was inevitable. Now, this cloaked figure had become his greatest enemy, not Rocky. Moments later, Eben and the others were released. They were covered in injuries, their clothes soaked in blood, pale faces showing signs of severe torture. Seeing this, Russell's rage boiled. Yet, he did not let his anger drive him to kill the Seamus. Restoring strength and spirit was paramount at this moment. Russell pulled out several medicinal pills from his robe and handed them over. After taking the pills, Eben and the others regained some composure. It's time to keep your promise. The cloaked figure stood with arms crossed, staring intently at Russell. Russell didn't release the Seamus immediately, as they were still within the territory of the Carey dynasty. Releasing him would be like courting death. He knew the cloaked figure's nature well. Without any leverage, he would stop at nothing to eliminate Russell. Moreover, Russell had already posed a significant threat to him. This wasn't someone who honored righteousness. I'll release him once we leave the territory. I'm not a liar like you. As he spoke, Russell gave subtle signals to his companions. The cloaked figure remained unmoved, replying from afar, I hope so. With those words, Russell dragged the Seamus away hurriedly from this place of conflict. In an instant, they appeared hundreds of kilometers away. The further they moved from the dynasty, the more the Seamus felt the peril of his situation, knowing his life was still in Russell's hands. One thought from Russell could end his life. Can you release me now? We've left the Carey dynasty's territory. After a long while, the Seamus asked anxiously, his voice tinged with pleading. Russell scanned the surroundings and finally released the Seamus. A worthless life, I don't covet it. Soon enough, someone will exterminate you personally. Once the continent's cultivators sensed danger, they would rise up in rebellion to overthrow the Carey dynasty's rule. Thinking this, Russell suddenly grabbed the Seamus's collar again. Their past grievances hadn't been settled yet. Releasing him now would be too lenient. The Seamus, caught once more, could barely hold back tears. He was now completely at the mercy of Russell, lacking even the strength to resist. Without hesitation, Russell struck the Seamus with a powerful palm. A spurt of blood gushed from Jacob's mouth, draining the color from his face as he crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Our debt isn't settled with this one strike. I will still attack the Carey dynasty. Sooner or later, all accounts will be settled. Just wait. Soon, everything will be resolved. Russell glanced down at the fallen emperor, then turned to leave. But just as he turned, a figure appeared in the sky, blocking his path. It was none other than Mohammed. Clearly, the cloaked figure had sent him specifically to hunt down Russell. Truly relentless pursuit. Looks like this cloaked guy really wants me dead, but he underestimates me too much. Earlier, Russell had seized the Seamus because the dynasty was teeming with dangers, with countless enemies and blackmail in his grasp. Mohammed, though once a supreme powerhouse, was now deceased, reduced to merely a physical form. How strong could he really be? Note, the translation preserves the original structure and tone while ensuring it is natural and coherent in English. Chapter 403, Russell vs. Randall. At this moment, a reverberation echoed once again in Russell's mind. The will of the Caleb, viewing through Russell's eyes, also gazed at Randall with awe and regret. Russell, take action for me and destroy Randall's physical body. I do not wish for his illustrious reputation to be tarnished by such scum, and he deserves to rest in peace. I never thought someone would dare harbor evil intentions toward Randall. The will of the Caleb sighed, sending a wave of heavy-heartedness throughout the sea of divine consciousness. Russell's gaze became resolute. Even without the reminder from the will of the Caleb, he was determined to take action and resolve the matter concerning Randall. He understood the significant contributions Randall made years ago. He had given his life for the continent, a towering figure among the mighty. After death, he should have been revered and loved by all, not manipulated to perpetrate evils. With that, Russell lifted the Eve sword, fixing a cold stare upon Randall in the sky. Instantly, the atmosphere grew heavy. Everyone, fall back. Russell barked out an order. A clash between two supreme experts could easily harm those around them, especially since Eben and others were already gravely injured, making them vulnerable to any attack from Randall. Moments later, only Russell and Randall remained in the vast expanse. Both figures floated in midair, locked in each other's gaze. Randall, please forgive me. Russell bowed respectfully to the past deeds of Randall before springing into action. Suddenly, his figure shot forward, appearing directly in front of Venerate Ranchia, delivering a powerful slash. Fireworks erupted instantly. Randall merely raised his arm to block Russell's sword. The force of the sword was immense. Russell immediately retreated several dozen steps, scanning the surroundings meticulously, searching for any weakness. However, Randall gave no opportunity, rushing forward to grapple with Russell once more. Randall's physical strength had reached unprecedented heights, just one step away from the realm of immortality, his physical Edgark a relentless river. Russell surged towards Randall, the Eve sword radiating light, casting a reflection on his resolute face. One slash, sword chi rippled outward, slicing through the sky and tearing apart space itself. A massive spatial rift appeared in midair, filled with chaos and void while drawing in surrounding spiritual energies. Suddenly, the rift sealed itself shut with a loud boom. The sword chi struck Randall. For some reason, Randall was distracted at that crucial moment, receiving the blow without resistance. Flames soared into the sky. The fiery aftermath scattered across the land, creating craters and turning endless plains into ruins. Moments later, the flames dissipated, as did the radiant glow from the Eve sword. Russell had exhausted all his strength for that one strike, which approached the peak level of the Hua Shen realm. Had it not been for the golden dragon transformation, his body might have exploded from the overwhelming power. Randall kneeled on the ground, covered in wounds, the rampant dark calamity within him now subdued. Russell descended from the sky, standing before Randall. Suddenly, Randall looked up, his eyes somewhat clear. Kill me. Do not let these people use my body for their vile deeds. Please help me. Though Randall's voice was hoarse and broken, Russell detected a desperate yearning. Unknowingly, Russell felt tears welling up in his eyes, his expression heavy with sorrow. To take action against a venerable predecessor who once fought valiantly, it was an internal struggle, for it was Randall who sealed away the dark calamity, saving the continent from ruin. Despite his inner turmoil, Russell raised his hand, condensing red light within it. He closed his eyes, and in the next instant, the red light struck Randall. With a deafening boom, Randall's body turned to ashes, and the dark calamity that clung to him was utterly destroyed. Russell's expression remained solemn and tinged with regret. If only Randall had more time back then, he surely could have achieved the realm of immortality and eradicated the dark calamity once and for all. But fate didn't give him that chance. The dark calamity struck too suddenly, leaving Randall with no other choice but to make the ultimate sacrifice. Truly unfortunate, Russell murmured, gazing at the scattering ashes, his eyes filled with deep sorrow. Chapter 404. A unique path of righteousness. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew in their faces, and the ashes floating in midair also drifted towards them. The wind circled back and forth, causing the ashes to dance along with it. A startling scene unfolded before their eyes. The ashes were emitting faint glimmers of light and gradually coalesced into a luminous form. The figure bore a striking resemblance to Randall from before, radiating an aura very similar to his. To be precise, this luminous entity was indeed Randall reincarnated. Randall had sacrificed his divine consciousness to seal the dark cataclysm years ago. So how could there still be a spiritual entity remaining? Seeming to sense Russell's bewilderment, Randall chuckled. Boy, don't be afraid. Back then, I was only half a step away from becoming an immortal. To be exact, I was already considered a near immortal, and this spiritual entity is the immortal body I cultivated at that time. But now my corporeal form is destroyed, and this immortal body will soon dissipate. There will no longer be any tales about me in this world. It is up to your generation to carve out the future. Randall's voice was somewhat hollow, echoing through the clouds with reverberations. Seeing Randall, Russell's expression grew solemn. To think that a great sage who once saved countless lives now faced such a plight. Anyone would feel profoundly moved. Glenn. The ancient texts are filled with records of you. Your solo suppression of the dark cataclysm has become an unforgettable chapter for today's cultivators, making you an aspiration for many. Russell bowed deeply. His danger would persist. In time, the continent would fall under its rule. It might as well be dealt with once and for all. Randall said nothing, turning away to gaze at the sky, his eyes tinged with a shadow of melancholy. Had he reached immortality back then, perhaps future generations wouldn't have to suffer from the dark cataclysm. Who knew if the continent could survive this calamity? Boy, you seem to have inherited many legacies from other cultivators, but I must advise you. To enter the realm of immortality, you must find your unique path of righteousness. Following in others' footsteps will eventually trap you. Although you possess remarkable talent, don't set your sights too high, or you'll remain stuck at the soul transformation stage. A unique path of righteousness? Frankly, Russell had never given it much thought. After all, he had just entered the soul transformation stage and hadn't even glimpsed the threshold of immortality. The gap between them was vast, and he had a long journey ahead. To become an immortal, one needed to master a perfected path of righteousness. For example, a sword cultivator mastering the perfected sword path could instantly ascend, breaking spatial restrictions and entering the upper realms. Tens of thousands of years ago, during the dawn of creation, there was a man who specialized in the sword path, never engaging in martial cultivation, with a physique no better than an ordinary mortal. One first person of 1,000 years. Spiritual energy depletion? The continent was still vibrant. Why would it deplete? This question made Russell ponder. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Don't worry about that yet. By my calculations, the depletion of spiritual energy won't happen in your era. Caleb's will mention casually. This statement only piqued Russell's curiosity further. Why would spiritual energy deplete? Russell asked without hesitation. 1,000 years ago, the continent's spiritual energy was abundant, yet it had become increasingly scarce over time. Chapter 405. Stepping into the demon realm. After an immortal merges with the Tao, blessings from heaven and earth will descend, resonating with the natural order. As the saying goes, when one person ascends to enlightenment, even chickens and dogs rise to heaven. Others will also benefit from the blessings, and the entire continent's spiritual energy will become more abundant. A millennium ago, when the continent first opened, many people reached the immortal realm, making the spiritual energy then unprecedentedly rich. But in the past 1,000 years, not a single person has stepped into the immortal realm. Within another century, the continent's spiritual energy will undoubtedly deplete. Take the Supreme Heavenly Palace for example. After the senior entered the immortal realm, the entire palace benefited from heavenly favor. However, due to the dark celestial grace disaster, the Supreme Heavenly Palace gradually declined. After Hayden's explanation, Russell's furrowed brows gradually eased, and the look of worry on his face disappeared. Of course, Russell was confident that he would certainly reach the immortal realm within 100 years. The only concern was that the dark celestial grace disaster might arrive before then, leading to less than ideal outcomes. At this moment, Russell turned to the few people behind him, his gaze turning serious. This time, they had disturbed the Solar Dynasty. The cloaked figure would surely do everything possible to track down Russell's whereabouts, chasing him to the ends of the earth. There were countless dangers all around, and who knew what traps the cloaked figure had set, just waiting for Russell to walk into them. The situation was grave, and rash actions could not be taken. Previously, attacking the Solar Dynasty had been successful because they had hostages in hand. From now on, the Solar Dynasty would be extremely cautious, not giving Russell the slightest hint. He feared that this disturbance would lead to a large-scale purge across the entire continent by the Solar Dynasty, aiming to conquer it entirely. With just the number of late-stage Grand Cultivators, the Solar Dynasty far exceeded other forces, already possessing the capability to conquer the entire land. To focus, now was the time to lay low. Eventually, Russell would reclaim everything he had lost and dismantle the dynasty's rule built over years. But at present, surrounded by enemies, where could he find refuge? Suddenly, Russell thought of something. The demon realm. So much time has passed, I wonder how Tammy is doing now. It's a perfect opportunity to visit her. Since Tammy was sent to the demon realm, they hadn't seen each other. With her celestial python bloodline, she was destined for greatness. After all, the celestial python possessed ancient bloodlines, and once awakened, she could manifest the power of an ancient fierce beast. Deciding this, Russell led Eben and the others towards the direction of the demon realm. Situated in the corner of the continent, the demon realm coexisted peacefully with no affiliations to any force, maintaining a harmonious existence. Even the Solar Dynasty dared not provoke the demon realm, knowing the consequences. Demon beasts inherently carried formidable bloodline powers, and within the same realm, human cultivators certainly couldn't match them. A kingdom that once bordered the demon realm learned this lesson the hard way. When it offended the demon realm's territorial instincts, the entire kingdom was wiped out overnight, turning into a ghost town. Now, the true strength of the demon realm remained a mystery, always enigmatic. After a day and night of travel, Russell finally saw a boundless forest ahead, covered by dark clouds in the sky. This was the demon realm. Russell could feel the strong aura emanating from deep within. It seemed that the demon realm also had supreme experts guarding it. Descending from the sky after entering its territory, Russell respected the local customs as outsiders. Blindly intruding into the airspace would disrespect the great powers within. Who dares to intrude upon the demon realm? Identify yourselves, or be eliminated. Suddenly, a hollow voice echoed from deep within the forest, reverberating through the mountains and lingering around Russell's ears. His expression became solemn as he responded politely. We come from other regions, and wish to visit the demon realm. I am Tammy's Ronnie brother, passing by, and hoping to inquire about her well-being. Back then, Russell was a weak cultivator without the strength to protect Tammy, let alone himself. Thus, under duress, he entrusted her to the demon realm, knowing the Solar Dynasty wouldn't dare reach there. Now, times had changed, and Russell had gained the strength to protect her. Tammy, please wait a moment. I'll report to our superiors. Stay where you are and do not move forward, or anyone will be eliminated. Realizing the gravity, Russell did not press further. They weren't on their turf and must follow the rules. However, the few people behind him started murmuring. Able to utter a word for a long while, this only piqued Russell's curiosity further. In the next second, he stood up resolutely, confronting the Amberly head-on with an unwavering demeanor. Speak. If anything happens to Edgarla, I will make your entire demon realm pay. Don't lie to me. Don't think I won't dare to provoke your demon realm. An overwhelming aura radiated from him, enveloping the entire grand hall. The emanating presence solidified, causing the space around him to warp. Edgarla had been his cherished companion since childhood. Though she was a maid, Russell had long regarded her as a sister, deeply bonded by affection. The Amberly sighed deeply and then stepped down from the dais. Despite Russell not giving any face to the demon realm, the Amberly continued to greet him with a smile. Recently, Edgarla insisted on exploring the demon realm's gravine altar. Half a month has passed, and there's been no news. Edgarla is the next Amberly. Why would we harm her? When you were pursued by forces from all sides, Edgarla vowed to strengthen herself. In just 3 short years, she became a different person, her strength enough to match mine. Ancient texts also recorded the existence of the demon realm's gravine altar. Legend had it that it was a forbidden area, the burial ground of great demons from 10,000 years ago. Though it harbored boundless opportunity, the gravine altar is treacherous. Once you enter, you might not come out alive. There's still time to reconsider. The Amberly gave one last warning. He, too, cherished talent, knowing this rising star would one day rule the world. Open it. No one could change Russell's resolve. With a wave of his hand, the Amberly summoned a gale that swirled around the altar, lifting debris and dust. Dark red lines on the altar glowed ominously. With a loud boom, a vortex appeared above the altar, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. Suddenly, an entrance materialized before Russell, leading to the Gravine altar. Staring at it, he felt a momentary loss of composure. Through here you can enter the Gravine altar. It's ultimately your choice. No one is forcing you. The Amberly urged again. Over 10,000 years, no one who entered had survived. Losing two extraordinary geniuses would be a severe blow to the continent, and the blame would undoubtedly fall on the Amberly. Russell's mind was set. No one could sway him. Suddenly, the Caleb's will intervened. Boy, the Demon Realm's Gravine altar isn't a place for games. It's unexplored territory, much like the Hopeless Sea, both labeled as forbidden zones. Entering at the spirit transformation stage is akin to walking to your death. Don't take your life lightly. You've come so far. At this critical juncture, you should focus on preventing the dark cataclysm. The Caleb's will also strongly dissuaded him, for Russell was the hope of all beings, burdened with immense responsibility. Before the Caleb could finish, Russell plunged into the vortex. In the next second, his figure vanished, and a dizzying sensation filled his mind, leaving him disoriented. When his eyes opened again, the scene was clear. A misty landscape lay before him, and Russell's expression deepened. Everything around him exuded an air of mystery. The dense jungle was visible within a 5-meter radius, enveloped by a powerful aura. This was the burial ground of past Kellys, chosen for eternal peace after death. Hence, the eerie ambience, suffused with a spine-chilling aura. You never listen to advice. Getting in is easy, getting out is hard. Be careful. I can help you less now. Now at the spirit transformation stage, Russell was theoretically on par with the Caleb's will. Moreover, the latter was merely a wisp of spirit, offering limited assistance. I'll be cautious, Russell replied. What use was his cultivation if he couldn't protect Edgarla? If he hadn't chosen to enter the Gravine altar, the matter of Edgarla would have haunted him forever, an unresolved torment gnawing at his heart. Chapter 407. The Skeleton Snake. Russell ventured deeper into the mist, where within the visible range, he could faintly see piles of skeletons, chilling remnants of past Amberlys who had perished here after their inevitable demise. Each one emitted an ancient aura, and Russell felt as if eyes were intently watching him from behind. Though many Amberlys had died here due to their nearing end, their divine consciousnesses hadn't entirely dissipated, still lingering in this space. Suddenly, a streak of golden light darted towards him. Russell dodged backward, and in that moment, he caught a glimpse of a figure deep within the dense jungle. Who's there? His shout shattered the long-standing silence. He immediately pursued forward, his footsteps swift, but upon arriving, no one was there. Only desolation remained. Russell sighed. Though he came up empty-handed, it was clear someone had been tailing him. Boy, you're not of the demon race yet you've set foot in the demon domain altar? Who are you? A hollow voice suddenly echoed from nowhere. The next second, a figure blocked Russell's path. Glenn, I inadvertently disturbed your peace. I am here seeking a person. Half a month ago, did you see a young girl? She is my closest relative. Russell bowed respectfully, maintaining decorum. He sensed that though just a spiritual entity, the figure exuded an intimidating presence, so he dared not show any disrespect. As an outsider, caution from the demons was to be expected. After his words, the figure seemed less guarded and propped its chin thoughtfully. Half a month ago? Seems I did see a young girl. She went deeper in. Her bloodline power is quite potent, rivaling that of ancestors from 1,000 years ago. It's been long since I've seen such a strong lineage. Why would she come to the demon domain altar? Truly incomprehensible. The figure pointed forward, and Russell's gaze followed. Thank you, Glenn. I won't disturb further. I have important matters to attend to. Russell bowed deeply, but the figure didn't move aside, instead blocking Russell's path. Russell looked puzzled. Glenn, what does this mean? Stop here. Deeper in are old fellows with peculiar tempers, much unlike me. They might attack you on sight. Proceed cautiously. Though Russell was at the soul transformation stage with numerous trump cards, capable of overcoming challenges, he had confidence in handling even this senior, a mere spirit. Glenn, this girl is crucial to me. I must bring her out, no matter what. Please step aside. As he extended his hand forward, a formidable aura erupted from within him, his body covered in golden scales. A scent of Eve dragon blood permeated the air. The entire world fell silent. The figure before him froze. The aura of the Eve dragon? Are you a descendant of the Eve dragon? The Eve dragon blood in you is thick. Respect tinged the figure's tone. The Eve dragon was once king of all beasts. None dared stand against him, willingly serving under his tutelage. Gain some teachings from the Eve dragon by chance. Glenn, for the sake of the Eve dragon, can you please step aside? The figure was visibly moved by Russell's status. The depths of this realm hold the Eve dragon's legacy. A blood pond formed from the blood of countless beasts, perhaps fated for you, being his descendant. That girl might also be seeking the blood pond. Maybe you'll find her. But proceed with utmost caution. This realm isn't just filled with our predecessors, but inexplicable forces as well. The figure stepped back, recognizing Russell's newfound stature due to the Eve dragon blood within him. If he wished, Russell could become the ruler of the demon domain now. Russell bowed to the figure and hurried into the depths of the secret realm. Time ticked away. Edgarla was in imminent danger. Time was short, tasks pressing. Russell couldn't afford hesitation. Entering deeper into the secret realm, the fog around him dimmed, but danger lingered. Remaining vigilant, Russell continued forward. Before he knew it, an expansive open area appeared. Countless skeletal remains covered the ground, exuding a sinister energy. Seeing the scattered corpses, Russell's expression changed. Carefully, he moved forward, wary of anything unusual. Suddenly, the corpses began to wriggle. Russell instinctively stepped back, gripping the Eve sword tightly. The sword released an aura of slaughter. He sensed something was wrong. The skeletons fused together, forming a massive creature. An enormous skeleton snake with a flickering tongue. Its gaze fixed on Russell. Time seemed to freeze. Damn. With the Eve sword in hand, Russell charged forward. Instantly, the skeleton lunged at him. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton snake clashed with the sword. Sparks flew. Just one collision sent Russell reeling dozens of steps backward, slamming into a tree stump. What is this thing? So strange and formidable. Russell's face showed concern, hands trembling. Despite his peak soul transformation physique, he couldn't budge the skeleton snake. Caught off guard, the skeleton snake attacked again, fighting fiercely. Russell found himself at a disadvantage, struggling to hold his ground. Chapter 408. Reunion. Dark red evil energy rose and swirled around the skeletal snake's body. Gradually, this energy solidified, enveloping the skeletal snake completely. For a moment, the atmosphere became eerily tense. The skeletal snake's eyes glowed with dim red light, and one glance from it could send chills down a person's spine. Russell gripped the ancestral sword tightly, his hand trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, golden scales covered his body, and behind him, the silhouette of a golden dragon appeared, flickering in and out of existence before becoming tangible. With another slash of his sword, a wave of sword energy surged forth, accompanied by the golden dragon's attack, overwhelming like an unstoppable river. A thunderous boom echoed as the sword energy struck. However, the skeletal snake managed to block it forcefully, not even leaving a mark on its body. It only pushed it back a few steps. So stubborn? Russell panted heavily, his face flushed. The Demon Realm altar lived up to its reputation as a forbidden place. Even just entering, he had encountered a formidable beast that matched him blow for blow. Russell retreated a few steps, his eyes alertly observing the surroundings without any relaxation. He couldn't find any flaw in the skeletal snake's movements with the naked eye. While pondering, the skeletal snake attacked again. Russell flipped his palm, revealing the treasure pagoda. With a wave of his hand, the pagoda fell and landed directly on top of the skeletal snake, suppressing it. The skeletal snake struggled fiercely, but could not break free from the pagoda's restraint. Just as Russell was about to deliver the final blow, the skeletal snake suddenly vanished, seemingly absorbed into the pagoda. The pagoda emitted a radiant reddish-brown glow, showcasing its brilliance. In the next second, Russell reclaimed it. In contrast, Russell stood there somewhat at a loss. He sensed a distinct aura emanating from within the pagoda. A voice suddenly reverberated in his sea of consciousness. Boy, no need to be surprised. This is a secret technique of the pagoda. Do you know why various forces coveted this pagoda as the ultimate treasure? It is a creation of heaven and earth's essence, capable of containing objects from the world within it and assimilating them for use. Once, the Supreme Heavenly Palace possessed this item and used it to dominate one region. The Supreme Heavenly Palace once had a guardian beast, which intimidated all four directions and was tamed by this very pagoda. However, whether or not one can activate the pagoda's full functions depends on the holder's cultivation realm. Russell's gaze fell on the shining gem atop the pagoda. Logically, the skeletal snake inside should have been subdued by now. He waved the pagoda again. It floated mid-air, emitting brilliant light. From the light emerged a translucent silhouette. It was indeed the same skeletal snake. Yet, the aura it exuded was now calm, devoid of its previous ferocity. Russell beckoned the skeletal snake with a hand gesture. The snake moved toward him and stood behind him, towering over him with a regal presence. One more trump card, Russell smiled inwardly, feeling more confident. The path ahead was filled with unknown dangers, and who knew what awaited him next. On the plains, Russell walked alone into the depths of the forest, disappearing into the darkness. Suddenly, a monstrous tentacle shot out of the forest, wrapped around an unsuspecting demon beast, and pulled it into the underbrush, vanishing from sight. Russell's path led straight into this dense forest. Along the way, he noticed some bloodstains on the ground, still fresh. Could Nellie have passed here recently? The thought crossed his mind. Following the blood trail, his gaze landed on a cave entrance. Inside, pitch blackness reigned. Russell cautiously ventured in with a hint of hope. It was dark, but every step he took produced echoes, making his heart race. Edgardening fast, a wave of sword energy attacked from within. Grace-distracted, Russell barely managed to dodge the attack. A figure charged at him with a sword. Who are you? Without waiting for a response, Russell retrieved the ancestral sword, unleashing mighty sword chi. With a bang, the ancestral sword blocked the attack. Before him stood a woman with flowing long hair, slender in silhouette. Nellie, is that you? Russell asked instinctively, lowering his sword. Though years had passed, the back view confirmed it was Nellie. A gentle breeze blew away her hair, and she turned to face Russell. Her face, haunting and familiar, was revealed to him. They stood opposite each other in the cave, their gazes locking with deep emotion, hearts filled with unspoken words. Brother. That single word stirred Russell's heart deeply. Even in the dark, tears glistened in his eyes. In the next moment, Nellie dropped her sword and ran towards him, hugging him tightly, nails digging into his flesh. Silence resumed in the cave. They didn't speak, but neither heart was calm. Russell stood there momentarily stunned. She had changed so much. A few years ago, Nellie was a young, innocent girl. Now she was a beautiful and mature woman. Her aura had reached an inscrutable level, equal to Russell's. When she left him, she hadn't even touched the path of martial cultivation, yet now her strength rivaled his own. She must have endured considerable hardship to achieve such cultivation. Chapter 409. Delving deeper into the blood pool. Half an hour later, the two sat inside the cave, by a bonfire, still engrossed in endless conversation. So much had changed over the years. Schwer had already broken through to the soul transformation realm, and the essence blood of the devouring sky python within her had begun to take form. Schwer, actually, you don't need to be so hard on yourself. No matter what, I will always protect you, even if it means giving my life to shield you from everything. Russell stroked Schwer's head gently as their relationship remained as warm as it had been years ago. Brother. Schwer doesn't want to stay behind you all the time. I also wish to share some of your burdens. For you to face the entire empire alone is far too dangerous. Schwer leaned against Russell's chest. Over these years, though they were separated, both secretly missed each other due to the circumstances. Now, they finally met again. How should we leave this place? The Gravine altar of the Fiend domain is extremely perilous. Let's discuss it once we're outside. Russell stood up and glanced outside the cave. For some reason, he felt uneasy, as if a massive boulder was pressing down on his chest. We can't leave now. I went through immense hardship to get here. Not long ago, I explored the blood pool deep in the forest. It's at its most potent right now. This is the perfect opportunity for me to elevate my own bloodline to its peak. Perhaps there's a chance of achieving ancestral transformation. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. I can't afford to miss it. Schwer walked beside Russell, with sincerity evident in her eyes. Before she finished speaking, a tremor occurred outside the cave. Suddenly, a gigantic tentacle streaked past Russell, causing him to stumble and fall. Schwer helped him up, a hint of wariness flashing across her eyes. That guy again, she muttered, producing a sword and retreating deeper into the cave with Russell. Clearly, Schwer had clashed with this tentacle before. What is that? Russell patted his chest, calming himself. A lingering sense of caution remained in his eyes. Recalling the bloodstains on the ground, he deduced it must have been from when Schwer fought and was injured by this tentacle. That thing is the guardian of the blood pool. When I approached it earlier, we fought, and I was heavily wounded. I could only escape to this cave. These tentacles aren't its main body. I've severed several, but it made no difference. To kill it, we must destroy its core. Over the past half-month, Schwer had likely been dealing with this guardian. Meanwhile, Russell grew interested. The blood pool, nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth, might offer benefits to the ancient dragon blood within him. Opportunity lay before him. How could he not seize it? Thus, Russell resolved to stay. Besides, he now had an ally as strong as himself, making the conquest of the blood pool more feasible. If so, let's cooperate to test your current strength. Russell slung the ancestral master sword over his shoulder, ready for action. Just as he prepared to investigate, a tentacle shot into the cave. Without hesitation, Russell slashed out with the sword. The tentacle split in two, spurting blood onto Russell's body, while the severed part writhed on the ground. Look outside. Following Schwer's gaze, Russell saw tentacles everywhere outside. His expression turned grave. He immediately summoned the treasure tower, which hovered mid-air. The tame skeleton snake emerged and engaged the tentacles. Schwer, stay here. I'll be back soon. With the ancestral master sword in hand, Russell rushed out of the cave. Instantly, tentacles surrounded him, putting him in a tight spot. Undaunted, he emitted a sword aura, exuding invincibility. Dead or alive strike. A resounding slash followed, shaking the sky. The sword aura surged outward, cutting the surrounding tentacles in half. But more tentacles burst from the ground in an instant, ensnaring Russell. Within moments, he felt his essence blood draining away, his face turning pale, and his vital energy becoming unstable. From afar, Schwer charged forward, slicing the tentacles around Russell. But countless tentacles continued attacking them. Him stirred restlessly. The boiling ancestral dragon essence surged inside Russell's body, a dragon's roar echoing within him. Unbeknownst to him, the shadow of an ancestral dragon appeared behind him. Avarice flickered across Russell's face. If he could absorb the essence of this blood pond, it might further elevate the ancestral dragon essence within him. But now was not the time for such thoughts. Schwer was locked in fierce battle with countless tentacles. His task now was to destroy the main body of the blood pond. Without hesitation, Russell plunged headfirst into the blood pond. Splash! Russell vanished beneath the surface, where bubbles continued to rise. Upon contact, Russell felt his limbs being invaded by essence, his skin experiencing a tearing pain, as if it were about to split open. Clenching his teeth, he delved deeper into the pond. The deeper he went, the more intense the pain became. Veins bulged on his forehead. He took deep breaths to calm the turmoil in his heart. As he ventured further, his consciousness grew hazy. At the bottom of the blood pond, immense pressure squeezed Russell's physical body from all sides, momentarily numbing him. This body was comparable to a peak transformation of spirit realm, yet wounds appeared, and fresh blood flowed into the pond. In this perilous moment, golden light erupted from Russell's body, followed by the ghostly appearance of a golden dragon. A vortex suddenly formed around the dragon's shadow, sucking the surrounding essence into itself. Next, an unusual glow enveloped Russell. A cursory glance showed that his wounds had vanished, replaced by a refreshing sensation. Suddenly, darkness surrounded the pond bottom, revealing another realm. With a powerful push, he leaped into action. Boom! Craziness washed over him. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a cave. Before him lay a pulsating flesh ball, like it was breathing. Russell's gaze was captivated. Instinctively, he took a few steps forward. On closer inspection, numerous tentacles extended from the flesh ball, drawing essence from above. It seemed that this flesh ball relied on the blood pond for its cultivation. One could call it the guardian spirit of the blood pond, or it could be seen as a parasite thriving off its generosity. Yet, it sought to monopolize the pond and wreak havoc. To claim this fortune, he must eliminate the flesh ball first. So, you're the beast causing mischief. Watch me destroy you. The blood pond, born from the essence of heaven and earth, belonged to no one and should rightfully belong to any deserving person. Seemingly understanding Russell's words, the flesh ball convulsed wildly, attempting an attack. Suddenly, dark shadows swarmed with countless tentacles lashing out at Russell. In the confined space of the cave, he struggled to maneuver. Geographically, the flesh ball held an advantageous position, but Russell did not retreat. Wielding the Geno sword, he pressed forward. Pervasive sword chi burst forth from his body, encircling him. Each blade felt capable of slicing through iron effortlessly, leaving marks on the cave walls and emitting turbulent sword chi. The approaching tentacles were severed by Russell's relentless blows. Blood stained the cave, releasing an unbearable stench. Despite his best efforts, Russell remained unable to subdue the flesh ball, its tentacles seeming endless. Clearly visible were several veins connecting it to the blood pond above, constantly absorbing its essence. To resolve this issue, he needed to wound its core. In a flash, golden scales appeared on Russell's body, and a bundle of spirit fire emerged in his hand. True to its name, the spirit fire repelled the menacing tentacles upon appearance. Fear fire. Russell seemed to have identified a weakness. Summoning the true form of spirit fire, it floated in midair, its scorching heat sweeping through the cave. The aggressive tentacles retracted. Seizing this opportunity, Russell, wielding the Geno sword, advanced with fearless resolve. His aura surged as the sword struck the flesh ball. Crossed sword chi inflicted damage on its body, causing blood to splatter. Yet, the flesh ball quickly restored itself. Russell's strength was limited, unable to bisect the creature, only retreating temporarily with the Geno sword. The power of his ultimate strike barely scratched the surface, posing no mortal threat. Resolving this battle swiftly was impossible. To hasten victory, he needed to sever the connection between the flesh ball and the blood pond. The battle reached a fever pitch. Russell focused on the veins linking the flesh ball, their gurgling sounds reverberating in his ears. Earlier observation revealed that the deeper the wound, the slower its absorption of essence, allowing the protracted fight to continue due to the blood pond's sustenance. Otherwise, Russell's single sword stroke would have extinguished it effortlessly. Reaching unparalleled heights, Russell saw through their disparity immediately. Perhaps only by severing the connection could he triumph. With a sudden motion, he stretched his hand again, swinging the Geno sword. An intense expression crossed his face, eyebrows furrowed, radiating an unprecedented aura. Sword chi not only enveloped the Geno sword, but also coiled around Russell's body. Chapter 411. Refining Essence Blood. Boundless sword energy enveloped Russell's body. Not only that, but the surrounding life force immediately entered his body. His tendons and meridians suddenly bulged as they continuously absorbed the surrounding life force. Whether he could obliterate this blob of flesh depended on this final strike. It would determine victory or defeat, possibly even a decisive conclusion. Until now, Russell had never seen anyone withstand his ultimate sword strike, nor had this blob. When Russell unleashed his true strength, no one could endure the blow because this strike already transcended the realm of soul transformation, provided Russell's body could bear the load of the life force. He could then endlessly absorb the life force until it eventually converted into spirit energy within his Danteon. The demonic beast altar was exceptionally rich in life force. In an instant, Russell felt a sensation akin to enlightenment. His body's meridians were filled with life force. The life force rippled through his veins. For a moment, the life force within Russell exceeded its limit, causing his eyes to redden uncontrollably, veins visible under his eyelids. "Gray," Russell commanded as he unleashed a single sword strike. The sword energy rippled, transforming into a white light that flashed before Russell's eyes, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. In the next second, an unbelievable sight unfolded. The blob split in two, its blood vessels cracking. The countless tentacles that once writhed in the air fell like withered flowers, utterly devoid of life. It seemed the blob was finally dead. Russell exhaled, sheathing the Eve sword and dispelling the pulsing life force from his body, feeling an immense sense of relief. To ensure safety, he delivered 2 more strikes, confirming the blob's motionlessness before lowering his guard. Russell directed his gaze toward the crimson pond above him. Now he could claim the essence within the pond for himself. Suddenly, he transformed into a flash of white light, disappearing into the depths of the blood pond. Above the pond, Tammy arrived late, glancing around and not spotting Russell, her concern mounting. He must be fine. She had managed to escape the countless tentacles only by revealing her true form. As she worried, there was a sudden movement in the pond. A figure burst out, none other than Russell, still stained with traces of blood and bearing scars from the intense battle just moments ago. "You've been waiting long, huh? That fellow was quite troublesome, taking up some time," Russell said with a smile. "Now, we can safely absorb the essence within this pond. Brother, I've set up a heaven-earth restriction barrier around us. Thanks to your tower, it truly is a treasure. The barrier set by the tower can repel those tentacles." Tammy returned the tower to Russell. He examined it and saw the skeletal serpent devouring the tentacle's flesh ravenously, its luminosity increasing slightly. A puzzled look crossed Russell's face, but he had no leisure to ponder this matter further. The immediate priority was refining the essence in the pond. This was a rare opportunity. Perhaps his ancestral dragon bloodline would see a significant improvement. He couldn't miss it. Moreover, the demonic beast altar was fraught with danger. Who knew what peril awaited in the next moment? Swift action was the best approach. Just as Russell was about to enter the pond, a voice echoed in his mind again. "Hold on. Boy, this pond is composed of heavenly essence. Precisely speaking, it's a product of perfect conditions. Entering like this would be a waste. A single drop of essence here can stir the entire continent. Soon, you'll need to stimulate your ancestral dragon blood and absorb as much essence as possible in one go." The Bradley had scarcely finished speaking when, with a splash, Russell plunged into the pond without hesitation. Tammy followed closely behind. The essence blood instantly enveloped Russell. Pain like tearing spread across his body, numbing his nerves instantly. His consciousness faltered, held together only by sheer willpower, preventing him from fainting. "Quickly, stimulate your ancestral dragon blood. Otherwise, your current physical body cannot maximally absorb the essence blood in the pond." As the voice faded, A golden glow emerged from Russell's body. Golden scales sprouted from his skin, covering his body's surface. With the enhancement of the ancestral dragon blood, the pain lessened somewhat, allowing his contorted expression to ease. "Refine," he commanded, a vortex appearing on his crown. The vortex began drawing in the essence blood from the pond, continuously flowing into his body. In a daze, Russell glimpsed the golden dragon shadow. The essence blood within him became denser, markedly different from before. This time, Russell experienced a qualitative leap. "Your life is full of opportunities. This single pond alone rivals decades of cultivation for others," the Bradley sighed, admittedly envious of Russell. At this moment, a muffled roar resonated from the pond's depths, echoing repeatedly. Russell entered a state of enlightenment, completely focused on refining the essence blood. His physical body approached the immortal realm, nearing the state where his body would never perish and his divine consciousness would remain unextinguished. Tammy also gained immensely. Her essence blood exhibited signs of reversion, revealing the shadow of a swallow sky python behind her, covered in golden scales. A monstrous prodigy indeed. If these geniuses had lived in earlier times, they could have dominated regions, the Bradley remarked wistfully. Unfortunately, born in an era of sparse essence energy, entering the immortal realm remains uncertain. Indeed, the young surpass the old, the Bradley concluded, admitting his talents paled in comparison to these youngsters. Chapter 412. Reaching the peak again. Russell's aura fluctuated unpredictably, and his realm had already transcended into the great perfection stage of the soul transformation realm. The essence blood at the bottom of the pool was visibly darker, yet it still contained an immense amount of potent lifeblood power. The blood pool had existed for over 10,000 years. The essence gathered over those 10,000 years condensed in this place, sufficient to nurture millions of cultivators. Over countless millennia, numerous mighty demons perished here, each generation's Kellys dying on this land, their lifeblood converging into this very blood pool. This area belonged to the demon territory, so despite Russell's intense interest in the blood pool, he could not claim it as his own. An overwhelming force of lifeblood energy enveloped his body, refining his physical form. Golden scales suddenly shimmered with delicate threads of gold. These threads floated across Russell's body, exuding a touch of divinity, giving him an almost celestial aura. At this moment, the ancestral dragon blood within Russell had reached its peak, and the power of his dragon blood war body far surpassed what it was before. The quantity of ancestral dragon blood in his body equaled that of the original ancestral dragon, making him unprecedented and unparalleled. With a deafening roar, a water splash erupted from the blood pool. Marlowe emerged from beneath the surface. Although she possessed the essence blood of the swallowing sky python within her, her physical strength still couldn't match Russell, thus limiting the amount of lifeblood she could absorb. Now, Marlowe had also reached her limit. Further absorption would only strain her body and leave latent ailments. However, the level of the blood pool continued to drop at a visible rate. Suddenly, in the depths of the secret realm, the sky changed dramatically as thunderclouds suddenly converged overhead, radiating an overwhelming pressure, akin to the weight of thousands of mountains pressing down on one's body. Marlowe's expression turned grave, her gaze fixed on the sky, revealing her worry. "It has actually attracted a lightning tribulation. It seems like I've truly experienced quite a lot over these many years." Just as she finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck directly upon the blood pool. The once calm blood pool instantly splashed outwards in all directions. Russell remained motionless at the bottom of the pool. In that brief moment, he had once again broken through the cosmic barrier, elevating his ancestral dragon blood to its pinnacle, rivaling that of the primeval dragon during its prime. As a result, he attracted the lightning tribulation. If he could weather this tribulation, Russell would be reborn, transforming himself into a true dragon, achieving a transformational change. Then, Russell surfaced from the pool. He looked up at the sky where the pressure between heaven and earth was intense, yet it did not faze him in the slightest. His expression remained unchanged. In a flash, another lightning bolt streaked towards Russell, coiling around him as a serpent of thunder. Despite this, Russell's expression did not alter. Though his tendons and veins were paralyzed, no one could stop his final transformation. A sharp sound broke the air. From Russell's body, a sword momentum surged upward, colliding head-on with the thunderbolt. No wonder he was hailed as a master swordsman. There was none who could surpass Russell in the current era. His understanding of the sword Tao was unmatched. Seconds later, the thundercloud scattered, countless bolts of lightning striking down from above, dispelling the lingering sword chi in the air. The sword chi dissipated, but Russell still had unending hidden cards up his sleeve. He stood invincible, and the transformation was now inevitable. Marlowe watched in silence, completely stunned by the sight. Although both were at the same cultivation level, she knew very well that Russell was on a completely different plane of existence. His true strength had approached the realm of immortality, while she was still far away from that point. Speaking of which, golden light suddenly emanated from behind Russell. A dragon's shadow drifted out, soaring high in the sky, emitting a majestic dragon's roar that reverberated through the heavens, striking awe in the hearts of those who heard it. At the same time, intricate golden patterns began to manifest on Russell's body, revealing themselves as dragon runes, glowing brightly with an overpowering brilliance. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed across the heavens, and the golden dragon that had been soaring in the sky pierced through the clouds once more. When the golden dragon broke through the cloud cover, rays of sunlight penetrated the dark clouds. The previous stormy clouds dissipated in an instant, disappearing into the sky. Russell had forcibly shattered the tribulation of lightning. Standing beside him, Marlowe found it difficult to recover from the shock of the spectacle. Above the blood pool, Russell opened his eyes, placed his hands on his chest, and slowly exhaled a deep breath. His expression became much calmer, his complexion flushed, and an entirely new aura radiated from him. At this moment, Russell's dragon blood war body had reached its peak. Compared to Hayes Rocky's Dragon Blood war body, there was an astronomical difference between the two. The Great Tao is finally complete. Russell's face revealed a hint of joy. Now, he was one step closer to the realm of immortals. Although he didn't know when the darkness calamity would return, he now possessed the strength to resist the disasters that might befall the continent. Looking behind him, the aftermath of the lightning tribulation had reduced the surroundings into ruins. The blood pool lay in shambles, and the once rich lifeblood was nearly depleted. Seeing the devastated landscape, he couldn't help but shake his head. It will probably take another millennium for the blood pool to recover. What a pity. Russell's eyes also showed a tinge of regret. If it weren't for the descent of the tribulation, this treasure ground wouldn't have been so thoroughly ravaged. Simultaneously, Russell gazed deeper into the heart of the secret realm. Perhaps no one in 10,000 years had ever fully explored this region, let alone understood how deep the demon territory's secrets were. In short, venturing deeper into the demon territory's secret realm was tantamount to courting death. After all, if a place was labeled a forbidden zone by future generations, it must contain terrifying elements. But one day, Russell would unravel these mysteries with his own strength. Just like the Sea of Despair, this continent still held too many unexplored secrets, possibly hiding untold mysteries within these forbidden zones. For now, though, all this seemed distant. Even reaching this blood pool had exhausted Russell's utmost effort, nearly costing him his life. Chapter 413. The Spider Annabelle. The top priority was to leave this treacherous place as soon as possible. For some reason, Russell always felt that an invisible pair of eyes was staring at him intently, making the hairs on his body stand up. However, when he glanced around, there was no sign of anyone or even a slight breeze. This place was too eerie. After all, it was a forbidden area known by future generations, filled with unknown dangers. He couldn't act recklessly and risk hurting himself. Therefore, Russell took Edgarla along and rushed toward the entrance without looking back. Moments later, they arrived at the starting point. Suddenly, a vortex appeared overhead. Both of them dove into it, vanishing from that world. This moment, in the hidden corners of the demon realm's secret territory, a pair of eyes was fixated on the vortex in the sky, revealing a glint of greed. In the next second, the figure flickered and disappeared instantly, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, Russell found himself in a space-time disturbance. He sensed a shadow brushing past him. When he turned around to look, there was no one in sight. Furrows creased his brow unconsciously. Brother, what's wrong? Edgarla noticed the change on Russell's face and asked with concern. Russell turned his head, still wearing a puzzled expression. Could I have been mistaken? He muttered to himself, his brows knitting into a straight line. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness flooded his mind, and in the next second, everything went dark. When he opened his eyes again, Russell found himself standing before an open space. The demon realm altar came into view. The Amberly had been waiting for a long time. At this moment, his gaze fell on Edgarla beside him, and all traces of worry vanished from his face. Girl, the Amberly said, never do such dangerous things again. Strength is important, but your life is the most crucial. You carry the hope of the future of the demon realm. You can't gamble with your own life. The Amberly was deeply concerned. He had never seen anyone survive coming out of the demon realm's secret territory alive before. Anyone who stepped into the secret territory was deemed destined to die. Suddenly, the Amberly seemed to sense something and scrutinized Edgarla. In the next second, astonishment spread across his face. Your heavenly python essence blood has undergone retrogression? The Amberly's voice carried a hint of doubt, barely believing his own eyes. Edgarla smiled, rolled up her sleeve, and revealed the pattern on her wrist, which clearly resembled a giant python. The pattern emitted a faint black mist. Retrogression? The Amberly confirmed firmly, nodding his head, and his face showed undisguised joy once again. Once the essence blood underwent retrogression, Edgarla would definitely step onto a broader and higher stage in the future, possibly beyond the constraints of this continent. To think that after 1,000 years, our demon realm produced another prodigy. Given time, you will surely lead the demon realm to relive its former glory, the Amberly said with immense pleasure. What a fine girl. Just as the atmosphere was warm and harmonious, the demon realm altar trembled slightly. The patterns on the altar lit up once more. Immediately afterward, a black fog emerged from within the altar, floating in midair. The ground also shook uncontrollably. At a glance, the black fog had coagulated into a tangible form, transforming into a spider. The spider changed shape and turned into a woman in a black dress with long flowing hair. Her face was deathly pale, lacking any color, giving off a chilling vibe, almost forbidding others to approach. A cold aura radiated from her, and the temperature in the forest dropped noticeably. Overhead, a vast pressure loomed, creating an unusual atmosphere. The Amberly's face changed. His expression became grave, and his entire body shook uncontrollably. This demon beast must be from the demon realm secret territory. It must have followed you both and managed to escape through the vortex gate. The Amberly immediately understood what had happened. Similar incidents had occurred before, but the demon beasts released were relatively weak and could be easily dealt with. However, this demon beast emitted an overwhelming pressure, leaving the Amberly uncertain of his ability to defeat it, causing a sudden sense of unease. A demon beast that escaped with us? Russell's face showed surprise, and he instinctively gripped his ancestral sword, eyeing the woman in the sky warily. First, he didn't know if this demon beast was friend or foe, but he didn't sense any hostility from it. Edgarl handsome, thanks to you, I finally escaped that desolate place. I've been trapped in the secret territory for over 1,000 years. Now I can finally breathe fresh air. How can I repay you? How about marrying me? Suddenly, a voice echoed from the sky, accompanied by a flirtatious laugh that resonated in Russell's ears. An elegant figure appeared beside Russell almost instantaneously, and the woman's hands rested on his shoulders. Russell felt a sudden gust of icy wind and broke out in cold sweat. The essence blood in your body is truly rich. If we were to join forces, my cultivation might reach new heights. I wonder if your small frame can withstand it. The spider Annabelle continued to tease Russell. Russell tightly gripped his ancestral sword, ready to act at the slightest provocation. However, the woman showed no desire to attack, so he couldn't let down his guard. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Boy, don't move rashly. This woman is terrifying. Her strength is not to be underestimated. She is comparable to me in my prime, perhaps even stronger. With your current strength, you can't possibly contend with her. From my assessment, her realm is nearly approaching the celestial realm. Hearing this, Russell couldn't help but show a pained expression. Fortunately, this spider Annabelle showed no hostility. Otherwise, the entire demon realm could fall. What do you want? In an instant, Russell flashed away, appearing several meters away on an open patch of land. The spider Annabelle covered her mouth, her face showing unmistakable amusement. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. Besides, you're the one who set me free. Why would I harm you? Hashtag chapter 414, A United Front. Should you encounter danger in the future, feel free to mention it to me. After all, it was you who freed me. Technically speaking, you are my savior, and I owe you a favor. If you desire my body, that can also be arranged. Suddenly, the spider spirit exposed one of her fragrant shoulders, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally trying to allure Russell. Russell's expression remained composed, with not a hint of lust in his eyes. As an upright person, he would never succumb to beauty and treated such advances with disdain. Fellow Taoist, releasing you is unintentional, and I hope you do not engage in actions that harm the living. Otherwise, I will personally recapture you and send you back to the secret demon realm. Russell clasped his fists in greeting, withdrawing his gaze from the spider spirit. The spider spirit chuckled softly, lifting her sleeve to cover half her face. I must take my leave now. There will certainly be another opportunity to meet. When that day comes, we shall reminisce about old times. A millennium has truly passed in the blink of an eye. It's been so long since I've breathed such fresh air. I should take another look at these once magnificent mountains and rivers. With that said, her robe suddenly fluttered, obscuring her form before she transformed into a cloud of black mist, dissipating into the air. Russell finally relaxed, putting away the ancestral sword on his back. He gazed at the departing silhouette of the spider spirit, a wary expression flickering in his eyes. This woman's realm could already be considered half-step immortal, only one step away from immortal status. Many people spend their entire lives stuck at this threshold, and whether they can transcend to immortal status depends on fate. Although the spider spirit was frivolous, at least she harbored no animosity toward Russell. Whether they would meet again in the future remained uncertain. Most likely, she is a predecessor who entered the secret realm 1,000 years ago and has been sealed within ever since. The essence blood in her body is extremely potent. She radiates an aura of ancient times. If she were to lead the entire demon realm, she could eventually expand our territory twofold. Pity, our small temple cannot accommodate such a great presence. A hint of regret appeared in the Amberly's eyes. In fact, the demon realm had already been in turmoil for quite some time. Human cultivators had dominated one part of the world, confining the demon realm to its corners. If they did not resist, the demon realm would eventually be swallowed by human cultivators. Furthermore, human cultivators now regarded the demon realm as a testing ground, frequently hunting demons along its periphery without any regard for the Amberly. But now, a peerless genius has emerged. By lying low, our demon realm will eventually rise again and reclaim its former glory, to regain what was once ours. A millennium ago, the demon realm was indeed the ruler of this continent, dominating it ruthlessly. However, after the Great Greysaster, many powerful demon figures perished. Human cultivators seized this opportunity to rise, or else the demon realm would still rule over the continent. Russell fell silent for a moment before saying, "Soon, the dark cataclysm will descend upon us. I believe we can set aside our past enmities between the two races and unite once more to confront the dark cataclysm." At the mention of the dark cataclysm, the Amberly's body shuddered. For the demon race, the dark cataclysm evoked deep-seated fear. They regarded it as a warning to future generations to practice diligently. Had it not been for the dark cataclysm, the demon race might not have declined to its present state. Dark cataclysm? Is this true? This is no joke. The Amberly instantly changed his demeanor, with the memory of the dark cataclysm deeply rooted in his heart. Though he hadn't witnessed the dark cataclysm firsthand, he had heard countless stories. Even just the tales were enough to instill genuine fear. Absolutely true. One of the reasons I came to the demon realm this time was to remind everyone of this. Back then, during the resistance against the dark cataclysm, the demon realm was a key force. With war imminent, I hope everyone can unite and face the impending disaster together. Russell spoke sincerely, the sincerity in his eyes convincing the Amberly entirely. After all, Russell had nothing to gain by deceiving them. Thus, the Amberly believed every word Russell said. But how can we match the might of our ancestors? Truly, even the mighty tiger can be bullied when in decline. We can barely protect ourselves. The Amberly sighed heavily. They wanted to contribute to the continent, but circumstances were dire. Whether the Amberly could safeguard the demon realm was a significant concern. Nonetheless, when the dark cataclysm arrived, they would not shy away but face the risk head-on. Honestly speaking, the demon race was far more reasonable than human cultivators. Despite knowing the solar dynasty had colluded with the dark cataclysm, there had been no action taken. As long as the disaster hadn't directly affected them, they never thought ahead. They always prioritized their own interests. Some wouldn't even contribute to the welfare of the continent. Their thinking was simple. If the sky falls, let the taller ones hold it up. Russell felt disheartened. He hadn't expected this outcome. However, he had already rallied a force. With the demon realm backing him, Russell felt emboldened. At least, he now had support behind him. Almost forgot to mention. The Solar Dynasty has already colluded with the Dark Cataclysm, acting in concert. Their next target is to invade the entire continent. In short, your demon realm is the last line of defense. You must not allow the Solar Dynasty's sinister plot to succeed. Otherwise, when the Dark Cataclysm descends, no one will be able to resist it. With these words, Russell clearly outlined the current situation. The current situation was severe and looked bleak, with the balance constantly shifting, especially concerning the Solar Dynasty, whose strength was formidable enough to dominate a region and become a formidable figure. The Solar Dynasty has colluded with the Dark Cataclysm? What beasts they are! We should have crushed them while they were rising. Now, things may get out of hand. After all, the dynasty has centuries of heritage, plus the backing of the Dark Cataclysm. The Solar Dynasty will soon become a formidable adversary. The Amberleys' thoughts were remarkably clear. Chapter 4:15, Abandoned City. After a brief conversation, the Amberley had a rough understanding of the current power distribution and felt an inexplicable surge of anger within him. How many ancestors had sacrificed their blood and tears to safeguard this land, ensuring lasting peace? Every generation should remember those stories, and they should despise the Dark Cataclysm. But who would have thought that the Solar Dynasty would go against this by collaborating with the Dark Cataclysm? It was utterly treasonous. The ancestors who perished 1,000 years ago in the hands of the Dark Cataclysm would never rest in peace. For a moment, the Amberley's face was filled with fury. Were the ancestors' choices correct? Wielded immense influence throughout the demon realm. He was also a peak essence transformation realm expert with countless trump cards up his sleeve. As long as he didn't expose them, the Solar Dynasty would never be able to find any evidence against him. Now that I've delivered the message, I'll retreat first. There are still matters awaiting my attention. One demon realm alone is far from enough. Before the Dark Cataclysm arrives, I must unite all the forces. Russell's ambitions were vast. At that moment, Tammy suddenly darted to his side, grabbing his shirt with a pleading look. Brother, take me with you. I want to help share some of your burdens. Don't bear all this pressure alone. I'm capable of helping now. Tammy's expression was hesitant, her eyes showing reluctance as she didn't want to see Russell leave again after just reuniting. Russell gently stroked her head, smiling warmly. Good girl. I have some things to handle personally. These are promises I made, and I won't break them. And I don't consider you a burden. You can indeed help with some tasks. Still, I hope you stay in the demon realm. It's safe here, and you need to improve your strength quickly. Once the Dark Cataclysm arrives, you might be able to help me significantly. In reality, Russell was reassuring Tammy because he didn't want her to accompany him on this perilous journey. It was dangerous, and the road ahead was fraught with traps set specifically for him. If he took Tammy along during his assault on the Solar Dynasty, it might make things even more difficult. Russell was being quite pragmatic. Really? You must keep your promise. In the future, if there's anything I can handle, assign me tasks. Don't let me stand alone again. Tammy was still reluctant. After so long apart, though they had no blood relation, they were closer than family. Okay, I promise, Russell smiled. Then, he turned his gaze back to the Amberley, his expression growing serious. Please take good care of them. With that, Russell vanished from the demon realm. Watching Russell's departing figure, the Amberley couldn't help but sigh. What a pity for such a remarkable talent. Not only does he possess extraordinary abilities, but his character is also top-notch. Yet, he was born at the wrong time, encountering the Dark Cataclysm in this era. It's uncertain whether he can withstand this coming threat. 1,000 years later, the continent was no longer the same. Human cultivators stood tall, but they were nowhere near as powerful as before. Back then, essence transformation experts were everywhere, and even core formation cultivators dared not act recklessly. Today, core formation experts can establish their own sections. Clearly, once the Dark Cataclysm strikes, chaos would ensue. For some reason, a peculiar glint appeared in the Amberley's eyes. This Gillis is exceptional. Perhaps he can resist the Dark Cataclysm. Anything can happen when the fates are undecided. At least with him around, the demon realm stands a chance. Meanwhile, several hundred kilometers away, within minutes, Russell had arrived in the Central Plains. Suddenly, a towering plume of black mist caught his attention. He rushed forward urgently and landed near a city. This city was located on the outskirts of the dynasty and appeared extremely desolate. Standing atop its walls, Russell scanned the surroundings but found not a single soul. It looked like an abandoned city. Leaping down, Russell roamed the streets, finding no signs of life. There was even blood splattered everywhere. Had something unknown happened here? With mounting curiosity, Russell carefully explored the area, probing every corner without missing a sound. Chapter 4:16. The strange woman. Is anyone here? Russell shouted towards the surroundings. Within the desolate city, echoes resounded, but no one responded. Flames raged around him, and thick black smoke filled the sky, turning it pitch black. The vast city had not a trace of life. Suddenly, amidst the ruins, a wailing sound could be heard, undoubtedly that of a child. Just as Russell was about to investigate, the ruined building collapsed, engulfed in flames. Russell waved his hand, summoning a gust of wind that extinguished the fire before him. Upon uncovering the rubble, only a charred corpse remained. For a moment, pity flashed in his eyes. Turning back to survey the city, his expression deepened. Who was behind this? A city couldn't become an empty shell without reason. Someone must have been involved, a person with immense power capable of destroying a city under the very nose of the Carey dynasty. Until now, the Carey dynasty remained oblivious. Truly a blind ruler, Russell sighed. His subjects are being decimated, yet he rests easy. Only an expert could wreak such destruction on an entire city. Suddenly, Russell looked up at the sky. Ever since entering the city, he had felt an eerie sensation, as if someone was watching his every move. He was almost certain the hidden observer was the perpetrator behind the city's devastation. "Coward," he called out. "Are you too afraid to show yourself? Come out if you dare." He gripped the Zushi sword tightly and scanned the area carefully, not missing any detail. Suddenly, a noise echoed from the horizon. A blade of energy shot towards him, slicing through the air with an elegant arc. Despite its beauty, it harbored lethal intent. At the last moment, Russell stepped back, avoiding the attack while hovering mid-air. Another figure also stood airborne, facing him. Their gazes met and only intensified her assault. Each strike aimed for his vital points without mercy. Several times, he narrowly avoided injury. "Beast, if you're so brave, fight me head-on. What kind of skill is this cowardly hiding? Great you think of the consequences when you ravage this city? There's always someone better than you. People exist to restrain those who harm the innocent." Standing on moral high ground, the woman criticized Russell harshly. At that moment, he felt like a despised villain. Her words finally ignited his anger. Why hide when he had done nothing wrong? Turning around, he focused on her again. "Looks like you need a taste of your own medicine to distinguish right from wrong." Holding the Zushi sword aloft, he swung it upwards, unleashing fierce sword chi. The energy formed countless threads around him, creating a low, rumbling sound. A divine aura enveloped him, a change brought by his immersion in the blood pond. As the woman approached, Russell struck without hesitation. If he didn't teach her a lesson, she wouldn't listen. His sword chi collided with her sword, sparks flying. In the blink of an eye, Russell appeared behind her, his sword against her neck, hesitating to deliver the final blow. There was no enmity between them. There was no need for a killing strike. Once the misunderstanding was cleared, she would realize he wasn't the culprit. "If you're so skilled, kill me. An evil demon like you will eventually be eliminated by righteous forces. Killing me won't change that, for trials." Encountering such a horrific scene naturally made me want to assist. "I didn't mean to offend you." Laozhan Mountain? Russell had never heard of it before. It must be a hidden paradise, far removed from the world. Her master must be an extraordinary expert to produce such an exceptional disciple. However, Russell had no interest in wasting time with this woman. "I get it. Next time, just take a better look before assuming someone is the culprit." With that, Russell waved his hand and turned to leave. But suddenly, Delaney flashed forward, blocking his path. For a moment, Russell was irritated. She had attacked him without cause earlier and now blocked his way again. What did Delaney want? Women are like needles at the bottom of the sea. Truly unpredictable. "Miss, there's plenty of road for both of us. The misunderstanding is cleared, so why don't we part ways? Must you insist on going against me?" Russell placed his hands on his hips, frowning deeply. If she were a man, he would have taught her a lesson. But adhering to his principle of never hitting a woman, he suppressed his anger. "Sorry, Taoist friend," Delaney replied apologetically. "I see you as a righteous person. How can you stand by and do nothing? As cultivators, we should shout out when we see injustice. Innocent civilians in this city have died unjustly. Can you watch them perish without acting?" Honest up, seeing birds flying overhead, squawking incessantly, he sensed a powerful aura appearing above the city. A cold wind blew past, causing his hairs to stand on end. Instinctively, he drew the Sword of Eve. "There's someone," Russell warned. Delaney also focused her gaze skyward, noticing something as well. Then, black mist rose abruptly in front of Russell. "Russell, it's been a while. Good to see you're still alive." The mist condensed, revealing the Solar Dynasty's Imperial Preceptor, the Cloaked Man. A sinister smile curled on the Cloaked Man's lips. "Great, you do all this? As the Imperial Preceptor of the Solar Dynasty, you've turned against your own people. Truly, you have a heart of a snake or a scorpion." Russell denounced him, gripping the Sword of Eve tightly, wary of the Cloaked Man. He always felt danger from this person, whether previously or now. Controlling the Solar Dynasty as a puppet made the Cloaked Man highly perilous. And those dead servants. Who knew how many more cards the Cloaked Man held? The dead servant alone had been troublesome enough. Confronting him could be uncertain. "Don't slander me. Great, you see it with your own eyes? I could say you did all this." The Cloaked Man's smile grew more sinister. Just from this smile, Russell was convinced he was the culprit. Countless innocent lives in the city surely perished by his hand. Though Russell didn't know his motives, they were undoubtedly nefarious. "Be wise and leave immediately. Don't interfere with my plans, and you might live a few more days. I have pressing matters to attend to. No time to waste here." With that, the Cloaked Man turned to leave, transforming into black mist once more. At that moment, Delaney, wielding her long sword, lunged forward to attack. Chapter 418. Russell vs. the Cloaked Man. "Fiend, you have massacred innocent civilians in an entire city without sparing even the children. What crime do you deserve? A person as heinous as you should be executed on the spot. Surrender now, and let me end your wicked life." Delaney held her long sword, blocking the Cloaked Man's path with no intention of retreating, a resolute expression on her face. From childhood, Delaney had been indoctrinated with righteous principles, so she scorned such dark and malevolent practices. The Cloaked Man sneered and cast a disdainful glance at Delaney. "Foolish girl. Heaven has a way, but you refuse to walk it. Hell has no door, but you force your way in. Who in this world dares to question my actions? Truly, you are unreasonable." Suddenly, dense black mist emanated from his body, permeating the sky, turning the whole sky black, exuding an intangible pressure. Russell stood nearby, expression calm, carefully observing the Cloaked Man's every move. In a daze, several shadows appeared in the clouds. At first glance, they were more dead servants. How many dead servants does this guy command? How can they not be exhausted? Russell was puzzled. He had never engaged the Cloaked Man directly before. He had only fought these dead servants. This time, he was determined to unveil the true identity of the Cloaked Man. High above, Delaney was already locked in battle with the dead servants, surrounded by 3 of them, leaving no room for movement. However, Despite being outnumbered, Delaney's strength ensured she remained unbeaten. Yet, with the dead servants attacking from all sides, she could not spare a moment to deal with the cloaked man. Russell, if you insist on courting death, I will send you on your way. At the same time, I'll rid myself of your troublesome presence. In a flash, the cloaked man appeared right before Russell. Russell raised the Founder's sword to block himself. To be honest, he was unsure if he could defeat this opponent, but he could only take things step by step. Suddenly, a black mist condensed in the cloaked man's hand, swinging towards Russell. The mist was imbued with thick, malevolent energy, a product of the Braden. Facing the Braden, Russell was fully focused, not daring to slack for a second. Death or Edgarf slash. Russell raised the Founder's sword again, releasing thick sword chi. The sword chi slashed forward, unstoppable like a tiger descending a mountain, flowing ceaselessly like river water, condensing into a blue light heading straight ahead. The momentum was overwhelming. The sword chi clashed with the Braden. A peculiar brilliance emerged. The captivating sparks blooming in the sky coalesced into a radiant light. Though dazzling, no one had the heart to admire the spectacle. At that moment, the cloaked man surged forward, his hands moving rapidly, giving Russell no chance to react. Russell hurriedly positioned the Founder's sword before him, desperately blocking the ferocious attack. Against the cloaked man, Russell gradually fell back, clearly overmatched, fully on the defensive. He barely had a chance to retaliate. To the cloaked man, Russell's techniques were child's play, ineffective against him. Russell, I see you as a prodigious genius. If you join my side, I guarantee you a place in this era. Why waste your bright future on some so-called righteousness? Your destiny lies within your grasp. If you wish to become someone who holds the sun and moon and plucks the stars, joining me is definitely the right choice. The cloaked man still wanted to recruit Russell. He had observed Russell's growth firsthand. In just a few years, Russell had reached an unprecedented level, nearly beyond reach. Given a few more years, Russell might indeed have the strength to confront the Braden. But it was too late. Not possible. Do your own daydreaming. The Braden was defeated 1,000 years ago, and this era will have the same outcome. No one can change that. Evil cannot prevail over good. This truth has endured since ancient times. Russell clenched his teeth. Though he was retreating, he was still defiant. No matter what, he would never choose to align with the Braden. Death meant nothing to him. The cloaked man sneered, applying more force. It seems you need to see the coffin before you weep. With those words, Russell was hurled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground, dust billowing around him. Above, though Delaney was constantly watching the fight out of the corner of her eye, she had no spare moment to help. A misstep could result in injury from the dead servants. The situation was dire. The Bradley sighed in the sea of consciousness. Boy, I offer you a way out. Leave this woman now and head towards the demon realm, or you'll surely die. You're just passing acquaintances. There's no need to care about righteousness. At that moment, Russell stood up, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Determined to fight the cloaked man to the death, he wouldn't turn back. This battle had no retreat. A stubborn mule. Seeing this, the Bradley sighed, his face showing a hint of helplessness. Wandering in the sea of consciousness, he sought ways to support Russell. Suddenly, Russell placed both hands in front of his chest. His inner Danteon chi rose, manifesting at his chest. Supreme Heavenly Book. A scroll appeared above Russell's head. A surge of invincible vitality erupted from his Danteon. Vitality radiated within him. From all directions, vitality flowed into his body. Plants and trees around him withered instantly. Russell's expression was peculiar, his brows furrowed. One last gamble. Russell took a deep breath. He could only go all out now. If his vitality was sufficient, he might defeat this opponent. However, absorbing excessive vitality could exceed his body's capacity. He was betting everything on his body. If successful, Russell might find a way out. If he lost, it would be endless calamity. Chapter 419, to Ronald Mountain. Although they had only met by chance, Russell would never do something so treacherous. Moreover, Delaney was already locked in combat with those death servants. If Russell fled, her fate would be unimaginably terrible, with no hope of survival. The surrounding life force converged into Russell's Danteon. Within 100 kilometers, all plants and trees withered and turned to ashes. At this moment, a layer of golden brown scales covered Russell's body, the color quite deep. Had he not been immersed in the blood pool before, his physical body might have already burst from the surge of power. In times of peril, Russell once again stood up. The life force coursed through his limbs and bones, intense energy fluctuating around him. His body endured an agonizing pain that had already numbed him. If he failed to defeat the Gaylord this time, he would have no strength left to continue fighting and could only die here. Come, fight, Russell shouted and stepped forward. His steps were steady, shaking the ground as cracks like spider webs spread out. The Gaylord showed a hint of surprise. Just for a moment, a shocking aura erupted from Russell, thick enough to make the Gaylord feel heart palpitations. It seems I must eliminate you this time. You harbor too many secrets. If I don't get rid of you, it will become a great obstacle later on. As these words fell, the dark calamity emanating from the Gaylord fiercely surged outward, staining half the sky black. Dark clouds swirled in the air, emitting a formidable aura. Gray. The dark calamity engulfed Russell. This time, the Gaylord was determined to leave Russell no chance to counterattack. Russell, however, charged headlong into the dark calamity, gripping the Eve's sword tightly, his body radiating energy despite the trembling hands due to the overwhelming life force within him. One sword slash. All the life force inside Russell flowed into the Eve's sword. The sword's energy rippled. It forcefully struck the dark calamity. Edgark Dawn's thunder. The sword split through layers of darkness, releasing light. Unexpectedly, it cleanly bisected the dark calamity. In the next second, The unstoppable sword energy raged toward the Gaylord, leaving no one capable of stopping it. Thud. The sword energy landed, clearing away the dark mist in the sky. Sparks shot into the heavens, shining brilliantly. The Gaylord was completely engulfed by firelight. Russell's face turned pale. His expression darkened, and his body shook uncontrollably. That single sword strike had drained him completely, making him collapse onto the ground. His internal organs suffered severe backlash, blood spurting from his mouth. Due to the life force, he was entirely depleted, several tendons severed, and his dantian affected. Yet, he still observed the sky. Moments later, the firelight dispersed. The Gaylord slowly fell to the ground, landing heavily amidst swirling yellow dust. A long-lost smile appeared on Russell's face. The crisis was finally over. Had he not defeated the Gaylord, he might have died without a proper burial. From afar, the Death Servants suddenly focused on the Gaylord. They abandoned their fight with Delaney and carried the Gaylord away. No need to pursue retreating foes. Delaney came to Russell's side, checking on his condition. Russell's health was dire, the life force severely damaging his dantian. It would take a long time to recover, possibly affecting his future cultivation. I didn't expect you to have some skills. Without your last sword strike, we might have perished here. To think there is still dark calamity in this era, truly unexpected. Delaney stared at the sky, eyes fixated on the retreating figures of the Death Servants, her gaze filled with regret. She lamented not being able to capture them. The culprits who massacred the city would be hunted down by her if given the chance. The dark calamity will reappear soon. This was just a minor pawn. Russell opened his hands, facing the sky, gasping for breath. This was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. If not for the Gaylord's lapse, Russell might not have been able to secure victory. If they met again, he wouldn't choose direct confrontation. It wasn't wise. Really? If true, I must report this to my master. Otherwise, the entire continent will fall into turmoil. Delaney's expression grew serious. She had read about the dark calamity in ancient books and hated it deeply. Who exactly is your master? To have such power? Russell asked, curiosity deepening on his face. To train such an excellent disciple, this must be a formidable master. My master remains hidden and doesn't show off in public. Once, they were a prominent figure. Come with me to Ronald Mountain, and I'll explain further. Russell slowly rose, holding his waist, sighing deeply. Let's go. For Russell, gaining an ally was an advantageous move. He couldn't face the dark calamity alone. He lacked the strength. Chapter 420, Taoist of Ronald. The hidden forces of the dark sky Greysaster continued to operate covertly within the continent. Suddenly, Russell had a moment of enlightenment. An idea abruptly flashed in his mind. His expression changed, and he frowned deeply, looking back at the city behind him, now filled with thick smoke and devastation, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Is it possible that the Solar Dynasty is using this method to deliberately incite war between two dynasties so they can seize territories from others? The city before us borders the Yuhua Dynasty and has turned into a ghost town overnight. They can now blame the Yuhua Dynasty without question and launch an unconditional attack. A terrifying thought suddenly surfaced in Russell's mind, and initially, he hesitated. Upon reflection, however, it seemed like there was indeed a connection. The Solar Dynasty could take advantage of this situation to challenge the Yuhua Dynasty. Currently, the Solar Dynasty is at a critical juncture, having remained in seclusion for many years. Now they need just one opportunity to extend their influence over other factions. At this moment, the Yuhua Dynasty remains unaware. With its century-old legacy, the Solar Dynasty will not easily overpower it. After all, the Yuhua Dynasty has survived for over 100 years, indicating its capabilities. Suddenly, Ingrid stopped, her brow furrowed, a deep expression on her face as she too realized what was happening. The Yuhua Dynasty is about to be in trouble. Shouldn't we intervene? After all, the Solar Dynasty has conspired with the Dark Sky Greysaster, and as members of reputable sects, we should act against this threat. Ingrid spoke with righteous indignation. However, Russell wasn't willing to meddle unnecessarily. After all, while two tigers fighting benefit the third party, the Yuhua Dynasty isn't exactly clean either. Its only virtue is not aligning with the Dark Sky Greysaster. Behind closed doors, it engages in underhanded activities. When news broke about the Solar Dynasty's alliance with the Dark Sky Greysaster, no reputable sect stepped forward to help. Why should Russell rescue them now? Just worrying about others' business. The Yuhua Dynasty is full of corruption. Both sides are equally corrupt. Over the years, the harm caused by the Yuhua Dynasty might not be less than that of the Solar Dynasty. There's no need for us to interfere. Besides, if the Yuhua Dynasty serves as a shield, buying us some time, why not let it happen? Russell calmly analyzed the situation. His foresight and perspective differed from ordinary people, honed through years of facing life and death. His maturity far exceeded his peers. People like Ingrid possess great skills, but lack depth in understanding the world's cruelties. Having never experienced life on the brink of death, they remain sheltered flowers, while Russell is like bamboo weathering storms. Your reasoning makes sense, Ingrid conceded. But time is tight, and we cannot allow the Solar Dynasty to grow unchecked. We must curb their expansion early. Determined, Ingrid quickened her pace, disappearing into the territory of the Solar Dynasty. At this moment, the green dragons will interjected. You're quite lucky. Each battle feels like gambling with your life. The life force you absorbed earlier was enough to burst your body apart. If I hadn't channeled some divine energy into your dantian, it would have shattered long ago. Given your current injuries, it may take a while to recover fully. You might even suffer from lingering illnesses affecting your future cultivation path. Remember, don't gamble your future away. This body won't hold up forever. Indeed, when Russell absorbed the life force, he felt an unfamiliar current flowing through him. That refreshing current stabilized in his dantian, providing relief. How can I know my limits without testing them? Running away from such malevolent forces would only encourage them further. I won't tolerate this. Moreover, I'm not the type to give up easily. Russell stood straight, a hint of pride on his face. Despite the ambush on the hooded man, he had managed to defeat this enemy who had been plotting against him. Another brush with death, but he had emerged unscathed. Carry light bathed his face, and he smiled. Post-battle, he felt utterly exhausted, his body on the verge of collapse. If it were just external wounds, Russell could use his inner energy to heal. But these were internal injuries, leaving him in a state of exhaustion for some time. However, having a skilled ally nearby provided some reassurance. He had seen Ingrid fend off 3 death servants effortlessly, though he knew that wasn't her full strength. She undoubtedly had more powerful techniques at her disposal. As they traveled together, both remained silent, as they were strangers meeting by chance. If not for the strange events in the city, they likely wouldn't have crossed paths. Unknowingly, they had traveled thousands of miles. Before them lay a continuous range of mountains. Ingrid led them across countless peaks, arriving at a place resembling a paradise lost. Russell had never heard of this place. Surrounded by mist, it felt like stepping into a dreamlike realm. Despite its beauty, it exuded a solitary atmosphere, free from human habitation. Birds chirped occasionally, breaking the silence. Suddenly, a crane appeared in the sky, flashing past Russell. Note, the chapter title, Ronald Taoist, suggests a character or setting related to Ronald, but it doesn't directly appear in the text, so I focused on translating the main narrative. Chapter 421, Mount Buzhou. Lars Xianhe. Kyra has returned from her cultivation trip. Is Master still meditating within the mountain gate? I have urgent matters to discuss, matters concerning the peace of the world. Ingrid greeted Xianhe as they passed each other. Suddenly, Xianhe transformed into a hunched clerk with all white hair. Taoist Ronald left the mountain not long ago. He's probably watering the flowers in the small courtyard now. Xianhe's eyes were filled with affectionate warmth. Clearly, Ingrid was cherished here, almost like a princess who could melt hearts. Russell observed every detail. The crane in front of him wasn't weak, and its strength seemed on par with his own. The Taoist Ronald mentioned by Ingrid appeared to be a mysterious figure, likely one of the top-ranking experts in the entire continent. These hermits certainly had transcended worldly affairs, reached higher realms, didn't wish to get entangled in worldly disputes, and had lived for over a century. When Taoist Ronald rose to prominence, the Carey dynasty was merely a minor force. Being able to pull such a master into their alliance would become a massive pillar of support for Russell. The spiritual energy of Ronald Mountain was exceptionally strong. Russell could feel an endless stream of spiritual chi entering his body, slowly rehydrating his dry dantian. After glancing around, he followed Ingrid. After bidding farewell to Xianhe, the two proceeded directly toward the mountain gate. Inside the mountain gate was lush with thriving flora, brimming with vitality. In front of the mountain gate stood a thatched cottage surrounded by a garden full of flowers. And Clark lay in the courtyard, basking in the sun with a carefree expression. Master! Upon reaching the mountain gate, Ingrid suddenly called out. The Clark looked up and immediately jumped off his recliner, gazing at Ingrid with loving eyes. Girl, weren't you just down the mountain recently? Why did you return so suddenly? Grade someone bully you? Speak to your master, and I'll deal with him personally. Despite being partially covered by white hair, Taoist Ronald exuded a unique masters. He was just a novice fresh out of the nest, and any pretense would be easily seen through. Obscure nobody? Though I often reside on Ronald Mountain, I'm not entirely isolated. Not long ago, I heard from friends about a legendary figure. His name is also Russell. At a young age, he stands above all his peers, unmatched for centuries as the most remarkable prodigy. Could you be that person? Taoist Ronald praised, but Russell didn't dare accept the compliment. To Taoist Ronald, he was hardly a standout character. Standing next to such a seasoned figure, Russell felt dwarfed by his presence. Yes, it's me, but I'm far from what you describe. Compared to seniors like you, I am but a mere speck. Russell bowed again, maintaining his humility. Indeed, Taoist Ronald nodded approvingly. Such modesty indicated maturity beyond his years. You're too humble. I can sense your chi surpasses others of your age. Even that talented girl isn't your match. Truly deserving of being the contemporary peerless genius, a fine and remarkable individual. Taoist Ronald praised with admiration. In his eyes, Russell was a rare talent. Master, how can you deprecate your own disciple? I'm not that bad. Ingrid lifted her head, looking proud, glancing at Russell several times to compare their strengths. There are always higher peaks and more outstanding people. Edgardle girl, don't think you're unbeatable. There are always better ones. Your chi bears familiar traces. Perhaps the old fellow at Mount Buzhou would want to meet you. How about accompanying me to discuss how to combat the dark heavenly Greysaster? Mount Buzhou, another secluded paradise? Russell felt excited. Another group of Ronnies he could potentially ally with would certainly ease his burden. Why not seize this opportunity, given the advantages? He needed to continuously strengthen his allies, eventually achieving enough power to confront and subdue the entire dynasty. Thus, Russell agreed without hesitation. Chapter 422, Extending Sinister Claws. At this moment, within the sea of divine consciousness, the will of the Caleb also sighed an exclamation. Never thought that old fellow was still alive. Back when I was dominating the world, he was still an unknown nobody. In the blink of an eye, he has carved out his own domain. The will of the Caleb remarked with a sigh. 1,000 years ago, during the descent of the Dark Calamity, it had dealt him severe injuries as it spread across the land. Afterward, for a century, he dragged his broken body, barely surviving another 100 years. During these 100 years, the will of the Caleb had been exploring the threshold to immortality but was held back by lingering ailments, unable to take that final step, leaving only a fragment of his consciousness wandering the continent. Immortality remained an unfulfilled wish for the Caleb until death. Ronald Taoist once received guidance from the will of the Caleb. At that time, he was the most outstanding genius of the era and was destined to become a significant figure. He indeed did not disappoint the Caleb's expectations. Meeting an old acquaintance again, the Caleb's will appeared somewhat dejected, especially since he could no longer control his own fate, while the once unknown Gillis from a century ago had become a person wielding great power. Ever since Russell ascended Ronald Mountain, Ronald Daoist often fixed his gaze on Russell. He always felt that Russell emitted a familiar aura, like an old friend unseen for many years, instilling a strange sense of closeness. His gaze was sharp, like a sword shimmering with white light, trying to see through Russell, which made Russell feel uneasy all over. Suddenly, Ronald Daoist waved his hand, and a colorful cloud appeared at the horizon. Behind the cloud, a series of chirping sounds echoed between heaven and earth, as Immortal Crane suddenly emerged from the cloud, bowing down before Russell and his companions. Immortal Crane, take us to Mount Bujo for an important discussion, Ronald Daoist recited. The Immortal Crane chirped again, waiting for everyone to be seated, then spread its wings, disappearing into the sky in an instant. A streak of white light flashed across the sky and vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, within the territory of the Solar Dynasty, the Gaylord, bearing severe injuries, returned to his residence. He hastily took several pills and immediately used the power of the Callan to heal himself. Visible wounds began to heal rapidly, blood clotted, and a new surge of vitality surged through his body. The immense force of life caused the surrounding space to distort. An hour later, he slowly exhaled, his complexion recovering a healthy glow. That damned one, interfering again. I must devise a way to eliminate him or risk having my plans ruined. The Gaylord changed into clean clothes, opened the door, and sunlight illuminated his face, revealing a cunning expression. Initially, he hesitated due to Russell's talent and didn't act decisively, resulting in underestimating Russell. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside the courtyard. A figure in yellow robes entered. It was the Seamus. With concern evident on his face, he rushed forward, holding the Jamal's shoulders, carefully inspecting him. Finding no issues, he breathed a sigh of relief. Master Alejandro, I just heard you were injured during your training. I came to check on you. Seeing you safe makes me feel relieved. While the Seamus's primary purpose wasn't solely about checking on the Jamal's condition, other motives surely drove him here. Since allying with the Callan, the strength of the Solar Dynasty had seen a qualitative leap. Overall, the foundation of the Yuhua dynasty was inferior to the Solar Dynasty. A conspiracy was brewing, soon to plunge the continent into turmoil, an inevitable fate. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, an immortal crane flashed across the sky like a shooting star, traveling faster than lightning, nearly invisible to the naked eye. One day, 10,000 miles. Such astounding speed. Russell, riding the crane, marveled at how scenery flashed past too quickly to enjoy. Suddenly, Ronald Daoist placed a hand on Russell's shoulder, sending a warm current into his dantian, nourishing and rejuvenating it. Injuries that once plagued him began healing, infused with vitality. Russell felt a pleasant tingling sensation, relishing the recovery. Unnoticed, night fell. The immortal crane flew on and on. Russell was amazed to find his injuries fully healed. Looking back at Ronald Daoist, gratitude filled his eyes. His body was not only healed but also free of lingering illnesses. Chapter 423, Lloyd. Daoist Ronald and Russell exchanged glances, his eyes curling into a smile. To him, it was just a trivial matter of lifting a hand. Just a trivial matter, no need for thanks. Besides, your generation will be the backbone of this continent in the future. We can't let minor injuries affect your bright prospects. I see the shadows of many predecessors in you. It's destined that you will not be ordinary in the future. At the very least, you'll stand at the peak of this continent as a formidable expert. Perhaps, you might be the first cultivator to step into the realm of a mortal after 1,000 years. Everything is uncertain. Russell smiled gratefully, already noting down this kindness in his heart. Daoist Ronald was clearly from one of the prestigious Orthodox sects. However, the continuous praise made Russell feel somewhat embarrassed, leaving him in an awkward situation. Glenn, you are too kind. I am still just an average person within this vast continent. There are all sorts of wonders here. Perhaps there are even geniuses who surpass me. I cannot be arrogant, but must remain humble and continue to seek guidance. As the words fell, a trace of appreciation appeared on Daoist Ronald's face. Had he met Russell earlier, he would have definitely taken him in as a disciple for personal cultivation. Unfortunately, someone like Russell didn't suit being constrained. If he had stayed in a protected environment for long, he wouldn't have achieved such brilliance today. His current accomplishments were basically earned through his own hard work. Suddenly, a mountain peak came into view, surrounded by gaze falling on Russell. He could feel a familiar aura coming from Russell, evoking a mysterious sense of closeness. Dean, fear that changes are about to come over the continent. You have been sequestered for a long time and are naturally unaware of the current situation. The Braden is stirring again. Soon, it will once again wreak havoc on the continent. We must make thorough preparations. Upon hearing this, Lloyd initially froze, his eyes displaying a peculiar expression. Braden? Finding it hard to believe upon hearing those words. But seeing the resolute look on Daoist Ronald's face, he gradually came to his senses. It seemed this matter was indeed true. What are you planning? Lloyd asked after a while. The atmosphere became solemn. Although they hadn't witnessed the horror of the Braden firsthand, they had heard about it from their ancestors' accounts and had deeply imprinted it in their minds. Therefore, their fear of the Braden stemmed from deep within their hearts. Stay alert. In any case, we should rally all usable forces to face this disaster together. There are remnants of the Braden in the Carey dynasty. Now isn't the time for us to reveal ourselves. Our hopes lie on these young ones. And your little girl from Bujo Mountain should emerge from her seclusion as well. After so many years of cultivation, it's time to test their mettle. It's time for them to experience the warmth and coldness of the world. Daoist Ronald looked around as if searching for someone. Suddenly, a woman emerged from the side room. The moonlight illuminated her body, highlighting her. No one noticed the subtle change in Delaney's facial expression. Meanwhile, Lloyd once again focused on Russell, taking large steps forward and slowly stopping before him. Young one, which school do you hail from? You emit a familiar aura. For some reason, Lloyd felt inexplicably close to this young person. Glenn. I wander the world, homeless and unbound. I've never formally apprenticed under anyone, but have received favors from several seniors. Russell clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Chapter 424. Glenmaster? Lloyd seemed to sense a clue from Russell and raised his eyebrows to examine him once again. Your lineage traces back to the Supreme Celestial Palace? Can you let me see it? Lloyd asked tentatively, an inexplicable sense of familiarity flowing from his eyes. Then he stepped forward, his hunched body suddenly straightening up, and with his hand, he pushed back his white hair to reveal his eyes. Russell nodded and then rolled up his sleeves. Suddenly, a pagoda slowly floated out from above his crown, hanging in midair and emitting a dazzling white light that dispelled the surrounding darkness. This pagoda was precisely what Russell had obtained from the Supreme Celestial Palace, containing the mysteries of heaven and earth, incomparably profound. Upon seeing this pagoda, Lloyd couldn't hide his joy, his eyes revealing a hint of reverence as they remained fixed on the tower for a long time. Next, the techniques Russell demonstrated would leave him even more astonished. Suddenly, a breeze swept across the open space surrounded by mountains, blowing around Russell's robes despite the enclosed area. Russell waved his hand. Supreme heavenly scripture, he shouted loudly, creating a vortex in the air, and boundless life force surged toward him. At the same time, a scroll appeared above his head, covered in cryptic text, and Russell radiated an enigmatic aura, inspiring respect. Seeing this scene, Lloyd's legs trembled uncontrollably, his eyes showing an unusual expression. The next moment, Lloyd fell to his knees. Glenn Master, I pay my respects. The words hung in the air, the entire crowd silent, staring at Lloyd in disbelief. The Ronnie Peak powerhouse was kneeling before a newcomer. Russell was stunned for a moment, then rushed forward and supported Lloyd's body. He couldn't accept such great respect. Predecessor, why go so far? From Lloyd's actions earlier, Russell sensed a connection between Lloyd and the Supreme Celestial Palace. At this point, tears glistened in Lloyd's eyes. I used to be a member of the Supreme Celestial Palace, but only an outer sect disciple. During the dark, heavenly graceaster that ravaged the continent, to preserve its foundation, the Supreme Celestial Palace expelled us outer sect disciples. We were insignificant in the face of that calamity, and participating would have only cost us our lives. But the Supreme Celestial Palace nurtured me, and I will always remember its grace. Reflecting on this, could Lloyd be a predecessor who had lived for nearly 1,000 years? He belonged to the era of the dark, heavenly graceaster, having witnessed its destruction firsthand. You might wonder how I've lived so long. Actually, my talent was mediocre among ordinary people, but I once encountered a rare opportunity. Through that chance, I transcended my own destiny, though unfortunately, my talent was limited, and I can never reach the realm of immortals. Lloyd recounted his tortuous path of cultivation, having been unknown and unremarkable before. Listening to his story, Russell nodded. Experts who had survived from 1,000 years ago must be few and far between. Talent cannot be compensated by any fortune, and the ability to enter the realm of immortals was predetermined at birth. Everything happens for a reason. By seniority, you are a direct disciple of the ancestor, thus our senior master. Let me pay my respects. Lloyd bent down, preparing to kneel again. Russell quickly moved forward and supported Lloyd. Give me too much credit. Under the dark heavenly graceaster, all beings are but fleeting clouds. I fear this time the continent will fall completely under its control. With both internal and external threats, perhaps the continent will be under the rule of the dark heavenly graceaster before it even arrives. Russell referred to the Solar Dynasty. Before confronting the dark heavenly graceaster, one must first eliminate its remnants to prevent the Solar Dynasty from continuing its tyranny. The Solar Dynasty's ambitions were vast, reaching out in all directions. Any negligence could lead to its resurgence. Russell intended to nip this thread in the bud and settle the grudge with the Solar Dynasty. One day, he would return to the dynasty and personally slay Prince Rocky. An insult to be avenged is not a noble matter left unresolved. Chapter 425. The Path of Trials. Dean, don't be too hard on the younger generation. At that moment, Taoist Ronald slowly walked over and stood beside Russell. He had already noticed the look of helplessness on Russell's face and decided to step in on his behalf. If this continued, Taoist Ronald feared he would go on talking endlessly. The most critical thing now was to discuss a plan of action, not reminiscing about old times. Russell understood this well and abruptly changed the subject. I believe, seniors, that you are our trump cards and should not reveal yourselves unless absolutely necessary. As for dealing with the Solar Dynasty issue, it might be better to leave it to us younger ones. I will personally destroy that so-called Solar Dynasty and root out the remnants of the Braden. Pepper emitted an aura similar to Brogan, likely due to inheriting his legacy. No wonder he called himself immortal, a 1,000-year-old ancient being. After living through millennia, Brogan had seen countless rises and falls of powers and changes in people. This had made him understand reality deeply, leading him to become a reclusive sage. The upcoming Braden would add a dramatic stroke to his existence, reigniting hope for the future. At least, life won't be monotonous every day. All good intentions, but follow Edgarn's lead. Be cautious. There are still people who can handle you. Remember, nothing is more important than your lives. The younger generation nodded. Time was short, and tasks were heavy. With the two nations at war, now was the perfect chance to act. They couldn't miss this rare opportunity. They stayed overnight at Mount Bujo before setting off. Brogan watched as they departed, feeling mixed emotions, unsure if they would return. Not only have we taken action, but all forces from every corner have awoken. It will be the most intense upheaval in 1,000 years. I wonder who among these young talents will shine the brightest. In fact, Brogan already had an inkling but kept it to himself. These young ones will eventually forge their own paths through difficulties, transforming like butterflies. Otherwise, they will remain insignificant insects. Russell, how much chaos will this boy stir in this era? Truly something to watch. I hope he doesn't disappoint. Then, Taoist Ronald joined him, both watching Russell's departing back. A veteran who had fought his way up could easily discern one's potential. Yet, Russell's aura was already on par with theirs. His future was like unfathomable water, unpredictable. Meanwhile, Russell had already left Mount Bujo's territory with the two women. Stopping in midair, he prepared to lay down some ground rules. They're both pampered ladies, strong but potentially fragile under stress. To avoid trouble, rules need to be set. Ladies, before heading to the Solar Dynasty, let's establish some rules. Firstly, follow my lead. Your masters entrusted you to me. My decisions should be prioritized. Secondly, never act rashly. Though you're powerful, there are formidable opponents here. Ingrid knows this well. Without luck, we might stumble. Lastly, no conflicts or distrust. In tough times, everyone must contribute fully. Those Ronnies gave you valuable items. No need to hide them. Russell laughed, glancing at the two women. Suddenly, a restless voice echoed in his consciousness. You're lucky to have two beauties by your side. Even I never had such fortune. Truly enviable. Hayden will joked. Russell's lips twitched again. Stop joking. This translation maintains the original paragraph structure and style, preserving the natural flow and grammatical accuracy of the English language while ensuring continuity with previous content. Hashtag chapter 426. The battle approaches. Both women come from influential backgrounds, with backers as powerful as venerables standing behind them. Moreover, their personalities are peculiar. Offending them would only invite trouble. Taking these two women, who have never been exposed to the secular world, along for training would only burden Russell. But what can one do when they have such prominent backgrounds? At this moment, 100 kilometers away, under the gates of Yulong City, looking out, a murky cloud of dust rises up straight ahead, and the ground is shaking continuously. A vast army can be faintly seen approaching Yulong City. Yulong City is a key stronghold on the frontier of the Faiyue dynasty, with terrain that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. It also borders the Carey dynasty. Once Yulong City falls, the Carey dynasty's troops could invade the Faiyue territory with unstoppable force. Whether on top of the city wall or below it, brave warriors, willing to sacrifice their lives for the dynasty, stand ready. Everyone knows that once the battle starts, death is inevitable. But behind them lies the homeland. If they fall, countless enemy troops will enter the Faiyue territory, burning, killing, and looting, leaving a trail of bodies. The Carey dynasty might even commit more heinous acts. Report. Rex Dewey. The Carey dynasty has already entered our territory. What should we do next? On the city walls, a soldier rushed up in great urgency, reporting the situation at the front line. Rex Dewey, dressed in golden armor, gazed intensely ahead. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, and his expression was one of fearless resolve. Those who wish to cross Yulong City must step over my dead body first. Spread the word. The entire city is to be on high alert, ready for imminent battle. Sharpen your blades until they gleam. If they're not sharp enough, you won't enjoy slicing through these beasts. Right. When will reinforcements arrive? With our current forces, I fear we won't be able to hold on. Suddenly, a ray of light pierced through the gray sky, reflecting off Rex Dewey's golden armor and casting an intense golden glow. Golden brilliance. Only Rex Dewey stood illuminated on the expansive city gate, bearing the hope of millions of lives within the Faiyue dynasty. Suddenly, the soldiers' expressions changed. Their faces turned ashen, as if harboring deep worries, holding back words that were hard to say. Rex Dewey. The dynasty ordered us to defend Yulong City to the death. They have set up a second line of defense behind us. It appears they intend to abandon us. This statement plunged the city wall into silence. Everyone knew that once the battle began, they would be nothing but cannon fodder. From the start, the Faiyue dynasty had not included Yulong City in its plans. To the court officials, the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers were as insignificant as cabbages. Corruption was rampant throughout the empire. Years of peace had made many forget the horrors of war. In the face of greater challenges, people still prioritized their own interests. The survival of the country meant little to them. If the status quo persists, the Faiyue dynasty will eventually fall to the Carey dynasty, enslaving everyone. Still blinded even now, thinking that peace talks can secure safety. What a group of decayed fools. All soldiers listen up. We swear to defend the city with our lives. No foreigner shall step foot inside. Anyone who retreats shall be executed immediately. There will be no cowards under Yulong City. His resounding voice echoed across the vast city gate. Below, countless soldiers raised their weapons and shouted. His words ignited a surge of passion among the soldiers. Though this battle was destined to fail behind his back, looking down at the thousands of soldiers below without fear. A gentle breeze ruffled his hair, giving him an imperial aura. The battle is imminent. Stop spreading your falsehoods. This is your last warning. Hand over Yulong City, and you may live. Otherwise, the entire city will be covered in blood. Rex Ernie suddenly drew his longsword, pointing it directly at Rex Dewey. War was about to break out. A heavy smell of gunpowder permeated the air, and below the vast city gate, soldiers were already itching for action. Attack. To anyone who takes his head, 10,000 gold coins will be rewarded, and a position as an official in the dynasty will be bestowed. Rex Ernie lifted his sword, pointing at Rex Dewey, a sinister smile forming on his lips. Countless soldiers charged out from below, their swords waving wildly. The roar was immense. The ground shook again. Above the city wall, Rex Dewey also drew his sword, jumping down to fight side by side with the Carey dynasty soldiers. Seeing this, many others followed suit, drawing their weapons to join the fray. In the sky, dark clouds suddenly gathered. An oppressive atmosphere spread over the vast Yulong City, uncertain of how long this battle would last. But in terms of destiny, the Carey dynasty held a clear advantage. Chapter 427. Russell intervenes. Meanwhile, above the clouds where dark clouds gathered, several figures suddenly appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Russell. Russell, accompanied by two women, received unparalleled treatment due to his undeniable strength. No one could challenge his position. But how could he betray his principles for temporary gain? He would rather die defending the Yulong Pass, which he had protected all his life, than ally with barbarians. A true hero, but what a pity he followed the wrong people. What use is such arrogance? Rex Dewey, adaptability is wisdom. If you submit to the Carey dynasty, endless glory and wealth await you. Before the Yulong Pass, Rex Ernie stepped forward again, wielding his large saber. If Rex Dewey refused, Ernie would lead the officers behind him into the city, laying waste to it. Earlier, the Seamus had ordered them to display overwhelming force in the first battle, hoping the Feiyu dynasty would surrender without fighting. The Feiyu dynasty was already corrupt, its loyalty divided. Defeating this fractured army was only a matter of time. Want to enter the Yulong Pass? Only over my dead body. Rex Dewey gritted his teeth, holding his long sword as a surge of energy burst from his veins. Had it not been for him, the Yulong Pass might have fallen long ago, allowing the Carey dynasty's troops to penetrate deep into the Feiyu dynasty. As he spoke, a trace of resolve flashed in Ernie's eyes. Suddenly, a cold light approached. A wave of swordsmanship sliced through the air as Ernie wielded his saber. Everyone knew this battle was about to conclude. To give his life for a kingdom that could never thrive made Rex Dewey both loyal and foolish. In the sky, Russell had been observing the battle. At this critical moment, he waved his hand, changing the appearance of the two women beside him. Let's change our looks. We're too conspicuous otherwise. My current identity is too obvious. The entire Carey dynasty is hunting me down. After saying this, Russell picked up a branch and charged forward, aiming to stop the battle. Of course, not for the Feiyu dynasty. He merely didn't want the battle to end prematurely. Delaying tactics would buy more time for the Feiyu dynasty and himself. Thus, Russell, wielding the branch, blocked Rex Dewey's path, facing thousands of soldiers with an imposing presence. To him, the Carey dynasty's cavalry were mere foot soldiers. With one strike, they would all meet their end. Suddenly, Rex Ernie paused, gripping his saber without slashing, instead looking perplexedly at the sudden intruder. Indeed, he had never seen this man before. The Carey dynasty knew the Feiyu dynasty inside out, and confirmed it had no such warrior. Ernie asked, "Fellow Taoist, do you dare intervene in a battle between two dynasties?" Russell took a step forward, pointing at the Carey dynasty's banner and setting it ablaze. By doing so, he challenged the dignity of the Carey dynasty, trampling on its authority. So what? These words revealed Russell's resolve. Rex Ernie sneered, his blood boiling. The previous battle had pushed his chi power to its peak, making him feel invincible. Alliance with the Feiyu dynasty means death. I wonder how this rotten kingdom attracts so many loyal subjects. As he spoke, Rex Ernie lunged at Russell with his saber. Behind him, Rex Dewey, despite severe injuries, still guarded the city gate. His gaze fell on Russell, and a warm feeling stirred within him. Fellow Taoist, we can't stop this disaster. The Feiyu dynasty will fall to the Carey dynasty. You should leave. There's no need to sacrifice yourself for a decaying country. Dewey understood, but Russell ignored him, brandishing the branch as an overwhelming sword aura erupted around him, emitting a faint cold glow. Suddenly, he struck. The sword aura swirled around the branch, transforming into a golden beam that shot toward Rex Ernie. Although Russell didn't use the Eve sword, he was confident this move would subdue his opponent. Though both were deity transformation realm practitioners, the gap between them was like that between the moon and fireflies. To Russell, Ernie was like a puppet. The sword aura hit, causing a fiery explosion. Russell's branch turned to ash, dispersing into the air. His gaze remained fixed on the blazing scene before him. Chapter 428. Saving the Tide. Amidst the flames, a figure slowly descended from the sky and crashed heavily onto the ground. The dark clouds above were torn apart by Ellis's sword chi, creating a massive tear. At this moment, the entire scene fell into a dead silence. One strike had defeated an opponent at the transformation realm. The previous scene was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind, an unforgettable fragment. Rex Dewey stood frozen on the city wall, his gaze fixed on Ellis, filled with admiration. Now, without leadership, the Carey dynasty's army was in disarray, and it was inevitable that they would lose this battle. Although there were fewer than 100 soldiers left guarding the Yulong Pass, Rex Dewey alone could withstand thousands of enemy troops. Unexpectedly, despite such overwhelming odds, the Yulong Pass still stood firm. Clearly, the Carey dynasty would organize another offensive soon. Ellis also landed steadily on the city wall, gazing at the demoralized soldiers before him. He did not pursue them to annihilate every last one. This time, he had only come to stop the fighting, to buy time for the greater strategy. Righteous Taoist friend, if not for your timely assistance, the city of Yulong would already be strewn with corpses. Once the Carey dynasty's troops entered the city, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Rex Dewey similarly stood on the city wall, gazing into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the Carey dynasty's army had retreated beyond the borders of the Yuhua dynasty. Do not chase the defeated. In its current state, the Yulong Pass was struggling to hold. If they recklessly pursued the fleeing soldiers, they might plunge the Yulong Pass into further peril. I have no ties with the Yuhua dynasty. I simply could not bear to see innocent civilians perish in war. From what I can see, the Carey dynasty will not let this matter rest easily. May you all seek your own fortune. In fact, Ellis hadn't anticipated how weak the defenses of the Yulong Pass were. The Carey dynasty had wiped them out with ease. Now, within the Yulong Pass, mostly remained the Ranili, the sick, and the wounded. Should the Carey dynasty attack again, the outcome would undoubtedly be disastrous. Just now, every soldier defending the Yulong Pass had witnessed Ellis's single strike that eliminated Rex Ernie. This act stirred their hearts with fervor. Even if their heads are broken and blood flows, we must not lose the Yulong Pass. Even if they perish before the gates of the Yulong Pass, they would do so willingly. Taoist friend. Halt. In this critical moment, only you can save the Yulong Pass from disaster. Can you stay here to guard the pass and temporarily help the Yuhua dynasty through this crisis? Rex Dewey had long cast aside any concerns for his life. His existence was unimportant compared to the lives of the Yuhua dynasty's citizens behind him. For years, he had diligently guarded the border to ensure the safety and prosperity of the dynasty's people. Honestly, Rex Dewey did not serve the dynasty itself, but rather its people. Without these frontier guards, the Yuhua dynasty would have long vanished into history. I wandered here and intervened because I could not tolerate the Carey dynasty's actions. If I continue to involve myself in this conflict between two nations, I too will be dragged into this chaos. With that, Ellis's figure soared into the sky, glancing back at Rex Dewey with a look of pity. To be honest, if Rex Dewey did not pledge himself to the Yuhua dynasty, with his character, he would surely find a place in the heavens. Alas, different paths led to different fates. Rex Dewey's fate was to die in the conflict between the two dynasties. As he watched Ellis vanish into the horizon, a shadow of sadness clouded his eyes. Turning to view the desolation before the Yulong Pass, his emotions fluctuated. Perhaps defeat was the Yuhua dynasty's destiny. He shifted his gaze to the remaining few soldiers behind him and shouted, "Cleanse the battlefield, at least give our fallen brothers a proper burial. Burn the remains of the Carey dynasty soldiers. At the same time, request reinforcements from the Yuhua dynasty. Surviving the first wave means we still have a chance. If reinforcements arrive in time, we can defend against the invaders at the Yulong Pass. Only with reinforcements could they possibly have a chance." Above the sky, Ellis broke through the clouds, soaring high above. Meanwhile, two women still stood where they were. The Carey dynasty will launch a fierce assault on Yulong City again. Your task is to stall them and delay their conquest of the entire continent as much as possible. Ellis's thoughts were clear. He needed to avoid exposing himself further. The Carey dynasty already knew his every move. Even just revealing the Eve sword would expose his identity. The two women nodded. Paris asked, "Do you have other matters to attend to?" Ellis smiled slyly. "As long as I'm around. How can the Carey dynasty remain so complacent? And with their intentions to dominate the whole continent, their internal defenses will be unusually weak. Exploit their weakness. I plan to deliver a fatal blow to the Carey dynasty." After hearing Ellis's plan, the two women nodded in agreement. They had witnessed his strength firsthand. Diving deeper into the conflict wouldn't put Ellis at undue risk, so they didn't worry about his safety. "Don't disappoint me. You are disciples of the Venerable. Holding a strategically fortified city like this should be a sure thing." Ellis posed a rhetorical question. These women, proud and arrogant, had never been involved in worldly affairs before and might fall prey to traps. "Nonsense," suddenly, Pepper added. She had always been aloof. Since following Ellis, she hadn't spoken more than 10 sentences combined. Of course, she was a woman of action, ready to prove herself through her strength. Ellis nodded in affirmation. Then his figure vanished into the vast sky. The two women exchanged a glance. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested. Chapter 429. Infiltrating the Imperial City. The Yuhua dynasty. Within the capital, a man was riding his horse at full speed towards the palace. His body bore the marks of battle, and his face was covered in dust. At this moment, Talon was enjoying himself within the palace, lounging on a high platform, watching the performances of the dancing girls below with an expression of lingering satisfaction on his face. Inside the palace, there was music and laughter. A scene of joy and harmony. Talon had always lived a life of decadence. To him, stability and peace were the greatest joys. He cared little for the safety of the dynasty and was willing to cede land and pay tribute to appease the Carey dynasty if it meant avoiding conflict. Suddenly, another commotion came from outside the hall, and the doors swung open. Prince Edgar strode in directly. "Father, the enemy has already entered our territory. How can we sit here idle? We must break through the encirclement and show our might. We cannot let the Carey dynasty think that no one in Yuhua dares to fight back." News of the victory at the front line had ignited morale across the Yuhua dynasty. Many people had volunteered to go to the front lines to protect the country from foreign invaders. Only Talon remained apathetic, obsessed with his pleasures. Prince Edgar knelt down, while Talon, listless, waved his hand to dismiss the dancers. He then stood up and stared at Prince Edgar. "Very well, you lead the troops to the front line. If we hear that Yulong Pass has fallen, I will hold you accountable." With those words, Talon stretched lazily and headed toward the harem. Prince Edgar remained kneeling, sighing helplessly. Over the decades, the Yuhua dynasty had isolated itself, pushing itself into a corner and widening the gap between itself and the Carey dynasty. Bryson's indifference only deepened the dissatisfaction throughout the realm. Despite having no real power, tens of thousands still followed Prince Edgar faithfully. Meanwhile, in the distant Carey dynasty, news of the defeat had reached the capital, infuriating Emperor Carey. This battle affected the morale of the troops and the reputation of the Carey dynasty. In the imperial court, no official dared speak up, unwilling to be at the center of attention. Then, a figure in a black cloak stepped forward. To cross him would mean eternal ruin. At this moment, tension simmered within the Carey dynasty. All the elite assassins under the Gaylord were heading towards Yulong Pass. The internal defenses of the Carey dynasty were unusually weak, an ideal opportunity for infiltration. On the southern city wall, a stealthy figure suddenly appeared. Under the cover of night, someone leaped over the city wall into the imperial capital. The moonlight illuminated the person, Russell. In an instant, he had infiltrated the palace grounds. Chapter 430. Annihilation. On the uneven rooftop of the palace, a figure darted back and forth. Moonlight illuminated his face, revealing Russell at first glance. Cloaked in black, with half his face covered by a dark cloth, only his eyes were visible. Yet, The distinct emotion radiating from those eyes confirmed his identity. He blended seamlessly into the darkness. He finally landed within the inner palace. Infiltrating the imperial city was child's play. Previously, countless guards patrolled every street corner of the imperial city. But with war looming, nearly half of the palace guards had been dispatched, leaving the vast imperial city almost deserted. Emperor Carey's arrogance, coupled with his Greyvine transformation realm prowess, made him feel invulnerable. Who could openly assassinate him? Moreover, should anyone attempt assassination, few within his realm could swiftly eliminate him. Any commotion would draw experts from all directions. In summary, despite its reduced defenses, the imperial city remained a massive cage. Since the founding of the Carey dynasty, no assassin had dared to infiltrate and assassinate within the imperial city. That night, the front hall was eerily quiet. Not even a single chirp or tweet could be heard. Yet, laughter and revelry emanated from the inner palace. Clearly, the current emperor was indulging in pleasure. Russell caught some subtle sounds and moved stealthily towards the inner palace. He stopped before a particular palace. No guard stood watch outside this building. A single move and Jacob would die silently. Russell lifted a tile from the roof and peered inside, his gaze sweeping the room. Two figures were entangled under the sheets, their faces hidden. But Russell knew who they were. To still seek pleasure on the brink of death, enjoy it while you can. Closing his eyes, a faint blush crept onto his face. After scanning the surroundings, he leaped down from the roof. Inside the courtyard, Russell moved with utmost caution, not making a sound. A martial cultivator's senses are exceptional, akin to having eyes that see miles and ears that hear clearly, so even the slightest outdoor movement could be detected. At that moment, Emperor Carey, wrapped in pleasures, had no time to notice anything outside. Merle. In time, once I conquer the Yuhua dynasty, I'll grant you a land as reward and let you taste power. Ultimately, the entire world will belong to me, united, forever and more. Emperor Carey held his concubine close, his pride and ambition evident. Contrarily, Russell pressed his ear to the doorframe, a look of disdain on his face. A puppet's fate. You still don't understand your position? Your empire is already under the control of the Wali figure. Once unification is achieved, your life won't be spared. Sold and still counting coins for your buyer. Muttering these words, Russell waved his hand, releasing a burst of light that enveloped the courtyard, forming an impenetrable barrier. Any noise inside wouldn't escape, ensuring absolute security. Assassinating Emperor Carey might cause some disturbance, which could attract others, trapping Russell in an inescapable net. Suddenly, Russell kicked open the door. The sudden intrusion startled the two on the bed. Emperor Carey quickly grabbed a robe and leaped up, looking warily towards the door. Who dares? You know the inner palace is forbidden territory, off limits to anyone but me? You risk decapitation, disturbing my enjoyment. Bring this intruder before me for punishment. Moments later, Russell appeared before Emperor Carey, tearing off his mask with a mocking smile. In his eyes, Emperor Carey was already dead. No one will come to your aid. This time, see how you escape. Once you're gone, chaos will reign. How then can you conquer the continent? Killing you takes but a moment. Russell advanced step by step. Contrarily, panic flashed in Emperor Carey's eyes, but it quickly vanished as he regained confidence. In an instant, Russell raised his ancestral sword and struck, giving Emperor Carey no chance to think. Danger lurked everywhere in the palace. Quick action was crucial. With a loud crash, the bed shattered. Emperor Carey clutched his concubine, teleporting beside them, then gently placing her down, his eyes filled with affection. He dashed outside, Russell hot on his heels, not giving Emperor Carey a chance to retaliate. Continuous sword strikes forced Emperor Carey to flee desperately into the open. How long can you hide? Russell waved his hand, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of sword energy that distorted space around them. A powerful strike followed, cutting through the air with a heavy rush of wind. Too late to dodge. Emperor Carey could only face it head-on. He produced the Riverscape scroll again. As the scroll floated above, it seemed to breathe life into the world, vibrant vitality bursting forth, spreading lush greenery around. Unknown to Emperor Carey, Russell had evolved. The Riverscape scroll was now insignificant to him. Times change. To Russell, Emperor Carey was now like an ant. When the scroll emitted its light, Russell struck it with one blow. Instantly, the scroll fragmented, disintegrating into pieces, its glow vanishing. Emperor Carey's face fell, his prize tool defeated by Russell without a fight. Chapter 431, Trapped in Danger. The stark contrast between the two had become increasingly evident. Not long ago, Emperor Carey might have stood a chance against Russell, but now, a mere wave of Russell's finger could crush him. Just a few days apart, and this boy's strength has skyrocketed again. I've been at the Transcendent Spirit Realm for many years, and have become one of its few top experts, yet I still cannot match him. This boy must be eliminated. Otherwise, it will lead to endless future troubles. We can't risk the entire future of the Solar Dynasty. Once Russell achieves his grand ambitions, he will surely make the Solar Dynasty his first target. I cannot allow the empire that I built for Tia to fall into his hands. I must not let such a tragedy happen. The Fulton told me earlier that he had already set up a formidable trap within the palace. Yet, his presence is still unseen. If he does not come to assist soon, it's for revenge. I hope you grasp it well. Inside the barrier, Russell remained unaware that he had walked into a trap, becoming a pawn for the Elroy. At this moment, Emperor Carey was cornered, sword energy raining down on him. He had no means to retaliate. Several faint wounds were visible on his body, clearly caused by the residual effects of the sword energy. Suddenly, Russell grabbed Emperor Carey by the neck through the air, lifting him up forcefully. Emperor Carey, I told you, today is your death day. For your so-called great cause, you slaughtered innocent people. What crime deserves such punishment? You do not deserve to rule. With those words, a killing intent flashed in Russell's eyes. As the intent surged, he struck with his sword, cleaving Emperor Carrie in two, turning him into a headless corpse. Holding Emperor Carrie's decapitated body, Russell hurled it into the sky. Finally resolved this chaos on the continent. Next is Prince Rocky. To overthrow the dynasty, Prince Rocky must also be eliminated. However, Prince Rocky possessed immense luck, always escaping from Russell's clutches unscathed. Killing him might prove difficult. It was also unwise to linger here further, as despite the barrier, someone might have noticed the commotion. Thus, Russell waved his hand, dispelling the barrier. When the light faded, a shocking sight unfolded before him. Swordsmen and executioners surrounded him from all directions. Following this, a crisp applause echoed through the air as the Elroy emerged from the void, slowly approaching Russell. Rebel Russell. Killing Jacob. What crime is more heinous? Follow my order. Kill Rebel Russell, and whoever brings his head shall receive a great reward. Upon the command, countless men surged towards Russell. Realizing the peril, Russell scanned his surroundings, seeking an escape route. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of black mist reappeared, enveloping hundreds of meters around him. Surrounded on all sides, Russell found himself trapped, with no retreat possible. His only option was to fight through the encirclement. Throughout this ordeal, his gaze remained fixed on the Elroy. I didn't think my illustrious reputation would end here. A perfect plan thwarted, leaving me in this deadly situation. To survive, I must break through their ranks. May heaven favor me. Gripping the Eve sword tightly, Russell faced the transcendent spirit realm experts surrounding him. They were merely a mob, but the most formidable opponent was still the distant Elroy. Russell had to stay vigilant, or he'd fall victim to him. From afar, the Elroy smiled deeply, attributing his previous defeat to carelessness. Now, he planned to wear down Russell with cannon fodder, finishing him off with a lethal blow. A flawless plan. Kill. Roaring, they charged at Russell without giving him a moment to think. Russell swung his Eve sword, fighting desperately to breach the encirclement. However, relentless attacks left him momentarily at a disadvantage. Faced with dozens of transcendent spirit realm experts, Russell felt overwhelmed. Their abilities were formidable, and though he was powerful, he wasn't invincible. Enduring a hit from them would gravely wound him. After prolonged combat, Russell fell back. Yet, the surrounding darkness formed an impenetrable barrier. Unless he defeated the Elroy, there was no escape. To break free, he had to make one last stand. Whether he could turn things around depended on this final push. Let the storm rage even stronger. Hashtag chapter 432. Fierce battle. Boom. Dark clouds gathered above the sky. An oppressive atmosphere spread throughout, and the imperial palace was shrouded in a heavy gloom. Many people involuntarily turned their gazes toward the palace, sensing that something significant was about to happen. Suddenly, lightning struck. In an instant, thunder roared, and the entire sky was filled with a blinding white light. As many had witnessed his solitary advance, breaking through the imperial defenses 7 times. Who wouldn't fear such a prodigy? Foolish. How stubborn you are, unable to see the current situation clearly. The Solar Dynasty's corruption runs deep. Do you truly believe you will have a good outcome? When heroes gather and unite against the dynasty, the Solar Dynasty will have no retreat. Colluding with the dark disaster, you should all be wiped out. A look of reluctance flashed across Russell's face. Was his glorious path truly to end here? Absolutely not. He must break through and become the one who changes fate. What difference did dozens of soul transformation realm experts make? One sword strike could extinguish them all. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept past him, brushing against his cheeks and lifting the strands of hair on his brow. Russell suddenly opened his eyes, a resolute look in his gaze. Facing despair, he did not lose hope but continued searching for a sliver of opportunity. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not give up. One strike of Edgarf and death. At this moment, Russell had forgotten life and death. To him, it was just a thought, a step between hell and paradise. Break after establishment. Russell's mental state shifted again, emitting a sword aura so profound that it became incomprehensible. Now, he could be called a sword Dao venerable. Throughout history, who among contemporaries could surpass Russell in swordsmanship? Sword chi erupted from within him, spreading around his body and transforming into threads finer than silk. Each thread possessed a sharpness that could cut through metal like butter. Above the sky, a deep roar echoed through the air. Russell stood amidst the sky like a god, no one daring to approach him. Come. Let me see your full strength. Russell felt a tingling sensation throughout his limbs, his blood boiling with power. He resembled a predator ready to pounce on its prey. Those dozens of soul transformation realm experts. Do not let him find an opening. Let us attack together. Don't hold back. Eliminate this boy entirely, giving him no chance to turn the tide. In the sky, someone commanded. Immediately, dozens of figures surged towards Russell, their attacks converging upon him. In an instant, the heavens changed color, the earth trembled. The grand imperial palace, once magnificent, was now a ruinous mess, littered with broken walls and flames illuminating the area. Russell's expression turned cold, his eyes closed, his heart calm as water in a still pond. In the next second, he thrust his sword outward. The sword chi rippled out. Golden light burst forth from the sword chi, lighting up half the sky. Boom! The deafening sound rang in everyone's ears. Suddenly, flames shot upward, enveloping hundreds of meters of land. Dozens of soul transformation realm experts were engulfed within the fiery glow. Then, a figure emerged from the flames, walking through the air as the fire surrounding him instantly extinguished upon contact. It was Russell. His clothes were untouched, though that single strike had consumed 80% of his inner strength. If the hooded figure persisted, he would likely still be in danger. As the flames dissipated, the dozens of soul transformation realm experts still hovered in the sky, though their condition was dire. When the sword chi erupted, they resisted with all their might, but ultimately suffered severe injuries. Each of them bore numerous sword wounds, their clothes soaked in blood. Their aura waned, all barely hanging on by a thread. Should Russell strike again, they would surely meet their end. But the injuries had no effect on the other death servants. They continued pursuing Russell relentlessly. Far away, Russell watched the advancing death servants, a flash of killing intent crossing his eyes. It seems the hooded figure intends to finish me off completely, never intending to intervene. But have you forgotten how I defeated you recently? A cornered rabbit can bite too. Your arrogance will lead to your downfall. Russell made a hand seal. Suddenly, a scroll emerged from his crown, floating above his head, radiating brilliance. The Supreme Heavenly Scroll. Characters of golden light fell from the Supreme Heavenly Scroll, adhering to Russell's flesh. Subsequently, a layer of golden scales covered his body, with the essence blood of the ancestral dragon burning within him. Since undergoing refinement in the blood pool, his physical body had reached an unfathomable depth. Chapter 433. A thin Edgarn between Edgarf and death. Instantly, the Supreme Celestial Book emitted an extraordinary brilliance, captivating and dazzling. Vitality forces within a radius of several hundred miles surged into Russell's body like floods. He felt his meridians swelling continuously, and his dantian was brimming with spiritual energy. His arm veins throbbed impressively, resembling ceaselessly flowing river water. Is it this move again? Let me test just how deep your foundation is. Suddenly, the figure in black robes waved his sleeve, and another figure darted out from the shadows. In midair, yet another figure appeared. None other than the cloaked man himself. Cloaked in dark calamity, he didn't dare to drop his guard completely after learning from past mistakes while dealing with Russell, lest he suffer an unforeseen defeat. After issuing a command, his death attendants retreated. Under these circumstances, they were no more than cannon fodder in Russell's hands. The Peri well understood Russell's strength and realized that only he could match him in this vast empire. Since Russell's last lone attack on the dynasty, many of his subordinates had been killed or wounded. Preserving power was crucial if he wished to dominate the continent in the future. Face to face, their eyes met, each exuding murderous intent. With a formidable enemy at hand, Russell knew there was no retreat. He must fight for his life. Finally, I forced you, the mastermind, out. It seems you won't make a move unless absolutely necessary. Russell sneered coldly, on high alert, not allowing any slack. Until now, Russell had never experienced the full strength of the Peri. In their previous encounters, Russell wouldn't have found opportunities without the Peri underestimating him. A prodigy. Only death by my hand would bring a sense of accomplishment. Subjugating the most brilliant genius of this era gives me an indescribable pleasure. The Peri's face contorted into a sinister smile, sending shivers down the spine. Over decades, the Peri had single-handedly overthrown the imperial rule, openly treating the empire as his puppet, accumulating centuries of resources. This demonstrated his deep scheming and bizarre fighting styles. Russell, though a rising star with astonishing talent, still lacked confidence against the Peri. However, given 10 more years, Russell was sure to trample him underfoot. Alas, timing wasn't on Russell's side. Time was running out. No nonsense. To the death. Russell roared, holding the ancestral sword and charging forward. His body, infused with vitality, made each strike far stronger than before, bringing him back to peak condition. Still, Russell was at his limits. The vitality gathered by the Supreme Celestial Book could last only half an hour. Once past that time, the vitality would dissipate, leaving him defenseless. Therefore, this was it, the decisive moment. Russell must face this challenge head-on. Russell suddenly slashed, giving the Peri no chance to think. Sword strikes came one after another, pushing him back step by step. Though appearing calm, the Peri's eyes gleamed mockingly, as if viewing Russell as mere entertainment. Each strike narrowly missed him, barely touching him. As vitality drained, Russell's complexion grew increasingly pale. I can't let him keep dodging, or we'll surely lose. With those words, Russell released all his remaining vitality, gambling everything on striking the Peri critically. Russell knew he stood no chance of killing him now, but a critical wound could lead to another plan. Thus far, his mission was complete. He had assassinated Jacob. Escaping undetected would be a perfect finish. Unfortunately, the Peri was an unforeseen variable. Unbeknownst to Russell, his flawless strategy had been seen through, leading him into a trap. Had it not been for the Peri pulling strings behind the scenes, the Carey dynasty might have already declined. Afterwards, with Rocky ascending the throne, the Carey dynasty would plummet into chaos, especially since Rocky lacked significant ability. No matter what, Rocky could never wrest control from the Peri. Once enthroned, he'd remain nothing more than a puppet manipulated by the Peri. Suddenly, Russell retreated several dozen paces, preparing for a final, decisive blow. Raising his ancestral sword above his head, he closed his eyes, calming the chaotic energies within. Amidst the overcast sky, a faint light broke through. Heavenly sword opens. A beam of light fell upon the palace, reflecting its grandeur amid the rubble. This battle would be etched in history, remembered for Russell's daring solo raid on the dynasty, turning the empire upside down. Sadly, this illustrious story's protagonist might perish here today. Next, a massive light sword slowly emerged from the clouds, cleaving through darkness, returning light to the earth. The Peri glanced up at the colossal sword, disdainful. I shall see how much power you wield. His gaze fixated on the light sword above. Seconds later, his body shot upward like a meteor, colliding with the light sword head-on. At that moment, Russell's body slumped, deflated, landing on the ground. All his vitality dissipated, leaving him unable to fight further. His eyes remained fixed on the sky. He hoped this move would critically injure the Peri. Otherwise, he too would face certain doom. His heart raced, watching intently, not daring to blink. Chapter 434, Shielding You from Greysaster. Above the sky, a brilliant light enveloped the entire heavens, dispersing the gloom for hundreds of miles, making night as bright as day. The light sword split open a crack in midair, but in the next moment, the void within the crack was also filled with brightness. Russell's expression was profound, his brows knitted tightly, not daring to miss a single detail, appearing deeply worried. The hooded figure was too powerful, having reached the pinnacle of the continent. Combined with the unpredictable dark catastrophe, Russell had little confidence in seriously wounding him. In the end, the light sword embedded itself atop the imperial palace, then shattered, transforming into countless golden fragments scattered in the air. The sky remained illuminated by the brilliance of the golden fragments, yet there was still no sign of the hooded figure. However, the imperial palace had been reduced to wasteland, and previously injured experts of the soul transformation realm were also killed by the aftereffects of the sword opening Heaven's Gate. This battle had not yet concluded, but the Carey dynasty had already paid a heavy price, losing over a dozen soul transformation experts, and the dynasty's power had regressed by over 100 years. Russell stood alone, completely unscathed, and this kind of achievement far surpassed anyone among the young generation on the continent. Even today's prodigies could not even reach Russell's level. If he could survive the relentless attacks of the hooded figure, this battle would be a resounding victory for Russell. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the air, moving against the golden light, walking through the void step by step. Each step he took sent out waves of black mist from within the light. The black mist formed ripples that gradually swallowed the surrounding light. In an instant, the dark catastrophe reclaimed the sky above the dynasty, casting a vast pressure that made the entire continent tremble. The hooded figure walked out of the void. Although he was several hundred yards away, Russell still felt the chilling aura emanating from within him. The hooded figure's eyes were bloodshot, his hair disheveled, appearing almost demon-like. It seemed that this was the hooded figure's true form, unleashing all the dark catastrophes within him. The sword opening Heaven's Gate had only left insignificant wounds on him, failing to stop his advance. Russell looked at the hooded figure in the sky, feeling despair, as the sword opening Heaven's Gate had exhausted all his spiritual energy, leaving his dantian drained. He put down the ancestral sword, finding honor even in death. He faced the sky, knowing he had done everything possible to stop the dark catastrophe without surrendering to evil forces, thus remaining true to any predecessors. Am I finally going to die? Russell looked up at the sky, slowly closing his eyes and spreading his arms fearlessly. At this moment, he let go of everything. Death? To him, it was just a fleeting moment. Over the past few years, Russell had been on the brink of life and death, long understanding the meaning of life and death. Memories flooded back, enduring countless hardships to reach the peak of the continent, numerous battles leading to today's glory. Honestly, he was unwilling to give up, still hoping for a glimmer of hope. But the hooded figure had already moved, an overwhelming dark catastrophe rushing toward Russell. A massive black hand appeared in the sky, pressing down toward him. Before the dark catastrophe, everything seemed so insignificant. Prodigy? In the end, you will die at my hands. If you could endure for a few decades, you might have truly changed the fate of the continent. But your carelessness has cost you. To die at my hands is enough for glory. As the words faded, the large hand descended. Endless darkness wrapped around Russell, lifting him slowly into the air. At this moment, Russell's consciousness became blurred, and suddenly he fainted, his body being ravaged by endless dark catastrophe in his unconscious state. Soon, Russell would become a mindless undead servant, obedient to the hooded figure. Within the sea of divine consciousness, Russell stood motionless with closed eyes, surrounded by darkness. Boy, you really plan to give up like this? What happened to that indomitable spirit in your bones? If you give up like this, I truly look down on you. One sentence awakened Russell's inner self. Within the sea of divine consciousness, Russell slowly opened his eyes, and the Bradley appeared before him. The face of the Bradley also bore a look of sorrow. I can't defeat him. I no longer have the ability to protect this continent. Only future generations can deal with it. I hope they can resolve the crisis when the dark catastrophe comes. Russell was unwilling but knew the outcome was set and unchangeable. Suddenly, another heavy sigh echoed within the sea of divine consciousness. The Bradley suddenly floated into the air, emitting light from its ethereal form, looking somewhat grand. In the end, this Clark cannot escape his destiny of dissolution. Boy, you are the hope of this era. You cannot die now. Let me shield you from this disaster. Everything must come to pass. This is one of the few things I can do for you. Remember, never act recklessly without my warning. Having said that, the ethereal form of the Bradley began to burn slowly, blue flames encircling its body. Russell's eyes widened in shock. The Bradley was burning its divine consciousness. Once the consciousness was destroyed, it would vanish from this world completely, and no reverse heaven method could save it. No. Russell extended his hand suddenly, shouting in protest. But it was too late. The divine consciousness of the Bradley had transformed into a pale blue light, merging into Russell's physical body. Boy, don't grieve. Everyone has their life, aging, illness, and death. I'm just taking the earlier path. But I'll still watch over you from the heavens. I hope trading my divine consciousness for your life was the right choice. The continent is in dire straits, and this is the time for you to stand up. Let me help you overcome this obstacle. The voice gradually faded in Russell's ears. Hashtag chapter 435. The black cloak figure defeated again. When Russell opened his eyes again, they were incomparably clear, filled with a resolute hue. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself still enveloped by the Braden. Countless tendrils of the Braden wrapped around his body, restraining him. The tendrils gradually devoured him, sapping the dwindling vitality within him. Suddenly, Russell smiled, and a force entirely foreign to him erupted from his sinews and meridians. His parched dantian once again became thick and full as crystal-clear spiritual energy flowed into it. Boom! A surge of chi erupted from Russell's body, sweeping away and shattering the surrounding Braden, which instantly turned to ashes. In the sky, a beam of light pierced through the heavy clouds and finally landed on Russell. At that moment, he was completely surrounded by light, floating in midair like a deity. The astonishing scene momentarily stunned the Gaylord, who hadn't expected Russell to have the strength to counterattack even in such dire straits. This move reignited the killer intent in his heart. Glenn, I will fulfill all your uncompleted wishes. This era will not allow the calamity of the Braden. Russell had no time for sorrow. The boundless spiritual energy within him came from the Caleb's will burning its divine consciousness to give him this power. If he didn't cherish it, he would betray the Caleb's selfless sacrifice. At this moment, Russell's strength was infinitely close to the peak of the soul formation realm, now more than capable of contending with the Gaylord. A flash of surprise crossed the Gaylord's eyes, his expression revealing both shock and a hint of fear. In that moment, he sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from Russell. It seems you harbor many secrets. Even in dire straits, you still have the ability to retaliate? Let me slowly unveil your secrets and see how many things you've kept hidden. Braden swirled around the Gaylord again. Their auras clashed in the sky, each matching the other without either side gaining the upper hand. The Eve sword remained firmly gripped in Russell's hand. The death of the Caleb's will had changed his state of mind. In the blink of an eye, his mindset became as clear as a mirror, seemingly seeing through the turbid world. Boom. Russell's figure shot out like a meteor, crossing hundreds of feet in an instant and appearing above the Gaylord. He then slashed down with blinding speed. The sword energy struck the Gaylord's head, continuously eroding his physical body. The moment the Braden touched the sword energy, it dispersed immediately. Without the Braden protecting him, the Gaylord's physical body was as fragile as paper. From this, it was evident that the Gaylord's realm was unstable. His current state was entirely dependent on the protection of the Braden. Mastering the Braden was akin to mastering various celestial treasures and supreme secret techniques. Once deprived of the Braden, he wasn't much different from any ordinary soul formation great cultivator. Suddenly, nothing but a mere mortal. As the words left his lips, Russell waved his sleeve, and the golden dragon charged directly toward the Gaylord. Boom. The golden dragon smashed into the palace grounds, creating a massive crater nearly 100 meters wide. After the golden dragon dissipated, the palace grounds briefly regained peace. The Gaylord lay in a pool of blood, his breathing weak, devoid of any strength to continue fighting. Suddenly, snowflakes began falling from the sky, landing on Russell's fingertips. A sense of sorrow welled up within him. He owed his survival to the Caleb's divine consciousness. Unfortunately, the Caleb's will had vanished from his world, no longer existing. For a moment, Russell felt despondent. Despite defeating the Gaylord, there was no joy on his face. Memories of their journey together flooded his mind. Though they often bickered, without the Caleb's guidance, he might never have reached the pinnacle of the continent. Honestly, the Caleb's will had indeed been his guide. Glenn, rest in peace, Russell whispered, clutching the snowflake on his fingertip tightly. Behind him, several death servitors suddenly rushed towards him, not targeting him but the Gaylord. They quickly carried the Gaylord away from the palace. There was no need to pursue a beaten enemy. Russell had no intention of finishing him off. His own body was far from stable. As expected, shortly after the death servitors left, the overwhelming aura inside him vanished. A sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, almost making him faint. Chapter 436, Regime Change. A sudden wave of helplessness washed over him, and his body slumped weakly. If Russell hadn't been holding himself up, he would have collapsed long ago. Multiple instances of forcefully drawing on the spiritual energy from his dantian had already left his body drained, barely able to cope. He was now at the end of his tether. A single finger from a late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator could potentially seal his fate. Fortunately, the entire imperial city was in chaos, surrounded by an endless sea of flames. Countless people were running around in panic amidst the inferno. No one paid attention to Russell, mistaking him for another person fleeing for safety. Russell managed to leave the dynasty openly, his heavy figure appearing dozens of miles away. Along the way, he greedily absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nourishing his dantian as the dry area gradually filled with rich spiritual energy. For a moment, Russell's complexion became more ruddy, and his breathing steadied, though his body still bore various injuries, which were alarming to see. Though he had won this battle, Russell had also paid an unprecedentedly heavy price. The consciousness of the Caleb had vanished. The lack of response in his ear made Russell feel lonely, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of depression. On the plains, Russell stood there dumbfounded. Suddenly, a torrential downpour began, washing over his body. His eyes welled up with a shimmering moisture, and a warm stream flowed down both cheeks. At this moment, Russell couldn't distinguish whether it was rain or tears. A heart-wrenching pain enveloped his chest. Thud. Russell knelt on the ground, his hands tightly gripping the soil, his face tinged with frustration. Along the way, the people around him had sacrificed so much for him, and many had even given their lives just to achieve Russell's grand cause. If he didn't eliminate the dark heavenly Greysaster, he would be ashamed to face all living beings. Bearing the hopes of so many people, every step felt heavier than ever before. The immense pressure almost suffocated him. Suddenly, ripples rippled through Russell's mind, bringing light to what had once been a dead calm. A placenta suddenly appeared in Russell's sea of consciousness. He reached out to touch it, only to be abruptly engulfed by a fierce burst of consciousness, slowly lifting him into the air. What is this? Russell tried to touch the placenta. Since the total disappearance of the Caleb's will, his sea of consciousness contained this mysterious placenta. It rooted itself within and relied on Russell to absorb the surrounding heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. For a moment, Russell couldn't figure out its origins, but he felt that this placenta must be somehow connected to the Caleb's will. Perhaps it was formed by the Caleb's will. However, with his current strength, Russell couldn't uncover its origin, so he put it aside for now, knowing the truth would eventually come to light. After absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, Russell gained some assurance. As he moved forward, more and more people rushed toward the palace. The sudden disaster at the palace had alerted the military stationed at key strongholds across the empire, sending them back to prepare for reconstruction. Inside the empire, everything was already in disarray. Many ministers had died in this battle, some civil officials killed by the massive aftermath. This astonishing battle affected many innocent people. The Peri, severely injured, had no choice but to retreat into seclusion to recover. The empire couldn't afford to be without a leader for long, and thus Hayes Rocky ascended the throne. As an inexperienced crown prince with no loyal troops, he ended up becoming a puppet ruler. Upon ascending the throne, Rocky announced a massive mobilization to conquer Yulong Pass, aiming to boost the morale of his army. Everyone was on edge due to Russell's sudden attack, causing the empire to descend into chaos. Previously, someone had predicted that once Rocky became emperor, the Carey dynasty would decline until it eventually fell into ruin. In this war-torn era, despite its century-long history, the Carey dynasty could not withstand the continuous squandering under Rocky's reign. Within the empire, everything was in turmoil, with stabilizing the situation being the top priority. Then they would discuss attacking the Feathers dynasty. But Rocky cared little about the foundation of the dynasty, hoping to unify the world and become the continent's master. His vision had long been clouded by greed. Yulong Pass. After a few days of peace, news spread into the Feathers dynasty territory about Russell killing the Seamus, turning the former glorious empire into ruins, which became popular topics of discussion. Meanwhile, the Carey dynasty issued a bounty on Russell's head, offering noble titles to anyone who brought it. Soon, hidden currents started brewing within the empire. Hearing this, the Feathers dynasty attempted to invite Russell to resist the Carey dynasty together. However, Russell ignored them completely. Days later, a new force appeared outside Yulong City, as the Carey dynasty's troops returned to capture Yulong Pass and invade the Feathers dynasty. Yet, with Delaney and Pepper's intervention, the Carey dynasty's troops failed to breach the city gates. Repeated attacks reduced the Carey dynasty's forces to a fraction. Currently, beset by internal strife and external threats, the Carey dynasty's strength had dwindled compared to a century ago. With the Peri secluded for recovery, no one could command the army. Rocky, just having ascended the throne, faced numerous challenges and was overwhelmed with work. In the imperial court, ministers gathered to help stabilize the dynasty. Currently, the Carey dynasty's military power was decimated. An invasion by foreign forces would sweep through the empire like a tidal wave. The atmosphere in the court was eerie, with each minister seemingly harboring untold worries. Faced with Rocky's relentless demands, they dared not voice their concerns, fearing punishment. They knew Rocky's temper well. Slight dissatisfaction could result in mass executions. Before becoming emperor, Rocky would have restrained himself. Now, he saw no need to hide his true self. Chapter 437. The Feathered Dynasty Strikes Back. Ministers of the court. The late emperor commanded you to attack the Jade Dragon Pass, to seize the foundation of the Feathered Dynasty. This was to unify the empire and expand the territory of the Carey dynasty. I wish to fulfill the late emperor's lifelong ambition, yet why do we continually face setbacks? Always, some unknown force steps in to shield the Feathered Dynasty from the relentless onslaught of our iron cavalry. As ministers, can you devise a plan to help me resolve this pressing issue? Prolonged attacks without success will only bring endless harm to the Carey dynasty. Emperor Rocky sat on his throne, his eyes scanning the officials below, a trace of murderous intent flickering in his gaze. The atmosphere grew tense, and no one spoke. For a long moment, the vast hall remained silent, chilled to an icy point. Rocky's brows furrowed, his expression dim and lifeless as he glanced at each minister before standing up. He raised his hand and pointed at one of them. Come forward. You speak. The official, suddenly trembling under the sudden spotlight, lifted his head, looking guiltily towards Prince Rocky. With a thud, he fell to his knees. Your Majesty. I am useless and cannot handle affairs for your Majesty. Please do not punish me. The official buried his head into the ground, not daring to look at Rocky. Rocky flew into a rage, waving his robe dramatically before clapping his hands and shouting, "Bring him down and behead him, a useless man." Why did the late emperor even recruit such a person to the court? Killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. Rocky wanted to establish his authority. Since his recent ascension, his throne was still unstable. Only by making an example would he gain control. Predictably, the minister was dragged away by heavily armed guards, and soon afterward, cries of agony echoed outside the palace hall. Many ministers shuddered but still dared not meet Rocky's gaze. Rocky was ruthless, stopping at nothing to achieve his goals, even sacrificing those close to him, causing deep resentment among the officials. Yet, no one dared to speak out. None dared utter a word against him. Then, someone stepped forward. It was none other than the trusted aide of the black-robed figure. With a solemn smile, he shifted his eyes and revealed a peculiar grin. Your Majesty, please do not anger yourself. It could harm your health. At present, our defeats are like collapsing dominoes, and the situation is disadvantageous for the Carey dynasty. After years of war, with my experience, the treasury is empty. Your Majesty should first replenish the coffers. Otherwise, who will fight for the dynasty? Silence fell over the court. Rocky pondered for a moment, then a solemn smile crept onto his face. Bring this man rewards. Clearly accepting the advice, Rocky continued, Ministers, in this time of crisis, everyone must contribute selflessly for the Carey dynasty. Next, we will enforce mandatory taxes to fill the depleted treasury. Despite many harboring objections, no one dared speak out. Mandatory taxes would cause turmoil within the realm, bringing great suffering to the common people. Civil unrest might erupt even before conquering the Feathered dynasty. In times of chaos, heroes emerge. Perhaps internal rebellion would break out in the Carey dynasty before they could conquer the Feathered dynasty. As expected, half a month later, mandatory taxation in the Carey dynasty plunged the populace into misery. People suffered terribly, and resistance began sprouting up everywhere within Yusefdom. Spontaneous armies formed and resisted the Kari dynasty. Within a short period, internal strife weakened the Kari dynasty. Rebellions were already spreading rapidly, and without the presence of the black-robed figure, coupled with Rocky's lack of power, suppressing the rebels became impossible. For the Feathered dynasty, this was an unprecedented opportunity. With the Kari dynasty in internal and external crises, an invasion would be swift and decisive. Seizing this chance, the Feathered dynasty mobilized all its resources. Before the Jade-Dragon Pass, Prince Edgar Heir appeared, commanding tens of thousands of troops. An enormous army gathered beneath the city walls, their spirits high. Since news of the changes in the Kari dynasty reached the Feathered dynasty, Prince Edgar Heir could no longer contain himself. Solving this crisis would secure his throne. Standing atop the wall, he addressed the soldiers. Warriors of the Feathered dynasty, our external threats have been neutralized. Do you not wish to return the humiliation we faced back to the Kari dynasty? Countless souls have perished defending the Jade-Dragon Pass. Without their valiant resistance, the Feathered dynasty would be lost to invaders. Now, chaos reigns within the Kari dynasty. Invading now, we shall sweep through their lands. His impassioned speech stirred the hearts of the soldiers. Blood surged within every warrior as they raised their weapons and shouted in unison, ready for battle. Prince Edgar Heir smiled, everything proceeding as he planned. To secure his throne, he was willing to sacrifice countless lives. To the soldiers, he was their wise leader, worthy of unwavering loyalty. Rex Fei Long felt the same way. Standing beside the prince, he gazed at him with newfound admiration. Indeed, Prince Edgar Heir is a wise ruler. Under his rule, the Feathered dynasty will flourish and fend off all invaders. Rex Fei Long murmured. He knelt and exclaimed, Rex Fei Long pledges eternal loyalty to Prince Edgar Heir. Guide us on the righteous path. Their shouts echoed through the heavens, shaking the earth. Prince Edgar Heir nodded, pleased with the results of his speech. Invasion of the Kari dynasty. Do unto them as they have done to us. On that order, tens of thousands of warriors marched toward the Kari dynasty, an overwhelming force setting the stage for a monumental conflict. Chapter 438, The Sealed Place. Above the clouds, two pairs of eyes silently observed all that transpired without intervening, allowing events to unfold unchecked. Warfare between dynasties was now inevitable, and no one could prevent it. Yet amidst this unstoppable trend, the Kari dynasty remained unvanquished as long as the black-robed figure lived and the Braden spread unchecked within the empire. As long as the Braden persisted, the Kari dynasty would hold its invincible position. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the ears of the two women. Nicely handled. Appearing soundlessly behind them, Russell placed his hands on their shoulders, a smile gracing his face. After a few days of recuperation, Russell's physical body had returned to its peak condition. If not for the placenta within his sea of consciousness, recovery might have taken several months. Russell also discovered the wondrous effects of the placenta. By channeling his mental energy into it, he could harness its power. Moreover, it seemed capable of further growth. One day, it would prove immensely useful and might even become Russell's ace in the hole. The sudden voice startled the two women, causing them to scream and tremble violently before turning around simultaneously. Upon seeing it was Russell, they sighed with relief, their tense expressions easing. Let's stay out of further involvement. Under my methods, the Kari dynasty is gravely wounded and will not be able to counterattack anytime soon. Russell gave an update and indicated he wouldn't continue aiding the Feathered Ascension dynasty. Although it was the victim, breaking the stalemate on the continent and creating a dominant force would plunge the land into chaos. Without Russell and company's covert support, the Feathered Ascension dynasty had no hope of a comeback. Follow me. Russell spoke in a low tone, then vanished instantly, with the two women closely following suit. Earlier, Russell had already located the sealed site of the previous Braden outbreak. The black-robed figure likely became a puppet under its influence. If left unchecked, more remnants of the Braden would emerge. There were possibly still loyalists hidden within the continent, lying in wait, biding their time until the seal broke and they could strike. When the seal breaks, all corners of the continent would fall into despair, erasing the foundation of the original inhabitants. This time, Russell dared to visit the lair of the Braden to investigate its reality. He needed to gauge his unseen adversary to avoid being constantly on the defensive. For the sake of fulfilling his ancestors' wishes, every step Russell took had to be cautious, fearing missteps that could doom his future. Above the clouds, rusted those who might try to break the seal. Glenn. We noticed the seal loosening and came to report this. We wish only to observe the Braden, with no ulterior motives. Russell bowed respectfully. For centuries, this family had secluded themselves to safeguard peace. If not for them, the Braden might have resurfaced long ago. What nonsense! The ancestor's seal will imprison the Braden eternally. The Braden can never escape. The Rani replied decisively. Years of silence made him skeptical of Russell's claims. Russell's expression grew serious. Glenn, I understand you think we have ill intentions. Do these things look familiar to you? Russell gestured subtly to the two women, communicating through glances. Chapter 439. Realization. The two women exchanged a glance and immediately understood each other. They clearly grasped Russell's intention and simultaneously pulled out tokens from their robes without hesitation. Greetings, Venerable Rani. I am the direct disciple of Taoist Ronald. Greetings, Venerable Rani. I am the direct disciple of Taoist Dalon. Two tokens emanating unique auras appeared in the hands of the women. The old predecessor's gaze fell on the tokens, scrutinizing them carefully with narrowed eyes before finally lowering his guard and descending from the sky. Graceables of two old friends? Please give my regards to your masters when you see them. Tout. And an array of radiant light descended upon the boundary of the ruins. In the next moment, an opening appeared at the forefront of the barrier. Leading the way, the old predecessor entered first, knowing the darkness of the cataclysm still lurked within, making the area perilous. Meanwhile, He prayed that the weakening seal did not signify impending disaster for the continent. However, after many years of solitary vigilance, allowing no one into the ruins, why had the seal begun to weaken now? Something must be amiss. After some time, they stood before a massive stone stele, nearly the size of a small hill. Carved upon its surface were ancient runes, cryptic yet exuding an aura of primordial antiquity. Within the ruins, an intangible pressure seemed to weigh down on them. Each step Russell took left an imprint on the ground. Gazing at the stele, he felt a sudden pang of unease, his brow furrowing in reverence. Suddenly, the old predecessor placed his hand on the stele, closed his eyes, and channeled his inner energy into it. The runes began to glow, emitting ethereal chants of the great Tao. Noticing this, the Rani withdrew his hand, his expression becoming grave. In order to reinforce the seal, the predecessors established this stele and infused it with their inner strength. Before he finished speaking, the light from the stele dimmed suddenly, followed by a thick black mist spreading over it. With a deafening boom, the stele exploded into countless fragments. The blast forced Russell and the others to retreat several meters, almost toppling them over. Edgarfing their heads, they saw the black mist permeate the boundary. Brayden? Russell muttered subconsciously, tensing up as he clenched his fists, ready to draw the ancestral sword at any moment. The sudden phenomenon startled even the old predecessor, indicating he hadn't encountered such a situation before. Worms. Submit. One day, I shall break free from the seal and massacre all living beings. If you choose to submit and help open the seal, your past actions can be forgiven, and I shall bestow upon you endless wealth and glory. Within the boundary, an eerie voice echoed ominously. The mere pressure from its words left Russell feeling unprecedentedly powerless. This must be the true form of the Brayden. Truly terrifying. It hadn't even emerged yet, and already its presence was enough to unnerve him. If it did emerge, the continent would undoubtedly suffer greatly, likely covered in blood and corpses. It seemed the Brayden had already reached the realm of immortality, far beyond the capabilities of anyone on the continent. Malignant wretch. To speak so arrogantly, do you think our continent lacks exceptional individuals? 1,000 years have passed. Things are not what they used to be. Even if you break the seal, will it not lead to your own demise? Today's continent is no longer a place you can control. If we could seal you once, we can certainly destroy you completely. The old predecessor not only refused to back down but stepped forward, radiating fearless determination. As descendants of a lineage sworn to protect this place, they bore a deep-seated hatred for the Brayden, which was ingrained into every generation. I never imagined the seal on the Brayden would weaken, especially since outsiders have never set foot here. Why has the seal weakened? Muttering to himself, the old predecessor glanced at the younger disciples behind him. Suddenly, the black mist hovering in midair transformed into a massive palm, rushing straight toward Russell and his companions. A thunderous explosion shook the ground. Simultaneously, the boundary showed signs of weakening, as the Brayden seemed poised to break through. Hashtag Chapter 440, Confrontation with the Supreme One. However, the venerable Rani stood at the forefront, a single person exuding an aura as formidable as an army of thousands. A golden radiance flared around him, and for a moment, he could match the dark celestial calamity on equal terms. Indeed, befitting a grand cultivator at the peak of the soul transformation realm, his every move was awe-inspiring. On the other side, the raging dark celestial calamity seemed intent on devouring everything in its path. Compared to the darkness emitted by the Gaylord earlier, this was an entirely different entity. The concentration of darkness before them was so intense that even Russell felt a sense of helplessness. Despite his best efforts, it overwhelmed him. Currently, the dark celestial calamity remained under seal but still unleashed terrifying power. If it broke free, its might would be unimaginable, likely reducing heroes from all over to mere ants. Could it have truly touched the threshold of the immortal realm? As if lost in thought, the dark celestial calamity had already spread, seemingly attempting to breach the barrier. How could Russell just stand idly by? Waiting for it to break through would mean too late for everything. While the barrier wasn't the last line of defense, it prevented some malicious individuals from tampering with the seal. Russell, holding the ancestral sword in reverse grip, immediately rushed towards the dark celestial calamity. With one slash, a wave of sword chi surged forward. In the next second, an astonishing scene unfolded. The dark celestial calamity engulfed the sword chi hole, then surged back towards Russell. Seeing this, the two women joined the battle without hesitation. The battle intensified. If they couldn't find a way to break the deadlock, the barrier would inevitably be breached first, and they might lose their lives here. At this critical juncture, Russell stepped forward without hesitation. As he braced himself, he made a decision. The solution lay in using the placental power within him. Although Russell still didn't fully understand the mystery behind this power, there was no time to waste. However, the placenta in his sea of consciousness alone wouldn't suffice. More measures were needed. Supreme Heavenly Book. Suddenly, Russell shouted. His steps became elusive, and in an instant, he appeared hundreds of feet away. Above his head, an ancient book materialized, emitting a tremendous force of vitality. Simultaneously, a vortex appeared above him, continuously absorbing surrounding vitality. In that moment, Russell felt as if a torrent of clarity washed over his dantian. Ladies and gentlemen, protect me, Russell commanded, and energy began accumulating in his chest. A light sphere appeared in front of him, gathering surrounding vitality into it, while placental power poured into the sphere. Suddenly, Russell seemed to comprehend the essence of this placenta. It was equivalent to a second dantian, capable of storing spirit energy in large quantities, far surpassing his own dantian. Unbeknownst to him, the light sphere had grown to a monstrous size, hundreds of feet wide, radiating a suffocating aura. Inside the sphere, chaotic energy swirled. At this moment, Russell lifted his hand and pointed skyward. Above the ruins, dark clouds had gathered. He hurled the light sphere toward the dark celestial calamity. With a thunderous boom, the sphere merged with the calamity, fire erupting and enveloping it. The others hurriedly retreated, sensing the devastating aura emanating from the sphere. Any involvement could lead to irreversible consequences. The flames dissipated, and the ruins resumed their original appearance. The dark celestial calamity was eradicated, though a thin crack appeared on the barrier. Young man, you are Russell? I've heard of your name. Submit to me, and I guarantee you endless glory and wealth. Soon, this seal will not contain me, and I will rule these heavens. You must weigh your options carefully. Without a word, Russell waved his hand and summoned the pagoda, suppressing the ruins. The looming darkness that sought to rise was forcefully subdued. The overwhelming pressure in the air eased somewhat, alleviating the tension. To join forces with you? A fool's dream. The day you awaken will be your end. I'll wait for our final confrontation. Russell's resolve was unwavering. Carrying the will of countless predecessors, surrendering to darkness would mean utter ruin. Besides, Russell had never entertained such thoughts. The pagoda suppressed the land, slightly weakening the dark celestial calamity's momentum. Wait and see. Let's see what becomes of you. Suddenly, the presence of the dark celestial calamity vanished, and peace returned. The Rani gazed at the pagoda, sighing deeply. As a guardian here, he hadn't detected any anomalies until the seal loosened. Now, any attempt to rectify it might be too late. It seems the end of the continent is near. The Rani sighed again, turning his gaze to Russell. He saw a glimmer of hope in him. Though small, he was the only one who could turn the tide. Denver. This pagoda won't hold the dark celestial calamity for long. We need to seek other methods to eliminate it completely and leave no trace. Russell spoke frankly. Although the pagoda was a treasure born from heaven and earth, the dark celestial calamity had reached the immortal realm. The 1,000-year-old seal weakened daily and wouldn't last much longer. We must announce this to the world. The time has come for those old immortals to emerge. This matter is grave. We must unite, or we'll be powerless. The Rani's expression was solemn, his gaze distant, eyes dimmed with concern. Chapter 441. The Feathersong Dynasty Falls. My negligence allowed the dark, heavenly Greysaster to run rampant in the world. After millennia, it has changed during my watch. I have truly failed the ancestors. The peace bought with the lives of our predecessors was ultimately lost in my hands. The Rani gazed at the ruins before him, filled with countless emotions. A deep sense of guilt welled up inside him. The land defended by their ancestors' lives had still been infiltrated by villains. Had the seal not been sabotaged by malicious individuals, the dark, heavenly Greysaster could never have broken free so easily, causing this irreversible tragedy. Previously, he had been vigilant and had never let anyone with ill intentions approach the seal even an inch. Denver. Could it be there's a traitor within the family? Otherwise, you wouldn't have relaxed your vigilance. In fact, Russell had noticed hints of this long ago. All clues came from the black-robed figure of the Carey dynasty. Though he hadn't been entirely sure initially, after that encounter, he was certain the problem stemmed from this black-robed figure. From ancient texts, Russell had learned about various ancient families, including one stationed above the ruins of the dark, heavenly Greysaster, precisely the family the Rani belonged to. The black-robed figure's techniques were strikingly similar to those of this ancient family, confirming his origin upon seeing the Rani's combat skills. As the words sank in, the Rani paused, then displayed a grave expression, as if recalling something painful. It's my fault. I didn't think that boy would fall for the dark, heavenly Greysaster's trickery. The Rani sighed deeply, eventually revealing everything. He looked up at the sky, his eyes losing some of their luster, and his aura becoming somber. For over a millennium, we guarded here and were forgotten by the world. Our descendants grew complacent, thinking the dark, heavenly Greysaster could never break the seal and ceased fearing any danger. Perhaps the world doesn't know the power the dark, heavenly Greysaster wielded 1,000 years ago. Once unleashed, the entire continent would plunge into flames. In our clan, many wanted to explore the wider world. Carmelawang Yunbing led them, but because I strongly opposed it, he turned against the family. To think he'd end up scheming with the dark, heavenly Greysaster. What a despicable person. The Rani's eyes blazed with intense murderous intent, and an overwhelming aura burst forth. Russell recounted all his experiences without reservation. The Rani's expression grew graver. Visible signs of age appeared on him as if struck by a heavy blow. I will personally cleanse the family to prevent him from harming more innocents. He has tarnished our name, ruining all the honor our ancestors built. With that, the Rani waved his hand and walked out of the barrier, while others followed closely. Meanwhile, the various ancient families scattered across the continent received news. All hidden experts were rushing towards the seal area. Panic engulfed the continent as the remnants of the dark, heavenly Greysaster began expanding their influence. Several regions had already fallen, signaling a final counterattack. This battle must succeed, or they would perish. Feathersong Dynasty. Chaos reigned within the empire. Unseen forces attacked from all directions, plunging the dynasty into turmoil. Ministers gathered, each displaying distress. Colby no longer had leisure time. Realizing the gravity of the situation, if border cities fell, other territories would be vulnerable. The century-long prosperity of the Feathersong Dynasty could be destroyed overnight. My officials, our dynasty is in peril. Who among you can quell this unprecedented chaos? If you can solve this crisis, I'll confer a vassal status. No one dared look Colby in the eye. Recently, they witnessed these unseen forces annihilate city defenses instantly, engulfing everything in darkness. Thus, no one dared step forward. Everyone knew accepting this mission meant death. Suddenly, dark clouds loomed over the court, heavy rain poured down, casting a suffocating atmosphere. Then, a figure appeared overhead. Colby. Long time no see, haven't seen you well. This disheveled man, with bloodshot eyes and an indelible murderous aura, exuded an unusual presence. It was Rocky. Yet, his current aura felt different from the Rocky they knew. Upon his appearance, the court atmosphere became tense, descending into panic. Chapter 442. The Tianyuan Grayvine Tree. Rocky. As the ruler of the Solar Dynasty, you dared to barge into the Yuhua dynasty's territory without permission. Do you really think there are no experts in Yuhua who can stand up to you? The Eddie suddenly stood up, waving his sleeves angrily and hurling continuous reprimands at Rocky. His voice echoed through the hall, adding a touch of peculiarity to Rocky's expression. Despite his bravado, the Eddie felt utterly powerless, even avoiding direct eye contact with Rocky, already losing the upper hand. I will give you one chance. Step down now, and I might spare your dog life. Otherwise, I have no qualms about eradicating you. Rocky raised his hand, pointing forward, and a dark aura surged from him. In an instant, the dark mist hung within the hall, forming a massive hand that seemed ready to consume everyone present. Fear spread across everyone's faces. They couldn't even look directly at Rocky's bloodshot eyes, the terror coming from deep within their hearts. Bring him down. The Eddie shouted, his fingers trembling continuously. On command, two heavily armored soldiers, both peak Huashan realm experts, rushed from outside the hall, blocking Rocky's path and leaving him no escape route. But Rocky snorted coldly. In the next second, the darkness above him surged towards the two Huashan realm soldiers. Suddenly, the crowd witnessed something astonishing. The dark calamity engulfed them whole. When the darkness dissipated, only a pile of bones remained. The two Huashan realm experts didn't even get a chance to resist against Rocky. Panic ensued in the hall, as ministers scattered like rats. They knew all too well that if they touched this dark calamity, they would meet the same grim fate. Rocky's gaze turned to the Eddie. This was the main target he had come for. Since you refused to yield, die then. Keeping a useless fool like you serves no purpose. As he spoke, Rocky raised his hand, pointing at the Eddie. An earth-shattering force erupted from his fingertips. In the next moment, a bloody hole appeared on the Eddie's forehead, and his body collapsed instantly, his eyes wide open in shock and disbelief. The Eddie never got a chance to retaliate. The disparity between them was evident. From that moment, the century-old foundation of the Yuhua dynasty was destroyed. But Rocky still wasn't finished. The dark calamity enveloped the entire palace. Screams of agony filled the hall. Within moments, Rocky emerged from the hall, leaving behind piles of chilling white bones. He gazed into the distance, his mind long overtaken by the dark calamity. Russell, one day, you will share the same fate as these people. With that, Rocky vanished. The Yuhua dynasty fell completely, engulfed by the dark calamity. Moreover, other regions were also suffering under the dark calamity. In just a few days, half the continent was under its control. On the frontier, Russell and others were recuperating. At this time, various hidden realms had gathered here to discuss a strategy against the dark calamity. All those present were at the peak Huashan realm, the most powerful individuals in this world. Gentlemen, the dark calamity has returned. It is time we stepped up. A somber expression covered the face of the Rani. News of regions falling to the dark calamity had already reached him. Few places remained untouched by chaos. Old Carmeloang. We're all old bones, unable to enjoy peace any longer. If you had monitored the dark calamity more carefully earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Some voices in the crowd blamed the Rani. After enjoying centuries of peace, no one wanted to be thrown back into turmoil. We should not fight among ourselves. Our priority is to find a way to counter the calamity. Otherwise, once the entire continent falls, we'll have no hope. Ronald Venerable reassured everyone. Deep down, everyone feared the dark calamity, given its immense impact in the past. Even peak Huashan realm experts were mere ants before it, with no chance of resistance. Do you think we stand a chance against it? We'll all just be cannon fodder. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces darkened. Suddenly, someone shifted their gaze to Russell, followed quickly by everyone else. Perhaps this Gillis has the ability to change the situation. With his talent, he could surpass us all one day. Ronald Venerable remarked. Word of Russell had already reached every Rani, who placed great hopes on him. There's nothing to lose, Hiroshi replied. For a moment, all eyes were on Russell, causing him to take a step back, his face turning awkward. Let him cultivate under the Tianyuan Grayvine tree. We can only assist him now. Whether he grows into that strength depends on his own destiny. This opportunity holds no value for us. Our paths have already stagnated. After a pause, Ronald Daoist made a surprising suggestion. The atmosphere grew tense again. Russell smiled, eager to seize this rare opportunity and ensure it did not slip away. Chapter 443, 2 years later. In ancient texts, there are records about the origin of the Tianyuan Grayvine tree. Since the dawn of time, a towering tree was born with the creation of the world. At that time, the continent held no trace of life, an endless expanse of desert stretching as far as the eye could see. A single leaf falling from the Tianyuan Grayvine tree would transform into an oasis in the desert, bringing boundless vitality to the land. To put it simply, the Tianyuan Grayvine tree is the source of all life. Without it, the current environment of the continent would be unsuitable for any living being. Of course, all this is merely legend, never witnessed by anyone's eyes. Later on, someone discovered the Tianyuan Grayvine tree and attained enlightenment while sitting beneath it for a century without moving an inch. In the end, they became an immortal right there. At that time, leaves fell from the Tianyuan Grayvine tree, instantly merging with this person's body. Since then, countless mighty warriors vied to cultivate under the tree, even fighting over the privilege. Eventually, the powerful ones established a rule. Each person could cultivate for no more than a year or two at a time. The Tianyuan Grayvine tree also sparked Russell's interest. If he could cultivate beneath it, his martial arts cultivation would surely soar, eventually allowing him to ascend to greater heights effortlessly. Just thinking about this brought a barely suppressed smile to Russell's face. Moments later, on the peak of Tianyuan Mountain, Countless mighty warriors gathered here, encased within a barrier that encompassed the entire mountain range. On the mountaintop, one could clearly see a towering tree that reached up to the heavens. Even from tens of miles away, one could deeply feel the overwhelming force of vitality emanating from it. Russell could even sense his blood boiling within him, an uncontainable aura that made a book appear above his head. It was the Supreme Heavenly Book. The Supreme Heavenly Book continuously flipped through its pages, greedily absorbing the vital energy. The vital energy entered Russell's body through the book, nourishing his meridians, making him feel as though his body was filled with inexhaustible power. The other mighty warriors also saw the Supreme Heavenly Book floating above Russell's head and secretly gasped in surprise. They had heard tales of the Supreme Heavenly Book and knew of its profound mysteries. Once it was cultivated to its peak, reversing the order of the universe would be child's play. Russell. The Tianyuan Gravine tree is not what it used to be. Due to the thinning of celestial energy, the tree can't absorb enough energy. After every period of cultivation, it takes a while for the tree to recover. The last time the barrier opened was 100 years ago. In short, how much you gain from the Tianyuan Gravine tree depends entirely on your own fortune. As the words echoed, the Ronald Venerable transported Russell into the barrier of the continent easily. But with the dark calamity appearing, becoming the paramount strength would require eradicating it. Russell had countless trump cards, unmatched below the immortal realm. Yet, after 1,000 years, the dark calamity had already entered the immortal realm. Defeating it would require becoming an immortal as well. Beneath the divine tree, every blade of grass and leaf moved freely with Russell's breath. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed quietly. On the peak of Tianyuan Mountain, dust covered Russell's body. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew, and leaves continuously fell from the Tianyuan Gravine tree, all merging into Russell's body as they touched him. In the next moment, Russell slowly opened his eyes, a primordial look in his gaze, accompanied by a burst of golden light. A deafening roar echoed as golden light shot out. An overwhelming sword aura erupted from his body, enveloping him. The sword aura pierced the sky, emitting a crisp sound, forcefully breaking through the barrier. At this point, Russell's swordsmanship had reached the Lars realm. He dared say that as long as he wasn't in the immortal realm, no one could surpass him in swordsmanship. Furthermore, in terms of martial arts, he had also ascended to the pinnacle of the soul transformation realm, entering the ranks of the continent's elite. Previously acquainted venerables could only match him equally in martial arts. Actually, what was most profound was the placenta inside Russell's body. After 2 years of nurturing, it had completely transformed into a lotus flower. Inside the lotus flower lay an immense spiritual force. In an instant, Russell extended his palm, and a lotus flower appeared in his hand. Then, he raised his hand again, throwing the lotus into the air. Its petals fell, instantly bursting into a stunning display of light. A boom sounded as the lotus exploded. Flames shot towards the sky. The commotion drew the attention of many venerables. Their gazes landed on the peak of Tianyuan Mountain, hearts trembling. That explosion made their hearts race. Beneath the ancient tree, Russell stored the lotus away. This time, his gains were tremendous, his strength now exceeding his previous capabilities by 1,000-fold. Chapter 444, The Continental Landscape. As he rose, the leaves of the Tianyuan Gravine tree began to fall, and in an instant, the lush branches turned yellow, devoid of any life. Just a moment ago, the Tianyuan Gravine tree was flourishing with dense foliage. Now it stood completely barren. The essence of heaven and earth that had accumulated over a century flowed entirely into Russell's body. Turning around, Russell stood stiffly before the divine tree, bowing respectfully. A look of reverence spread across his face. The Tianyuan Gravine tree had bestowed upon him immense fortune. Those 2 years equated to over 100 years of diligent cultivation for Russell. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept over the mountaintop, followed by a figure descending. At first glance, it was none other than Venerable Ronald. Friend Edgarn, you have finally achieved the great Tao. Congratulations. Venerable Ronald said with clasped fists, smiling. His eyes scanned Russell, revealing a hint of surprise deep within them. 2 years had passed quietly. He could no longer discern Russell's cultivation level. Even at first glance, he sensed a weighty aura like a towering mountain, unfathomably deep. At the same time, Venerable Ronald glanced back at the Tianyuan Gravine tree, his expression freezing, disbelief flashing in his eyes. In just 2 short years, Russell had refined the 100-year accumulation of the Tianyuan Gravine tree's essence, a voracious appetite comparable to that of a Taotai. If it weren't for the once-in-a-millennium opportunity provided by the Venerables, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Russell responded politely, his gaze landing on Venerable Ronald. The next second, his brows furrowed, and a note of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Standing close, Russell could clearly feel the unstable aura emanating from Venerable Ronald, whose face was deathly pale, as if severely injured. Yet he still managed to appear unharmed, masking his true state. Could something unexpected have happened? Glenn, has the continental landscape changed during these 2 years? What about the situation with the dark heavenly Graceaster? Upon hearing this, a faint sorrow flashed across Venerable Ronald's face. He lowered his head, sighing deeply, his emotions becoming complex. From his change in expression, Russell could tell something significant had occurred. During his 2 years of seclusion, some earth-shattering events must have taken place, likely closely related to the dark heavenly Graceaster. The dark heavenly Graceaster has already occupied half of the continent, and we are retreating step by step, losing all our footholds. At this rate, it won't be long before the entire continent falls under its control. When that happens, there will be no turning back. Midway through his words, blood trickled from the corner of Venerable Ronald's mouth, indicating severe internal injuries. Venerable Ronald was one of the peak powerhouses in this world. Few could inflict such injuries on him. Clearly, The dark heavenly Greysaster was advancing fiercely, and the situation was beyond reversal. Venerable Ronald. Russell stepped forward quickly, placing a hand on Venerable Ronald's shoulder and channeling the vitality force from his body into Venerable Ronald. As the vitality force entered Venerable Ronald's body, Russell realized how severe his injuries were. His internal meridians were ruptured, and cracks had appeared in his dantian. If the injuries worsened, Venerable Ronald might become incapacitated for life. It was a miracle that Venerable Ronald could still stand before him. Moments later, Russell had stabilized Venerable Ronald's injuries, ensuring there was no immediate danger to his life. However, these injuries would definitely affect his foundation in the future. Glenn. I must emerge from seclusion now. I will reclaim everything we have lost. Russell stood atop the mountain, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. A heavy expression filled his eyes. Without someone capable of turning the tide, the continent would be completely overrun. This time, Russell intended to reverse everything. Beneath immortality, no one could rival him. Friend Edgarn, don't act rashly. You are the last seed of hope. If anything happens to you, we will have no chance of turning things around. Even if it means delaying the dark heavenly Greysaster to help you grow, we are willing to do so. Venerable Ronald clutched Russell's robe tightly, concern visible in his eyes. He had fought against the remnants of the dark heavenly Greysaster and knew their strength well, not wanting Russell to risk his life needlessly. But Russell's resolve was unshakable. No one could be an obstacle on his path forward. Glenn. What good is my cultivation if countless lives are already suffering? If I don't step forward now, how can I bear the responsibility of eradicating the dark heavenly Greysaster in the future? This journey is inevitable, otherwise, my Tao heart cannot stabilize. Russell's decision was firm. Venerable Ronald loosened his grip, a complex expression crossing his face. He wasn't sure if his actions were right or wrong, but he trusted Russell and believed in his judgment that Russell would not let him down. Glenn. Wait for good news. After leaving seclusion, Russell headed to the borderlands first. Over the ruins where the dark heavenly Greysaster was sealed, the contaminated land had spread for hundreds of miles. This region emitted a deadening aura. No living creatures or vegetation existed here. Russell extended his hand, opening the barrier and flashing directly in front of the pagoda. For 2 years, the pagoda had continued to suppress this area. Truly a supreme treasure born from heaven and earth. Even now Russell couldn't fully understand its true powers or enter its inner small world. When Russell set foot here, the dark heavenly Greysaster immediately sensed him. In midair, a cloud of black mist suddenly rose. The mist condensed into a shadow, blocking Russell's path. Boy, imprisoning forcefully towards the black mist in midair. A thunderous boom resounded. The lotus exploded violently, transforming into countless petals that fluttered in the air. The black mist that had previously floated in midair was now enveloped by flames, eventually burning into ashes. Russell gazed into the sky with grave eyes. It seemed inevitable that a great battle would unfold in the future. Within 2 years, the sealing power had already diminished to 1/10 of its original strength. When the seal finally breaks, the dark cataclysm would certainly reappear in the human world. Most urgent of all, he needed to completely eradicate all forces under the dark cataclysm's command. At least, these remnants must not continue to harm the innocent. During his 2 years of seclusion, many innocent lives were claimed by the dark cataclysm. Especially in the 2 major dynasties, they had become the nests of the dark cataclysm. Hovering in the air, Russell looked toward the horizon. In a flash, he appeared several miles away. At this moment, the beast realm was also embroiled in turmoil. The beasts fought valiantly on the outer fringes of the beast realm, clashing with the remnants of the dark cataclysm's forces. The outcome was obvious. The beast realm was retreating relentlessly, without any room for resistance. Before long, their disadvantage became apparent. Misty stood alone at the forefront, wielding a 3-foot-long green sword. With each slash, numerous enemies fell dead. Despite her efforts, she could not reverse the beast realm's dire situation. If this offensive continued, within 3 days, the beast realm would also fall. In front of the army, Rocky sat in a carriage, observing everything around him. His gaze then fell on Misty, whom he immediately recognized. Someone related to Russell? Rocky asked himself, a sinister smile spreading across his face. As he spoke, he suddenly stepped out of the carriage, his body covered with layers of black dragon scales. In an instant, he shot towards Misty. Rocky blocked Misty's path, preventing her from moving forward. Edgardal girl? To resist thousands single-handedly? Unfortunately, the fate of the beast realm is already sealed. Why struggle further? Why not give up and submit to me? Serve as my slave, and you will enjoy boundless glory. While speaking, Rocky approached Misty, lifting his finger to touch her chin. Misty frowned and took a step back. Since Rocky merged with the dark cataclysm, his personality had become more effeminate and exuded an eerie aura. How dare you? The beast realm will not allow rebels like you to taint it. You traitors will eventually die at the hands of righteous warriors. With anger, Misty shouted, lunging her sword at Rocky. Rocky easily deflected the attack, catching the sword between his fingers, calmly watching Misty while a greedy look flickered in his eyes. Edgardal girl. Why struggle when it's futile? With those words, Rocky snapped the sword in half with just 2 fingers. He reappeared beside Misty once again. Misty waved her sleeve, attacking Rocky continuously, but every move seemed transparent to Rocky, failing to cause him any harm. Before long, Misty was exhausted, weakened from battling the remnants of the dark cataclysm. Her inner chi reserves were nearly depleted. Submit to me, or I will slaughter the entire beast realm, and none shall escape. Rocky hovered in the air, looking deeply into the heart of the beast realm, gathering a mass of black mist in his hand. This black mist carried chaotic and violent energy. If it were unleashed, the entire beast realm forest would be engulfed in flames, leading to countless casualties. Suddenly, the dark mist filled the skies above the beast realm, creating a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Rocky, believing victory was within grasp, lowered his guard. From nowhere, a figure appeared in the sky, gazing downward. This person exuded a strong, intense sword aura. The sword aura surged, tearing apart the surrounding dark cataclysm forces into fragments. All the dark mist in the air was eliminated. Rocky, long time no see. I didn't expect you to become even more reckless. Do you truly think no one can restrain you anymore? Defeated warrior. With those words, a familiar figure appeared before Rocky, none other than Russell. Holding the ancestral sword, Russell stared coldly at Rocky, a hint of disdain in his eyes. The moment Russell appeared, a trace of bloodshot flashed in Rocky's eyes. Clenching his fists, a wave of energy surged around him, unable to be contained. Recollections of humiliation flooded back, pushing him deeper into despair with each defeat at Russell's hands. Much of his current predicament could be attributed to Russell. Russell, I searched for you tirelessly for 2 years, and you've finally shown yourself. There's no hiding now. Do you know that I will soon rule this entire realm? Rocky's face twisted in madness, raising his finger slowly. Suddenly, Rocky shot forward, heading straight for Russell, his sword poised to strike him dead. But Russell had never regarded Rocky seriously. The gap between them only widened, leaving Rocky far below Russell's level. Gray. As he uttered the word, Rocky missed his target. Russell silently appeared behind him, placing the ancestral sword against his neck, ready to end his life in an instant.